Hey bro, don't forget to like, subscribe and share Light Fanfiction audiobook channel. Chapter 76. It has been about a week since Hal put on the light ring again, and he has become more and more familiar with the power of the light ring. And during the battle, he increasingly knew how to use his imagination to create things to assist in the battle. I don't know how other Green Lanterns do it, but Hal's imaginary creations are usually very common tools, such as sports equipment, furniture and home appliances, cars and airplanes, etc. He rarely displays truly threatening weapons, such as guns, explosives, nuclear bombs, and hydrogen bombs. After training now, it is difficult for Diana to defeat him as easily as before. That night, Hal was flying in the sky. While admiring the night view of Beach City, I talked on the phone with Carol. Since that night, his relationship with Carol seemed to be on the mend. Carol did not reveal that she already knew his secret identity, hoping that one day Hal would reveal it himself. "You said you wanted to take leave." Carol's voice was a little surprised. She is not only Hal's ex-girlfriend, but also his immediate boss. It's a little exciting to think about it. Female boss. Avi. It's okay, but it will take a week. Where are you going? Hal flew towards the sky, feeling happy in his heart. I don't know, maybe go exploring and sightseeing. In fact, he received an invitation from Dane, and after consideration, he officially decided to join the Justice League. He wanted to take advantage of this time to visit the Alliance's headquarters and help out. Dane wanted to try how to pack a world into a small object and needed the help of a green light ring. It just so happens that I can stay away from old Ferris, who probably doesn't like me right now. Carol understood what he meant. It didn't matter that the two had broken up. But the recent resurgence of old relationships has made President Ferris feel a little unhappy, and now he gets annoyed when he sees Hal. Carol couldn't help but worry when she thought about Hal's current identity and that he might be involved in some dangerous things in the future. She couldn't help but said, "Hal, if you feel you have any difficulties, you can talk to me." Carol was saying thoughtful words, but Hal's expression had turned serious. Because he was far enough away from the ground and close enough to space, he had already seen 3 green meteors flying into the Earth from outer space. He immediately realized that this was probably the man from the Green Lantern Corps that Dane had spoken of. "Sorry, Carol, I have to go. I'll call you when I have time." After that, he hung up the phone and dialed Dane's number. "This is Dane. It's me, Hal. I saw 3 green guys entering the Earth from low Earth orbit. Send me the location coordinates." "Okay, I'll." Before Hal finished speaking, the 3 green meteors suddenly flew straight towards him as if they were accelerating. There was a beam of green light that was faster than a meteor, and it was so close in the blink of an eye. After a week of training, Hal already had some combat consciousness. He swayed and avoided the green light. At this time, a green arm like a pincer whizzed past him. If he hadn't escaped just now, he would have been caught now. It seems that the visitor is not good, Hal thought. However, the man did not use a killing weapon. It seemed that he just wanted to give him a blow. On the other side, Kilowog was surprised that this new rookie actually escaped this blow. It seems that his quality is not bad. Tomalay on the side saw this situation and said with a smile, "The lantern ring never chooses the wrong person, right?" The third person in the team is Boudica, the Iron Lady of Green Lantern. She has pink skin and white hair, and her facial features are almost the same as those of humans. She seemed to admire Hal very much. After all, in terms of appearance, the handsome Earth boy was in line with the aesthetics of their race. Maybe, but to be Aubin Sur's successor, he needs to show more. Aubin Sur, like Sinestro, is known as the greatest Green Lantern and is highly respected by the Legion members. As a training officer, Kilowog had a close relationship with Aubin Sur, and he could not accept an Earthling as that person's successor. Let's see if this Earthling is qualified to inherit Abosol's great legacy. After saying that, Kilowog shot out green light again. This time there was no tangible object, but a straight light. Hal naturally cannot travel faster than light, so he can only set up a shield in front of his body. The green laser hits the shield, pushing him away. On a small island in the sea, he stopped. At this time, shouldn't you introduce yourselves first? Hal looked at the three people who landed. Kilowog said, "No need, because I know very well that you don't deserve this ring." Hal was a little annoyed when he heard this, but he had been in contact with Dane for a long time, and he also learned the yin and yang. "Is that so? I thought it was all about the ring choice." Then he raised his eyebrows and looked at Kilowog provocatively, "So it's you who decided all this? Then why don't you shout and let it follow you back? When did Kilowog suffer from such birdiness?" He pointed the ring at once, and shackles fixed to the earth appeared under Hal's feet, restricting his movement. Then Kilowog's huge amount of size directly collided with him. If this hit was real, Hal would have to suffer some physical pain. But Hal reacted very quickly, and he instantly manifested a chainsword, just like the one used by the big cans in Warhammer 40k. He slashed with one hand. Kilowog quickly ducked to the side. Hal took the opportunity to chop the chainsword on the shackles, splitting them open. "Yet twice," Boudica commented with a smile. But Tomare was not in this mood. Seeing that Kilowog couldn't take him down for a while, he couldn't help but step forward to help. He reached out and pointed, and the light ring connected with a huge amount of bident flew towards Hal. "That's not fair." Thomas Ray was sure he heard the sound and quickly used the ring to detect the enemy's situation. But the next moment the sound appeared, a red figure appeared out of thin air and reached out to grab the tip of the two-dented sword. Dane squeezed it gently with one hand, and the weapon made of green energy exploded instantly. "One-on-one is the only way to show respect for this battle, isn't it?" He smiled and said to the fishman head opposite. Tomare and Boudica were on alert at the same time. "Who are you?" Boudica looked solemn. The way the other party appeared was completely unexpected, and the light ring did not sound an alarm at all. "You broke into this planet without permission, but you asked me who I am. That doesn't sound reasonable." Dane's body floated, and his eyes flashed with lightning. "Green Lantern Corps, you need to know basic etiquette when entering other people's homes. You seem to lack similar upbringing. When they, the Green Lantern Corps, travel across the universe, have they ever heard such arrogant words?" In order to safeguard the honor of the Legion, Tomare and Boudica launched an attack on Dane without thinking. However, it can be seen that he did not use all his strength, but just wanted to teach him a lesson. But Dane wanted to try the quality of these Green Lanterns. It is said that the Green Lantern Corps is invincible in single combat. If it exceeds 3, it will be weak. If it exceeds 5, the team will be destroyed. He wanted to verify it. So when he saw that these two people were actually trying to use those creations with no attack power to deal with him, he directly used the power of Hercules to tear their creations into pieces. "You are so weak-willed." He deliberately laughed mockingly in an attempt to provoke them, and he succeeded. Kilowog directly abandoned Hal and built a green miniature sun directly behind Dane. The temperature of the sun is not simulated, but the gravity of the sun is simulated. Dane suddenly felt huge amounts of force pulling on him, pulling on every cell in his body. "Oh? Is it gravity?" Wang Wang Zhao, Dane stood on the ground and used magic to connect himself to the earth. Thomas Ray, who has a fish-like face, constructs a gun and shoots lasers from the barrel. Boudica constructed a meteorite, larger than Dane's entire body, and struck him directly. Upon seeing this, Hal wanted to step forward to help, but was stopped by Dane. "Let me play." He was speechless when he heard this. Dane ignored the laser shot from the fishman's face. It hit the lightning symbol on his chest and was bounced away, without causing him any harm. The meteorite struck, and Dane stopped it with one hand. It was as easy as catching a baseball, and he swung it aside. The meteorite hit Kilowog at a super fast speed, and the miniature sun he built was crumbling as if it was about to disintegrate. Dane used the thunder with both hands, hitting Tomoe and Boudica one by one, causing them to look up to the sky and scream. But this time the thunder and lightning no longer disappeared like a one-time attack. It persisted, like a pair of big hands pulling the two people over. Dane held two aliens in one hand and threw them into the miniature sun, smashing it into pieces. He shook his head. You are too weak. If all the Green Lanterns in OUA are like this, then he can destroy them all. Chapter 77. Your will is too scattered and not focused enough. It turns out that the rumor that the Green Lantern Corps will be destroyed after 3 rounds is true, and Dane has some guesses about this. I know that your Green Lantern Corps relies on will as its strength, but in multi-person team battles, your performance seems to be unsatisfactory. Is it possible that when you have teammates around you, you subconsciously feel that you have support, so your willpower is subconsciously weakened? The 3 Green Lanterns trembled when they heard this, and raised their heads to look at Dane. You said, if I kill you until only the last one is left. Dane smiled and said scary words. Will that person be so scared that he turns around and runs away, or is he strong enough to beat me to death on the spot? This seems worth a try. Hal scratched the back of his head with a strange expression. What Dane said was a joke, right? But looking at his happy expression, he suddenly felt a little unsure. But the 3 Green Lanterns didn't dare to bet at all. Kilowog shouted angrily, don't even think about it. He soared into the sky in one fell swoop, much faster than before. Not bad, not bad. The strength is just so-so. Dane flew back, his white necromancer robe being blown by the strong wind. The white corner of his clothes was right in front of Kilowog, but he couldn't catch it. But it's not enough. Dane sighed and activated Mercury's speed, and he flew to Kilowog's side in a state of stasis in time. A punch hit his big head. Kilowog was knocked away by the fist, and his body was sliced 460 degrees and floated on the sea. Hal's throat moved in the distance and he swallowed secretly. This punch feels heavier than Superman's fist. Kilowog is different from the new Green Lantern like Hal, who is still short-lived. He is a veteran Green Lantern. The body is always covered with the protective energy of the green light, almost forming a physical instinct. But this instinct failed to allow him to survive Dane's attack for a while, and the green light energy shield was easily broken. Kilowog! The fish-faced Thomas Ray shouted and flew up, and Boudica on the side also quickly followed. This is a formidable enemy that requires them to work together and deal with it with all their strength. 2 huge amounts of mechanical gloves appeared in Toma Ray's hands, and the elbow parts pumped like a hydraulic press. He quickly came to Dane and punched with both hands at the same time. Dane held the left and right fists, but not yet finished. The accelerators of the 2 gloves turned rapidly, adding a second power to the fists. Bigger and more powerful. But Dane was as steady as a rock, and Thomas Ray tried his best and couldn't make him take a step back. But at this moment, Boudica fell from the sky. With the help of gravitational potential energy, she manifested a sharp spear, pointing directly at Dane's head. Why do you Green Lanterns like to manifest cold weapons? Dane shook his head and used his hands to lift Toma Ray so that his back was facing the tip of the spear falling from the sky. Boudica quickly changed direction and passed them. Dane opened his arms, causing the opponent's door to open, and he kicked Toma Ray away. At this time, he lowered his head and saw that a strong current suddenly surged from the sea surface, and the current took on the shape of a snake. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed Dane into its belly. It was Boudica. She squeezed her willpower hard and made the water flow faster and faster, trying to make Dane unable to cope. Kilowog! Quick! Kilowog shouted to the sky, and rich green light bloomed in his hands. He stretched out his finger, and a fist-thick green laser burst out from the ring. The beam of light directly hit the long column of water flow. Boudica let go of the control of the water flow and also burst out with strong willpower. She reached out and pointed in Dane's direction, and a green laser also hit Dane. Thomas Ray, who was in the sky, was naturally not far behind. He used the greatest willpower in his life to shoot out green light and shot Dane with a strong will to kill dead man. The 3 rays of light connected at the intersection point of Dane, and the strong energy finally gave his divine body some feeling. The feeling isn't even pain. Yes, Shazam's body has very high resistance to energy. The so-called magic resistance is actually energy resistance. Just like Superman's resistance to physics, Shazam's resistance to energy attacks is also at a bug level, so the green light energy ray attacks. It's not painful or itchy at all. You really might as well attack me physically. At least Superman's fist would feel pain if he hit it once, but he felt that these 3 might not reach that level. It is more reliable to use Green Lantern's energy to create objects. Energy attacks alone cannot defeat him. Your killing intent is vulnerable to attack. Dane jumped upwards, like an arrow from the string, soaring into the sky. Thomas Ray looked at the unharmed Dane in horror, and fear could not help but arise in his heart. Sika. As he lived with fear, his willpower weakened, and the intensity of the green light energy decreased significantly. His ray hit Dane on the chest, just like water splashing on him. Dane stretched out his hand and pinched Thomas Ray's face with his palm, dragging him to continue flying forward. The frightened Thomas Ray was unable to make any effective response at all. He allowed his face to be grabbed by Dane, and his body flew freely behind him with the inertia. He had lost control of his body. Toma. Kilowog and Boudica lost their target and could only watch as Toma was caught by the enemy. They chased after them, but they could never catch up with the enemy. Thinking of Dane's previous words about killing them until only one person was left, the 2 of them couldn't help but feel nervous. Boudica looked at Kilowog subconsciously. She was a loyal supporter of Sinestro, and naturally she was also a member of the Yellow Lantern Corps that he had secretly chosen. You must not die in a place like this. When necessary, he could only sacrifice Kilowog. At that time, she would inform the Asgardian Council, saying that Hal disobeyed the Legion's command and violated the regulations and killed the 2 Green Lanterns. But she didn't expect that Dane actually had no intention of killing them. He's not a murderous maniac, so why would he kill someone for no reason? The 3 Green Lantern Corps soldiers were taught a lesson just because they were dissatisfied with their condescending attitude. Oh, your technological advancement is amazing, right? Can I enter the house without the owner's permission? As one of the Asgardians on this planet, Shazam has enough identity and reason to teach them a lesson. But that's all. He threw Thomas Ray in Hal's direction like a baseball. Catch him! Hal was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly opened his hands. What? Wait! Bang! With a sound, Thomas Ray ran directly into his arms and knocked Hal several hundred meters away. When he stopped, he felt as if he had been hit by a sap in his chest. And Thomas Ray has lost the ability to resist, and his power of will is as dim as ever. Anyone who has never faced Dane will not understand this feeling of powerlessness. Boudica, who was flying from a distance, saw this and his eyes flashed. She suddenly felt that the other party was not as malicious as he showed. Only Kilowog still rushed forward stupidly and wanted to continue fighting with Dane. Dane doesn't spoil him either. He usually doesn't use fighting skills because he can also beat Deadman with BD boxing. What skills are needed for Saitama's continuous normal punches? So when Dane punched nearly 100 punches in 1 second, even though he didn't use much strength. But Kilowog was still beaten into a state of shock, and his body fell directly into the ocean. During this process, Boudica did not move at all. He neither continued to attack Dane, nor caught Kilowog, nor did he intend to rescue Tomalay. She just stopped there, spreading her hands to show that she was not hostile. Dane waved his hand, and the power of magic shaped the seawater, and a big hand made of seawater caught the fallen Kilowog. He glanced at Boudica with a somewhat thoughtful look. This female alien looked different from the two Green Lanterns. Dane smelled conspiracy and betrayal. Chapter 78. You don't look like you want to continue fighting with me. I think maybe there is some misunderstanding between us, we just came here to find new members to join the group. Boudica said, shifting her gaze to Hal's face. Earthling Hal Jordan, you have been chosen by the ring. But until the Asgardians decide, you are not actually a true Green Lantern. She paused and Tuan asked, Ajol, where is his body? In fact, she and her companions had already guessed the outcome, but they still couldn't help but ask. Although he has secretly switched sides, Boudica's respect for Abensur is not false. He exploded along with the spacecraft. Boudica and Toma Rei lowered their heads sadly, reluctantly accepting the fact that their comrades died without intact bodies. Hal decided to change the atmosphere. I heard him say that Asgardian will send people to find me. Are you talking about you? Boudica and Tomale looked at each other. Now that they were defeated in embarrassment, they were embarrassed to say that their original purpose was to take back Abensur's ring. Snort! Dane used his big hand made of sea water to throw upwards, and Kilowog's shocked body was thrown onto the shore. Boudica had no choice but to answer honestly according to the army's rules, yes, we are here to take you back to talk. The Asgardians are still discussing the proposal of whether to make you a member of the Green Lantern Corps. If you wish. Originally, it was impossible for the Green Lantern Corps to be so humble, but who made them inferior in skills? Under Dane's watchful eye, Boudica could only persuade her with kind words. I remember when Boudica joined the group, Sinestro was very domineering and directly dragged people to OA Star for training. She was never asked whether she agreed or not, but this also strengthened her loyalty to Sinestro. She was a hawk to begin with. It seems that only Sinestro can change the Legion's declining status. She thought to herself. Although Hal had already been mentally prepared for this, he still felt a little uneasy when the incident came. He subconsciously looked at Dane. Dane said directly, since this is the rule of the Green Lantern Corps, Hal, whether you are willing to go to OA to accept the test depends on your wishes. But these words lifted Boudica's heart. Dane looked at Boudica expressionlessly. No matter what the final result is, Hal Jordan is a part of the Earth. I hope he can return to Earth intact. I haven't introduced myself seriously yet, have I? Hearing what he said, Boudica and Tomare listened carefully. My name is Shazam and I am one of the Asgardians of this world. If anything happens to Hal Jordan, no matter where you are, no matter how many of you there are, they will all face the wrath of the Justice League. As soon as he finished speaking, violent thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, and dark clouds gathered together for no reason. The wind was strong on the sea, the waves were rolling, and huge waves rolled up from time to time. As the thunder snake flashed, Dane's body was suspended in front of them like a giant pillar that hit the sky. The power of the old gods caused great changes in the sky, and a heavy pressure like a mountain hung over everyone's heads. You know, it was a sunny day just now. Hal didn't feel terrible. On the contrary, he felt warm and moved. Boudica said with difficulty, I understand, in the name of the Green Lantern Corps, we must ensure the safety of Hal Jordan. When she finished speaking, she came to her senses again. Dane could no longer be seen in front of her eyes, and she looked up at the sky. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, and she lowered her head to look at the sea. The sea was as quiet as if there had never been waves. This power is so terrifying, just an emotional fluctuation can trigger a strong reaction from natural phenomena. She vaguely remembered that there seemed to be a type of powerful life forms in the universe, and their every move was the incarnation of the power of nature. Compared with the power of the emotional spectrum, it is more direct and rarer. Boudica recalled carefully and finally remembered their names: old gods. Universe, sector number 2312, edge of the Milky Way. After careful selection, Sinestro finally selected about 300 Legion elites to fight against the Parallax Demon. These members are all carefully selected by him and belong to the most elite group. Even so, it already accounts for almost 1/10 of the entire Legion's combat strength. OA divides the universe into 3,600 sectors, so under normal circumstances, there are only 3,600 Green Lanterns on standby. The rest are all reserve members, recruits who have never been on the battlefield. If all these more than 300 Green Lantern elites were lost here, they would surely be able to severely damage the Green Lantern Corps. Thinking of this, Sinestro couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. On a planet that has lost all life, the huge size of the Parallax Demon is sleeping in the atmosphere. It is digesting what it has gained this time. The amount of fear on the entire planet is very huge, and it is somewhat full. At this time, it discovered hundreds of green little bugs flying here from the distant space. Green Lantern Corps, ha! You can also have a small dessert after the meal. The Parallax Demon instantly felt that life was full of happiness. Sinestro took the lead, but when he issued the first blow, his position had quietly moved back. The other Green Lanterns were unaware and quickly filled the empty space. They jointly used the green light energy to manifest, and a giant cage enveloped the Parallax Demon. "You guys are such a bunch of cuties." The Parallax Demon laughed crazily upon seeing this. Its octopus-shaped tentacles shrank and expanded, and instantly exploded the green cage. Affected by this impact, hundreds of Green Lanterns flew upside down, and it took a lot of effort to stop. "It's too powerful," Green Lantern said. "Let it taste this." Sinestro's trip was not only to weaken the Green Lantern Corps, but also to test the yellow energy. "Please give me flowers." So he didn't take advantage of the situation and devoted himself to the battle seriously. Under the influence of his willpower, a nearby satellite was pulled by his power and gradually changed its orbit. Seeing this, other Green Lanterns also used green light energy together, and their wills were condensed into one. The satellites moved towards the Parallax Demon according to their will. Although it looked unhappy, when the Parallax Demon discovered it, the satellite was already close at hand. The planet's gravity caught it, making it difficult for Parallax to move freely. But the Parallax Demon didn't care, it chuckled. The dirty yellow tentacles grabbed the satellite in a wave, as easily as grabbing a bowling ball. The tentacles contracted and directly crushed the small satellite. The broken gravel squeezed the inner core, eventually triggering a violent explosion. The dust and gravel exploded, and the impact cloud was like an unstoppable city wall that once again knocked all the Green Lanterns away. "You are too weak," Parallax Demon roared. Its big yellow eyes stared at all the Green Lanterns, and an invisible force came out of it. At that moment, except for the most determined Sinestro, all the other Green Lanterns felt their hearts being pinched by a big hand. Uncontrollable fear suddenly surged into my heart. Just when their will was wavering, yellow shadows began to appear on their bodies. The appearance of those phantoms is exactly the same as the skeletal structure in Green Lantern's body, which is the embodiment of their inner fear and vitality. The Parallax Demon was overjoyed when he saw this. He opened his bloody mouth, and a yellow vortex swirled in its mouth like a tornado. The yellow fears embodied by the Green Lanterns were attracted by this suction force, and flew out of their bodies one after another, and then flew into the mouth of the Parallax Demon. "It's amazing. This power is far more powerful than the power of the green light." Sinestro was not surprised but overjoyed. He was now more confident in forming his own Yellow Lantern Corps. The Parallax Demon saw that there was still a small insect left, and the yellow tentacles stretched out again. But this time, it didn't catch Sinestro. Its size is too large, which means its movements are not flexible. This is one of the reasons why Dane feels that it is not as strong as the two before it was combined. If it weren't for the fact that the target on Earth is too big, it would not be able to escape at all. The superheroes can definitely kite it, and even if they can't beat it, it's totally fine to run away. The Parallax Demon's most powerful tool is the manifestation of fear. It can induce fear in the hearts of living beings, making them unable to move, and then slowly eat them. But if the target can overcome this fear, then there is actually nothing the parallax demon can do to take the target. Sinestro is the kind of person who can overcome fear. It is not without reason that he is known as the greatest green man. Let's leave the battle between us until next time, parallax demon. After saying that, Sinestro ignored the roar of the parallax demon behind him and followed the wormhole built by the green light energy. The wormhole disappeared and Sinestro disappeared from sight. The parallax demon bared his teeth and claws in anger, and stayed where he was, roaring angrily. Chapter 79. A Star. Hal followed 3 green lanterns to this ancient planet. Kilowog and Tomare still didn't like him, so they didn't communicate with him throughout the whole process. On the contrary, Boudica was quite friendly to him. It was the first time for Hal to see so many aliens, and it was also the first time for Hal to physically travel across the universe, so everything he saw felt fresh. There are all kinds of alien races here, but what surprised him was that most races have a humanoid appearance. Although they look strange, many of them have hands and feet, and they also have facial features that are in line with human aesthetics. There are even many aliens who are almost indistinguishable from Earthlings except for their different skin colors. If Dane heard his question here, he would definitely tell him that it was more than that. In the worldview of American comics, there is not even reproductive isolation between most humanoid life forms. Interstellar hybrids are everywhere, and Clark and Lois' future child is a good example. Not only is this true in the universe, but in the magical world, there is no such thing as reproductive isolation between creatures of different dimensions. 3 house demons born in the dark space can give birth to offspring with human women, demons can combine with humans to give birth to demigods, gods can 120 combine with humans to give birth to demigods, etc. In the final analysis, it is because the world of American comics does not really develop naturally. They are worlds that evolved on the basis of creationism. Dane sometimes even suspected that the gods in the American comic world used the same set of DNA when creating all life, but the different expression directions caused differences in appearance. If this is really the case, then the creator is also lazy. He is not even willing to design a new genetic method and a new life form, such as silicon-based organisms. While Hal was looking around in wonder, many aliens were also looking at him with the same eyes. Not only because Earthlings are extremely rare here on OA, but also because they have already received the news. A man on Earth inherited the ring from Abin Sur, the Great Green Lantern. Many people secretly complained. They believed that Abin Sur chose this Earthling because he had no other choice. This is not their random guess. In fact, there are many people on the Earth who meet the green light ring selection criteria. At least at that time, Batman, Dane, Diana, and others were more suitable to be Green Lantern warriors than a flight crew member. But they were not close enough, so they all became substitutes. In the comics, there are actually other candidates for Abin Sur's ring, such as Guy Gardner. Because of the distance, he became a substitute and fell behind Hal. According to the inner thoughts of many alien Green Lanterns, there are many races in the universe that are far more suitable to be the successors of Abin Sur than the people on Earth. But there is no way, the light ring has chosen him. Kilowog flew to the central conference room with a few people. At the door, they were stopped by another team of Green Lantern. Kilowog said in a loud voice, "We brought the Earthling Hal Jordan under the orders of the Asgardians." He still doesn't want to admit that Hal is a member of the Green Lantern Corps, even more so after being beaten up by Dane. But he is a warrior with integrity and will not blame Hal for his failure, but don't expect him to have a good tone either. The green light law enforcement team guarding the gate shook his head. "I'm sorry, Kilowog. It's not that I don't let him go, but the Asgardians are discussing very important matters with Sinestro and have no time to take care of you for the time being." What happened? Thomas Ray suddenly remembered that didn't Sinestro lead a team to defeat the Parallax Demon before? Could it be an accident? Sure enough, the law enforcement team replied, we only know that among the more than 300 Green Lanterns who went to defeat the Parallax Demon, only Sinestro came back alive, and he was seriously injured. When Hal heard his words, his pupils shrank violently. More than 300 Green Lanterns like him died in one fell swoop? He couldn't help but lower his head and look at his ring. Is this job so dangerous? Father, if I died in the process of enforcing justice, would you be proud of me? And, Carol. But not long after, someone came out and said something in the ears of the law enforcement team members. He immediately turned his head and looked at Hal up and down. Asgardian has decided to see you, go in. After that, he gave up his position. Hal looked around at the other Green Lanterns, shrugged and walked in first. To his surprise, after entering the hall, it was not indoors, but outdoors. There are no roads to walk on here, it's all steep mountains. We are Green Lantern, we fly. Boudica smiled at him and flew forward wrapped in green light. Kilowog and Thomas Ray followed closely by Hal. Not far from the central area, he finally saw a man-made object. It was a platform of huge amounts, surrounded by 10 tall stone pillar seats, but one of them had broken. Sitting on each of the remaining 9 high platforms is a small blue man with a big head. Please forgive Hal's description. The only difference between them and the Smurfs is that they are not cute enough. They all look like serious little old men. Hal couldn't help but think of politicians on Earth. And in the middle clearing surrounded by them, stood another red-skinned Green Lantern. He has pointed ears, a hippie-like beard, and a broad forehead. When Sinestro saw Hal Jordan, a strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart, as if he was destined by fate. But this feeling was fleeting and made him suspect that it was just an illusion. New rookie, what are you waiting for? Boudica and others arrived here and stopped. You can only walk on your own the road behind, our mission has been completed. Hal nodded and flew to the center of the platform to stand. He raised his head and frowned a little. You said these little blue men are really short. Why are they sitting so high? Do you like to be looked up at by others? One of the little blue men spoke. Earthling Hal Jordan, you must know. The Green Lantern Corps is a very sacred institution, and not just anyone can join it. They shoulder huge amounts of responsibilities. Each member has the ability to patrol one of the 3,600 sectors, but... He was interrupted by Hal before he finished speaking. He hated hearing long nonsense. Like one police officer per jurisdiction. The Asgardian who spoke choked and hesitated. Yes, I think so. Asgardian is familiar with the knowledge of all planets in the universe, so he can understand the meaning of police. Hal continued, my uncle was a police officer and worked in Beach City for 30 years. Asgardian was a little embarrassed when Hal interrupted his spell casting, so he could only continue, yes, but... Hal continued to talk, as if falling into his own memories, he once asked me to turn on the siren. He was very nice. Sinestro's lips curled up slightly when he saw Hal not shying away from the Asgardian. Asgardian finally couldn't help raising his voice, but these are far from enough. Then he began to speak faster. The green light ring is a very complex tool. It requires the user to be highly concentrated. Hal stood there and crossed his chest confidently, I think I can already use it. Asgardian then remembered the scene where he had just used the ring to fly over. One of the little blue men named Larnica said honestly. He actually knows how to use it. The Asgardian who spoke before couldn't help but call him, Larnica. But the other party immediately changed the subject and said to the other little blue people. Why are we wasting our time? He's an earthling. An Asgardian echoed, yeah, it's hard not to think about that. The Asgardian Gunter on the side saw Hal's incomprehensible expression and explained. I'm afraid you earthlings don't have a good reputation among the stars. We? Earthlings? What the hell? We haven't even been out of the solar system, and the furthest we can go is just 2 steps to the moon. Are people on Earth eating your rice? Hal felt bitter in his heart. Although he had accepted the fact that there were other aliens living on the Earth, he could not accept outsiders slandering his home planet and his own race. So Hal interrupted the Asgardians' discussion. "Look, guys, I didn't ask for this ring. 4.6 If you want to recycle it, you can take it back, but you are not qualified to belittle my race and my home planet. Besides, you are not as smart as I thought by making such one-sided remarks based solely on stereotypes. A wise person shouldn't belittle a species based on mere assumptions. I don't mind your short heads, big heads, and weird skin colors." The corners of Sinestro's mouth gradually widened. "And the Asgardians were bad-mouthed, it seems we should add a crime to him, bad-mouthed." But Ganser stood up and said something fair. "Earthlings are not that bad, if they are as untrustworthy as you say. There is no power in this galaxy that can force the ring to wear on his hand. But it's there, one with him." The Asgardians started talking again, and at this time, Sinestro finally stepped onto the stage. "Asgardians, listen to me." All the little blue people fell silent and looked at him. "Given the current shortage of manpower in the Corps, I think it is necessary to relax some red tape. Why don't you leave this human being to me to lead and test him?" Chapter 80. The Asgardians agreed to Sinestro's suggestion and gave Hal to his leadership. When this proposal was passed, Kilowog was still a little unhappy. When Boudica asked about it, he just said, "I am the instructor here." Obviously he was still a little dissatisfied with the Asgardians assigning Hal to Sinestro, but he always respected the Asgardians, so this dissatisfaction did not show up. And Hal just looked at Sinestro inexplicably. "Do I know you?" "No, you don't know, but Afsul is my best friend," Sinestro said. In some comic settings, Sinestro and Aubensur are even in-laws, and Aubensur's sister is Sinestro's wife. But in this universe, they are just very close comrades in arms. In order to realize his ideals and ambitions, Sinestro actually allowed the death of Aubensur. He knew how dangerous the Parallax demon was, but he didn't let anyone respond to him in advance. But Hal didn't know all this. He heard that he had a good relationship with Aubensur, and he couldn't help but show some intimacy. There are too few aliens on Oa who are kind to the human race. It is not easy for Sinestro to speak for them. That's what Hal thought, anyway. Later, Sinestro took him to the place where the central energy battery was stored. This place is called Altar, and the central energy battery is shaped like a large lantern several stories high. It is not only the source of energy for the Green Lanterns, but also stores all the known information of the universe. When Aubensur died, his news was updated without delay in this large lantern. However, due to the huge amount of data on energy sources, although a lot of data has been updated, it may not be discovered immediately. It still takes a certain amount of time for people to receive information. They have to finish what they are doing before anyone notices the new information. Sinestro looked deeply into the heart of Oua and asked Hal. "Hal, do you know where this place is?" Hal was about to say he didn't know, but the ring on his hand suddenly lit up automatically, and his eyes were also covered with a green light. "This is the central energy battery, the energy source of the Green Lantern ring, the heart of Oa." How did I know?" Hal said strangely after reacting. Sinestro was not surprised. It seems that the neural connection between you and the ring is very smooth. For an Earthling, it is undoubtedly excellent. Then, Sinestro pointed the ring at the big lantern, and a green light hit it straight. A door opened in the center of the big lantern, and green wool energy filled it. "Come on, Hal Jordan, every member of the team is going to do this ritual. Aim your ring at the lantern battery and it will do the rest for you." Hal Yin stepped forward, took a deep breath, and then pointed the ring at the battery. Suddenly, a majestic flow of information entered his brain, and images of countless life forms flashed before Hal's eyes. They were as vivid as a part of his memory, impacting his soul with a brute force. "Incredible, he couldn't help but admire. But Sinestro was not satisfied. He was surprised by Hal's acceptance of this information, but this ceremony was not like this. So he pointed the ring at Hal, and a tentacle appeared from the center of the lantern symbol of the lamp ring and wrapped around Hal's arm. Before Hal could react to what was happening, the tentacle suddenly pulled and pressed his arm and ring into the inside of the battery. Suddenly, a far greater flow of information than before rushed into his mind, confusing his brain. Hal screamed uncontrollably. The severe pain caused by the rapid operation of his brain was so intense that he could no longer think any effectively. He saw a lot of things, including knowledge, images, pictures, and history. Just when I wanted to remember something, it was washed away by other information that followed. As a result, the more he sees, the more he forgets. The CPU of the brain seems to be completely burned out. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Sinestro smiled and pulled Hal out. He staggered and flew out, hit the wall, then fell, and finally half-knelt on the ground and gasped. The uniform was almost soaked with sweat all over his body, and his hair was wet and clinging to his scalp. Sinestro praised, "Yes, the last recruit burned out his tentacles, but you can still stay awake." Hal's Q&A was weak, "Thanks for the compliment. You are indeed good. Unlike other people, I like humans. I like their spirit and their inherent disdain for the powerful." Hal seemed to hear something in his words and raised his head in surprise. Sinestro's eyes contained profound meaning, "We follow the rules here. The Asgardians hope that everything will remain the same forever, but we all know that this is impossible. Don't worry, the Asgardians will pay attention to you, but I only care about your qualifications. You have the qualifications to be a warrior, Hal, don't waste it." On Earth, Dane had his sights set on someone at the moment. Hector Hammond, he learned this name from the Sky Eye Society. After Hal successfully became a Green Lantern, Dane suddenly remembered that in the original movie, there was a scientist on Earth who was infected by yellow energy. But he didn't pay much attention to the story of Green Lantern, and the character wasn't a very famous villain, so that for a while he couldn't recall his name at all. Until recently, Amanda Waller came to Beach City. How should I put it, as long as this woman is involved, you should pay careful attention to it. So he asked Cortana to hack into Amanda's phone again. Who asked her to install the Kuido app? In fact, he didn't install any program on the other party's phone. It was all Kuido's own backdoor. Almost all of Amanda's secrets were open to Cortana. As soon as she got off the plane in Beach City, she went straight to the laboratory funded by the local Sky Eye Society. There, she met Hector Mund, who was no longer human. He looks very weird now, his head is more than twice as big as before, and his hair is almost falling out. And the cheeks are swollen and the skin is unhealthy and sallow. His eyes were filled with yellow light and he looked extremely evil. "Hector Hammond, you are accused of murdering Congressman Hammond. Is there anything else you want to say?" Shortly after Hal left the Earth, Hector once again found the opportunity to kill his father. But this time there was no superhero to save him, and he died a clean death. After killing his only relative in the world, Hector suddenly woke up from that inexplicable emotion. He just stared at his father's body blankly until the security team heard the noise and broke into the door. Hector was captured by the local police without any resistance. As for 580 Congressman Hammond, he is different from ordinary members. Secretly, he has a close relationship with the Sky Eye Society. The laboratory funded by the Sky Eye Society in Beach City actually has his shadow behind it. But no one expected that his son actually killed him. This disrupted the Sky Eye Society's layout in Beach City. They still haven't figured out who the mysterious man was who saved the congressman and Carol at Ferris's celebration. And not much progress has been made in reverse engineering the materials of the alien spacecraft. At the moment when something like this happens, there is an urgent need for someone with the ability to come over and take charge of the overall situation. After learning about this, Amanda volunteered to come. She had an intuition in her heart that there was obviously a linear connection between the events between Hector and the aliens. The file shows that Hector once followed the Sky Eye Society to investigate the crash site of the spacecraft. She thought it was likely that he had had third-kind contact with some kind of alien life unknown to them at that time. Hector's own changes and his crazy behavior towards his father are also likely to be caused by the influence of the third type of contact. When Dane saw this, he couldn't help but admire this woman's keen insight. She almost completely guessed the whole story correctly. But what Amanda did next made Dane regretful. Amanda tries to convince Hector to become her subordinate and do things for her. Dane knew that she had been recruiting super criminals with special abilities in Gotham, but he didn't expect her to be so bold. She never seemed to have thought that the main reason why criminals are criminals is because they do not obey discipline. And why do you, an ordinary clerk, think you can wear a dog leash around the necks of a group of extremely vicious super criminals? Just because you are black enough? Chapter 81. Hector opened his yellow eyes and stared blankly at Amanda. Suddenly, he smiled sarcastically. I know what you want to do, Ms. Waller. Amanda Waller's eyes sharpened, and she did not introduce herself. Yes, you didn't, Ms. Waller. I didn't get this information from you or anyone else. As he spoke, Hector tapped his temple with his finger. It's your brain and your thoughts that tell me. Can you read minds? Amanda asked, feeling a little flustered. She knows a lot of secrets that cannot be disclosed to the outside world. Damn it, is this direct meeting still hasty? Perhaps because he was teased by Lei Zioga for being timid before, a footage well lost his due vigilance this time. Hector admired the fear growing in her heart and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The incident of patricide has profoundly changed his mind and made him completely controlled by the power of the yellow spectrum. It is precisely because of this that his brain is connected to another great existence, the parallax demon. It has noticed the planet. There's no point in it all. Hector was mentally disturbed, which made him look even more terrifying. Close encounters of the third kind isn't as good as we thought, you know? Ms. Waller. Sometimes those crappy directors in Hollywood get it right, when aliens discover our backward planet and civilization. Why don't they choose to destroy us, but instead help us? Hector laughed miserably. It's a pity that I understood it too late. We all understood it too late. It's coming. Amanda looked at the crazy Hector uneasily and walked out of the interrogation room full of worries. Ma'am, what are we going to do with this prisoner? Contain him alone in an isolation room, and by the way, prohibit him from contact with anyone. Remember, it's anyone. Okay ma'am. Dane, who had witnessed everything, quickly summoned the members of the Justice League, and this time everyone was present. Everyone, it has been 5 years since I first showed you the prophecy. This time, it's finally time to face the test. Batman was the first to speak. Is it the monster you once said was called Parallax Demon? In his Batcomputer, all the prophecies revealed by Dane are recorded, including the one about Green Lantern. This document clearly records that the greatest danger in this prophecy event is the alien monster called Parallax Demon. That's right. Dane nodded. Please note that Parallax Demon has an extremely large size. Just because of its huge size, once it gets close to the Earth, it will inevitably cause extreme changes in the gravitational field. This would be a huge amount of disaster for ordinary people. So, we'd better control the battlefield near low Earth orbit. Even if that doesn't work, we should control the landing location of the Parallax Demon in no man's land. Superman frowned. But how to do it? Except for you, Dane, and Diana, the other members do not have the ability to fight at high altitudes. Furthermore, the oxygen layer near low Earth orbit is very thin, and cosmic rays are very harmful to humans. Dane nodded and said, I have considered what you said, and when I knew that the Parallax Demon was about to come to Earth, I asked Umbrella to prepare combat tools. Question, how can an Earth civilization with a backward industrial base rapidly achieve technological leaps in a short period of time? The answer is, materials science. Like the Marvel world, the DC world is full of all kinds of unreasonable magical materials. For example, eternal metal, such as N-metal. Among them, eternal metal has its own magic power, and weapons made with it have extremely superior magical properties. Especially useful for magicians who are good at casting spells. In JLA, Zatanna and Constantine are both loyal users of eternal metal, with perfect praise rates. As for N-metal, it's funny to say that Dane stole the information about N-metal from Hawkman's computer. But although Carter Hall knew how to use N-metal, he had only a partial understanding of its molecular formula and principle of action. It's not that he hasn't done research, but he can only say that he has achieved very few results. In the final analysis, Carter is more accustomed to exploring the secrets of N-metal from a technological perspective, but ignores its magical properties. This led him to fall into one-sided thinking when studying N-metal. When Carter was still Prince Khufu of Egypt, he was responsible for studying the physical properties of N-metal. As for the magical properties of N-metal, the priests around them are responsible for it. But now, there is no priest coming to help him check for leaks and fill in the gaps, so he naturally becomes half-informed. But even so, he also has some knowledge that Dane does not. For example, N-metal replication technology. N-metal can be copied by N-metal. Otherwise, with Carter Hall's arrogant usage, even if he has an N-metal mine, it won't be able to withstand him digging for thousands of years. Dane obtained this technology by stealing Hawkman's research data. When he wasn't paying attention, he personally came to his door and took some screws from his plane. Don't tell me, he really wasn't bragging in the movie, these screws are really made of N-metal. So Umbrella is now able to produce some N-metal independently. Although the cost is extremely high, the overall function is much lower than that of real pure N-metal. But it is already an extremely remarkable achievement in materials science. N-metal has a very special property, which can give the wearer the ability to fly. This is of great strategic value in the Justice League. Eternal metal can develop the Ghost Engine, which has a super accelerated function and can overcome obstacles along the way like penetrating dimensions. What would happen if the properties of these two metals were combined? The super fast flight battlesuit can achieve this. Dane and Batman have been working on this for a long time, and now some results have been achieved. With the joint efforts of Batman and Umbrella has developed an ability for air combat for members who cannot fly. However, I still recommend that members who do not have high-strength physical bodies should stay away from the target as much as possible. Do we need to notify the authorities about this matter? Superman asked with some hesitation. Diana shook her head, I don't think there's any use telling them. Although she does not hate humans like other Amazon sisters, she is not optimistic about the current divided human forces. If humans all over the world could unite together, she would definitely support Clark without saying a word, but now she didn't have that kind of faith in humans. We should do this. Nightwing also came to the meeting. Although his ability is not very strong, Dane does not underestimate him because of this. He still has a chance to become a commander like Batman. No one stipulates that he must lead the way like Clark on the battlefield. Nightwing is not completely disappointed with the official power, and he advocates that the government should be informed of the upcoming crisis. Barbara agreed with him. Batman has not expressed his position. He does not believe in any official organization. No, he does not believe in anyone, whether official or not. And he felt that even if the JLA informed the authorities, they would probably be treated as careerists with malicious intentions. Dane was thinking, entering deep thought, and tapped his fingers on the table again and again. Everyone waited quietly for his decision. After a moment, he suddenly stood up. Niuli Zhao, speaking of which, we have never had a chance to say hello to the Martian who holds a high position in the military. What do you think of this timing? He wanted to see if Martian Manhunter still chose to fish at this time. Just as the Justice League on Earth was discussing how to deal with the Parallax Demon, the Parallax Demon also sensed the fear energy coming from Hector. Ah, this feeling is the energy left in Afsul's body. It moved its huge body, left the planet that had been sucked into a dead zone, and headed towards the Milky Way. I'll find you, damn Green Lanterns! Also, hypocritical Martis! It did not choose to attack OA Star now, because it knew that there was also a green light lantern beast ion shark inside the central energy pool. Parallax doesn't have the confidence to kill it now, so it needs more dread energy stars. The Earth, with a population of nearly 7 billion, can provide a huge amount of fear energy. Can greatly increase its power. After it completely absorbs all life on Earth, it will be the best time to launch an attack on OA. Chapter 82. On this day, Pioneer Technology President Dane Davis met with several generals from the Department of Defense. After the development in recent years, Pioneer Technology is no longer the upstart that only relied on fast shaking to become famous a few years ago. After occupying enough market share, Pioneer began a crazy acquisition journey. During the most difficult time for Pioneer Technology, Dane still needed to acquire rival companies with the money he earned from suppressing their stocks. But up to now, Pioneer's core technology has been enough to capture greater benefits and expand its business territory. What Pioneer does best is the sale of arms. Since he decided to attack Kanduk, he thought about it for a long time and finally decided to support the local resistance forces to fight for their freedom. To fight a war, you definitely need weapons and money. The international gang is backed by eternal metal veins and has strong scientific and technological strength. However, it can be seen that although the international gang's technological strength is very high, it is unable to mass produce and equip a full range of equipment. That is to say, the industrial strength is relatively poor. Only a small part of their special forces can equip the high technology of eternal metal, and most of the rest are common weapons on the market. This gave the Kanduk rebels an opportunity to continue their resistance. Dane fully studied the development history of Stark Enterprise in the universe next door, and developed a variety of new weapons that are extremely powerful and versatile. Apart from anything else, he easily made the Jericho missiles that Tony Stark sold to the military in Iron Man 1. There are also many other types of weapons in 300, so I won't introduce them one by one here. In short, with these new weapons, he successfully established a line with the military. The goods were also successfully sold to Kanduk through military connections. No, it should be said that the weapons were given to the Kanduk resistance forces at a bargain price. In the name of humanitarian aid. The war between the international gang and the resistance forces is now in full swing over there, and it should be difficult to determine the winner in a while. Although he really wanted to get Kanduk, Dane had no intention of becoming the president or king there. His first priority is still to improve his accumulation of magic and technology, and to improve his strength by the way. Just leave the government affairs to your trusted subordinates, and he can be a qualified behind-the-scenes mastermind and just lie down and count the money. He has always believed that there is no point in waiting for heroes to save people on political issues. Just like in Black Adam, what will happen even if Adam kills everyone in the international gang? If he can be sealed once, he may be sealed a second, third, or even countless times. Will Kanduk then have to watch helplessly as a second international gang takes it over again? They still have to become stronger themselves, and Dane's weapons and financial support are the foundation for their strength. Just like a country whose flag is a blue six-pointed star, relying on the support of its beautiful father to take root under the eyes of all enemies. Dane feels that he can also learn this model. Isn't it a proxy war? Seep. He didn't believe that Pioneer technology was so powerful that even the international gang couldn't handle it. After waiting for a while in the reception room, several invited generals from the Ministry of National Defense walked through the door. See you again, Dane. The person who spoke had a friendly tone, as if he was familiar with Dane. The leader was a middle-aged man with slightly grey hair. He had a resolute face and a tough temperament. He was an old soldier at first sight. His name is Sam Lois, the father of journalist Louise Lois. Welcome, General Lois. Next to Sam Lois stood a black general who looked to be in his prime. General Lois introduced to Dane, "This is Calvin Swanwick, a general with a promising future. I've heard about Dr. Davis for a long time." Swanwick apparently made similar contacts, and he shook hands with Dane politely. "You're welcome, General Swanwick. Please call me Dane." Dane smiled, and at the moment of shaking hands, Swanwick suddenly raised his head and looked at him in shock. Because the moment the two people's palms came into contact, a voice sounded in Swanwick's brain. "Hello, my friend from Mars, Kyan Z. Telepathy, this is a very common form of psychic magic. Dane definitely does, he just generally doesn't use it. Prying into other people's privacy at will is not only easy to arouse others' resentment, but also easy to fall into the dark side of others' hearts. But there is another very convenient way to use this magic. Don't think about reading other people's hearts, but put your own thoughts into the other person's mind. This method of use has almost no side effects." Swanwick quickly calmed down and forced himself to be rational. But after Dane conveyed the information he wanted to convey, he let go of his hand, and then started talking and laughing with General Lois. After that, it was as if this incident had never happened at all. Dane concentrated on introducing some new products to them, and did not use any supernatural powers to try to contact Swanwick throughout the process. The Black General almost thought that what he just did was an illusion. But when he tried to read Dane's heart, he found that he couldn't read anything. Moreover, there was a premonition of extreme danger warning him, and Swanwick could only suppress his thoughts. Dane worked hard to demonstrate pioneering scientific and technological achievements to General Lois. It is worth mentioning that Ferris Sabre series of drones are now equipped with an operating system jointly developed by Pioneer and the military. In the test flight performance, although Hal used his unruliness and boldness to blow up 2 fighter planes, he could not conceal the excellent performance of this drone. However, the Air Force was not satisfied with its intelligence system and operating system, so it entrusted Pioneer Technology to cooperate in the design, hoping to develop a new intelligent control system. This is the field of artificial intelligence. In this regard, if Pioneer claims to be second, who dares to claim to be first? It only took Dane 5 minutes to type out a piece of code, but it was not handed over to the military for acceptance until the day before the delivery deadline. The other person was immediately shocked, but to be honest, this code couldn't even compare to CAOYSI. Although it already outperforms all artificial intelligence code on the market. The Air Force man is very satisfied with the artificial intelligence system you designed. But I hope you can also provide some suggestions on army construction. After General Lois visited the weapons exhibition, he gave Dane a few words of advice and then left with Swanwick. Before Swanwick left, he glanced back at Dane. But he found that the other party was looking at him with deep meaning. He frowned, got in the car and left. Dane was not in a hurry. He rarely stayed in the company until get off work and even worked overtime for a while. When he finished his work and looked up, it was already dark. His office is located on the top floor of the building, and the windows are floor-to-ceiling windows. From here, you can overlook the street view of the entire city. He looked at the crowd below, and before long, a figure appeared in the sky in the distance. He flew very fast and arrived outside the French window before long. Dane pulled out the cork of the whiskey and asked him, "Come in for a drink." Swanwick outside at the moment has turned into a green-skinned Martian, but traces of Swanwick can still be seen on the outline of the facial features. He said nothing, but his body penetrated the glass easily and entered the building like a disembodied shadow. After settling on the ground station, the Martian manhunter once again changed into a human appearance, but his face was a little solemn. "You know me?" "Yes, Ron Rons, I know you. But this is impossible, my identity is known only to a friend, and he has passed away. I didn't find out through research, my friend. I found out through magic. What? Ron N was surprised. Martian Manhunter is a superhero with a technological side. His abilities basically come from the genes and biotechnology of Mars. Although he has lived on Earth for a long time, he does not understand the power of magic. On the contrary, he knew that there were legends about magic on Earth, but he had never witnessed it with his own eyes. It can only be said that as a Martian, he played the human role very successfully. How many people didn't realize that this guy was actually Martian Manhunter when they watched Zack Snyder's movie? But what Dane doesn't understand is that you say you regard the Earth as your second home, but how come you haven't taken action in several major incidents? If you want to say that he is fishing, he is also commanding military troops to fight against aliens. Speaking of which, I have been out a few times, and it seemed like I was trying to catch a fish, but I didn't fully catch it. What is certain is that Martian Manhunter is indeed not very active in resisting the crisis. Now that Parallax is about to invade, Dane must figure out where he stands. Chapter 83. I have always felt that verbal descriptions tend to distort narrative entities. If you don't mind, I can show you my memory. Dane said, extending his hand. Martian Manhunter has the ability of telepathy, and not only that, he can also integrate the target's thoughts and feel the other person's feelings. Dane said this with great sincerity and trust. So much so that Martian Manhunter couldn't help but say, "Are you sure?" "Definitely." Dane has such confidence. Because he has locked the things that the other party should not see. Techniques such as occlumency can be mastered by even mortals without magic. At least Dane knows that Batman's efforts to defend his brain are insane. He was a little worried that the other party would drive him crazy. After hesitating for a moment, Martian Manhunter finally accepted Dane's suggestion and held his hand. For a moment, Ron felt like he had entered another world. This place looked like an ordinary city. This is Beach City. Just as Ron was walking down the street as Swanwick, Dane's voice suddenly appeared. He looked towards the place where the sound came from. Dane was standing by the curb in casual clothes looking at him. This scene shouldn't have happened. Because under normal circumstances, it is difficult for people to make any modifications to their own memories, let alone appear here. Then he saw Dane pointing his finger toward the sky, and Ron followed the direction of his finger and looked toward the sky. At the moment when I raised my head, a dark cloud suddenly fell from the clear sky. This goes against common sense because this dark cloud is coming down from space. Ron's eyesight is excellent, and he has the same microscopic and visual abilities as Superman. He saw the entity of the dark cloud, a hideous and ugly yellow face with its bloody mouth open towards the earth. And Martian Manhunter has 9 sensory systems, and each sensory system is warning him. What it is? Ron N looked at the horizon in shock, a feeling of an impending storm weighing heavily on his heart. Dane was still standing quietly, and the people around him were still busy with their own affairs. No one expected that a disaster was about to come. He looked at Ron and said in a very calm tone, "It is the Parallax Demon, a monster formed from fear energy. It comes to Earth to eat." Eating. Ron's expression changed. Dane nodded. The Parallax Demon feeds on fear. It will trigger fear in the hearts of all sentient creatures, and then eat their fear along with their vitality. Before coming here, it had already eaten several planets. Ron was panicking, but at this time, the Parallax Demon, which had entered the Earth's orbit, was clearly visible. Among the pedestrians around, someone finally noticed something unusual in the sky. "What the hell is that?" A young man pointed his cell phone at the sky and took pictures. He seemed to be broadcasting live. "Friends, have you ever seen this kind of strange weather?" "Indeed not, because no cloud on Earth can grow a big yellow face and countless tentacles with teeth and claws." The young man soon realized that it was not a special weather phenomenon at all, but AFG species invasion. The tentacles of the Parallax Demon soon hung on the top of the high-rise building, and the yellow energy seemed to be alive, quickly sweeping through the building wrapped in black smoke. The person touched by the yellow energy will be dissolved in it within 10 seconds. When the yellow energy slides over, only the mummy exuding heat will be left. Ah! At this time, the citizens of Beach City finally understood that the danger was coming, and they instantly became ants on a hot pot. Screams, curses, cries and car horns rang out. In just a few minutes, order was completely destroyed. Dane still stood there, like a rock in the sea, letting people come and go, but he remained unmoved. Ron, on the other hand, tried his best to help those in need around him. He roared at Dane. "Do something!" However, Dane just said calmly, "Ron, this is just a memory." Ron N was stunned. Memory? He glanced at the victim who was run over by the overturned vehicle, and there was still warm blood on his hands. What memory is so real? Painful memories are often the most real. Dane didn't know when he had come to his side, looking at the parallax demon whose entire body had completely landed in Beach City. In the world he built, there was no Hal to save Beach City. There is no Superman, no Wonder Woman, and no Shazam in this world. In a world where all superheroes don't exist, its fate is already sealed. No. I don't believe it. Ron stood up, his face changed into that of Martian Manhunter. Dane watched him fly into the sky, and he began to face the parallax demon. A remnant of Mars. The inspection monster does not know Martians, but the little blue man integrated with the inspection monster has rich experience, and it can see through the true identity of Martian Manhunter at a glance. It occupies the sky above the city, laughing wildly. Opening his mouth wide, countless yellow fear energy was sucked in. Upon seeing this, Martian Manhunter's eyes lit up red, and 2 laser beams shot out, hitting the parallax demon in the face. The parallax demon tilted its big head. It didn't hide and couldn't hide. However, 99.9% of its huge body is made of yellow energy polymers, and it is not painful or itchy at all when laser light hits it. Ha ha ha, your power can't hurt me at all. Parallax demon laughed, opened his mouth and blew out a breath, and the yellow energy rolled up a tornado and blew Martian Manhunter away. At the same time, its tentacles opened like a membrane, and the inside protruded outward like a human being. "Please give me flowers." On the protruding position, there are faces with painful and ferocious expressions, as if the orcs are about to burst out of their membranes. When Martian Manhunter finally stabilized his body, those strange faces rushed out. They have no eyes, and their whole face only has a big mouth full of sharp teeth. These monsters have long arms, sharp fingers, and are full of aggression. Dane stood on the ground and made a visual inspection. There were thousands of them. Parallax demon releases these things like shaking a bunch of lice from its body. And the moment those lice came out, they targeted Martian Manhunter. "I hate the color of your skin." Ron N only heard this sentence and was overwhelmed by countless yellow monsters. He took a deep breath and blew it out, and a strong hurricane blew away the nearest monsters. But more monsters filled the gap and rushed towards him, and soon he was behind bars. His abilities are very strong: many Cyclops, super strength, super speed, super defense, telepathy, possession, shape-shifting, illusion, hypnotic ability, mental shield, etc. etc. But there is no ability that can give him the final say and completely eliminate the parallax demon. With a constant supply of fear energy, it is almost invincible. Ron was torn apart by the monsters and fell into the city. Huge amounts of potential energy directly destroyed the Ferris Enterprise building. This can be regarded as a little bit of bad taste from Dane. The main part of the building was destroyed, and it was unknown what started it. The fire suddenly broke out. "Martian Manhunter, your weakness is easier to target than Superman's." Dane thought this way, and then the parallax demon also discovered the weakness of the Martian. It smelled the fear in the other person's heart. "Are you afraid of fire? You are actually afraid of fire." Parallax demon laughed maniacally, and all the monsters clung to Martian Manhunter like psoriasis. Then they all exploded, and the flames clung to his body like gangrene, instantly making Ron lose his mind. No! Ron ran around in the ruins in panic, completely forgetting his ability. Forgetting that he could actually make the flames ineffective against him, he was like a drowning man standing in a waist-high swimming pool. Obviously he could be saved if he stood up, but he sank into the pool because of fear. The flames on Ron's body grew stronger and stronger. Under the influence of fear, he allowed the fire to spread and let the flames burn through his skin, causing his flesh to rip apart. Seeing that the time was right, Parallax Demon opened his mouth and took a breath. Ron's inner fear was materialized, and his life essence mixed with it was pulled into the mouth of the Parallax Demon. In the real world, Swanwick suddenly opened his eyes. When he raised his head, he realized that he was lying on the ground in a half-kneeling position, with sweat pouring down his body like rain. "Congratulations, Rons." Dane sat on the sofa, took a sip of whiskey, and then said, "You died $1,000,000. Chapter 84. Rons seemed to realize that he was in reality at the moment, and he stood up with a somewhat dazed expression. "It seems like I am still immersed in a world of illusion." This is all because Dane embodied the things in his memory too concretely. Every person, every expression, every sound, every color is so alive. Dane knew that Martian Manhunter had 9 sensory systems. In order to make all 9 of his senses feel the same, he spent a lot of effort preparing in advance. The main focus is to be immersive, and now it seems to be working pretty well. Is this true? Ron couldn't help but ask him. You mean the Parallax Demon? I mean all of this. Martian Manhunter looked at his hands. Dane smiled and said to him, "It's true, Ron. The things you see in your memory are all things that will happen in the future." Ron understood what he meant. Predicting the future, when Martian civilization was at its most prosperous, he also heard that some tribesmen had similar abilities, so he quickly accepted them. The most important 523 is that if he hadn't seen a terrifying monster like the Parallax Demon with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that Dane could imagine it out of thin air. "Dane, actually, I can." He was silent for a moment before speaking. "What do you want me to do when you show me these?" "On the contrary." Dane shook his head, "I asked you to read these pictures because I hope you will tell me what you up to." After saying that, Dane stood up and his body flashed with light, turning into a pure white magician cloak. Under the cloak, Ron could faintly feel an explosive energy filling it. Dane's face turned serious. "Let me introduce myself. I am the modern Shazam, the master of the Rock of Eternity, the defender of the magical realm, and the Asgardian of the earth. Now the enemy is approaching, Martian Manhunter Rons. As an Asgardian, I must confirm your position." Ron changed back to the appearance of Martian Manhunter and solemnly said to Dane, "I am willing to contribute my own strength to protect the earth. But I'm not strong enough yet. I'm afraid I can't deal with the Parallax Demon." The performance of Parallax Demon here cannot be completely based on the movie. During the distance between Hal flying from the Earth to the Sun, there is too much time for Parallax Demon to understand his plan. No matter how stupid the Parallax Demon is, they can't step into the trap stupidly, so they must consider the worst-case scenario. It would be best if it could be intercepted in space, so there would be no need to worry about civilians being harmed by the aftermath of the battle. There's also no need to worry about Parallax Demon constantly strengthening itself by absorbing fear, but that's just the best possible outcome. In response to this crisis, I formed a team called the Justice League a few years ago. Ron, I once thought about inviting you to join, but your attitude made me hesitate. Ron looked at him puzzled. Dane explained. Because you hide it so well, I have never seen your shadow in any incident, so I suspect that you may not want to participate in these things at all. This is wrong. Ron couldn't help but defend himself. My friend Dr. Oder said that people on Earth are not ready to accept my existence, so I must hide myself. At this moment, he suddenly remembered, did you know my identity through my precognition ability? Although this was not the case, Dane still nodded along with his intention. Ron said excitedly, that means that I will actually be one of you in the future. If the premise is correct, you are right. But in Zack's movie universe, you weren't there when Superman died, and you weren't there when Steppenwolf came. You didn't show up until Genglian's first team fight was over. However, the movie has many realistic factors and cannot be used as a direct reference. Dane only believes what he saw with his own eyes. In the test just now, Martian Manhunter's performance was pretty good. He was able to face Parallax Demon alone without other superheroes, which at least proved that he has a heart of justice. For this reason alone, no one else in the JLA would object to his joining. Then, here I would like to formally invite you on behalf of the Justice League. Martian Manhunter Ron Rance, are you willing to become a member of the Justice League and work together to save this planet? Ron nodded firmly, if it is the right thing, I am willing. It can be seen from this sentence that he not only has the intention to protect justice, but also has the corresponding caution. Otherwise, he would not specifically emphasize the right thing. What is the right thing? The right to interpret lies in his own hands. Okay, now the first thing you have to do. Just use your status as a human general to find a way to evacuate the citizens of Beach City. Time is running out, the inspection monster is coming to Earth. When Ron heard this, he suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Evacuating the whole city is easy to say, but very difficult to do. Although Coastal City is not a star city. But there are also millions of people. So many people want to be transferred in one go. It's not a question of how long it will take to do it. It's simply not possible. But Ron thought of the tragic scenes he saw in his memory and gritted his teeth and agreed. In the worst case, use psychic abilities to control all officials and force them to relocate the people. Dane also felt that it was a bit difficult to transfer everyone, so he thought about it. Said, evacuation of people is definitely necessary, but you can make other preparations. The Parallax Demon follows the trajectory of yellow energy, so as long as you move the people carrying the energy to the sea far away from human settlements, you can buy Beach City some time. Ron's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, who is that person? He is the super criminal of the Sky Eye Society, Hector Hammond. Recently it should be controlled by a woman named Amanda Waller. Sky Eye Society? Ron asked in surprise, as if he had heard of this name somewhere. Dane stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. I believe that with your connections in the military, it shouldn't be difficult to find Hector. After all, the case he committed has had a huge impact on Beach City. Are you shaking your brush quickly? Ah. The topic jumped a bit, and Ron didn't react for a while. I didn't. He was a little embarrassed. He doesn't like things that are too noisy, and the music clip that plays repeatedly will make him very irritated. It seems that Ron's thinking is more old school, Dane nodded and said. You can download one. There are many self-media reports on Hector's case. You can start with this one. Ron could only nod. He vaguely remembered that one of his subordinates liked to brush and shake quickly. Maybe he could ask. But he still needs to ask the most important question, when will Parallax arrive on Earth? I don't know about this. Ever since I started actively intervening in future changes, many details of the future have become blurry. Dane shook his head, but don't worry, we have several satellites in space. As long as the Parallax Demon appears in the solar system, we will be able to detect it as soon as possible. Ron was temporarily relieved after hearing this. As if remembering something, Dane reminded him, by the way, do you want to find some time to meet with the other members? Let me remind you, you are not the only alien on the team. Then I'd like to see it. Ron showed some interest, but he was more focused on Parallax Demon 4.8. Dane saw it and said, well, it seems you are not in the same mood now. Don't worry about meeting the members. Let's resolve this incident first. Ron nodded heavily, and with a heavy heart, he turned around and flew out of the building. Dane looked at his retreating back and sighed that Alliance C had another tool man. It can be seen from this conversation that Ron is actually a somewhat straightforward and honest person. Although he is somewhat cautious due to his age, he is generally the kind of person who is relatively easy to persuade. In this way, the strength of the alliance will increase by 1 point again. However, Ron's weakness is too pitiful. His weakness of fear of fire must be easily seen by the enemy. Unless they can deal with the parallax demon in space, where the air is thin and fire cannot ignite. Once the parallax demon enters the atmosphere, Ron is likely to be the first person in the alliance to lose his fighting power. Who doesn't have some sparks in a fight these days? Chapter 85. OA Star. Hal has been training with Sinestro for a few days. Before he betrayed the Green Lantern Corps, Sinestro had always been a very charismatic man. His training for new members is very military, and Hal originally joined the army, so he is very adaptable. The most important thing is that Sinestro is not like his superior on Earth, who is dishonest, judgmental, and likes to suppress his subordinates. Instead, Sinestro was happy to teach Hal how to use the ring's various powers more flexibly. After all, Dane's training method is just a wild way. Speaking more formally, Sinestro's method is more effective. Moreover, Sinestro is much better than Hal in the use of the ring. Whether it is the use of ability or the strength of willpower, he has always been stronger than Hal. This made Hal very convinced of his ability, and also gave him a strong desire to compete. He wanted to become stronger than Sinestro in order to repay his cultivation. Sinestro also admired Hal's perseverance, especially during the process of training him. He found that this Earthling had great potential. His ability to use the light ring improves faster than people on other planets. On the premise that both of them admired each other, they soon developed a sympathy for each other. Finally one day, Sinestro was ready to test Hal to see if 24 could possibly pull him into his camp. Don't blame him for being in such a hurry, because the weapons master has already sent news from the Quaid planet. The new weapon he wants is almost finished. After the training ended that day, Sinestro did not leave directly as usual, but waited for Hal. Are you waiting for me? Hal calmed down the surge of blood caused by training and looked at Sinestro strangely. Yes, I think it's time. Hal, would you like to come and see my planet? Hey? What do you mean by going to your house? Hal's features were squeezed together, with rejection written all over his face. Are same-as*X relationships very popular in the universe? Fortunately, Sinestro couldn't hear his voice, otherwise Hal would have been beaten severely this time. I saw Sinestro sighing. What I've been teaching you recently is how to become a warrior. But if you want to become a true guardian of order, it is not enough to just have these. He proudly said to Hal. My home planet is located in the sector under my jurisdiction. It is recognized as the most peaceful and lawful planet among all sectors. Hal was very curious when he heard this, and he couldn't help asking, what about the crime rate? The crime rate is almost non-existent. Sinestro said firmly. Hal became even more curious. The universe was full of wonders, and there were actually planets without criminals at all. Is it possible for the experience of this planet to be replicated on our home planet? Let the Earth also become a paradise without sin? Hal was moved. Sinestro saw this and struck while the iron was hot. Hal, don't you want to see what real peace looks like? I can definitely pass on this experience to you. Believe me, this experience can definitely be replicated seamlessly on all civilized planets. Hal was moved by his words and nodded. If there is such a paradise, I want to see it. If there really is a way to eliminate evil, I am willing to learn it. Very good, then without further ado, let's set off now. Now? Hal asked in surprise. No, is that so? Green Lantern's style is to act vigorously and resolutely. There can be no slack in maintaining order. Hal shrugged helplessly. He didn't have many friends on OUA anyway, so just go. Sinestro's home planet is Corriga, located in sector number 1417. From the perspective of space, this is a very beautiful planet, and Hal originally entered this planet with great expectations. But when he actually saw the living conditions of the Corriga people, his good impression of Sinestro suddenly turned 180 degrees. I saw that all the Corriga people were frightened after seeing Sinestro, and they bowed their heads to him in fear. Why do they bow to us? Hal asked him doubtfully. Because we are the ones maintaining order, we should be respected. Hal reluctantly accepted his statement. He wanted to tell those people not to bow their heads, but they ran away in fear. The light ring has an automatic translation function, so Hal can understand their words. He's his. They're in this together. Everyone dispersed immediately after hearing this, and no one dared to get close to Hal. This made him doubt Sinestro's words even more. He visited the planet with doubts. Sinestro seems to have some political affairs. He has a very high status on this planet and everyone is afraid of him. Hal could feel this. If a ruler is more feared than respected by his people, then there must be something wrong with him. Hal decided to find out. So he disguised himself and sneaked into the planet. However, the living conditions of the real Corriga people surprised him. From the Corriga people, he learned that Sinestro was the true ruler of the planet. It is he who made all the laws here. He forcefully demands that all Corriga obey his laws without breaking a single ounce. The identity of Green Lantern gives him natural authority, and he represents the most righteous one in this sector. In desperation, everyone can only live according to the rules according to Sinestro's requirements. The slightest violation of the commandments will result in severe punishment. Hal saw with his own eyes that a poor man was arrested and whipped by the law enforcement team just because he received a little more when receiving free rations. By the time he walked out of the law enforcement field, half of his life was gone. This is not a utopia, this is a dictatorship. This is a tyranny. It's the mountain that Sinestro imposes on all the Corrigas. Hal was furious. He felt that he had been cheated. Back at the administration building, he and Sinestro had a violent argument. What on earth have you done on this planet? This is not peace. It is not justice. This is dictatorship. It is unquestionably evil. Upon hearing this, Sinestro grabbed Hal's neck angrily and lifted him up. What do you know? This is the ultimate form of order. Treating everyone equally is absolute fairness. Fair? You enslaved your own people and you actually say this is fair? Sinestro sneered. Why do you think there are no criminals on Corriga? If I weren't monitoring everyone on this planet, they would be like the scum of other planets, constantly committing crimes just to seize a few resources. And Green Lantern will be like a garbage sweeper, constantly sweeping away this bunch of garbage. But I'm tired of it. Why do we have to be sweepers? Why can't we do a more thorough job and solve the problem of criminals at the source? Is this the answer you found? Hal looked at him in disbelief. Be a dictatorial tyrant and make everyone obey your rules. Sinestro was unmoved. Everyone must follow the rules. 637 Hal, even you and me. Rule, when properly used, can become the best weapon to maintain order. This is what I learned from the Asgardian of OA. It's just that I'm a little bolder than them, I've gone a step further, you see. He lifted Hal out of the window and asked him to look at the lifeless but orderly pedestrians and vehicles outside. This is the answer, everyone plays their own role in society, and everyone only needs to play this role well. Isn't this kind of society stable enough? Isn't this state not ideal enough? Hal struggled to look back, trying to get into Sinestro's face. But, what about the self-will of citizens? What if someone doesn't want to play the role that's been laid out for them? What if they want to pursue the role that they want? Sinestro said indifferently, Everyone who may disrupt order must be punished. Free will is sometimes not a good thing. If Dane were here at the moment, he would probably understand what Sinestro meant. But he will also object to Sinestro's methods, which are too rough. The corriga in front of us seems to be in order, but in fact it is just a temporary backlog of social pressure, and there will always be a rebound one day. According to Dane, when dealing with social issues, one should neither be too left nor too right. Sometimes it just needs to be done from both ends. In this world, or the entire universe, as long as intelligent life still has its own will, different opinions will cause divisions in the camp. Under such circumstances, it is impossible to have an absolutely perfect system. Sinestro may not realize that although they have different directions, he and Hal are both idealists. Chapter 86. Hal could not accept Sinestro's ideas, and he questioned Sinestro's soul. Does Legion know what you're doing here? Sinestro said nothing. They definitely don't know, because this kind of behavior is expressly prohibited in the Green Lantern Corps. Hal didn't hear the answer, but he already knew the answer. He shouted loudly, his strong willpower burst out with amazing energy, and he suddenly opened Sinestro's restraints. Green light illuminated half of the sky, and he flew in the sky alongside Sinestro. Sinestro, you don't deserve to be a Green Lantern. Sinestro was furious when he heard this, thinking that you might not have been born when I became the Green Lantern to maintain the order of the universe. When will it be your turn to teach me a lesson? He used his ring to manifest a meteorite. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, a green meteorite was constructed like an emerald. Sinestro pulled hard, and the meteorite fell with huge amounts of mass and kinetic energy. Hal looked back and thought, could this hit someone? But Sinestro just sneered, the green light on the ring flashed, and the meteorite instantly appeared above Hal's head like a flash. In shock, Hal only had time to show his hands and hold the meteorite in the shape of a calyx. But its huge amounts of kinetic energy still forced him to fall. You're too immature, Hal, both technically and mentally. Sinestro still didn't give up. I thought you, with your more active mind, would be able to understand me. When Hal heard this, he yelled, never. That's such a shame. Sinestro's eyes suddenly turned murderous. He aimed at Hal's light ring. As long as there was no light ring, Hal was nothing. In fact, this is true for most members of the Green Lantern Corps. Once the Green Lantern ring is disarmed, they become ordinary people and lose all super abilities. Even Sinestro is no exception. When he approached Hal and prepared to take action, Hal immediately understood what he wanted to do. But he used his trick, and while Sinestro was approaching, he suddenly released the energy to maintain the big green hand, and a wormhole appeared on the island beneath the two of them. The wormhole that appears in the lamp ring is different from the natural one. It is not a ball, but a real hole. This hole has huge amounts of attraction, instantly sucking Hal, Sinestro, and the meteorite he embodied into it. The wormhole then dissipated, and the corriga watched helplessly as they disappeared. What to do? The rebels witnessed the battle, their faces shrouded in shadow. Although Sinestro claimed to have monitored everyone on corriga, he was obviously bragging. He couldn't be watching everyone all the time, otherwise he wouldn't be able to do anything else. Therefore, there have always been people on Kalyuga secretly carrying out activities against the Sinestro regime. What Hal didn't know was that his incognito private visit on corriga received great attention from the rebels. Some of them have experienced interstellar travel and know the sins of the Green Lantern Corps. It was also contemplated to accuse Sinestro of his crimes to the Green Lantern Corps headquarters. But the location of OA is a secret in the universe, and no one except Green Lantern knows it. And the sector where corriga is located is all under the jurisdiction of Sinestro alone, so they have no way to sue. Under such circumstances, Hal, the new Green Lantern, suddenly descended on corriga, undoubtedly becoming the Resistance's last hope. After secret observation, they determined that this Green Lantern was not in cahoots with Sinestro, so they decisively showed Korriga's dark side to him. So it's hard to say whether what Hal saw was artificially enhanced. Among the group of people hiding their faces, a man with obvious leadership qualities took a deep look at the direction in which the two Green Lanterns were leaving. After a moment, he decisively issued an order: "This opportunity is too rare, we must not miss it. Inform all Cotters and their troops that we will launch an operation today." In the cosmic space, a green wormhole suddenly appeared, spitting out two figures and a huge amount of meteorite. "How dare you?" Sinestro looked around and found a space he had never seen before, and he became furious. He pulled the meteorite and hit Hal directly. Thanks to the training of the Justice League and Sinestro's previous training, Hal immediately protected himself with a protective shield. He used lamps and rings to discover and installed several propellers on the meteorite. Green flames spurted and the meteorite flew in the direction of Sinestro. Sinestro sneered and cancelled the meteorite's manifestation, but after that, Hal's propeller turned into an intercontinental missile. A boom exploded around him. The plan succeeded, but Hal was not proud and still watched the center of the explosion vigilantly. Sinestro is not that easy to solve. Sure enough, the next moment, Sinestro rushed out of the green dust mist, so fast that Hal almost couldn't keep up. He stretched out his hand and punched. Hal felt as if he had been hit by a hammer, his face was distorted, and his body flew back uncontrollably. But he was still conscious. He stretched out his hand and shot out green light, transforming into a spring net to catch himself. The elasticity of the grid flung him back to Sinestro's location. You just don't want to admit defeat, right?" Hal stared at him stubbornly, and Sinestro's green light ring appeared with fist-thick ropes to restrain him. He put his light ring against Hal's temple. Sinestro was the guy with the most cruel interrogation methods in the Green Lantern Corps. Using the illusion created by the light ring, he brought great pain to Hal's spirit. "What a shame, Hal. You could have stood by my side and changed the universe with me." At this time, Hal, who was in extreme mental pain, suddenly felt that all the senses around him were far away from him, and Sinestro's chattering mouth gradually became blurred. He closed his eyes, opened them again, and found himself in a completely pure white hall. In the middle of the hall, there is a sofa, and Dane is sitting on it. He had an ancient parchment book on his hand and was reading it attentively. "Mr. Davis." As if he just heard his voice, Dane returned to reality from the world in the book. He looked at Hal's embarrassed look and smiled. "It seems like you've been having a rough time lately." Hal slumped his shoulders. "You can't imagine how bad it is." Dane waved his hand, and there was a sofa chair opposite. He stretched out his hand to attract the sun. "Sit down." Hal sat down and asked impatiently. "Where is this place?" Dane explained. "This is a world formed by mental images. When you encounter extreme danger, it will temporarily pull your spirit into this world and give you some breathing time to think about what to do next." "Did you do this?" Hal hesitated for a moment, then asked, "When?" "I cast this spell the first time we shook hands." Dane said bluntly, "Hal, you are a newbie after all, so you should be able to understand what I am doing." Hal just looked down upon hearing this. "I failed, I am no match for him." "Who is the opponent?" Dane looked calm. "It's Sinestro, a veteran Green Lantern ring user." He didn't want to call it a Green Lantern. "His willpower is stronger than yours." Hal reluctantly admitted, "Yes." "Why?" "What?" "Hal, why are you fighting him?" "Because he did something wrong." "Wrong thing? Did he commit a crime?" "Yes." "What kind of sin? Or rather, how big?" "Looking at the entire universe, this is considered the heinous crime." Dane closed the book, looked at Hal with a smile, and asked him a question again. "Then, why do you still lose?" Hal didn't answer at this time, he was lost in thought. Dane continued, "You said he was wrong, and you also said he was evil, so why is your will not as strong as his? Is the power of evil more powerful? How are your justice and faith so fragile? No, it's not, he retorted. Do you actually agree with some of his actions? That's why you always leave room for action. Your will is not pure. No. It's not like that, he yelled. Then tell me, why did you lose? Dane's tone was still calm, but the knife pierced his heart. Is it combat experience? Or is it life experience? Or is it emotional interference that makes you subconsciously unable to exert your full strength? In the battle between Green Lanterns, everything else is secondary, the most important thing is the competition of willpower. How? Your willpower has lost to your opponent, and you shouldn't. Good Li Hao, why on earth did you wear the ring? Have you forgotten everything in just the past week? Looking back, Hao, what is the green light oath? In the real world, although it is a bit regretful, since Hal cannot be used by him, Sinestro is ready to give him the final blow. However, Hal, who was in an unconscious state, murmured. The day is bright, the night is vast. In brightest day in blackest night. What? Sinestro raised his eyebrows. Asterisk, there is no way for demons and demons to hide. No evil shall escape my sight. You think this will work? Evils and alien parties fear my divine light. Let those who worship evils might. Hal's body lit up with a strong green divine light. Sinestro felt something was wrong and took action immediately. Beware my power green lanternhus light. The will energy in Hal's body was as dazzling as the sun, instantly breaking through Sinestro's blockade, and he and himself were blown away by the green light energy. That's impossible! Sinestro roared. He has never seen such strong will energy before. Chapter 87. At the moment, Hal seemed to have changed. His eyes were shining with a dazzling light of will, and his expression was serious and majestic. Sinestro almost thought that there was a new soul in his body. But as soon as Hal opened his mouth, Sinestro knew it was him. Sinestro, I will stop you. Then come and try it, rookie. Sinestro did not believe in evil, and his will shaped the green light into an extremely hard light substance. He shaped the substance into a spiral drill bit and pushed the tip straight forward, pointing directly at Hal. But Hal didn't dodge at all. Dane's words made him understand that as long as he strengthened his belief, he was right. He is truly indestructible. So facing Sinestro's drill, he raised his fist, imagining Clark's indestructible fist. Imagining Dane's unstoppable lightning, huge amounts of energy reactions gathered and compressed in his fists. Then it explodes with the punch. Sinestro's hard light shattered, and he watched as Hal emerged from his creation, as easily as if there was nothing in front of him. Is the power of will so powerful? Sinestro didn't know whether to be proud of his vision or regret his hesitation. Now Hal was obviously not as easy to deal with as before. After Hal rushed out of the hard light, he was very fast. Sinestro had no time to react and punched him in the face. Being hit by this heavy punch, Sinestro flew far back, directly smashing into a drifting meteorite, and did not recover for a long time. Hal took advantage of 510's pursuit, and his will appeared, hardening the green light, creating two identical big hands on the left and right sides of his fist. He clenched his fists and chased Sinestro, beating him wildly. However, Sinestro was unable to fight back throughout the entire process, and could only protect himself with a green light shield. And he was still in shock, unable to think of an effective way to fight back. He already wanted to give up, but at the same time he was also somewhat unwilling. Sinestro didn't want to admit that his will was weaker than Hal's, but the facts seemed to show him that it was indeed the case. Yellow light, as long as there is yellow light energy, I will definitely be able to crush him to death. He roared inwardly, but was powerless in action. No matter what it appears, it looks like a piece of paper that can be easily torn in the opponent's hand. Sinestro knew that this was because his will was getting weaker and weaker as time passed. No matter how firm his belief is on the surface, he subconsciously feels that he will lose. This idea cannot deceive his heart. By the end of the fight, even the light ring on his hand began to dim. This is normal, when Sinestro feels that the green light will lose and the yellow light will win. He is no longer favored by the Green Lantern ring as before. Hal's final punch landed, and Sinestro lost his ability to move. He flew to Sinestro, "I will take you back and face the judgment of the Legion." Sinestro stared blankly into the void, as if looking somewhere. "Judgment? No one can judge me, Hal. I'm afraid it's not up to you." Hal reached out to grab Sinestro, but at this time, an intriguing smile appeared on the other person's face. "Hal, is it really appropriate for you to waste your time here now?" "What do you mean?" Hal frowned, suspecting that Sinestro was trying to engage in psychological warfare again. A monster that even the Asgardians on OA are afraid of is heading towards Sector 2814. Guess which planet it is applying for? Hal's pupil shrank, and Sinestro accurately captured it. He mocked, yes, it is your home planet Earth. I hope your willpower is strong enough to protect your home planet." Although he had been mentally prepared in advance, Hal was still shaken by his words. Sinestro took the opportunity to kick out and kicked Hal out. "Your will is too easily shaken, Hal. See you next time, I won't be merciful anymore." When Hal heard this, he rushed towards Sinestro. But a yellow light suddenly flashed from the opponent's body, and the rays emitted by Hal's lantern ring had no effect on the opponent. "We will meet again, Hal." At the end of the last sentence, Hal could no longer see the shadow of the other party. In the empty universe, there is only one green ring floating quietly in the deep space. It was Sinestro's lamp ring, and he threw it away. Hal recycled it with mixed emotions in his heart. Sinestro was his first and only friend in the Green Lantern Corps. He did not expect that the two would turn against each other so quickly. But he had no time to be sad. Sinestro's words before disappearing gave him a strong sense of urgency. He must return to Earth immediately. In the solar system, in the cosmic space not far from the Aquaman star, a huge amount of wormhole suddenly appeared. The Parallax Demon emerged from it with a huge and ugly body. "Right here, I can smell fear." The two huge turbid eyeballs of the Parallax Demon were fixed on the blue planet in the distance. At the same time, shortly after Parallax Demon appeared in the solar system, Cortana quickly informed all members of the Justice League of the news. "Is it finally here?" Dane looked towards the horizon, his gaze seemed to penetrate the depths of the universe. He opened the emergency communication line and issued a summons, "Justice League, assemble." After receiving the order, Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, Martian Manhunter, Redhead Xian, Constantine, Nightwing, Zakuna, Barbara and others all gathered. "How's it going?" "The target is currently entering the Earth-Moon system. In half an hour, satellites from all over the world will be able to observe it." "What's the evacuation situation like in Beach City?" Martian Manhunter said with shame. "It's very unsatisfactory. There are too many people with doubts and objections. Even if all the officials are controlled by me, the current progress is still not enough." Nightwing interjected. "Not only that, when I came here I saw a lot of people marching in the streets. Some people on Kuaishao said that this was a conspiracy by the federal government, and many people believed it." Dane didn't expect such a result. "This was just a preview. I believe that after this incident, these people will run faster next time an evacuation order is issued." "Forget it, just do your best for the evacuation." "How is Hector's place?" Martian Manhunter's face turned ugly when he heard this, and his tone was not very good. "I found the woman Amanda, but she hid Hector." "Didn't you explain the seriousness of the problem to her?" Clark asked doubtfully. Martian Manhunter shook his head, she doesn't believe me at all. You didn't try to control her? Batman said at the moment. Ron nodded first, then shook his head. I tried, but it didn't work, something blocked my ability. Dane asked Cortana to retrieve Amanda's recent message records before saying. It turns out to be an N-metal object. Amanda Waller got a lot of good stuff from Hawkman. N-metal? Martian Manhunter asked. An alien metal with magical functions. What blocks your mental ability is probably some kind of product made of N-metal. Dane briefly introduced it. But he thought, is it possible that Hawkman is also in Beach City at this moment? After all, the only and biggest card Waller can play now is him. In fact, as Dane suspected, Hawkman Carter Hall did appear in Beach City. But even Waller didn't know about it. He came back here because he received advice from his old friend Kent some time ago, saying that a huge amount of disaster was about to happen in Beach City. But fortunately, the predicted outcome was good, and someone stopped it. But the bad news is that Beach City will suffer heavy losses. Upon hearing this news, Hawkman couldn't sit still immediately. He had to come over and see it with his own eyes. When his N-metal plane just flew into the airspace of Beach City, the fighter computer immediately started to alarm. Hawkman quickly checked the source of the danger and found that the target of the report came from Tianjin. He retrieved optical imaging images from nearby satellites and discovered the source of the crisis from hundreds of blurry images. An unknown yellow creature measured the size of the target, and he took a deep breath. Then he quickly dialed Amanda's phone number. Hawkman? What can I do for you? Amanda was surprised that he would take the initiative to call. Waller, evacuate the whole city quickly. Huge amounts of alien creatures are heading towards Earth, and their destination is Beach City. Amanda was shocked. She suddenly remembered that a general came to warn her a few days ago. It's just that she thought that the other party wanted to pick Hector's peaches, so she didn't take it to heart at all. Yet this is actually true. She said helplessly to Hawkman. I can't do Carter, there are millions of people in Beach City. Unless you give me a month, it's simply impossible to evacuate everyone. Chapter 88. Damn it. Hawkman also knew that he was forcing others to make things difficult, and he still had some doubts in his heart. Since Kent had foreseen all this, why didn't he come with him? But he has no time to question him now, so he can only embarrass Amanda. Who said that she was the one who helped her to the position? Waller, no matter what, you have to do something. Amanda Waller also had a headache after hearing this. She was wondering if it was too late to move the mirror to see according to what the general said. Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered that she seemed to have that person's contact information. Why not ask him? The current plan is to do our best. She asked Hawkman, do you know when that thing will arrive on Earth? Hawkman looked at the numbers calculated on the computer and didn't have the heart to tell her, so he could only say forcefully. All I can tell you is very soon, very quickly. If you want to do something, do it now. Amanda immediately hung up the phone and turned around to call Calvin Swanwick. And Swanwick, aka Martian Manhunter, is now in Justice League. At the meeting, he received a call from Amanda. Everyone fell silent immediately, and Dane motioned for him to answer. Ron connected the cell phone signal to Cortana's system and broadcast the sound. General Swanwick. Ron responded politely, Ms. Waller, what can I do? Please forgive my rudeness a few days ago, General Swanwick, our people have discovered the threat you mentioned. Dane raised his eyebrows, and all the members present had different expressions. Martian Manhunter was silent for a moment and then said, so if you contact me now, can I understand that you have no way to solve this problem? Amanda's face on the other end of the phone was ugly, but she had to nod and admit, I'm sorry, General. As you said, I really have no choice. The suicide squad plan she proposed did not pass the upper levels, and now she has no cards in hand to deal with extraterrestrial enemies. This is definitely true. At this time when the Superman class has not yet exploded, those big shots are crazy enough to allow her to send a bunch of lunatics onto the battlefield. What should I do if I kill my own people before killing the enemy? Ron-en immediately established a spiritual link with everyone present, linking everyone's superficial thinking together. What to do? Martian Manhunter's voice appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. Batman glanced at him without leaving any trace, and silently added another folder in his mind, how to restrain Martian Manhunter. Fortunately, his thoughts were deep and his thoughts were not heard by Ron-en. Fortunately, Ron-en followed the rules and didn't listen. Dane spoke on the internal channel, as General Swanwick, you should have no good solution at the moment. The only thing you can provide is a nuclear bomb. Everyone frowned, all thinking of this possibility. Sacrifice a coastal city and eliminate an alien monster, what would Washington do? The possibility is not zero. Dane continued, but you can recommend the Justice League to her and ask her to ask us for help. In this way, Martian Manhunter's identity in the military will not be exposed. It also allows him to endorse the official background of the Justice League, allowing Amanda to take advantage of it. I see. Ron agreed and continued communicating with Amanda. Waller, I can't help you much on this matter, but... Amanda was just a little disappointed when she almost broke her back at this turn of phrase. But what? I can introduce you to some special friends who may be able to help you with this matter. Who? Let me introduce you to Justice League. A few minutes later, Amanda hung up the phone with a solemn expression. Justice League. This organization sounds very similar to the Justice Society, but judging from General Swanwick's introduction, it is much larger than the Justice Society. She is weighing whether to contact the Justice League. Damn it, if the Justice Society had enough manpower, she wouldn't even have to consider such a thing. At this time her assistant came in and whispered to her. Ma'am, Dr. Hector has been detained and boarded the car, shall we set off? Amanda came back to her senses and nodded to her, let's go, I hope I can buy some time. But this was actually a useless effort. When the Parallax demon sensed that Hector was in Beach City, it no longer mattered where he went. Having a good meal first is the most important thing. The Parallax demon comes faster than Carter predicted. On a cosmic scale, it can come by continuously opening wormholes. So when Amanda escorted Hector to the beach, the Parallax demon had actually broken into the Earth-Moon system. Carter hurriedly sent a message to Amanda. That thing is approaching the moon. How could it be so fast? Distances in space are not like highways on Earth, which are measured in Kelvin units. It can go through wormholes. If Amanda refuses to hesitation, she will immediately use the contact information Swanwick gave her. Justice Building. The members of JLA have now changed their equipment. Except for Diana, who has her own artifact, and Clark, who has a body of steel, the other members have all changed into eternal unmetal alloy battlesuits. When the materials have reached this level, it is difficult to use black technology to describe these battlesuits. It doesn't matter if you say it's enchanted armor. The most important function equipped on this battlesuit is flight. Not being able to fly is a shortcoming of many superheroes. Watching your teammates fighting in the sky, but you can only stand on the ground and shout 666. What kind of sour experience is this? Batman should understand it best. However, Dane did not add the flight function to the battlesuit to allow heroes like Batman and Nightwing to follow them in hand-to-hand combat. Please give me flowers. He prepared better weapons for them. Hawkman, your N-metal is really useful. JPG. With the alloy of inferior N-metal and permanent mark metal, coupled with the spacecraft manufacturing technology from Krypton, it is not a problem at all to produce several fighter jets that can fly in the space. Not only that, he also carries many magic missiles and energy weapons on his fighter jets. During the experimental testing process, Dane also discovered that N-metal can block mental intrusion to a certain extent, which is a very useful function for dealing with enemies like parallax demons who like to arouse fear in their opponents. Especially Martian Manhunter, Dane strongly urged him to wear a helmet made of metal. Everything was ready. Dane led everyone to board the fighter plane. Among them, Barbara was placed in the rear because of her poor skills in flying airplanes. This seemed to make her very unhappy, but she could not say that she must go to the front line. Anyone who is really sensible knows that when ability is insufficient, the greatest contribution is not to hold back. 0. Including the magicians Constantine and Zatanna, as well as hidden personnel witches also remain on the earth. They are responsible for dealing with some dark creatures that may take the opportunity to cause trouble when the death toll in Beach City reaches a certain stage. Once a mass death event occurs, the demons of hell will definitely not let go of this opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Just as everyone was taking off in the fighter plane, a strange call came into Dane's mobile phone. He was happy when he saw it. This is not Waller. He clicked on the answer button. Hello, my favorite question is the Justice League. This question sounds so awkward. Dane had no choice but to answer, this is the Justice League, and I'm Shazam. Hello, Mr. Shazam, I am. I know who you are, Ms. Amanda Waller. This moment confused Amanda, but she quickly reacted. Perhaps it was General Swanwick who told him, she continued. It's my honor for you to know me. There's something I want to ask you for help with. Normally, she would have thought about exploring the background of the Justice League, but now Waller had no time to mess around, so she chose to get straight to the point. You said, for General Swanwick's sake I will consider it. Laugh. Red Hood couldn't hold back his laughter and was stared at by Batman with a death stare. He looked at Batman provocatively, but unfortunately his hood couldn't read the meaning. This expression was equivalent to showing to a blind man. Amanda then told Dane selectively what she knew, and finally she asked for help from the Justice League. In fact, by doing this, she was treating a dead horse as a live doctor. Facing a creature that can physically travel across space, the hydrogen bomb, the most effective weapon of mankind, is too slow, so slow that the opponent can completely bypass it at a leisurely pace. But General Swanwick tells her that the Justice League has the ability to fight in space. This is an ability that the Sky Eye Society currently does not have. Chapter 89. Amanda still had a dark thought in her heart that she couldn't express. If the Justice League can't take out the monster in outer space like General Swanwick said, she would suggest that the military launch a nuclear bomb before the monster enters the atmosphere. At that distance, nuclear contamination can be reduced to an acceptable level. Moreover, maybe we can also bring those guys who call themselves the Justice League together. She has never trusted Superman, never. But before she could actually get there, she had to lower her profile and ask Dane for help. Even though Dane was only on the phone, he could still hear the insincerity in her words. In his imagination, the official methods to deal with the parallax demon were nothing more than those. First mobilize the Air Force formation to test, and then send the aircraft carrier group to attack. If all this fails, then they can only use the most powerful weapons at hand, nuclear bombs or bombs. The possibility of a nuclear bomb should be higher. After all, it is your own city and you can't really not care about it at all. But 920 is nothing more than that. Are nukes useful against parallax demons? If it can hit, it's definitely of some use. But Hector was able to use psychokinesis to control objects after just getting a little bit of yellow light energy. And what about parallax demon? The little blue man who merged with parallax monster was originally a super ability person, a master of psychokinesis. Psychokinesis will only become more powerful and terrifying in its hands. Even if a nuclear bomb can really be delivered to it, it only takes one look from the parallax demon to turn it into a dumb bomb. Dane also envisioned the possibility that the military might include them in the attack range. Isn't that the case in BVS? In order to destroy Doomsday, they allowed the nuclear bomb to include Superman within the explosion range. If he hadn't happened to be exposed to the sun in space, Superman might have become a mummy and died an ignominy death. I just heard the groveling voice from Amanda on the opposite side. I just hope that for the sake of all the citizens of Beach City, you can save this city. Dane corrected her language. Ms. Waller, please understand that all we can do is try our best to eliminate the disaster targets. As for saving the lives of citizens in the city, it seems to be your responsibility. Amanda was choked by him and couldn't say a word for a long time. Although this is the case, but... Moreover. Dane interrupted her, I remember General Swanwick reminded you to move the bait overseas in advance. Did you do it? Amanda couldn't refute his words, so she could only remain silent and replied, I'm doing it now. It's too late now. Dane looked out the window of the fighter plane and could already see the black space. His last words were, Ms. Waller, don't forget, he is a criminal with super ability. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Originally, he wanted to make a deal with this woman, but he heard that the other party had impure motives and was a bit ulterior. Then let her suffer a loss first so that she can remember it better. Dane, we found an N-metal fighter plane at 6 o'clock from the fighter plane. Cortana appears in 3D on the smart console. Dane glanced at it and said, Hawkman's. That's right. Ignore him. If he wants to follow, let him follow. Clear. At the moment, the fighter plane had completely left the atmosphere and entered low Earth orbit. The parallax demon is already close at hand. All members inside the fighter plane witnessed this huge amounts of monster. The movie is really unreliable. This thing is much bigger than in the movie. The size of the parallax demon is already full of visual impact just by standing still. No wonder it can become the embodiment of fear. People with macrophobia are afraid that they will be frightened to death as soon as they come face to face with them. Seeing that the distance was close enough, Dane looked at the tense-looking members around him. They also turned their heads and focused on Dane. All the efforts in the past are for the present. Justice League, action! Dane gave the order and all members acted according to the plan. Dane, Superman, Wonder Woman, and Martian Manhunter jumped out of the fighter plane and faced the parallax demon with their powerful bodies. Batman, Nightwing, and Red Hood entered the fighter cockpit respectively. The fighter plane split into three, broke into pieces, shape-shifted into three smaller fighters and spread out. The parallax demon saw the four people coming from the front at a glance. A remnant of Mars, a Kryptonian, and two old gods. This planet gave me a big surprise. The parallax demon was not surprised but overjoyed, because the vitality of each of these four people was stronger than that of ordinary creatures. They were a great tonic. It opened its mouth and blew out a yellow hurricane, trying to soak the four people with fear energy. The four of them are all demigods who can physically fly. They are also very fast and can easily avoid this range attack. Dane took the lead, his whole body sparkled with electricity, and the lightning lines on his chest lit up. The blazing white light was so dazzling that people couldn't look directly at it. With the palms of his hands facing outward, two thick lightning bolts instantly hit the parallax demon. It broke off dozens of tentacles. The parallax demon was furious, and the yellow light energy filled up all the tentacles in a flash, making it look like there were more. It spread its body, expanded in size again, and turned into a big hand that covered the sky and grabbed a few people. Superman returned to the atmosphere and came back soon. His chest was bulging high, and then he exhaled the air in his lungs in one breath. Freezing breath. The big hand of the incarnation of the parallax demon was frozen bit by bit. Dane's hands light up with magical light, adding strength to Superman's temperature and making him freeze faster. Martian Manhunter opened his eyes slightly, emitted a red laser beam, and cut off the frozen tentacles. Wonder Woman uses the frozen tentacles as a foothold to run on parallax demon. Every time it grows a tentacle, she cuts off one, and runs towards the position of parallax demon's eyes. The parallax demon felt the difficulty of several people, and the yellow light on his body lit up, and the black mist wrapped around the body surface bulged out. After a few seconds, the round package burst open, and a group of giant arthropods that looked like watermelons crawled over and surrounded Diana. A thick yellow light of fear shone beneath their carapace. The power of fear has been lingering in Diana's mind, trying to cause her emotional changes. But Diana swung her sword to kill several of the watermelon bugs that surrounded them, and threw out the divine shield, chopping up countless yellow heads like a cutting machine. She jumped up and roared loudly, "Amazonians, fearless! With the blessing of fighting spirit, Diana's will is indestructible." At the same time, Batman, who was waiting around in a fighter plane, aimed at the big yellow eyes of Parallax Demon. "Let's try this." He pressed the button, and a small missile shot out, hitting the Parallax Demon's eye accurately. After a burst of blue flash, one of Parallax Demon's yellow eyes exploded. It looked up to the sky and screamed in pain, its remaining giant eyes fixed on Batman's fighter plane. There was a flash of yellow light. Fortunately, Batman predicted it in advance and avoided the yellow laser's fire. But this only made the Parallax Demon angrier. Nightwing and Red Hood saw this and immediately flew fighter planes to support. They followed Batman's example and shot at the eyes of the Parallax Demon. "Make it tiresome." Dane activated 5.1 Eye of Insight to find the weakness of Parallax Demon, and he used telepathy to communicate with Martian Manhunter. "Ron, there is an entity inside the Parallax Demon, pull him out." "No." Ron responded, body blur, and the Parallax Demon's tentacles passed through his body but could not hurt him. Incorporation, this is one of Ron's exclusive skills. In this state, he is almost immune to any physical effects. The Parallax Demon may know the Martian, but it definitely does not know the Martian Manhunter and is unprepared for this move. But it had its own way. A strong yellow light suddenly lit up on its body, and the power of fear suddenly increased greatly. Everyone present was affected to varying degrees. Superman's expression changed for a while, and he suddenly became angry. His eyes lit up with red light, and his heat vision blasted out until it penetrated deep into the body of the Parallax Demon. "How dare you do this to Martha?" Superman cursed through gritted teeth while burning the Parallax Demon with his heat vision. It seems that what he fears is something unexpected happening to Martha. Chapter 90. Parallax Demon's attempt to induce fear in Superman's heart is a waste of money. In order to deal with it, Dane has equipped all members with devices that block mind control in advance. Among them, Martian Manhunter wears a helmet with the strongest function on his head, and the Parallax Demon cannot read his thoughts at all. Others also wore shielding devices of varying strengths based on their own willpower. The Parallax Demon could only vaguely read something, and then imagine it based on its own judgment. In this way, it is extremely easy to step into a trap. Fear and anger often go hand in hand. Dane believes that if you can make use of this, bad things may become good things. So except for the special case of Martian Manhunter, he did not completely prohibit other members from feeling his fear. This may also be a mental growth for them. Clark's performance proves that. When he thought that Martha would be threatened by his enemies, Clark felt fear in his heart and at the same time, he also felt a strong anger. So at the moment, his state was extremely brave, when Kai-En was still looking for opportunities and waiting for opportunities. Superman has used his heat vision to open a path and rush directly into the body of the Parallax Demon. When Ron saw this situation, in addition to shouting "Big Brother 666, he also decisively pursued him. When Parallax Demon saw something was wrong, he quickly gathered more yellow little lice to stop them, but without exception, they were all killed by Superman with one punch. 24 He ran rampant, using only his hard body and huge amounts of kinetic energy to directly kill all the blockers along the way. This made Ron behind him also take advantage. Superman possesses clairvoyant eyes, so Parallax Demon's attempt to hide his inner target was unsuccessful, and he soon found the little blue man hiding inside. He rushed straight there. "No. Don't even think about it. The parallax demon roared, its body began to shrink inward, and its size began to shrink. Diana lost her footing. She flew up and struck with her hands. The divine power spread and dispersed a small part of the yellow energy. But the parallax demon ignored it, and his reduced size gave him more concentrated power. When it shrank to about the file size of a Wayne building, it reached its hand into its body. When he pulled it out again, Superman had been thrown out. Although Clark has a body of steel, his weight and mass are only slightly larger than those of a normal person, but there is no absolute substantial difference. So it was easily captured by the parallax demon. But Superman didn't care because it didn't hurt at all. And Martian Manhunter has already discovered the location of the little blue man through X-Vision, and the big hand of the parallax demon is completely unable to catch him. He soon found the man, a Martian Manhunter, who did not welcome the arrival of Martian Manhunter. "What are you doing here, Martian?" he asked knowingly. "I'll take you out." "That's not okay." The little blue man suddenly opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of yellow light energy. The hard light manifested a person exactly like Martian Manhunter. It waved its hand and punched Martian Manhunter out of the void. Martian Manhunter looked at his opponent in disbelief. "Do you think I and Parallax Demon are the same?" In this place, the little blue man is obviously more intelligent. He raised his hands, and the invisible psychokinesis field instantly filled the entire space. Martian Manhunter's body flew out uncontrollably. The Martian Manhunter constructed of yellow light followed closely and punched him in the face one after another. Martian Manhunter shoots red laser light from his eyes, and it shoots yellow laser light to compete with it. Two colors, one red and one yellow, suddenly filled the entire space, and the junction point in the middle was constantly pulling left and right, showing a situation of even competition. At this time, the little blue man who was watching coldly seemed to have noticed something. He aimed at Martian Manhunter's head, raised his finger, and psychokinesis lifted off the helmet he was wearing. Martian Manhunter was shocked and instantly fell into a disadvantage. He was pushed by the imposter's yellow laser and hit the wall behind him. "Interesting, so interesting, this is your weakness." The little blue man's eyes lit up with yellow light, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He immediately commanded the yellow Martian Manhunter to fly up and hug him directly. With a boom, Martian Manhunter's body burst into flames that could not be extinguished, and Ron held his head and howled. And the little blue man takes the opportunity to absorb his fear. This is really wonderful, such high-quality horror is rare in the world. In fact, the flame burning on Martian Manhunter's body does not have a very high temperature. With Ron's true strength, it can be regarded as taking a hot bath. But he can't. The only thing Martian Manhunter can do is to convey his voice to Dane. He is the only one in the JLA who knows his own weaknesses. Outside, Dai Ping heard his heartbeat, and his screams almost shattered his eardrums. "Diana! Clark! Help me buy time! Clear!" Upon hearing this, Superman and Diana sped up their attack frequency, forcing the Parallax Demon to devote more of its tentacles and energy to them. At the moment Dane once again gathered the power of thunder and the dazzling lightning completely hid his figure in the light and shadow. He flew down and dived as fast as a real lightning bolt. The electric light instantly penetrated its body, and following the voice of Martian Manhunter's scream, he quickly rushed into the body of the Parallax Demon. Not long after, he saw Martian Manhunter, who was on fire and could hardly move, and Little Blue, who was sucking his life force. Oh no, he was now a minion. It can be seen how much energy Martian Manhunter provided him. "Hey! Here comes another one!" The minion turned his attention to Dane and smiled. Without saying a word, Dane flew forward and grabbed the minion's big head with both hands. Fortunately, his palm is big enough, otherwise he might not be able to catch him. His actions were insidious, he had no idea what martial virtue was, and he inserted two thumbs directly into the opponent's eyes, gouging out two bloody holes. The minions shouted wildly, and the yellow color on their bodies was freely released. The lightning on Dane's chest lit up, and he opened his mouth and chanted a spell. Shazam! A bolt of super lightning struck out of thin air, and under this bolt of lightning, the minion's body went rigid. But he recovered quickly, but less than half of the yellow light energy in his body was consumed by this attack. You! A burst of smoke cleared, and Dane became younger. Although he rarely returns to his mortal body in recent years, he still does. In order to study some special magic, he would often use his two different bodies to feel the changes in magic. Nowadays, the physical age has also improved to some extent, but not much. Dane, who turned back into an 18-year-old boy, sneered and looked at the blind dwarf in front of him. He shook his arm and said, a pitch-black death kiss stretched out its fangs. Even if Shazam's transformation is temporarily released, he is still the death god of the Aztecs. It would be a big mistake to think that he is a helpless mortal. Devil 643's sacrifice provided him with a lot of death power. Dane didn't waste any time. He took advantage of the short gap when the big-headed dwarf lost his vision. Stab the kiss of death into his heart, and the power of death quickly spreads throughout his body like jaundice attached to the bones. The little blue man felt the fear that penetrated deep into his bones. It was the most profound fear among biological instincts, death. As an immortal being, he faced his own fears for the first time. It turned out that he was just an ordinary person. But this fear allowed him to temporarily gain the tremendous power given to him by the parallax monster. As the person closest to him, Dane naturally felt it. But he didn't panic at all. Death God wants you to die at the third watch, and he will never leave you until the fifth watch. So he shouted the spell again. Shazam! The void thunder hit them again. Dane transformed back into Shazam, and the energy that the little blue man finally gathered was scattered by lightning. The little blue man screamed, and there was nothing he could do. The kiss of death took effect and he quickly turned into an empty shell. And his soul was collected by Dane. Once you get the soul of the little blue man, you will get the biggest harvest this time. As the earliest intelligent life forms in the universe, the Martis people possess an extremely large amount of knowledge, which may even be greater than the archives of Krypton. And the most important thing is that this little blue man was once a member of the Asgardians in the OA star universe. He must have a way to make a green light energy battery, including knowledge of other colors of light. Dane threw the body away with his hands. Without his soul, it was impossible for the parallax monster to resurrect him. He flew to Martian Manhunter, clasped his hands together, and a blast of wind spurted out from his palms, instantly extinguishing the fire on his body. Martian Manhunter, this guy, is a true god when his ability is great, but he is also a real scammer when he is cheating. Chapter 91. Are you okay? Dane stepped forward and pulled up Martian Manhunter. I'm okay. Martian Manhunter said with some embarrassment. It can be said that he made no contribution at all. Dane didn't mean to blame him. He had already known his weakness, and it was actually a mental illness. This problem can only be overcome by himself. At this time, Martian Manhunter remembered what he had just seen and said bluntly. So, that was your real body just now? You still so young? Dane turned back and looked at him doubtfully. What? No, nothing. Martian Manhunter shook his head. At this time, Batman's voice sounded in the headset. What happened inside? I saw all the bugs crawling back into its body. I killed the possessed alien inside. Wait, you said those bugs crawled back? Didn't they disappear? Batman simply responded, there's nothing wrong with my wording. Dane and Martian Manhunter looked at the body at the same time, only to find that it was missing. Is he not dead yet? Martian Manhunter wondered. Dane shook his head, this is impossible. Even if the corpse really moves, the person who comes alive is definitely not the person we just met. He turned to look at Martian Manhunter. Ron, can you see it with your X-vision? Martian Manhunter looked intently, his eyes penetrated many obstacles, and at the bottom, he saw the corpse. It was falling, and it was falling, as if someone was pushing it. Dane frowned. He placed his hands on the energy bodies around him and felt that the colored light energy was converging downwards. Attention everyone! The target has not stopped moving. Repeat, the target has not stopped moving. What do you mean? It's not dead. Red Hood wondered. Dane denied his statement. No, if what I expected is correct, the dead one's body was used by the living one. What are you talking about? The parallax demon is composed of two parts, one is an alien with intelligence, and the other is a monster with power but only acts on instinct. When the one with wisdom dies, the one with only strength will lose control. He briefly explained that the one currently active is actually the parallax monster. A pure lamp beast that is not integrated with any ideological subject, it only follows instinctive activities. Apparently, the death of the little blue man forced Parallax to take action. Perhaps it is looking for a new host, or perhaps it is following its instinct to eat. Its current goal is the Earth. The Parallax monster doesn't care about the Justice League at all. It just wants to have a good meal to make up for the energy it lost in the battle just now. Everyone, try to stop it. After Dane finished speaking, he and Martian Manhunter rushed out of the Parallax monster's body. In the atmosphere, the body of the little blue man was surrounded by a rich yellow light, and Superman's heat vision and freezing breath had no effect on it. Even Wonder Woman's Vulcan sword slashed it, except for weakening some of the yellow energy. Batman, Red Hood, and Nightwing followed it downwards in combat, constantly firing missiles in an attempt to change its direction. As the body entered the atmosphere, its huge body in space also extended downward in a funnel shape, like a cone of huge amounts drilling into the atmosphere. But after entering the atmosphere, it stains midfield. His whole body was filled with divine power. The divine power of Zeus allowed him to freely control the wind and rain, and all the surrounding cumulus clouds were concentrated by him. The charges inside rubbed against each other, and soon a thunderstorm was brewing in the cumulus clouds. The Bat family dispersed all their fighters away from the thunderstorm clouds. Dane controlled the clouds to surround the Parallax monster. In the yellow energy, a huge insect-like creature loomed in it. Dane's power to control the atmosphere tightly trapped the Parallax monster, constantly instigating the clouds to discharge, and the sounds of light explosions and thunder explosions sounded one after another. He could even hear the strange screams of the Parallax monster roaring in it, but this could not stop the Parallax monster from getting closer and closer to Beach City. On the road leading to the harbor from the coastal city, the escort vehicle suddenly stopped. Amanda, who was in the middle of it, knocked her head against the back of the front seat due to the inertia. Just when she was about to scold the driver, she saw him open the door and get out of the car, looking up at the sky. She felt something bad in her heart and quickly got out of the car. Oh, God! Over the seaside city, a large yellow unknown object spread out, quickly blocking half of the city's sunlight. Like huge amounts of parasols blocking the sky, all the citizens of Beach City stared at the scene in the sky without realizing it. Some young people even took out their mobile phones to take pictures, and some even broadcast live. Amanda finally saw this alien monster with her own eyes, but she only felt cold in her hands and feet, and a chill rushed to the sky. It is said that when the house leaks, it rains continuously all night, which is particularly suitable for her. At the same time that Parallax monster entered the Beach City, Hector in the custody car also sensed its arrival. Finally come! He opened his eyes, which were filled with turbid yellow light. Immediately he opened his hands, and the powerful psychokinesis tore the alloy car skin directly. The special forces were very quick in their actions. They raised their guns and shot immediately. But those bullets stopped in mid-air, and then shot backwards, hitting all the soldiers in the head. Hector! What are you doing? I have to admire Amanda's courage as a woman. She didn't dare to provoke Hector at this time. So Hector turned his head and glanced at her. The black man flew directly into the sky and fell heavily. This time she didn't dare to move. Hector thought she was dead, turned around and flew towards Beach City. He could feel that something was calling him. After he left, a Changean got up from the ground. She was wearing the N-metal armor Hawkman gave her, so the injury was not serious. After standing up, she immediately called the superior department. I am Amanda Waller. There is an emergency in Beach City. I personally believe that nuclear bombs should be used immediately when necessary. Over the seaside city. Under the large yellow cover, a small golden flight machine continued to emit energy rays, but to no avail. That was Hawkman's N-metal fighter plane. His plane was not a spaceship, so he was completely unable to participate in the battle between the Justice League and Parallax Demon. But in the atmosphere, his plane could finally be used, but he felt that it was of little use. The energy weapon made of N-metal hit the monster without even a splash. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Hawkman said angrily. At this time, several figures flew past his fighter plane. Hawkman quickly looked over and found someone he had never seen before. Who are these guys? Carter's head was full of questions. Amanda hasn't told him about asking for help from the Justice League yet. But he could also guess that a group of people were dealing with the yellow monster. At this moment, Dane, who was surrounded by lightning, looked back at him. Hawkman swears that person is definitely looking at him. But after just one glance, he continued to fly forward. Clark, Ron, you two are fast, move the people as much as possible. Diana, you and I use lightning together. Bat family, look for opportunities and see if you can discover its weaknesses. Everyone obeyed the order and dispersed. Clark and Ron burst into super speed, well, turning everyone away as much as possible. Their speed was so fast that some people were taken away by a gust of wind without even seeing their faces. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he was in a strange place. But even so, the speed was too slow. There were no less than millions of people in the entire coastal city, and the Parallax monster soon tasted its first big meal on the earth. The strange insect it transformed into lay on the roof of a tall building, opening its mouth wide, and the vitality of countless citizens flew into its mouth along with the yellow light. The people who witnessed this scene were screaming and running around, and the scene Ron saw in Dane's memory reappeared in reality. The disorderly escape only led to more deaths, and he had to use his telepathy to appease their fears to prevent them from being exploited by the Parallax monster. But this is just a drop in the bucket. As long as someone looks up and sees the Parallax monster, fear will arise spontaneously in his heart. I simply can't stop it. And this scene, which can be called the end of the world, quickly spread throughout the United States through some people's quick tweets. In just 10 minutes, almost everyone knew that alien species had begun to invade the Earth. The frightened people are all asking one question. Where are our troops? Chapter 92. Where are the American troops? This is a good question. In fact, the upper-level organizations in the United States only learned that the Earth had been invaded by alien species after being reminded by Amanda, a middle-level manager. They definitely didn't take Amanda's advice to heart. With the usual arrogant attitude of the US military, they do not believe that their troops cannot defeat the enemy. And Amanda's boss, the top leader of the Sky Eye Society, didn't believe Amanda's words either. He knew very well what kind of ambition this woman had, so he seriously suspected that Amanda had deliberately exaggerated the facts in order to fight for power and gain. We cannot blame the US government for being so slow to respond. They have not encountered such a big disaster for a long time, and it is normal for them to be unable to react for a while. While the military bosses were still having meetings and wrangling over which troops to send to aid Coast City, the Coast City incident had quickly become a trending topic on TikTok. The most played one even reached hundreds of millions, which means that the entire United States may be aware of the alien invasion. As soon as the news came out, the president in the White House suddenly cursed. I don't care what you are fighting for. The most important thing now is to send troops to rescue the citizens of Coast City. Now. Immediately. Immediately. The Constitution stipulates that when the United States is attacked by foreign forces, the President has the right to directly command the military. And now the alien invasion is the best time for the President to exercise this power. If an officer is disobedient, the President can use this power to force him to step down without even going through congressional procedures. Therefore, the military bosses did not dare to talk back to the President. They all lowered their heads and hurried down to organize the troops to set off. The first person to be assigned this task was the aircraft carrier formation cruising in the 880C area near Haven City. They were the closest. The carrier-based aircraft took off first and headed towards the coastal city. Soon, the flight crews saw the parallax monster. Holy shit! Before getting close, the flight crews relied on their own experience to determine the size of the parallax monster. They were very doubtful about how much damage their airborne missiles could cause to the opponent. I launched a missile. A pilot flew closer and launched a missile decisively. The missile emits a bright tail flame and huge amounts of roar, immediately attracting the attention of the parallax monster. It seemed to be looking at the missile flying toward its face with some confusion. After looking at it for a while, it opened its big mouth and took the missile into its mouth. It swallowed the missile into its belly like a snack. The flight crew waited for a long time but did not wait for the missile to explode in its belly. He could only curse secretly, turn around and run away. But the parallax monster didn't intend to let him go. It flapped its big wings and instantly set off a gust of wind. Although it is large in size, its speed is not slow at all. The flight attendant turned his head to the side, just in time to see the big eyes of the parallax monster staring straight at him. This scene scared him to death. I'm locked in. Repeat, I'm locked in. Shit, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. The flight attendant frantically called for help, but the only sound from the communicator came from the command post advising him to eject to save himself. When he heard, "Seek J," these words, he stared blankly at the parallax monster's eager eyes outside the glass window, and roared with grief, anger, and despair. I can't do it. But the command center didn't understand it at all, and kept nagging him to try again, maybe it was stuck or something. The pilot couldn't help but think that even if he died with this monster, he would never become his food. Just when the pilot was desperate and was about to die heroically, an unknown object suddenly rushed over and pushed out the monster outside. The flight attendant tried his best to open his eyes wide, almost suspecting that he had seen it wrong. Peregrine Falcon, can you hear me? Report your current situation. I'm saved. What did you say? I'm saved, someone saved me. What saved you? Do you see clearly what it is? I don't know, but it seems, a person. Dane pushed Parallax Monster's body to fly towards the sea, but Parallax Monster was not willing to stay away from the crowd, and they started wrestling in the air. The power of Hercules makes Dane extremely powerful, even if he fights with huge amounts of monsters like Parallax, he will not be defeated. But his size was not an advantage after all, and he was soon bitten by the Parallax Monster and pushed to the ground. The Parallax Monster is like a ground dragon, smashing its entire body to the ground and easily hitting several large meteorite craters. During this period, countless groups of dead men were crushed, and blood, flesh and sewage were mixed together. And it raised its head, took a deep breath like intoxication, and countless yellow skeletons flew into its mouth again. Dane transformed into thunder and lightning, flew upward with Mercury's speed, and punched Parallax Demon in the chin, forcing it to close its mouth. Diana. Diana heard the sound and came, the divine power surged in her body, almost leaking out of her body. Dane's eyes were also blazing white, and the thick snakes were climbing back and forth on him. They all possess the divine power of Zeus, so their joint attack must be extremely powerful. But that's not all, Superman also flew over at the moment, his eyes glowing red. Martian Manhunter was not absent either. He was furious at the tragedy committed by the Parallax monster, and his eyes lit up red. From the horizon, the Bat family aimed the fire control system at Parallax monster's eyes. All members burst out the strongest energy attack at the same time. White light, red light, and blue light converged to synthesize a huge amount of energy beam that hit the Parallax monster. A dazzling light lit up in the center of the city. Hawkman Carter subconsciously blocked his sight with his hands. The next moment, the Parallax monster let out a scream that resounded throughout the city, and large swaths of yellow energy fell off like colloid. It worked. Hawkman and other pilots watching the battle thought excitedly at the same time, but they were too happy too soon. Dane didn't relax at all when he heard the Parallax monster's powerful voice. Sure enough, the aftermath of the energy dissipated, and although the Parallax monster was damaged, it was not injured. It is an energy creature and feeds on fear. As long as fear energy continues to flow, it will not die. And the emotion of fear is everywhere in this coastal city. Hawkman saw that he couldn't kill the Parallax monster even in this way, and he suddenly felt very troubled. Just when he was about to go down and fight side by side with the Justice League, Amanda suddenly called him. Considering that there might be important news, he could only answer it. Hawkman, Hector has escaped. His target is the Parallax monster. The reason is unknown, but I have an intuition. Don't let him stay with Parallax. Amanda's reminder came too late, because Hawkman had already seen a strange-looking human approaching the Parallax monster. He made a prompt decision and jumped directly from his fighter plane. In midair, wings made of N-metal quickly spread out. His coat was torn open, revealing the Hawkman armor underneath. A helmet with an eagle shape was automatically put on his head. Hawkman waved his hand, and a golden mace appeared in his palm. He swooped down and aimed at Hector. Hector actually had time to look up at Hawkman, and softly uttered a sentence. You're late. Immediately, Hector placed his palm on the Parallax monster. Suddenly there was a strong yellow light, and the Parallax monster's broken body turned into liquid and poured into Hector's body. This scene was as horrifying as a snake swallowing an elephant. Hawkman's hammer hit Hector's head, making a dang sound, like hitting steel. At the moment, Hector's 7 orifices were filled with yellow light, and he couldn't stand the power of the Parallax monster. Fortunately, in order to protect himself, Parallax monster obediently helped him sort out the fear energy stars in his body. He even felt that it was not an exaggeration to call him a god at the moment. Hector gave Hawkman a terrifying smile, which set off alarm bells in his heart. He pointed his finger downward, and invisible psychokinesis pressed Hawkman into the ground like a mountain. He pointed upward again, and Hawkman's body flew into the sky uncontrollably. He spread his fingers, and Hawkman spread his limbs, completely at the mercy of the opponent. This feels so wonderful. Hector tried to tear off Hawkman's limbs, but the strength of the N-metal was beyond his imagination, and he failed. This made Hector frown in displeasure. But at this moment, Diana's rope instantly wrapped around his neck. Hector tried to use psychokinesis to break free, but found that it was useless. Diana stood with her feet on the ground, pulled hard with her arms, and Hector's whole body was pulled up into the air. And Dane had been waiting for a long time. He clenched his fists with both hands and hit Hector's big head with a New Year's hammer. Boom! Hector's body smashed deeply into the ground, lifting up sand and rocks several feet high. Chapter 93. But obviously this is still not enough to solve the new Parallax demon. Although Hector's ability is far behind that of the little blue man. But he also has an advantage that the little blue man doesn't have, that is, he fully cooperates with the Parallax monster. Unlike the little blue man, they resisted the Parallax monster's invasion at the beginning, and they did not reach the greatest tacit understanding with each other. As for Hector, he is completely subordinate to Parallax and serves its appetite. The Parallax monster completely gave its power to Hector. At least for now, they are each other's best choice. Moreover, Hector is a cunning person. He did not build a huge amount of energy code to wrap himself up like the little blue man. Instead, they constantly create countless small parallax monsters based on their appearance. So in the next moment, countless small parallax bugs, only the size of a human file, crawled out of the pit. They spread out quickly, like large cockroaches, some flying, some crawling, spreading in all directions. Diana struck out one sword at a time, quickly killing the approaching enemies. But they appeared much faster than she could kill them. Hawkman also joined the team that hunted parallax bugs. He used his weapons and wings to kill bugs very quickly. The rest of the Justice League also joins in on the bug-killing operation. Clark. Ron. Pay attention to the position of the bald head. If you don't think of a way to solve it, you will never be able to kill all these bugs. Superman and Martian Manhunter nodded in agreement, while using X perspective to see the location of Hector. He's gone. The two voices sounded at the same time. Dane raised his head. Hector, this guy, seems to be well versed in the essence of Godeo, so he ran away first? At this time, several fighter planes roared in the sky. Unlike the carrier-based aircraft, this time the fighters were obviously fighting a tough battle. At the same time, he lifted up the Hawkeye and could see an aircraft carrier formation already appearing on the seashore. Everyone, try to move the citizens in the city as much as possible. The military is about to clear the area. Everyone took action. Amanda was standing on the coast at the moment, and she was very happy when she saw the aircraft carrier formation. However, she was a little regretful that the superiors did not accept her suggestion. She did not see the battle between the Justice League and others, and thought that the parallax monster was destroyed by the aircraft formation. Amanda waited here for a long time, and the group finally waited for the armed helicopter from the Sky Eye Society. How's the situation over there in Beach City? Putting on the headphones, Amanda asked her men about the situation in the city. But unfortunately, she got some bad news. It's too bad. There are monsters everywhere in the city now. You can't kill them all no matter how hard you kill them. But I heard that there is a group of Superman types in the city helping to save people and kill those monsters. Hey? Amanda frowned. Superman? Is it the Justice League? She picked up her phone to call Hawkman. But if you think about it carefully, Hawkman cannot be watching the show at this time, he must be saving people. She didn't bother him. She immediately ordered to her subordinates, now, because of Beach City. Are you sure? I mean, ma'am, there are monsters everywhere now, and they say they can fly. Isn't this an armed helicopter? What are you afraid of? Stop talking nonsense and leave quickly. The driver has no choice. The senior official has the upper hand to suppress dead man. What's more, the boss is not afraid of death. Are you afraid? I'm afraid you'll be worse off than dead when you go back. Soon the helicopter approached the seaside city. Just as it approached the city, a strange yellow insect as tall as a person flew over with its wings flapping. Amanda could even see 2 rows of densely packed mouthparts, which can make trypophobic people feel like dying. Although Amanda was frightened, she asked the pilot to control the helicopter carefully and controlled the weapons and equipment herself. Aimed and shot, and hit a strange insect. But she saw that the strange insect she hit only bounced twice on the ground, and then got up like nothing happened and continued to attack humans. What the hell is this? Amanda yelled, there are countless of these things in the whole city. Can a city like this still be needed? Then she saw the military's F-35 fighter jets and Ferris Sabre 3 series of drones flying across the sky, directly dropping air-to-ground missiles and blowing up countless monsters. But this is not enough to eliminate them. Hector's move can be regarded as a direct hit to the 7 inches of human beings. A large body like the Parallax Demon is actually easier to target because its target is too big. You can hit it with your eyes closed, but it's just that it's difficult to kill it completely. But Hector did the opposite and chose to break it into parts. Let duplication attack humans, mainly to collect energy. The main body is hidden and quietly watching the development of things. He is very smart, and although he is not the strongest, he is the most difficult to deal with. And this situation was quickly passed to the hands of the top military officials. The situation in Seaside City is so corrupt. What do the Sky Eyes do? Isn't this matter within their scope of authority? The Sky Eye Society does not have its own armed forces, you obviously know this. Then they should at least notify us in advance so that we can be prepared. Now, let's rush to fight. And we don't even know who the enemy is. With the war situation like this, we have become the laughing stock of the whole world. What's the point of talking about this now? Try your best to come up with a solution. Seeing the commotion in the conference room, General Lois couldn't help but sit up straight. Actually, we have another way, right? Everyone present immediately fell silent and looked at him. Before this alien monster invaded, someone from the Sky Eye Society had already warned us, but not many people cared about it at the time. A few generals looked a little unnatural, but they quickly calmed down. Please give me flowers. Now is not the time to hold people accountable, but to think about how to solve the problems in Beach City. General Lois, don't beat around the bush, tell me what you think. General Lois said seriously, okay, do you remember the person from the Sky Eye Society I just mentioned? She is still in Beach City. And she just sent me the latest information on the enemy. In fact, that was the information Amanda got from Hawkman. Hawkman still hopes that the government can do something. Hawkman's information on Parallax comes from Justice League. Dane agreed to share the information with him, and Cortana uploaded the information to the database in the Hawkman fighter jet. Hawkman was actually a little surprised as to why the other party was able to connect to his fighter plane so smoothly, even though he didn't show the key. General Lois continued. In the description of the member of the Sky Eye Society, the target codename is Parallax Demon, which is the product of a combination of energy life and human beings. Its greatest ability is that it can infect humans like a plague, making the infected people unable to help but inspire inner fear. The Parallax Demon feeds on fear. It will materialize the target's fear and vitality and devour it together. All the generals present had ridiculous expressions on their faces when they heard this report. Isn't this really a script taken from some third-rate Hollywood screenwriter? Fear? A monster that feeds on fear? Why the hell didn't you say it was a vampire? But General Lois then released a video showing the process of the citizens of Beach City being sucked out of life by parallax bugs. By the way, this video was circulated from a bold kudos video maker. The generals fell silent. How to fight this? There are so many enemies that we can't stop killing them. And it can arouse fear in people's hearts. It can be seen that there is no way to send soldiers to fight, otherwise it will be like sending food. The only option is to consider long-range strikes. However, long-distance strikes may accidentally injure civilians, and may not completely kill these monster insects. Besides, since you are already using long-range strikes, you definitely can't talk about rescuing civilians. Since we don't plan on rescuing civilians, why not go bigger and kill those monster bugs at once? At the moment, all the generals had a vague idea in their minds, but no one dared to speak. They all lowered their heads and pretended to be ostriches. General Lois sneered when he saw this, and Tianjian brought it up himself. I feel that since the situation in Beach City is irreversible, then we might as well prepare for the worst and never let other cities experience such a tragic situation. General Lois said categorically, I propose to use nuclear weapons to attack the target named Parallax Demon. The question is, who will convince the president to authorize this project? Chapter 94. In fact, General Lois would put forward such an inhumane suggestion, and he had a purpose that could not be disclosed to outsiders. Among the information he received from Amanda Waller, there was also a detailed evaluation of the Justice League and Superman-like abilities such as Hawkman. The conclusion shocked him. Even in the face of a huge disaster like the Parallax Demon, it seemed that only humans would suffer heavy losses. And these Superman guys have no business at all. He had to start making plans in his heart, in case human civilization encountered unprecedented destruction. These so-called superheroes, yes, some self-media have begun to call these people who can fly and escape as superheroes. So will these so-called superheroes use their abilities to establish their own power in a broken human society? General Lois felt that this was not impossible. So he came up with an idea: why not take this opportunity to eliminate these Superman types and alien monsters together? His thoughts are actually very consistent with Amanda's. But for a whole city, this decision is not so easy to make. The generals present could calmly let millions of soldiers die on the battlefield 8:30. As long as the result was worthwhile, they would dare to do it. But millions of civilians, this is going to ruin their political future. So the entire conference room was even more silent than before. No one wanted to speak, and no one dared to speak. General Lois saw what they meant and couldn't help but sneered. Since everyone is unwilling to speak, for the sake of the United States, let me be the sinner. As soon as he said this, the meeting immediately became lively. Everyone is praising General Lois for his ability to take on responsibilities and for being the toughest cornerstone of the United States. Anyway, you can praise him however you want. Now that the biggest scapegoat has appeared, they just need to follow him. But General Lois does not care about his political future. In other words, compared with the righteousness in his heart, his political future can also be sacrificed. He firmly believes he is doing the right thing. So the plan, designed and drafted by the combat staff and signed by all the powerful generals, was quickly placed on the firm desk of the White House. His Excellency the President just glanced at the plan and almost jumped up in shock. Especially when he saw the signature Sam Lois and the long list of names following it, he felt that his blood pressure was about to rise. He threw the plan hard in the face of his staff, spitting directly on them. Is this the solution you came up with? Is this the solution the soldiers of the United States came up with to protect our country? You are committing murder. No, this is simply massacre. What do you think of the lives of millions of citizens? God! All the bastards in the military deserve to be hanged. The staff member lowered his head and did not dare to wipe the spittle from his body. He just whispered. But this is the only way now. Where are our aircraft carriers? Where are our aircraft? Where are our tanks and armor? Where are our SEALs and Delta Force? The country has raised them for so long and it has no effect at all. The staff explained, the alien monster has a very strong psychic ability, and our army can't even get close to it. And the aircraft formations and aircraft carrier battle groups closest to Seaside City have been infected by unknown energy, and the casualties are really heavy. Mr. President, the United States has reached its most dangerous moment, although only one city is currently affected. But after those demons eat up Beach City, they will move to other parts of the United States. At that time, it will be the real end. We don't have much time. Please make an early decision, President. The staff lowered their heads deeply and spoke sincerely. The President was stunned. He couldn't believe that the situation had reached this level. How long has it been since then, and the United States is already on the verge of destruction? He fell straight down on the sofa chair, and after a while he came back to his senses. He said in a hoarse voice. Really, is this the only way? The staff nodded slowly but firmly, and the President closed his eyes in pain, and finally waved his hand tiredly, go and get ready. After hearing the order, the staff quickly opened the office door. Someone was already waiting outside with a black briefcase. It turns out you were already prepared. The President lamented in his heart. Today's scene will surely become an indelible stain in our political history. The staff member opened the briefcase, and inside was a keyboard-style mechanical structure with a red button in the center. After the professionals completed the operation and the president was identified through fingerprints, voice prints, iris, and even DNA, he put his finger on the red button. He couldn't help but cross himself with his other hand, "May the Lord forgive our sins." Then he pressed the button resolutely. When the White House sent out a signal to activate nuclear weapons, the first person to receive the signal was not someone at the nuclear weapons base, but Dane. Cortana received the signal and immediately sent it to him. Dane immediately ordered Cortana to quickly announce the shocking fact through Pioneer's social software such as Kuaishou and Figzun. Then it was announced on LA's public channel. "I just received news from Cortana that the military has activated its nuclear weapons. In 10 minutes, it will arrive over Beach City." There was a gasp of air in the channel. How dare they do this? There are many innocent civilians here. Wonder Woman scolded the military for being inhumane. Clark also looked angry, but the parallax bugs here were endless. For every bug that dies, 2 humans suffer. Maybe that's why the military came up with such an idea? But this is of no use. If Hector, who is possessed by the parallax demon, does not die, he can hide elsewhere and continue his operation. It is meaningless to just kill these bugs. Hawkman is not connected to the JLA's channel, but he has his own sources of intelligence. Therefore, after the nuclear weapons were launched, the officials of North Beach City wanted to know about it first. Then he dialed Amanda's phone and started yelling, "What the hell are you doing?" But Amanda just said hastily, "I don't know either," and hung up. Her goal has been achieved, and now she has let the helicopter take her directly to the destination. Shit. Hawkman now regrets supporting this woman in the first place. He never thought that this woman could be so evil because she was so evil. Not long after, all social software owned by Pioneer simultaneously exposed the military's conspiracy, and the whole world was instantly in an uproar. The nuclear powers finally figured out what was going on with Yingjiang, and they were just a little bit away from launching a nuclear counterattack. Now when I look at it, oh, it turns out it's blowing itself up, so that's okay. Countries watched the show secretly, and at the same time, leaders of various countries expressed their deep condolences for the events that occurred in the United States. The people had their little candles ready, waiting for the nuclear weapons to explode and watch a century of firework. Then put up a nice heart-shaped picture and post it on WeChat Moments or on Twitter. At this time, the new Green Lantern Hal Jordan finally flew out of the wormhole and returned to Earth. When he flew to Beach City, he found that his city had now become a mess, with countless monsters and decedent. Mom! Carol! He hurried towards his home, only to find that it was in ruins. He was stunned, and then with the last glimmer of hope, he rushed to Carol's residence and found that it had become a sea of fire. This almost drove him crazy. Just when he was about to have a mental breakdown, Dane teleported to him through magic. "What are you doing?" Hal turned his head, his eyes were red and bloodshot. "Mom and Carol, they are fine and have been transferred by members of the Alliance in advance." Dane shook his head, so it was because of this. Then he saw a blur in front of his eyes, and Hal immediately approached him and pinched his arm. "Really? Are you sure?" Dane decided to speak with the facts. He took out his communicator and let Hal see it. Above is the Hall of Justice, where Hal's mother and Carol are looking worriedly at the disaster in Beach City, accompanied by Zatanna. Great 5.5. Hal felt that all the strength in his body had been taken away, and he was almost about to collapse. Now is not the time to rest, the disaster in Beach City is not over yet, stand up. Hal subconsciously stood up straight. "What did you come back for?" "Save Beach City." "Then do it. A tactical nuclear bomb is on its way. The only way to solve this crisis is to find Hector." "Hector?" Hal was surprised. He obviously didn't know what his former friend had done. Dane nodded, "Yes, I told you about the emotional spectrum. But I didn't talk about other colors of light on the emotional spectrum." This beach city incident is the power of yellow light, which represents the fear of life. And Hector has now integrated with the yellow light beast Parallax, but he is hiding. Even for us, it would be difficult to find him for a while, but you are different, Hal. There is a connection between color and light. You are likely to be the breakthrough for us to find him. Go, find him. Then, do with him as you think. Chapter 95. After listening to Dane's words, Hal felt a heavy pressure on his body, but he still accepted it without hesitation. The connection between colors and lights that Dane mentioned is actually that Parallax particularly likes to possess people from the Green Lantern Corps. In 0 Hour, Hal was originally possessed by the Parallax monster, so he has the qualifications to accommodate the Parallax monster. Hector is still a little behind, and Dane believes that Parallax will eventually choose to abandon Hector and turn to Hal. Now it depends on whether Hal's willpower can suppress the Parallax monster. Dane's goal is to focus on nuclear weapons. He opened the backend interface of Quaju and found that the matter had begun to spread around the world. People across the United States are strongly condemning this crazy plan of the military, and even the president's political opponents have begun to encourage Congress to initiate impeachment proceedings against the president. A nuclear bomb, millions of lives, how dare they give orders so directly? Have you lost your mind? Dane will laugh and tell you that they have indeed lost their minds. Because he was the one who made the witch curse the military and the entire Washington, a very slight and insignificant curse. You won't even notice it, as it does no harm to the body of the cursed person. It will only make them actively look for choices that seem suitable in theory when faced with difficult choices, but they must not make them after careful consideration. This spell is very complex. 24. Although it does not have any attack ability at all, it affects people's subconscious. The subconscious mind is extremely difficult to control. And the subconscious mind cannot completely affect a person's behavior, because there are many other objective factors that affect people's behavior. Therefore, generally no one will study this kind of magic, just because it is too useless. In the field of brain, Dane is not an expert, but he still developed this useless magic just for now. After this exposure, it can be expected that the official reputation will definitely suffer a huge blow. The Justice League can just fill the public's missing trust in the government, which is a fish of credibility. He doesn't want the Justice League to turn into the non-governmental organization that is completely public welfare and selfless, and that the government can suppress any bullshit. He hopes that the Justice League can become a new object that everyone expects, above the country or the alliance of countries. All countries and organizations should respect it as an independent social group, which is why it wants to achieve economic independence first. Now, with the help of pioneer technology and Umbrella, the alliance has been able to achieve complete economic self-sufficiency, and now it is just short of international reputation. And what could be greater than the prestige gained by crushing the entire US under your feet? The whole thing that has come to this point is not the result of Dane's directing. He just discovered that Tianyan had similar intentions of getting rid of them, so he helped along the way. Thinking of this, Dane smiled. I really have to thank Amanda Waller for this matter. If she hadn't disclosed this idea first, things would not have developed so smoothly. And we also have to thank General Lois for his hostility towards the Superman class. He is a very useful vanguard and plays a good leading role. I also want to thank Martian Manhunter. Ron is fighting alongside them now. If he was still in the military operations department, he would definitely be able to discover the abnormalities in those generals. Instead of like now, after everything is over, the witch even has time to take care of things. After the witch was dealt with, General Lois quickly regretted it. God, what have we done? The president was so regretful that his intestines were blue, but he had no time to regret. His political opponents have begun to criticize him, and now he can only hope that nuclear weapons can really solve this alien invasion. The military bosses who reacted at the moment also thought so. But will Dane let them get their way? Seeing a missile pierce the sky, the refugees in Seaside City were stunned when they learned from Kuai Shao that the military had launched a nuclear bomb. This is actually true. In the crowd, a handsome boy sneered. It's definitely true. With the current situation in Haben City, the military can only come up with this solution. Everyone glared at him. But the boy didn't care. He calmly raised his mobile phone and started live broadcasting the doomsday scene of Coast City. Today alone, he has gained more followers than he has in the past few years. The citizens feel that he is crazy, and now the coastal city is about to face the crisis of destruction. He is actually still paying attention to live broadcasts? Is the industry involved to this extent? I tell you, don't worry at all, the Justice League will save this city. Justice League, someone muttered. He pointed to Superman who was rescuing people outside, and Wonder Woman who was killing monster insects. Do you mean them? That's right. The boy nodded. Can they stop a nuclear bomb? Someone questioned. The boy smiled, obviously knowing a lot about the Justice League. There are nearly 10 members of the Justice League, and there are at least 3 gods alone. If this city cannot be saved in this way, it can only mean that its demise is God's arrangement. The boy shrugged and continued his live broadcast, and his words were transmitted to the world through the live broadcast. Everyone knows that the super-ables who kill enemies and save people in Beach City belong to an organization called the Justice League. People keep asking the anchor to introduce the names of the members in the live broadcast room. At first glance, this anchor looks like a wild newsman. Let's talk about this later, the nuclear bomb is coming. The boy pointed his cell phone at the sky. The high-tech cell phone in his hand captured the scene in the sky very clearly. Everyone, whether they are refugees in Beach City in real life or people from all over the world sitting in front of the screen. At this moment, it seems that one can feel the oppression brought by mankind's most powerful weapon. Among them, the people of Hiroshima must feel this mood best. In the sky, on the clouds, a white light flashed across quickly. Perhaps sensing the threat, all the yellow parallax bugs stopped and turned their gaze to the sky. The Justice League also felt it, and all members stared in the direction of nuclear weapons. Just as the missile carrying the nuclear warhead was getting closer and closer to the coastal city, a figure took off in the desperate eyes of all the citizens in the city. That's Shazam! In the silent environment, only the boy who broadcast the live broadcast was still talking. But he seemed to be affected by the surrounding atmosphere, and his voice lowered unconsciously. He is one of the legendary Asgardians, the ancient patron saint of magic and the master of the Rock of Eternity. Everyone listened quietly to his voice, constantly improving their impressions of this Asgardian in their minds. Some people put their hands together, and some people put their hands on their hearts. They all prayed in their hearts, praying that the god could successfully prevent the nuclear bomb from detonating. Dane saw the missile approaching, and his senses gave him a slight warning, indicating that the nuclear bomb in front of him might pose some threat to him. But this feeling of danger is not too strong. Death God's godhead gives him the ability to freely enter and exit the realm of life and death, and his god's body can theoretically withstand the power of nuclear bomb explosions, so the threat from nuclear bombs to him is relatively low. He wanted to try to see if he had made greater progress than his original self after learning so much magical knowledge and acquiring the power of Godhead. So he possessed himself and flew towards the missile. Under everyone's gaze, Dane approached the missile, then relied on the strength of his body to lift the nuclear bomb and fly high into the sky. He held it. Everyone in Beach City widened their eyes, and some parallax bugs, wondering if they thought there was an opportunity, also flew into the sky, trying to catch up with Dane. He flew higher and higher, higher and higher, until Dane and the missile were safely hidden by the clouds. People on the ground could only see shallow shadows and yellow monsters one after another under the clouds. Suddenly, a sun lit up, a violent shockwave scattered the clouds, and the sky seemed to be torn apart. Countless strange insects were melted into nothingness by the high temperature. Then huge amounts of roaring sound came from the sky, it was far bigger and more fierce than thunder. Boom! The wind pressure was downward, ruffling the temples of countless people, and the light of the small sun was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. Dane! Diana couldn't help shouting. Although Dane had told her in advance that nothing would happen to her, how could she not be worried? But where the little sun lit up, an inconspicuous shadow appeared there. Under the backlight, his back gradually grew taller. When the light of the nuclear explosion dissipated, Dane's figure was completely revealed to everyone. Shazam, unharmed. Chapter 96. When Dane appeared again, the whole city burst into deafening cheers. Everyone who could see him raised their hands high, as if they wanted to touch the figure in the sky. Diana spat, "Love now." But she couldn't hide the smile in the corners of her eyes. Others in Zhenglian also breathed a sigh of relief. In the Justice Building, Zatanna, Poison Ivy, and Harley Quinn put their raised hearts back into their stomachs at the same time. Even Hawkman felt a little relieved because of his appearance. "No, I'm not on their team," he severely criticized himself. Dane returned to the ground and looked at the teammates gathered around him. Superman looked around him carefully, and then wondered, "Now you can't even use a nuclear bomb. Actually, I think you should be able to do it too." But Superman's face didn't look very confident. Just like the first time he took a bullet in the face, he didn't dare to say that he could withstand a nuclear bomb before he tried it. Batman didn't say anything, but silently raised the threat level of Shazam and Superman again in his mind. "Don't be too happy now. This matter has not been truly resolved yet, and Beach City is still under the control of monsters. Although some of the monster bugs were partially wiped out by the aftermath of the nuclear bomb, there are still many parallax bugs still raging in the city." But Batman discovered something different. "I don't know if you've noticed, but their number doesn't seem to be increasing anymore." Everyone listened and paid attention, and the Red Hood simply asked Cortana to help count and compare it with the previous number of insect swarms. The results showed that the number of parallax bugs did not continue to increase. "I don't know what's going on, but it should be a good thing, right?" Nightwing's attitude is very optimistic. "The nuclear bombs have been launched. Is there anything else they can't deal with?" But he was obviously happy too soon. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a green figure rushed out from the underground of Seaside City and shot straight into the sky. "That is not." Nightwing only read the information Cortana gave him. Batman nodded, "It's Green Lantern." He turned to look at Dane, so it was obvious that he was back. Dane gave him a look back, "That's right. I saw a yellow monster emerging from the ground where Hal appeared, with Hector's shadow vaguely visible on its ugly face. It seems that he has been integrated with Parallax for too long and has undergone some inhuman changes." Hal hovered in the air and shouted at Hector. "Stop it! Hector! Look what you have done to Beach City! This is your hometown." "I have no hometown, and no home anymore." Hector laughed miserably, and his body groaned in pain. He could feel that the Parallax monster was resisting him and wanted to change its host. And the new host it was interested in was Hal Jordan, whom he had just met once, which made Hector jealous in his heart. He finally had such invincible power, but he still couldn't compare to Hal Jordan. Carol just liked him. You're just a brainless monster, and you didn't even choose me. Hector will never allow his things to be taken away again. Never. By the way, since we killed him once in space, can we do it again this time?" Nightwing suggested, turning his attention to Dane. But Dane shook his head, "I'm afraid not. In this case, only Hector will die. As a parallax monster, Shin can still choose another person to possess him like before. There is no end to this. Although there are not many qualified people in Beach City, parallax monsters can completely treat humans as consumables. Throw it away when it's worn out, replace it with a new one if it's lost." He had no interest in playing such boring games with this big bug. In order to concentrate his power, Hector had to recycle all parallax. This time was different from before. Among the vitality he absorbed, the aircraft carrier fleet and fighter jet formation were absorbed the most. It can be said that Hector single-handedly proved that the United States aircraft carrier battle group is not invincible. And Dane proved that even humanity's most powerful weapons are not enough to destroy living beings like them. Now all the countries in the world that are paying attention to this disaster are studying and thinking about how to deal with Superman like them in the future. No one stopped Hector's process of recovering yellow energy, because if he did this, they would not have to clean up those scourges all over the city. They just need to deal with Hector and Parallax. Seeing that his persuasion was fruitless, Hal decisively swooped down and punched Hector in the face. He, now that things have happened, do you think this will be useful? The wound on Hector's face healed quickly, and he suddenly discovered something interesting. That is, the green energy in Hal's body is very similar to the yellow light energy in his own body. So when Hal relied on his imagination to materialize a giant hammer, he also tried to materialize a howitzer, and he succeeded. It turns out that this kind of energy can be used in this way. As if he had discovered a new world, Hector's whole body was trembled with yellow light. All the fighter jets and ship-based guns that had been destroyed just now reappeared and fired fiercely at Hal. Hal appeared with a large green arc-shaped shield, blocking the salvo of artillery fire. Upon seeing this, the Justice League also stepped forward to help. Hector suddenly felt the pressure doubled. Look at you, Hal, you are better than me in everything. If I am evil, you must be good. Why? Look, the power of justice has chosen you, and the power that symbolizes evil in me actually favors you. Are you that good? Even Carol likes you. Why? Why? I'm not convinced, I won't give in. Hector's body once again erupted with a surge of energy, and countless fighter jets were created out of thin air. These fighter jets were far more flexible than real fighter jets. Although it was helpless to do anything to the members of the Justice League, it delayed their steps. And Hector himself had a hand-to-hand fight with Hal. He doesn't know any fighting skills at all, and he just relies on his abundant energy and self-healing ability to fight Hal. And with a strong force, he was able to suppress Hal in a short time. But this kind of outbreak is limited after all and cannot last long. Moreover, the Parallax monster is not as cooperative as before, which further aggravates the loss of Hector's life, and Hal can also clearly see his state. While dealing with Hector, he asked in a complicated tone, "Is all this worth it?" Hector just smiled when he heard this, even though he smiled ugly. "You will never understand, Hal, I have failed too many times. If I can win just once at the last time, I don't care about anything. Is this why you are trying so hard not to fight me?" "That's right." Hal stopped his movements, and Hector took a step back suspiciously to prevent any conspiracy. But Hal had no conspiracy. He pulled out his ring, and his battle suit and his super ability disappeared. He threw the ring aside and looked at Hector. "Now, I have nothing left, Hector, do you dare to give up the yellow light and challenge me in a real one-on-one battle?" Hector was silent for a while, then suddenly burst into laughter. He controlled the yellow light island to reveal a tentacle and rolled up Hal's neck. When Clark saw this scene, he wanted to take action, but Dane stopped him. "Just trust him, Clark. Now you just have to watch." Hal was a little uncomfortable being strangled, but he had no regrets or anger. Instead, he smiled at Hector. "Are you crazy? Or do you think, Zhao Li, thinks I won't kill you?" Hector felt strange about his current blind optimism. But Hal still smiled and said, "Kill me? No, Hector, you may think so, but it will not." "Who?" Hector thought for a moment, then his expression suddenly changed. "You plotted against me." But seeing that the Parallax monster sensed that the power of the green light had left Hal, it became restless, and took advantage of the opportunity of the two people's contact to transfer its power to Hal. Hector watched this process and yelled wildly, "No! I am your master, you should listen to me." However, the parallax monster has no loyalty at all, and it quickly transferred itself to Hal. And Hector's life and fear of losing his power were packed away and given to Hal. Dane couldn't help feeling that Hector's reluctance was normal. The front foot also cooperates with himself to kill in a tacit understanding, as if the parallax monster has reached the peak of his life. Turning around and defecting to your opponent is like the goddess you finally managed to catch, and you just held hands with her for a few days, and then you turned around and poured out all your money into the arms of a rich and handsome woman. Wait a minute, Hector also likes Kameng, right? Chapter 97. After Hal accepted the parallax monster, his body was also covered in yellow light energy. Members of LA could see that he was desperately resisting the parallax monster's temptation with his own willpower. What now? Martian Manhunter didn't know Green Lantern. But he could tell that Green Lantern was probably with them. Now he has temporarily suppressed the parallax monster by his own will, but this process cannot last long. The power of the lamp beast will increase as time goes by. We have to find a way to seal it first. How to do it? It's the turn of our magicians to appear at this time. Konstantin, Zatanna, do you hear that? As soon as he finished speaking, 2 teleportation arrays with different luster lit up, and Konstantin and Zatanna walked out of them respectively. It's finally my turn to appear. Konstantin held a cigarette arrogantly, acting like a hooligan. Martian Manhunter hesitated, is this also a member of the Alliance? At that time, he only had a glimpse in the Hall of Justice, but now Martian Manhunter realized how eclectic his teammate was. Konstantin smiled, showing his teeth, and said to Martian Manhunter, "This new alien friend, although I smoke, drink, and love to save lost girls, I am actually a good person. You will know after you have been with me for a long time." Martian Manhunter distanced himself silently from him, not believing a single punctuation mark of what he said. "Oh, it's so sad. Today's newcomers don't respect the elderly at all," he said with a little pretentiousness. Zatanna, on the other hand, greeted everyone in a polite manner. Strictly speaking, this was Zatanna's first appearance in front of all the members, and she was still a little nervous. But when she saw Dane smiling at her, she seemed to be filled with courage instantly, and she raised her head and smiled sweetly at him. Diana noticed this scene and frowned without any trace. She had a gut feeling that there might be something going on between the two. "So boss, you came to me this time to save the world," he said boldly. That expression made Dane feel a little funny, but he still cooperated. "In a way, yes, I need you and Zatanna to help me complete a spell." After that, he stretched out his hand and Hal's green light ring flew to his hand. "Do you remember the sealing magic I once taught you?" This is mainly a question to Konstantin, because Zatanna actually often goes to the Rock of Eternity to learn magic. Her biggest problem is that she always wants to cast all magic through the irony magic passed down from her family, and only the Rock of Eternity can give her enough theoretical knowledge to accomplish this. She can naturally understand what Dane is talking about as the sealing magic, which Dane once studied to seal the 3 palace demons. But if they wanted to use this magic at that time, they still lacked a world-class artifact. Do they have it now? Dane understood her doubts and showed her the green ring on her hand. Zatanna just took it, glanced at it, and nodded, recognizing the value of the ring. Konstantin also looked at it carefully and said with some regret, "This thing is indeed okay, but it has an owner. We still need the owner's consent." Dane motioned for them to look into the distance, where Hal was trying to suppress the parallax monster's infection. He couldn't help but feel anxious when he saw Dane still looking at him leisurely. "Stop looking. Find a way. I can't hold on much longer." Dane turned to look at Konstantin and Zatanna, "Then let's start quickly." "Good. The parallax monster is an unusual monster. It is a pure energy life form, so it cannot be sealed using ordinary methods. This requires many prerequisites. First of all, an artifact related to its power must be prepared. This artifact must also have a spatial function and be able to accommodate the parallax monster. Green light rings are eligible. Secondly, a white magician and a black magician are required to cast spells together. Considering that the parallax monster is already in the category of a mythical beast, the power of a god must be added here. Such a trinity, Tuan sealed it. Hal, this may hurt a little, please bear with it. Dane, Zatanna, and Constantine stood in 3 directions and recited spells at the same time, their low voices carrying a mysterious atmosphere. The parallax monster sensed the approaching crisis and struggled even more fiercely. But Hal is worthy of being called the greatest Green Lantern in history. With his strong will to protect Beach City, he suppressed the backlash of the parallax monster. Immediately, just as the parallax demon liked to suck out other fears along with their vitality, the parallax demon also turned into an electric-sized yellow shadow and escaped from Hal's 7 orifices. Hal's whole face was distorted in pain. He wanted to cry out, but the position of his mouth was also occupied by the parallax monster, so he couldn't cry out. I could only swallow all the pain into my stomach. Fortunately, the pain did not last long, and soon, Sedg, Dane and others extracted the energized parallax monster. Zatanna. Zatanna nodded upon hearing this, recited an ironic spell, and the green light ring lit up, shining on the parallax monster. The forked limbs of the spoon are raised to cover Ren's body. At the same time, Constantine used black magic to curse it. He must curse a monster as powerful as parallax. His own power is far from enough. So Dane exerted all his divine power to support their magic. With the cooperation of the 3 magicians, the parallax monster's struggle gradually weakened, and finally turned into a wriggling mass of energy that was sucked into the Green Lantern ring. Keep up the magic, I'll be back soon. Dane told the 2 of them, and then his body turned into a bolt of lightning and got into the light ring. The world in the ring, the emerald space. The parallax monster was just sent here and is still a little confused. Then Dane's lightning struck directly on its head. This stung it greatly, and the parallax monster roared angrily and flew towards Dane. Want to tear him apart? Dane showed his true form and lured it to fly towards the floating city. When he borrowed Hal's ring for research, he discovered that the floating city could actually be used as a prison. Especially this place is filled with green wool energy like the central energy battery of OA Star, and there are no living creatures, which means that the parallax monster has no way to replenish fear energy in time. It's like a cage naturally prepared for it. Dane is a little suspicious that the world in the ring is actually connected to the central energy battery, or that the world in the ring is originally a relatively primitive central energy battery. The little blue man might have created something like a lantern battery based on this world. All in all, this floating city can accommodate huge amounts of parallax monster's body. After leading it to the floating city, Dane suddenly turned around and rushed towards the parallax monster. This parallax monster, which did not possess anyone, was not very smart. It stared blankly at Dane rushing over and opened its mouth wide, thinking that the other person was here to deliver food. Dane circled around and grabbed the opponent's big tail. Despite its completely asymmetrical body shape, Parallax Monster was unable to resist his immense strength. Come over here, you! The Parallax Monster was thrown away without any resistance and crashed directly into the floating city. When it tried to climb out of the ruins, it found that the floating city suddenly seemed to come to life and entangled it. The Parallax Monster could only struggle desperately, roaring and trying to escape, but its several attempts were beaten back by Dane. After repeating this cycle dozens of times, Dane got a little tired. He took out his own kiss of death and gave it to the Parallax Monster first. But as expected, it didn't work. Parallax monsters cannot be killed. As long as there is life in the universe, the emotional spectrum will not disappear, and Parallax Monster, the representative of yellow fear, will not die. Dane then put away the kiss of death and took out the necromancer scepter. I hope you can gain some energy. He pointed the scepter at the parallax monster, and suddenly a light hit the parallax monster, and then Dane saw it in surprise. The yellow energy from parallax is flowing towards the scepter. This scepter can even steal the energy of the emotional spectrum? Dane couldn't help shouting. Necromancer is awesome. Chapter 98. As the scepter is absorbed, the energy in the parallax monster's body decreases rapidly. In this place that lacks fear, it has no way to regain its power. Therefore, the intensity of the parallax monster's struggle became smaller, and soon it was so weak that it could not even push the floating city away. The scepter crystal in Dane's hand also turned yellow, exuding an evil atmosphere. The power of fear, this power should be very suitable for Batman. But with Bruce's character of being suspicious of everything, he probably wouldn't accept this power. This power does not match that of Shazam. Although Dane's existence makes many high-level government officials feel scared, the people generally have a good impression of him. Not to mention that he had just saved the people of Beach City. At the moment, everyone was most fond of him. At this time, the two hot words Justice League and Shazam have topped the hot search lists on major internet. Even traditional print media and live TV news have begun to publish and broadcast information about Justice League and Shazam. But most of this information was revealed by the Kuaido anchor with the ID name Fu N Generation, but no one knows the more detailed things. Oh, not really. Sharp-eyed netizens spotted several familiar figures in Justice League. In Gotham, there are many gangsters who like to swipe and vibrate when they have nothing to do. On this day, the boss of the Yamaguchi-gumi was sitting in his stronghold counting money happily. He received news a few days ago that Batman seemed a little busy recently and had no time to talk to them. And Red Hood is fighting with the big guys like Penguin and Black Mask, and he hasn't been here to take care of them for a long time. Batgirl has recently made a comeback, but will the majestic Yamaguchi-gumi boss be afraid of a mere chick? This is a FG joke. So the Yamaguchi-gumi decided to seize this hard-won opportunity and make money quickly. Just as he was sniffing Franklin's scent intoxicated and enjoying the alone time, his younger brother suddenly ran in a hurry. "Boss, boss! It's not good, boss!" The loud voice instantly ruined the good mood of the Yamaguchi-gumi boss. With a sinister look on his face, he stared fiercely at the younger brother who had disturbed him. "You'd better give me a good reason." The younger brother ran to the boss, looked at the green banknotes spread on the table, and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Hearing the boss' unkind words, he hurriedly took out his mobile phone. "Boss, watch this video." The boss of the Yamaguchi-gumi looked at the small screen in confusion, and his face turned dark when he first saw it. "I paid you to be a thug. Do you want to die if you watch Kuaido's short videos?" But at the second glance, he felt something was wrong. How many people above looked familiar? He rubbed his eyelids and took his brother's cell phone away to look at it carefully. After he saw it clearly, his whole face suddenly wrinkled. Batman? Red Hood? And Nightwing? Are they together? Are they doing live broadcasts? What are they doing live broadcasts? Form a team to fight gangs? But he endured it and continued watching, and found that these lunatics were not in Gotham. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, even a little secretly. If these lunatics are not around, then wouldn't they be able to do whatever they want? Before the Yamaguchi-gumi boss could think about the future, his younger brother quickly interrupted his fantasy. "Boss, don't just look at this, there's more below." After hearing this, he looked down and found that the video producer was very careful and even divided it into episodes. So with the idea of getting first-hand information, he clicked on the video below to play. Then his face turned green. Shazam, Superman, Wonder Woman, Martian Manhunter. What the hell are these beasts and horses? Especially Shazam, who resisted a nuclear explosion. Is this really a human being? The boss of the Yamaguchi-gumi team wanted to accuse this of being a special effect and false hype. However, there is Kuaido's official certification below the video, and the video is authentic. Moreover, there are many well-known news studios at home and abroad in the recommendations below, which also proves the authenticity of these videos. With the last glimmer of hope, he exited the video and returned to the main interface, only to find that all the content was related to the Justice League. I didn't expect Gotham's Batman to be quite popular across the United States. And most of them have positive comments about it. The biggest dissatisfaction with Batman in many comment sections is that they ask why he doesn't kill those garbage people who sell fans. I earn money by working, okay? If you don't like it, don't buy it. The Yamaguchi Gumi boss cursed loudly, but after he finished cursing, he fell into deep thought. It's hard to deal with just one Batman, let alone one with helpers in Gotham. But now, the Justice League? What if they got involved in Gotham Road too? Is there any chance for people like them to survive? In the past, the Yamaguchi Gumi still had the confidence to give some color to those who didn't let them make money. But facing a guy who couldn't even be killed by a nuclear bomb, he felt that it was better not to touch the stone with eggs. So he made a prompt decision and immediately called to his horsemen, "Be more honest these days." The subordinate scratched the back of his head, not understanding how to be honest. Is it about not killing people or not setting fires? You can't sell it even if you don't have fans, right? However, the boss of the Yamaguchi Gumi really asked his subordinates to stop selling fans, and he was going to observe the trend. Not just the Yamaguchi group, but every gangster in Gotham doesn't know Batman and the Red Hood. When they discovered that these two guys actually had such powerful teammates as their backing, they immediately shrank their business, and many smugglers stopped transporting people to Gotham. Even underground forces such as the Penguin, Two-Face, and Black Mask are having trouble. They are different from other minions, they all know Superman. Please give me flowers. The guy who stood and let them shoot without messing up his hair was like a god and was definitely not something they could deal with at their level. Moreover, they also found out through their network that there was another person who participated in the siege of the Scarecrow. Among them, a mysterious man directly killed Gotham's craziest criminal Joker. You must know that the biggest reason why they dared to go against Batman for so long is that they know that Batman will never kill anyone. What if Batman could? This question makes all villains shudder, then he is an enhanced version of Joker. It seems that we should restrain ourselves a little recently. The Penguin had a shy belly and took a puff of his cigar. The Two-Face man sat in front of him, with two faces and two expressions. The normal face looked excited and happy, while the burned face looked angry and fearful. So that's it, the burned scarred face said displeased. They haven't even done anything yet. Maybe you should listen to Penguin. The normal face was full of energy. By the time they really come, it will be too late, right? Shut up, Harvey! Scarface roared. Penguin, on the other hand, looked calm. He had long been accustomed to quarrels between Two-Face split personalities, and he skillfully broke up the fight. Don't argue, I made this decision after careful consideration. You should all have seen the power of that Superman, and we have no way to deal with him yet. As he spoke, Penguin calmly took another puff of his cigar and continued. But these are only temporary. I noticed that since a batch of old friends from Arkham Asylum died, they have not appeared in Gotham for a long time. You mean? Two-Face heard something. Penguin nodded and smiled. Our Mr. Dark Knight is a very conceited person. He will never allow others to interfere in the affairs of this city, even his teammates. Then why do we still need to restrain ourselves? Can't everything still work as usual? At this point, Two-Face suddenly came to his senses. Two different faces stared at Penguin. Are you planning something secret? That's right. Penguin admitted. Now all the gangs in Gotham are beginning to shrink their power. Isn't this a good opportunity for us? We will do business that no one is doing, and we will sell things that no one is selling. It won't be long before the entire underground world of Gotham will be ours. Penguin's eyes burned with blazing ambition. We will become the real masters of this city. Then you still want me to restrain myself? When I say contain, I don't mean doing nothing, but putting the battlefield outside of Gotham. Then where should we go? Penguin smiled and said, what do you think of Bloodhaven? Chapter 99. The Justice League was unaware of the outside media frenzy. Dane hid the yellow light in the crystal. After confirming that the parallax monster would not come out again, he flew out of the ring world. As soon as he appeared in the real world, he signaled to Zatanna and Constantine to stop casting spells. Hal has also recovered at this moment and is looking here with worry. Dane knew what he was worried about and threw the green light ring in his hand directly to Hal. After he took the ring, he couldn't wait to put it on. The familiar energy returned to his body again, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This feels right. The energy of will quickly dissipated the remaining yellow energy in his body, and also dispelled the faint fear that was aroused in his heart. Dane reminded him, the parallax monster is now sealed in your ring. Please do not use the power of the green light on a large scale in the recent period. It's best to go back to OA Star first and recharge the ring with some energy to suppress it better. When he said this, he saw Hal's expression was a little strange, so he asked curiously, what's wrong? 30. Hal thought for a while and decided to tell the story about Sinestro. Although it was a bit disgraceful, he did not hide what he saw and heard. He told what he had seen and heard on the planet Corriga, but a few human beings present knew that he was being used after only hearing a few words from him. Batman bluntly said, you should be used by the Corriga resistance. Hal was a little unhappy when he heard this. He was full of pure sympathy for the Corriga people in his heart. He couldn't help but retort. I saw everything there with my own eyes. Sinestro's high-pressure rule has made it almost impossible for them to survive. How can you say they are using me? If telling the truth counts, then I am willing to be used by them. Batman just shook his head when he heard these words. Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel, Dane first held Hal down and then said, calm down, Hal. Batman didn't admit that what Sinestro did was right, he just reminded you that you were being used. Mr. Davis, do you think so? Hal felt unbelievable. From here, we can see the status ranking of the Alliance members in his heart. Did you go to Corriga on your own, or did Sinestro invite you to go? He was definitely the one who invited me. They had just met each other not long ago, and Hal wanted to visit his home planet only after he was full. But after blurting out a sentence at the moment, Hal was stunned for a moment. Yes, Sinestro invited me there. So he deliberately put the blame for his crime into his own hands? No matter how you think about it, you know there is no way he is so mentally retarded. Seeing Hal starting to think, Dane continued. I think that when Sinestro invited you to visit his home planet, he must have been very confident that you would be amazed by it, otherwise he would not have exposed his own shortcomings. Any normal world cannot be absolutely dark, definitely, and there is no absolutely bright and flawless country. If Sinestro dares to invite you to see it, then he must be very confident that under his governance, the order of Corriga is better than that of other planets. But why do you see the suffering and embarrassment of Corriga? This kind of processing method must be familiar to people on Earth. It uses the filter of the underworld, a generalized narrative technique, and the cooperation of some local people who live an extremely miserable life. A hell on Earth for the civilized world is born. But in fact, this is definitely not what Sinestro wants to show Hal. You could call Sinestro dictatorial, domineering, even ruthless. But you can never say that he is a useless tyrant in terms of governance. At the moment Hal thought about it and realized that when he first arrived at Corriga, it was actually a beautiful place. The building complex has the high-tech style he imagined, and the planning is also very reasonable, taking into account practical and humanistic ideas. Then think about the fact that most of the pedestrians on the street are gentle and polite, the transportation is also in order, and no one violates the rules and affects others. At the time, he only felt that this kind of life was depressing, but after Dane told him, he realized that it was actually very difficult to make the entire city become so polite and disciplined. And it is undeniable that under Sinestro's high-pressure rule, the crime rate on Koruga is really low, which is enough to prove that he spent a lot of thought. And it is impossible for a tyrant who only wants to enslave the people to go to such lengths to reduce the crime rate to this level. Therefore, he was obviously used by hostile forces who did not agree with Sinestro's way of ruling, so that he could drive Sinestro away or capture OA. As long as Sinestro is deprived of his Green Lantern status by OA, he will also lose the greatest legitimacy in ruling Koruga. The most important thing is that after losing the green light ring, he will become immortal again. Immortal Sinestro is nothing to fear, he does not have the ability to maintain his repressive policies. Hal was stunned, thinking that what he was involved in was just a royal story in which justice defeated evil. I didn't expect that the world of adults is so dirty, and this turned out to be a political conspiracy. And he, a Green Lantern, became a pawn of a group of interstellar politicians. He vaguely recalled the situation when he served in the Air Force. At that time, he also suffered similar persecution before resolutely choosing to retire. In the universe, does he actually have to face the same problem? Hal felt a little numb. He couldn't help but said, "Did I do something wrong?" "No, you are right, but you should think more about the way you do things." When Dane heard him talk about Sinestro suddenly disappearing in front of his eyes, he was thinking, how did he escape? A similar incident happened in the comics, but in the comics, Sinestro was captured by Hal and the rest of the Green Lantern Corps. Then I don't know what happened to the little blue people, and they actually chose to exile Sinestro to the planet Korvad, thus allowing him to come into contact with the yellow light ring. Thinking of this, Dane had a guess. Could it be that Sinestro escaped into the antimatter universe? The planet Kovad is located in the antimatter universe. If he had had other intentions early on, he might have secretly colluded with the weapons master. The fact is just as Dane guessed, Sinestro was indeed rescued by the Kovads, and he is now in the antimatter universe. At the moment he was standing with the weapons master, observing the heated scene in front of him. How long will it take to complete? The weapons master turned back to look at him with a meaningful look in his eyes. You seem to be in a hurry. Sinestro grabbed his arm tightly and gritted his teeth. Definitely, I want to go back and kill those damn betrayers and Green Lantern. I heard you lost to a Green Lantern Corps recruit. Sinestro glanced at him sideways, but I still have enough reputation, and I still have a large number of followers in the Green Lantern Corps. The weapons master lowered his head. This is natural. The title "The Greatest Green Lantern" is sometimes very useful. If it were not so, the weapon master would not make people go to great lengths to save him. Moreover, he looked in the direction of the golden obelisk. The fear light ring was not a ring that ordinary people could control. As long as most people wear it, they will first be gnawed at the soul by fear energy and become a monster that hunts fear everywhere. If you want to form a real legion like the Guardians of the Universe 5.6, the Yellow Lantern Corps must have its own spiritual leader. This leader must be able to control fear and become the master above it, and Sinestro is the yellow light leader that the weapons master is looking for. Moreover, a Green Lantern eventually became the leader of the Yellow Lantern Corps. This is quite darkly humorous, isn't it? The weapons master couldn't help but imagine the surprised and horrified looks of the Asgardians on OA. But he didn't notice that beside him, Sinestro gave him a sarcastic smile, exactly the same as when he laughed at the Asgardians. He is also an old conspirator. How could he not know what the weapons master is planning? But he didn't care. Sinestro was very convinced that he could control the yellow light energy. Just like Hal's sudden burst of willpower in the end, Sinestro is the chosen one in adapting to yellow light energy. What a bullshit Yellow Lantern Corps! From now on, I will only control one corps. It's called the Sinestro Corps. Chapter 100. After the incident in Beach City, there was a lot of discussion about the Justice League on the internet. Especially against the backdrop of official incompetence, the image of the Justice League is even more lofty. Kuaido's Rich End generation has a very interesting name for these Superman types, called superheroes. What's surprising is that even the authorities don't know the origins of these superheroes, but this Rich End generation knows them all. Pioneer technology is also very considerate, seeing that superheroes have become a popular topic among the people. A special ranking area was also set up to conduct popularity votes for every superhero who appeared in the Rich End generation live broadcast. The first place on the list is undoubtedly the superhero who has accomplished the feat of catching a nuclear explosion on his face. According to relevant news, his name is Shazam and he is a magical patron saint. I don't know where this Rich End generation comes from. Not only do I know the name Shazam, I even know what the name represents. So people who have read his introduction know that Shazam's ability comes from 6 gods, but they don't quite understand why there are 5 Greek gods plus 1 Solomon. Wasn't Solomon the king of Judaism? It feels like it has nothing to do with the Greek gods, but it may have some connection with Egypt. 24 But these are not important. What is important is that the existence of Shazam caused a great sensation in the world. Because his existence proves that the god of this world really exists. This point is very important. Especially in Greece, some people have begun to propose the restoration of theistic belief. Greece has not been doing well in recent years. As the place where the history of Western philosophy and simple science began, Greece's political, economic and cultural aspects have lagged behind the world. They desperately hope that someone can save the bad situation in the country, and Dane has obviously become the life-saving straw they want to grasp. Dane even received a plea from a high-ranking official in Greece, hoping that he could help Greece for the sake of Zeus. There is no need to help too much, as long as he is willing to become the ambassador of Greece. This made him dumbfounded. The second most popular one is Wonder Woman. Once her identity information was revealed, countless Greek people fell into a collective carnival. I would like to ask, who has not heard of the story of the Amazon? In the past, it was just a legend, but now you tell me it is all true? And the daughter of Zeus, let alone a princess, you can call her a goddess. And Wonder Woman is so beautiful, her legs are really long, how can she grow such long legs? However, some veterans who experienced World War II felt a little strange when looking at the image of Wonder Woman, and they always felt that something looked familiar. Ranked third is Superman. The information only introduces him as coming from Krypton, growing up in the United States, and also introduces his ability values, etc. Looking at his long list of 5-dimensional values on the top grid, many netizens exclaimed that this person is not a god but a god. Ranked third is Batman. This hero is quite special. Before the incident in Beach City, there was already a lot of information about him that was difficult to distinguish between true and false. Bruce knew at a glance that this was the result of the Scarecrow incident. At that time, someone was already investigating the cause of the incident in the resurrected Gotham City, and that person was a female reporter, and Bruce knew her. She is Vicky Vale, a reporter from Gotham Gazette. After the Scarecrow incident, she tried to investigate the whole story of the Scarecrow incident, and then she found Batman. She suspected that Batman had stopped Scarecrow's conspiracy, but because the editor-in-chief did not agree with her publishing the article, in fact, Bruce used the power of the Wayne Group to ban the newspaper from publishing the article, so she posted the results of the investigation on Kuaishou. So strictly speaking, Batman is the earliest superhero known to the public. However, the Rich End generation information about the hero's ability and identity is unclear, as if there is a taboo, adding a sense of mystery to him out of thin air. The fourth person is Martian Manhunter. The Rich End generation doesn't seem to know much about him. They just briefly introduced that he came from Mars several centuries ago and was a Martian who had been extinct for a long time. Then he briefly introduced his ability. Because his ability is indeed very buggy, many people think that he ranks fourth. To be honest, if ability wasn't really awesome, it would be almost comparable to Shazam and Superman. Martian Manhunter probably won't be ranked 4th at all, because his appearance does not meet the aesthetic standards of people on Earth. They are both green heroes, but Green Lantern is much more handsome than him. Hal was at a disadvantage because he came too late, and even the rich N generation didn't know him very well. But you thought Green Lantern was the 5th most popular? Wrong. The 5th place is Zatanna, because she is very beautiful, and some netizens recognized her as the recently famous female magician. No one expected that she was actually a real magician. For a while, many viewers who watched her performance didn't know whether they had lost money or made money, and the platform that invited her to perform didn't know whether to sue her for false publicity or thank her for showing her true ability. But the LSBs have only one idea: Zatanna is so beautiful. Green Lantern, as the first and only superhero in Beach City, ranks 6th. Seaside City is now busy replanning construction and disaster relief activities, and no one is fighting for him for the time being. Umbrella's foundation has entered the coastal city and is preparing to contribute to this disaster relief operation. Green Lantern is also working hard to rebuild his hometown. His ability is surprisingly useful in this regard. Netizens can quickly see videos of him appearing at major construction sites and disaster relief scenes on TikTok every day. Definitely other superheroes are no exception. Among them, Superman is very enthusiastic in providing a lot of help. He is often seen flying around in the sky carrying buildings on his shoulders in social media. Other superhero nouns are listed next. It is worth mentioning that Constantine's ranking is suspected to have been interfered by magical power and is in the last place. There were even comments from anonymous netizens on Quasia publicly cursing Constantine for killing his whole family. I heard that Constantine also started a public scolding war with the anonymous netizen in the comment area, and each other cordially greeted each other's family and friends. And Dane? He has returned to the Justice Building. As a capital boss, he only needs to wave his hand and countless professionals will do the work. This is much more efficient than moving the bricks himself. Maybe Clark just likes this feeling of being hands-on. Diana is a little annoyed now. She did not hide her behavior at all when she acted, so now all her colleagues from top to bottom of the museum where she works already know her identity. The most important thing is that her identity has been exposed by the rich N generation, and some people even took out her Quaduo ID number. Nowadays, a large group of netizens send her private messages in her background every day. Some people wanted to 960 post to her, some called her mom, and some wanted to get her original taste, which made her very annoyed. Dane noticed her mood and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Diana calmed down her irritable mood and then said helplessly, "My identity has been exposed, and now I don't even dare to leave the house." She couldn't help but say, "Children these days are so crazy about chasing stars." Crazy. Dane shook his head and took out a plan from a subordinate department of Pioneer Technology. "Look at this, if it is implemented, I think your fans will be even crazier in the future." Diana took it and took a look. It turned out to be a plan for obtaining superhero image authorization. The above describes in detail the various ideas of relevant departments on how to develop the superhero economy, and strives to develop superhero-related peripherals, including but not limited to development plans for comics, animated films and television, toy peripherals, image endorsements, etc. It can be seen that the person who wrote this plan has a lot of ideas. But, doesn't he know that Shazam is the boss of this company? Diana looked at Dane doubtfully. "You obviously didn't hide your face, why didn't anyone discover your identity?" Seeing that she finally realized the problem, Dane smiled slightly. "I used a magic that can prevent others from recognizing me. It can effectively protect my two identities from being associated together." "Is there such a convenient magic?" Diana was not polite to him. "Put this magic on me too, I'm really fed up with this life of being watched all the time." As you wish. Chapter 101. Dane quickly cast the confusion curse on Diana. This spell was Dane's own improved new spell. As long as the magic never exceeds Dane, the person will not be able to identify the person being spelled unless the person being spelled intentionally reveals their identity. Moreover, this magic does not take effect on objects at the god level. Diana heard him say that the magic had been successful, and couldn't help but drag him out to try it out. Dane asked her why she wanted to drag him along, and she answered confidently. In case the spell does not take effect, you will be responsible for after-sales service. Aren't you in business? Dane said with a smile, then why did you bring me here to accompany you to the clothing store? Didn't I give you a nano suit as a gift? With nano clothes, she can actually combine various styles of clothes according to her own wishes, without having to buy them at all. But Diana just shot him a hygienic eye and let him go. Along the way, the man was tall and handsome, and the woman was tall and beautiful, attracting countless people's attention. Diana wondered, are you sure your magic is working? Why do I feel like there are still many people looking at me? I don't think they're looking at you because they recognize who you are. Seeing that Diana was still a little confused, Dane thought she was a little cute, so he explained. They look at you because you're attractive, even if you're not Wonder Woman. Diana's cheeks turned slightly red, and she tilted her head as if to cover up, but I clearly saw many girls looking at you. Dane joked, maybe they don't understand how an ordinary man like me has the courage to stand by your side. You are not ordinary at all. Diana said softly, quietly passing her palm into Dane's. Dane is so sensible, he took her hand in his backhand. Although she was happy, she couldn't help but worry about her future. It was better not to let Harley meet her in the future. Otherwise, with Harley's crazy character, she might dare to invite Diana to play a three-person game with her. Recently, Poison Ivy has actually been moved by her. Dane finds it amazing, which makes him feel a little weird when he is alone with Poison Ivy recently. But if you say you're not looking forward to it at all, that's nonsense. In addition to being a little crazy, does this Harley Quinn have other hidden skills? Like forced persuasion or something? The task of swiping credit cards when shopping and paying bills must be left to Dane. Although Diana could pay for it herself, wouldn't it feel a bit inappropriate for you to ask the woman to pay in this atmosphere? How could Dane do such a disgraceful thing? After shopping, Dane paid an extra tip and asked the clerk to deliver the goods to his door. Under the envious eyes of the clerk, Diana took Dane's hand and left. Oh, why don't I have such a good boyfriend to go shopping with me to buy clothes and bags? But thinking about Diana's appearance, figure, temperament, and long legs, the clerk was still a little worried. Next, Dane and Diana were just like an ordinary couple, eating, watching movies, chatting about daily things in life, work, and historical stories. Dane has the wisdom of Solomon and is considered a knowledgeable person, so he will not let the topic cool down. Such normal interactions bring the two closer and closer. Although Diana has the Amazonian nature of eager to fight, it does not mean that she is tired of ordinary people's life. She just lacks someone she trusts and is reliable enough to accompany her. And now, she feels like she has found that person. So they drank in the bar until they were almost tipsy, and the two of them got up and walked towards Diana's house. They walked out of the back door of the bar talking and laughing, and encountered local characteristics. You hand over the money quickly. The back door of the bar opens into an alley, but this alley is just around the corner from the main road. How can we encounter robbery? Dane took a closer look and found that the robbers were all young men in their early 20s. The curly dreadlocks are classic. There are 6 of them, all wearing hoods and hip-hop pants. Dane and Diana looked at each other, feeling a little bit dumbfounded. But at this moment, Xiao He seemed to notice Diana's appearance, and he grinned with a mouth of white teeth. This girl is pretty good. She wants to come with us. As he said that, he stretched out his hand and wanted to touch her face. But it stopped halfway, and Dane's hand grabbed the black hand. Xiao He wanted to take his hand away, but Dane just looked at him with a smile. For some reason, Xiao He suddenly felt a little cold, and he shivered violently. When he reacted, he was furious. I have a FG gun, okay? Why don't you respect me at all? In order to maintain his face in front of his men, Xiao He raised his gun and shot. The trigger ejected backward, and the bullet slowly left the muzzle in Dane's eyes. Dane raised his hand and held the warhead between his index finger and thumb. The copper bullet deformed under the pressure of 2 fingers and stopped at his fingertips. The eyes of the 6 old black men were about to bulge out, and the little black man who fired the gun was even more worried. Just as he was about to open his mouth to beg for mercy, there was a click. Dane directly crushed his hand bones. Before he could scream, Dane grabbed Xiao He's other hand and squeezed it gently. It feels like it's hand bones instead of cookies. At this time, Xiao He, whose hands were crippled, looked up to the sky and screamed. Dane thought he was noisy and took away his voice with a finger. When the remaining Xiao He saw him looking over, he immediately dropped his gun, raised his hand, and lay down facing the ground. The movements are so skillful that it makes people feel distressed. What do you think we should do with them? Dane turned around and asked Diana. He actually didn't care much about these gangsters. It was just the gangster who tried to take advantage of them that made him unhappy. Diana just looked at him and smiled. Just punish him, don't kill anyone, it's not worth it. Dane followed his example. He pointed a finger, magic castrated a few people's abilities, and then stopped. The stuff is still there, but it has no other use except excretion. For a man, there is probably nothing more heartbreaking than losing that kind of happiness, right? This calmed down his unhappy mood a little. Diana took his hand again and pulled him out of the alley. Come and sit at my house. Sit or do it. Dane felt that only through practice can true knowledge come true. In order to find out which Zoe it was, he walked into Diana's house. I'm going to take a shower first, will you wait for me for a while? They are all divine bodies. In fact, it's okay if you don't wash them. But Dane understands this little thing about women, so he can handle everything. Not long after, there was an imaginative sound of running water in the bathroom. Dane walked around casually, looking at everything in her house. On a table, he found a photo of Diana taken during World War I. To be honest, this photo is not pretty. Not to mention Wonder Woman's appearance is a bit distorted, and she feels like she has gained a lot of weight. But when he looked at Steve Trevor in the photo, he was a little confused about his relationship with Diana. If it were in the movie, they should be considered lovers. But this is not entirely a movie universe. I always feel that in this universe, every story seems to be mixed. In some DC stories, Diana and Steve are just comrades in arms and have no romantic relationship. At this time, Dane heard a door opening behind him. He looked back and was stunned. Friends, have you watched Titanic? If you have seen it, you must know the scene in the uncut clip where Jack draws a picture for Rose. Dane now only needs a paintbrush and a piece of paper to transform into Jack. He has never seen such a perfect body. So do you want to just stay there and watch, or come with me? Dane peeled himself clean with a flash of magic, stepped forward and hugged his Ruth and entered the room. The power of the divine body once again shows its might. As both demigods, Wang Haozhao, who is more powerful, the goddess Diana, or the male god Shazam, has always been a hot topic of discussion on the internet. Now that the dispute was over, they fought for almost 2 hours in one round. After a movie's duration, it finally ended with Dane's victory. But the competitive Amazon was not convinced. Diana turned to look at him. Do you dare to fight me with your own strength? Why not? But not here. Dane said with a snap of his fingers, moving the battlefield between the two to the Rock of Eternity. Joan seemed to hear something and looked carefully towards Dane's room and found that the light was on. Dane is back. She was a little curious and a little happy. Dane said Shazam softly and turned back into an 18-year-old kid. Diana was shocked. This is not just an old cow eating young grass, she directly eats the newly sprouted seedlings. But this is very exciting. It's the first time for such a small piece of meat. Now, the second battle. Dane smiled brightly at her, full of youthful vitality. This made Diana feel very fresh and a little ashamed at the same time. She covered herself with the quilt and hid herself inside. Dane made a deep leap and made his second progress. Kyung stood outside the door, blushing and blushing. Chapter 102. Antimatter Universe, Kovad Star. Today, the production of the yellow light ring has finally reached the final stage. Above the golden obelisk, a ring of huge amounts was spinning out of thin air. It was covered with red and yellow firelight, and Sinestro was present at the scene, staring at the huge amounts of rings without blinking. It's the yellow light ring. The body of the light ring is actually larger than this. When fully expanded, it is almost a small artificial celestial body, so it can accommodate so many functions. Now comes the final finishing touches to the ring, miniaturizing it enough to fit on the finger. With the magical function of the golden obelisk and the joint efforts of countless weapon casters, the size of the lamp ring is visibly reduced to the naked eye. Until the red fire disappeared and the color of the ring turned pure yellow. The weapons master looked very excited. He looked at this ring, which was called an artifact, and couldn't help but stretched out his hand to touch it. In an instant, the yellow light blazed brightly, and the yellow light shone on the weapon master's face, causing him to instantly show a horrified expression. No! He screamed and stumbled back, trying to get away from the light ring. When he was far enough away, the yellow light ring died down and dimmed again. Sinestro witnessed all this and couldn't help but smile sarcastically. The power of fear is not within everyone's reach. As he said that, he stepped forward, his movements were slow and steady, his hand moved forward firmly, reaching towards the direction of the yellow light ring. He also suffered an instinctive counterattack from 650 lantern ring, and the yellow light flourished. Many fearful phantoms appeared in Sinestro's mind, including childhood nightmares and visions of the future. The most frightening vision for him was the yellow light that showed him a future in which he could accomplish nothing. He failed to establish the kind of order he hoped for. Not only was he deprived of his Green Lantern identity, he was despised and cast aside by everyone in the universe, and even his most loyal subordinates betrayed him. He was forced to stand in front of the Asgardians of the universe to accept their trial, and was imprisoned on Oa in an extremely humiliating way, becoming a negative example for all new Green Lanterns. And this universe will continue to sink under the corrupt rule of the Asgardians of the universe. This white will continue to rule the known universe until the end of time. No. I will never allow this to happen. Sinestro's fear turned into anger, and then into firm belief. In order to prevent this possible future, he must destroy Oa. He must destroy the Asgardians, a bunch of bugs. For this, he needs power. A power more powerful than the will of the Green Lantern. Fear, yes. It's fear. He must incarnate fear, become fear originally, he must become the entity of fear in everyone's hearts, and then enslave them. Submit them to tall Sinestro's order. Feeling the strong will in Sinestro's heart, the yellow light ring no longer rejects him and connects his neurological thinking to the light ring. Ji, said Hui, life has been locked. Tall Sinestro from the planet Koraga. You have a strong desire to inflict great fear on others. Welcome to Yellow Light Ring. Sinestro's body took off out of thin air, with a flash of light, and a yellow battle suit wrapped around his body. A yellow lantern symbol that was different from the green light appeared on his chest. I am Tall Sinestro. From today on, I am the embodiment of fear, and everyone will surrender to me. With my legion. Sinestro reached out and made a move, and a huge amount of explosion suddenly opened from the ground of the golden obelisk. It looks almost exactly the same as the central energy battery on Oa, except that the color inside the lamp furnace is yellow. When the weapons master saw this, his face lost color. Sinestro looked at him with a sneer, "You think I don't know you have prepared this thing?" The lantern furnace took off with him. Although it was the first time for Sinestro to wear the yellow lantern ring, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. It was as if he was destined to wear this ring, just as Hal was destined to wear the green lantern ring. "No, what are you going to do?" The weapons master suddenly woke up. He looked at Sinestro flying higher and higher, and couldn't help but ask. "Sinestro, what are you going to do?" Sinestro heard the weapons master's voice and looked down. "Weapons master, your work has been completed, now we don't need you anymore." As he spoke, the lamp behind him suddenly emitted a ray of yellow light. The light penetrated the weapon master's chest, leaving a cavity glowing with yellow light. The weapon bearers fled in all directions. Sinestro raised the yellow lantern above his head, spread his arms, and looked at the people on the ground like the statue of Jesus in Rio de Janeiro. "Embrace fear, my people." When the lamp stove is turned on, the wick emits a dazzling yellow light, shining like sunlight to every inch of the ground. Just a few seconds later, Coward broke into chaos. There were screaming Corvads everywhere, and the few who had the ability to resist were defeated by Sinestro before they even got close to the lamp furnace. He did not kill these stubborn people. Sinestro needs more companions on his way to conquer the universe. He is a domineering and broad-minded person. So he spared the lives of these people, but then he threw these people into the yellow lantern furnace. Let them feel the great power of yellow light all over their bodies. Under the influence of this high energy, even the most stubborn guys are dragged into the abyss of fear. Sinestro laughed loudly, and in the following time, he took the lamp and flew to all corners of the planet Kovad, striving to completely bring this planet under his control. The more people who fear, the more energy he gets as the spokesperson of fear. When it took him a long time to finally plant fear in the hearts of the Kovad people on the entire planet, his strength had expanded to an incredible level. In the process, he also selected a group of outstanding talents from the Thunder Army, the armed force of Kovad, to become the reserves of the Sinestro Corps. Many people may not know that the position of Kovad star in the antimatter universe is similar to that of OA star. They are both located at the center of the universe, so it is very suitable for building a central energy electromagnetic field. After completely conquering the planet, Sinestro placed the yellow lamp's furnace into the core of Corvad. With the help of the weapon holder, the core energy of the yellow lantern and the star core were completely combined. The moment this work was completed, the power of fear was everywhere in Kovad, and the people of Kovad also provided energy for the yellow light all the time. Sinestro has completely become the king of this planet. He ordered the weapon bearers to build more yellow light rings and arm the reserves. Under his dictatorial rule, the efficiency of Kovad was astonishing. Soon, a vast army of yellow lights was formed. Sinestro stood in front of the army, holding the ring in his hand high. "My people, my brothers. Today, it's time for us to counterattack the material universe, wash out OUA with blood, and wash away our shame." The Yellow Lantern Corps held the Yellow Lantern ring high, the yellow light broke through the sky, and the energy of fear washed over the sky and the earth unbridled. Sinestro, Sinestro. Fear. The Legion called fervently for their leader, and Sinestro rose high into the sky, his yellow light as strong as the sun. He reached forward and Jiaguang opened a huge amount of yellow space wormhole. Below it, the weapon bearers activated the converters, converting the antimatter Sinestro core into bodies that could freely enter and exit the two universes. This is very important, otherwise once the Legion enters the positive matter universe, it will soon be annihilated under the influence of the rules of the universe. Sinestro took the lead and rushed into the wormhole. The members of the Sinestro Corps surrounded them, and the yellow torrent entered with a terrifying light of fear. The power of yellow light, with its arrogant momentum, has invaded the positive matter universe. Sector 0, OA. On this day, the green light energy center suddenly lit up with a dazzling green light. All green lanterns, no matter where they are, received an urgent warning from the green lantern ring at the same time. What happened? The green lanterns from all major sectors hurried back to the OUA Star headquarters, but because the Parallax Demon killed nearly 300 elite Green Lanterns Indiana the battle, at the moment OUA Star only had about 3,000 troops. There were some sporadic Green Lanterns that I couldn't get away from, so I couldn't get there. Kilowog has been busy recently training new recruits in reserve so that they can take over the vacant Green Lantern position as soon as possible. Today's emergency call gave him a bad feeling. He looked back and found that his friend CAO was in a similar mood. Only Boudica was different. She was worried on the outside, but very excited on the inside. Is it that Lord? He is coming. Chapter 103. At the same time, the light ring on Hal Jordan's finger in Beach City on Earth also lit up green. However, at this time, he was shopping with Carol, and when the lights turned on, he almost subconsciously put his hands in his pockets. What's wrong? Carol, who was looking at the clothes, noticed something unusual about him and asked with concern. Hal replied covertly, nothing. However, he was absent-minded for the next time and did not hear Carol calling him several times. When Carol called him again and got no response, she became angry. Don't you want to go shopping with me at all? Hal woke up from his dream and quickly waved his hand and said no. But it was too late, Carol walked away angrily on high heels. In fact, she could guess what Hal was worried about. The photos of Green Lantern had been clearly exposed on the internet. You are still running around wearing a light ring? If Action Comics, a subsidiary of Pioneer Technology, hadn't released a series of superhero peripheral products to the market, people would have thought that what he had was a peripheral product. Hal Jordan's true identity has long been revealed. But even so, many people who have had close contact with Hal still suspect that he is the Green Lantern. It's just that everyone thinks that if he is real, he can't walk around the streets wearing a real ring, right? Many superhero fans are actually too embarrassed to go out wearing this thing. After all, there are only a few werewolves like Sheldon Cooper who dare to recite the green light oath directly in front of girls. But who would have thought that Hal would be real? So Carol can guess that there is probably something like saving the world that is bothering him. She wasn't angry about this, she was angry that Hal hadn't told her the truth yet. They have known each other for more than 10 years. They almost grew up together as childhood sweethearts and later became lovers. Doesn't a relationship like this deserve the truth? But Hal has different ideas. As a superhero, he will inevitably get into trouble with some extremely vicious criminals. He couldn't let those criminals have a chance to find Carol, so he simply didn't let her know in the first place to avoid anyone trying to threaten Green Lantern by harming her. It can only be said that sometimes men and women do have different perspectives in thinking about problems. Hal didn't know why Carol was suddenly so angry. He quickly chased after her and spent a long time before finally coaxing her away. Carol was not as angry as he thought, because she was still very sensible at the time. Okay, it seems like you have something urgent to do today. Why don't you finish your work first and then come to me? Hal scratched his head in embarrassment. He sent Carol home first, turned around, put on his uniform and flew towards the Justice building. In the Hall of Justice, Dane is studying a Green Lantern ring he received from Hal. Before Hal rushed back to Earth, he recovered a light ring from Sinestro, but he only remembered this not long ago. Dane felt that before Hal returned the light ring to OA Star, he could use this time difference to study the ring carefully. As a special energy weapon, many things on it have great research value. For example, now, Dane has a vague feeling that this ring can be unfolded, and the volume after unfolding will be very large. He was thinking about the possibility of taking the ring to the Rock of Eternity for experimentation, but he was a little worried that it would not be able to return to its original shape after unfolding, which would be embarrassing. The main reason is that he promised to let Hal take it back after studying it. If it expands and becomes as big as the moon, he will not be able to explain it to Hal. Sigh, it would be great if OA star was destroyed, the creditor would be gone, and he wouldn't have to worry about anyone asking for this ring. Goddess of Luck seemed to hear his wish and lifted her skirt for him. The next moment, the light ring in front of Dane suddenly lit up green. This is... Based on the frequency of the green light flashing, Dane guessed that this might be an alarm signal. Sure enough, within a few minutes, Hal hurriedly flew into the hall. Shazam! Dane almost didn't react when Hal yelled. Oh, this is calling me. The first time I was called a hero, it felt weird. What's wrong? Hal? Hal looked around him and saw Sinestro's light ring also glowing, realizing the seriousness of the problem. This is probably the warning that all light rings are sending out. It's the light ring, it's warning me and all the Green Lanterns. Dane became serious. About what? Hal hesitated for a moment, then said with a sense of uncertainty. The ring's words are unclear. It only says that there may be great changes in OUA in the near future. You look like you already have someone to suspect. Dane guessed after seeing Hal's hesitant expression. That's right. He continued, maybe just an intuition. It may not be accurate, but the feeling is very strong. I suspect it could be Sinestro. He? I think what you said makes sense. Dane's mind became active. If it was really the crisis caused by Sinestro, then it is very likely that he has obtained the power of yellow light and is back to start a war with OA Star. Do you want to get involved in this? Dane thought about it. Halberd was thinking and didn't bother him. His own mind was a little confused and he didn't know how to deal with this matter. According to the rules, he is a member of the Green Lantern Corps and should fight for OA. But when he thought about the coastal city that had not yet recovered from the disaster, and the group of aliens on OA who were not friendly to Earthlings, it was difficult for him to go there and help willingly. Please give me flowers. When people look down on you, you rush to help. Isn't that mean? But Harry took a look at the ring on his hand. It was the ring given to him by Aubin Sur. Is it possible that he really watched OUA Star in trouble and did nothing? First of all, his own conscience cannot pass this test. However, if he wanted to help, he had concerns, if his intuition was true. So this time the opponent is Sinestro. He must have gained new power, otherwise he would not have issued such a strong warning. But is he going to go against Sinestro? After analysis by his teammates, he has realized that his behavior on Corriga was actually somewhat inappropriate. Therefore, it was difficult for him to simply regard Sinestro as a tyrant anymore, which also led to him not being sure whether he would be able to fight against him as firmly as he did last time when he saw him again. After all, he had been Hal's teacher, and was the only person on OA who showed kindness to Hal, so his status in his heart was different. -0. Boudica couldn't be counted. Hal always felt that she was so friendly out of fear of Dane. Dane was wondering what benefit he could get from this matter. He has a positive attitude on whether to help OU Axing, for many reasons. First of all, if it is really the Sinestro Corps that invades OA, it means that his wings are full and he feels that he can destroy OA. If he really succeeds in this matter, his next step will definitely be to enter the universe. And Hal, as the person who made him suffer, there is a high possibility that the Earth will be regarded as the next target. Since they all have to fight, it is definitely best to place the battlefield on an alien planet. He doesn't care how many aliens die anyway. It just happens to save an extra amount of compensation and reconstruction expenses. Secondly, although the little blue people on OA are not a good thing, there is a saying that the existence of the Green Lantern Corps is still very important to most weak civilizations in the universe. If nothing else, if Darkseid from Apocalypse had not made an agreement with the Green Lantern Corps, the war would have spread throughout the universe. Although it's not that bad now. But there is only one more power that can restrain this dark monarch. Finally, and most importantly, Sinestro destroyed OA to destroy the Green Lantern's legacy. I'm afraid it won't be complete until the central energy battery and the ion shark are snatched away, so how can that be done? Boss Die has never thought about such a beautiful thing, but you just think about it, Sinestro? You're thinking shit. That shark is a fish that someone and I keep in the pond in OUA. Can I let you catch it? Moreover, even if the disaster on OA Star can be overcome, it will end in a semi-disabled state. Isn't this the time for Boss Die to fish in troubled waters? Could it be that the goddess of luck really appeared for a long time? Chapter 104. However, what even Dane did not expect was that Sinestro's first target was not OA or the Earth, but his home planet, Corriga. When Sinestro returned to Corriga with his legions, the rebels were attacking his city. The order of the past has long been destroyed, and Sinestro has not returned for a long time, which seems to confirm the rumors that he has encountered something unexpected. Resistance to his rule sprang up around the world. Perhaps some of these people were originally people who really wanted to liberate the people and return Corriga to freedom. But as time goes by, more and more people have begun to fall into the whirlpool of fighting for power, no longer for justice, but for interests, resources, and power. Someone wants to become the king of Corriga like Sinestro did before. Therefore, the initial liberation movement gradually began to change, and the world fell into a war for power. At this time, some civilians suddenly discovered even Sinestro's repressive order is safer than the disorderly world in front of him. Corriga did not become better because of Sinestro's disappearance. On the contrary, it became worse. Some people can't help but hope that Sinestro will come back, even if he rules as repressively as before. As long as he can survive safely, it doesn't matter. Anyone is welcome. As long as this war can be ended, I will be loyal to you even if it's Sinestro. In the ruins of the battlefield, a lonely Corriga prayed to heaven. I heard your wish. He got a response, and the Corriga looked up in confusion. It's Sinestro, descending from the sky with his loyal yellow army. He's not green anymore. The Corriga thought so, and then the yellow light illuminated the entire battlefield. Uncontrollable fear emerged from the depths of their hearts. In the combat zone, all combatants heard the voice at the same time. People of Corriga, your king is back. A yellow flame appeared in the sky, pouring its wrath on the earth. Under the light-colored beam, everything turned into flames, whether people or objects, became corpses under the light-colored energy. Go, my legion, and kill everyone on this planet who resists me. There is no need for prisoners or war criminals to surrender. All those who participated in the resistance movement will be killed without leaving a single one alive. For Sinestro. The legions roared feverishly and displayed their weapons one after another to massacre ground and air combat troops. As Sinestro said, no forgiveness, no prisoners. Anyone who dares to stand in front of the Sinestro Legion will be killed. Sinestro announced his return in a more brutal way than ever before. This time he is no longer unnecessarily merciful. He was too merciful before, and the disobedient was only imprisoned. These rubbish should all be put to death. It not only saves food but also maintains the purity of citizens, and the remaining people only need to be obedient. Just a few days later, the Sinestro Corps wiped out all rebellions on Corriga, and all betrayers and disobedients died without exception. Corriga was again brought under Sinestro's rule, and Sinestro enacted harsher criminal laws than before. He required everyone to strictly abide by the civil code he established. Any slightest disobedience would be punished with severe punishment. The kind of cruel government and tyranny that Hal imagined has now really come true. After integrating the harvest on Corriga, Sinestro set his sights on OA. But he was not impatient. As an old man of the Green Lantern Corps, Sinestro knew that the Asgardians were not his biggest threat. Green Lantern is, or strictly speaking, the strongest among Green Lantern is their biggest obstacle in the future. Sinestro has already set up a trap for the Green Lantern. He does not want to eliminate the opponent in this battle. She can play a greater value in the hands of the Sinestro Corps. On Earth, Dane told the members of the Zhenglian what Hal Jordan felt through the light ring. Hal has made up his mind to help OA Star, although he doesn't know how big a role he can play. He originally wanted to go alone, but Dane stopped him on the grounds that he was a member of the Alliance, and called all the members together again. That's the thing. The entire universe is said to be very big, but it is actually very small. If Sinestro breaks through OA, the Earth will most likely become the next target. Even if not, even if Sinestro temporarily forgets the Earth, no one can say when he will think of us in the process of conquering the universe. Dane looked around at the members and said, "Do you think we should take action on this matter?" Batman first objected, "These are just Hal's speculations for the time being. In fact, this incident is not necessarily what you imagined, is it?" Hal had to admit that he was right, he really didn't like bats. Constantine scratched his head and said, "Boss, you know me. It's okay if you ask me to use black magic or something. But space warfare? This doesn't match my major." Dane glanced at him sideways, "You are just here to listen, no one wants you to go to the battlefield." "Oh, that's good." After saying that, he picked up a cigarette and started smoking. As soon as he put the cigarette in his hand, he saw Batman across from him cast a disapproving look. "Can't smoke?" he asked in surprise. Batman's white eyepiece seemed to squint, and Constantine cursed and put away the cigarette. Superman thought for a while and partially agreed with Batman's opinion. "I think what Batman said makes sense. I don't think we should make a decision until things are determined. Yes, protecting the Earth is the first priority of the Justice League." Martian Manhunter nodded. Whether as Martian Manhunter or General Swanwick, protecting the Earth is the most important thing to him. Dane looked at Diana, she didn't say anything, just looked at him and smiled softly. This time, Zatanna noticed something was going on between the two of them, and a sense of crisis suddenly arose in her heart. So she said to Dane, "If you want to go, I'll accompany you." As soon as these words were spoken, Diana's eyes suddenly became sharp. She immediately stared at Zatanna, and Zatanna stared back without showing any signs of weakness. There seemed to be an electric current between their gazes, connecting them tightly. Dane pretended not to see it, but he was thinking in his heart that in the future, the two of them would try to keep them apart, and it would be best not to meet unless there was something important. He should work harder and run more on both sides. So Dane knocked on the table, and the discussion quieted down. "Gathering everyone's opinions, may I think that you do not agree to assist OA Star?" Batman asked again, "With your ability, can't you predict the exact direction of this matter?" Dane closed his eyes and said blindly, "My prediction is more about disasters on the Earth. If this matter is destined to be solved, then it will not affect the Earth." Batman understood what he meant. Although he did not foresee that the Earth would be in trouble, it was not clear whether it was because they solved it in advance, or because the disaster did not affect the Earth in the first place. This is an undetermined question. And according to what Dane said before, Wei Lai will indeed change because of their positive actions. If it is certain that the future can be changed, then it can definitely become both better and worse. So he posed the question to Dane, "So what do you think? I take it you don't want to go to OA at all, right?" Dane asked with a smile. Batman nodded without hesitation, "The Earth needs us more, and we also need someone to stay here." Dane did not object, "You are right, I never think that helping other planets will protect the Earth is more important. But if the battlefield can be placed outside the Earth, I think it will be better for the Earth, so be it." He said sternly, "Hal and I will do a reconnaissance first to see what the situation is like on OA Star. We will inform everyone once we are sure." He turned to look at Clark, "In view of what you just said, can I think so? If things go as Hal and I predict, will you be willing to help?" Clark emphasized, "Actually, even if the facts are not what you expected, as long as you need me, I can help." This time, Martian Manhunter couldn't help it. He looked at Clark expressionlessly. What do you mean? Just say I'm heartless. Batman continued to maintain his cold persona and paid no attention to Clark's words. As ordinary humans, Red Hood, Nightwing, Barbara and others could only watch the big bosses speak and remain silent. While they are still worrying about the affairs of several gangs, are the bosses already considering such a lofty issue as saving the universe? It's me who's waiting to reach a higher level. Chapter 105. Dane had made a decision and dismissed the meeting. He and Hal needed to prepare first. The main reason is that they all need to ask for leave before leaving the Earth. Hal made a special trip home to ask Carol for leave. Don't get me wrong, he is no longer an employee of Ferris Airlines, he has been promoted. He is now the real boyfriend of General Manager Carol Ferris, and he gets paid even when he is not working. Now he is just asking for leave from his girlfriend as a boyfriend to show that he really didn't go out to fool around. Dane also has this fate, and he has a lot of people asking for leave. After the meeting, he first went to Diana's house to ask for leave and spent the entire night. Fortunately, this is a single-family villa, otherwise the people living downstairs would be confused as to why the earthquake lasted all night. The next day he went to Harley to ask for leave, but the momentum was not so strong, and he got her easily. Oh, there is no one who can fight. Then he asked Poison Ivy to ask for leave. Don't think wrongly, the atmosphere was not there, and the relationship between them was still very pure for the time being. After a day of asking for leave, the relationship will advance to third base at most. But Dane is not in a hurry. This kind of thing would be boring if it were rushed. He talks about feelings. On the fourth day, he asked Zatanna to ask for leave. Zatanna was very angry that he came to her only on the fourth day. She spent half the day preparing for the magic show and ignored him. By the way, almost all members of the Alliance asked Dane to help cast a confusion spell to conceal their identity, but ZA24TANNA did not do this. She was already a well-known magician, and the exposure of her identity only made her more valuable and famous. And even if she encounters any danger, if she hides directly in the Rock of Eternity, no one will be able to catch her. Dane spent half a day watching her work and showed no impatience. Even if Zatanna deliberately didn't talk to him, he was always by her side. Finally at night, Zatanna couldn't help but talk to him. No matter what happens on that planet, you must come back to me. Dane promised with a smile. This one could have gone to home plate, but Dane resisted the urge to stay in the game for the right time. On the last day, Dane left his little maid Joan, Miss Witch. He didn't do anything special, he just took her shopping, watching movies, eating and chatting like normal people. In the past, he only knew about witches, but now he began to know more about Joan Munn, a female archaeologist. Joan seemed very happy. She also took Dane to read historical documents related to Aztec culture. She always made boring history interesting. She is a very smart and outstanding woman. The witch did not appear throughout the whole process, leaving time to herself. In the end, it was natural to go to second base. Dane thought that was enough and did not continue. After 5 solid days, he found Hal looking drained. Dane looked at him inexplicably. Hal, young people must know how to exercise moderation. Hal wanted to dig his toes on the ground in embarrassment. He didn't know what was going on. He feels that after getting back together, Carol is much more powerful than before, and is the frequency a little higher? Hal didn't know that during the period after he and Carol broke up, he still occasionally hunted for women. But Carol has been practicing internal strength alone, but she has accumulated too much pressure. This time, when he was about to ask for leave, he released all the pressure at once, and he definitely looked as fierce as a tiger. This is also to prevent him from being seduced by some alien BCH, so he takes insurance in advance. Hal said with resentment, "It would be great if you could finish the matter faster." Dane said without changing his expression when he heard this, you also know that my family has a big business, and I have a lot of backlog of work every day after I leave the company. And this time we have to leave the earth. We must deal with the things that can be dealt with first." When Hal heard this, he felt a little ashamed. He just spent a few days with Carol and didn't pay attention to the reconstruction of Beach City. This is really wrong. Okay, no more nonsense, let's go to OUA Star now. Hal nodded, and the two quickly flew into the sky. After breaking through the atmosphere, Hal pointed forward, and a wormhole appeared. The two of them went straight into it, and Dane curiously observed the inside of the wormhole. The nebulae were stacked together like clouds, and he even felt that he could reach them with his hand, but he was not stupid enough to actually do that. This wormhole space is equivalent to a highway in the universe. The distance traveled in it is much shorter than in the real world, which can save a lot of time. Dane suddenly thought, he now has a green light ring, why not use it to open 10 wormholes to Krypton? Collect some kryptonite just in case, and don't even consider the restraining effect of kryptonite on Kryptonians. It is originally a rare material and can be used in many black technologies. As for the use of light rings, that is actually not a problem. After Sinestro gave up the ring, it began the process of finding a new heir. The person who got it at that time was Hal, who was already a Green Lantern, so the light ring temporarily entered a silent state. It wasn't until Hal remembered later that he handed it to Dane. Dane's willpower was enough to become the new Green Lantern, and he met the conditions for having a strong will, but Dane did not accept it at the time. How should I put it, it's still a bit green, However, Hal didn't tell him before that he had another light ring. If he had known this earlier, he would have sealed the parallax monster directly into this ring when he used the sealing magic. Hal is now afraid to use the ring too much, for fear that the green light will not have enough energy and the parallax monster will run out again. Thinking of this, he reminded Hal. When the time comes, you must remember not to overuse the green light energy, and don't forget that parallax is still in your ring. Hal nodded solemnly. It didn't take long for the two of them to fly out of the wormhole, and OA Star was already in sight. Hal discovered that there were many more Green Lanterns gathered on OA today than he saw last time. As soon as he and Dane appeared on OA Star, they immediately attracted countless people to watch. Everyone knows Hal Jordan to some extent. He was the first Earthling to become a Green Lantern. This matter is quite popular on OUA. But who is the other person? It seems like another person from Earth. OA Star started martial law a few days ago. Except for Green Lantern, according to the regulations, no outsiders are allowed to enter OA Star. In this ambiguous situation, Dane's appearance can easily make people think of something bad. Sure enough, several Green Lanterns noticed Dane, a stranger, and approached him directly to ask, "Who are you?" Dane went to smell the reputation of 327 and found several burly humanoid alien creatures. He didn't wear the ring, so he didn't have the ring's built-in translator. But he discovered one thing, Shazam's ability to speak human languages was still effective. This discovery made his eyes look a little confused. Those aliens had goosebumps all over their bodies when he saw them, and they couldn't help but said angrily, "Let me ask you, who are you? Outsiders are not allowed to enter here." How could Hal let Dane face this problem by himself? He quickly stood in front of Dane and shouted to several aliens, "I brought him here to help." Help? An Earthling? The aliens looked at each other and were about to laugh, but suddenly found that their mouths seemed to be stuck and couldn't open. Several people were like this, so they covered their mouths and pulled their upper and lower jaws as if they were performing a mime, as if they thought they could speak if they opened them. Standing far away, Green Lantern didn't understand what these people were doing. Isn't it funny? But the aliens suddenly looked at Dane with shocked expressions and raised the light ring. "Hey, isn't it?" Green Lantern, who saw it, said in surprise. In the Green Lantern Corps, raising the ring is no different than raising the muzzle of a gun. What's wrong with these people? Are they going to use force here? But those few people did not fire Kilowog as they imagined, and justice from heaven suppressed them. A bunch of idiots. Green Lantern in the distance covered his ears, his expression distorted. Kilowog's voice is as loud as ever. Chapter 106. As the chief instructor of the Green Lantern Corps, Kilowog has a high reputation in the eyes of Green Lantern, second only to Sinestro and Aubin Sur. Therefore, the few Green Lanterns who were suppressed felt aggrieved, but they did not dare to show it. One of the Green Lanterns whispered. "We're not looking for trouble, we're just asking. Why are you so nervous? Hey? Can I speak now?" After saying what was in his heart, Green Lantern suddenly realized that he could open his mouth without knowing when. What a magical power! He looked at Xian across from him in surprise. Although the other party didn't make any moves, he had an intuition that it was the other party who did it. "Kilowog, I haven't seen you for a while." Dane pretended to be familiar with the other person, grabbed his arm and pulled him aside. Under his huge strength, even a strong man like Kilowog was unable to fight back. Kilowog's face is not good looking, but his backbone is stronger than all Green Lanterns. Even though he knew he couldn't beat Dane, he didn't give him a good look. He said in a bad tone, "What are you doing here?" Dane didn't care about the other person's tone at all and still looked familiar. "Don't be like this, Kilowog, we are not acquainted after all. I saw that you were in trouble this time, so I came here to see if you need my help. If you don't fight, you won't know each other. You have to come and go. If you are beaten unilaterally, I would rather never see you in this life." Fortunately, he didn't mention it. When he mentioned Kilowog, his face darkened and his thick arm was pulled directly out of Dane's hand. "What on earth are you here for? Seeing is very sensitive now, I don't have time to chat with you." Dane waved his finger and placed a silent barrier around the two of them. Kilowog's muscles tightened and he subconsciously assumed a fighting posture. But he quickly realized that even if the opponent wanted to fight, he couldn't fight surrounded by a group of Green Lanterns, so he relaxed again. Dane was a little funny when he saw his behavior. It seems that the last battle left a deep impression on him. He stopped talking nonsense, wiped his palm in front of his eyes, opened it again, and a green ring appeared in his palm like magic. Kilowog's expression changed and he hurriedly picked up the ring to verify. Generally speaking, Green Lantern will never take off his or her light ring. Unless something unexpected happens to me, just like Azul. After verification, the lamp ring told Kilowog that the ring belonged to Sinestro. This is impossible. Fortunately, Dane had set up a silent barrier in advance, otherwise the volume would have attracted everyone's attention. "Where did you get this ring?" Kilowog stared at Dane, and he swore that as long as the other party said that he had stolen it from Sinestro, he wouldn't give the other party a hard blow even if he risked his own life. However, Dane quickly said lightly, "Sinestro gave up on himself." "Ah!" He abandoned the green light ring, and the light ring also gave up on him. Kilowog had a strange expression on his face, and Dane wasn't sure what this expression meant for aliens like them. But he could hear the anger in Kilowog's voice. "Can you take responsibility for what you said?" "Definitely, in fact, Hal is the one who experienced this firsthand." Kilowog turned his head and looked at Hal outside. He stood there alone, folding his arms and looking around, looking independent from the world. "I didn't want to come over originally," Dane said suddenly. "Although the light ring has called the police, for the Earth, what will happen to Seeing in the future is not important at all. That's true for me, and that's true for Hal." Kilowog said bluntly, "This is the obligation of every Green Lantern." Dane reminded, "The premise is that you really regard him as a member of Green Lantern, but in my opinion, this is not the case. The entire OA star is prejudiced against people on Earth, and I don't know who brought this trend. There is also a rumor on OA that the people on Earth are a bunch of guys with no credibility and no faith." Dane does not rule out that some people do, and the proportion is quite large. But let's not talk about the second brother, the races on other planets are not much better. Otherwise, how can the Green Lantern Corps maintain order? Aren't we all a family that loves each other? So there must be someone secretly spreading rumors and stigmatizing humans on Earth. The culprit can easily think that this matter has nothing to do with the little blue man. According to the setting of the DC universe, the Earth is the center of the entire universe, where the spirits of existence reside. In order to protect this secret, the little blue man deliberately described OA as the center of the universe and arranged for people to record history. That's right, it's the book of OA known as the Historical Records of OA. As the things recorded in this book circulate for a long time, more and more people will believe it to be true. Until now, the vast majority of civilizations in the known universe have recognized OA as the center of the universe, and have also recognized the little blue man's division of 3,600 sectors. In this way, the Earth will appear very inconspicuous. But if you think about it with your toenails, you will know that no planet in the universe has as many disasters as the Earth. There is no other planet that can produce such a large number of superheroes and supervillains like the Earth. There must be something unusual about her. Why did Darkseid set his sights on Earth back then? It is because he knows that the anti-life equation is on the Earth, and why is it on the Earth? Because the spirit of existence, the most powerful force in the universe, is on the Earth. Only when the spirit of existence can completely suppress the power of the anti-life equation can the Earth become a special area with outstanding people. So Dane believes that if the little blue people really take this crisis seriously enough, they will not refuse Hal's help. Because they should believe that people who come out of the Earth have great potential. Isn't the disaster a good example? Kilowog also knows that the reputation of Earthlings among the stars is not very good, but in fact he is also a bit strange. Before meeting Hal, he had never seen an Earthling, so he didn't know why he would form such a stereotype. Even though he is a smart guy, he was a scientist before he became Green Lantern. Scientists should be truth-seeking. But Kilowog didn't dare to accuse Asgardian of anything, he could only say. They just don't understand Hal, maybe he should do something to impress everyone. Ha! Dane smiled and pointed to the light ring in Kilowog's hand. What a coincidence, I think this thing is enough to prove himself. At least I don't think you Asgardians are faultless. Kilowog said honestly, this needs to be judged by the Asgardians, I have no right to decide. Dane didn't embarrass him either. Then do what you should do. Also, I personally have some immature thoughts about this incident on your planet OUA. You have to introduce me to all the Asgardians. This is impossible. Kilowog subconsciously refused. Dane immediately changed his face, then don't blame me for hitting me directly. You know my strength. The 3 melons and 2 dates in this fight can't stop me from punching twice. Kilowog looked at him in disbelief. On OA, in the headquarters of the Gudjou Green Lantern Corps, where more than 3,000 Green Lanterns and countless reserves are stationed. You said you wanted to push it flat. How much you look down on us. But what Dane was thinking was, with 1 Green Lantern alone, he needs to be careful, with 2 Green Lanterns, he can try doubles, with 3 Green Lanterns, he dares to grab the opponent and beat them violently. More than 5 Green Lanterns? Sorry, I dare to kill them without mercy. However, Kilowog was concerned about the opponent's unreasonable strength and the unknown future enemy of OA Star, so he still did not choose to fight him here. He decided to report the matter of Hal and Dane to the Asgardian Council. What he didn't expect was that the Asgardians actually decided to meet them. When Kilowog came to inform them, the big man's face was still a little confused. I don't understand why. In his impression, Asgardian has always had a tough attitude towards arrogant outsiders like Dane. You understand, you should be an Asgardian. Dane said, and then pushed him away, get out of the way, you smell weird. Kilowog almost died of anger. Chapter 107. Dane welcomed the attention of countless green lanterns and flew into the central meeting hall, where he saw several little blue men. Earthlings, please tell us your purpose of coming to OA. The 9 little blue dwarfs looked serious and looked majestic, looking like Big Shot was about to intimidate others. But is Dane afraid of this? As a senior profiteer, he talks nonsense. I watched the sky last night and occasionally gained something. Today, you and others will suffer a bloody disaster. As soon as he said this, not to mention the little blue people, even Hal was confused by him. Larnica couldn't help but shouted, scaremongering. Hey, this tastes just right. Dane became more enthusiastic and started to make nonsense, isn't it? Don't tell me that there are so many green lanterns outside, they are all here to have a party. Ganser said calmly at this time, Hal Jordan is your friend, you can get some information from him. The lantern warning is for all green lanterns. Oh? Is it just Green Lantern? Dane asked with a smile. Gunter didn't understand the meaning of his smile, so he frowned and said, definitely. So in full view of everyone, Dane raised his right hand. The Asgardians were vigilant, but they did not sense any malicious or abnormal energy fluctuations in Dane. But the next second, a green stream of light flew out from one of the Asgardians, and flew into Dane's hand in the blink of an eye. It seemed to want to be put directly on Dane's finger, but it was pressed tightly by him and failed. This. Even the Guardians of 527 have never encountered such a situation. Are you the new Green Lantern? Larnica asked suspiciously. Dane shook his head. Then how can you summon Sinestro's lantern ring? There is no such precedent. Ganser waved his hand and did not let Rannika get entangled in these minutiae. He looked at Dane solemnly. Sinestro's lamp ring is in your hand, but the lamp furnace didn't tell us that something unexpected happened to him, so what's going on with him now? Dane praised his keen insight and then said, you may find it unbelievable what I am going to say next, but please listen carefully. Tall Sinestro, he has betrayed the Green Lantern Corps. Nonsense. Impossible. You are absolutely crazy. Do you know what you are talking about? He is the greatest Green Lantern along with Aubin Sur. How could he betray the Legion? Sure enough, as soon as Dane finished speaking, the little blue people above started to quarrel. But Dane was keenly aware of the uneasiness in their hearts, especially Gunter, the wisest man among Asgardians, who was thinking silently. In the end, he patted the high platform to signal everyone to be silent. Earthling. Dane smiled and added, you can call me Shazam. Gunter nodded, Shazam, Earthling, you have to know that what you just said is a very serious accusation against a Green Lantern. Do you have any evidence? Dane raised the light ring in his hand, this is physical evidence. Then he looked at Hal who was standing aside, this is a witness. I forgot to tell you that when Sinestro defected, Hal was responsible for hunting him down. He said with regret, but in the end, only his ring was left, but he was not caught. Gunter immediately turned to look at Hal. Hal Jordan, could you please explain the specific process in detail? In fact, as an immortal race, the little blue men have the ability to obtain information through mind reading. But Gunter was obviously more moral, he didn't do that, and gave Hal and Dane enough respect. Hal didn't take Joe seriously either. He told everything he saw and heard on Korriga. All Asgardians are veterans of political struggles a long time ago. Can you tell that someone is plotting against Hal? However, as a new Green Lantern, Hal didn't do anything wrong, he was just a little impatient. And they didn't expect Sinestro to be a dictatorial tyrant on his home planet, which was beyond their expectations. Because this is strictly prohibited in the Lantern Corps, Sinestro, who is known as the greatest Green Lantern, blatantly violated the rules. This is a slap in the face of the Asgardians. Several Asgardians who had always trusted Sinestro were suspicious, but Gunter believed him almost immediately. As one of the few Martas who secretly retained emotions, he had often seen disturbing ambitions in Sinestro's eyes. So he quickly accepted Hal's words, and then he turned to look at Dane. Even if everything is true, do you think that Sinestro, who has lost his lamp ring, still has the ability to threaten OA? Yes, not only Gunther thinks so, but all Asgardians think so too. Sinestro, who does not have a lamp ring, is just an ordinary person after all. How could he have the ability to threaten OA? It can even make the light ring automatically alert all Green Lanterns. This is simply impossible. Said. Sinestro's own power alone won't work. What if we add the power of yellow light? What did you say? Where did you get the news? The people on this earth are too dangerous, and coercive measures must be taken. When Dane mentioned the yellow light, all the little blue people were shocked and started to make noise again. Dane felt a little annoyed when he heard it, so he released a little bit of the power of the old gods. The sky on OA suddenly changed strangely. Dark clouds and lightning seemed to appear out of thin air. All the Green Lanterns looked up at the sky in shock. This is an unprecedented situation. Because the climate and celestial phenomena on OA are completely artificially controlled. The little blue man looked at the sky where the weather had changed drastically, and suddenly became quiet, his eyes immediately fixed on Dane. Ganser said in a low tone, "Old God. But this is impossible. Didn't the old gods enter another dimension a long time ago? No. Another possibility is that Gunther looked at Dane and the other person smiled at him. A demigod who is a hybrid of man and god, but having such power is not far behind a real god." The Asgardians finally changed their attitude towards Dane. The old gods may be more noble than self-proclaimed Asgardians like them in terms of status. Now no one dares to say what they want to do to him. No matter which path god he is, it is beyond the control of the little blue man. How about you see how soft they were when facing dark side? In terms of being able to bend and stretch, the little blue people have always done a very good job. So, what do you think Sinestro would do if it was really Sinestro who caused this crisis? Seeing that they were interested, Dane accepted his supernatural power and said calmly. I heard that the yellow element you sealed was stolen. The Asgardians' expressions immediately changed. What? Are you here to slap me in the face? But after Ganser thought about it, he said with some uncertainty, you mean, the yellow element is Nestor. But, how did he do it? Sinestro does not have the ability to make yellow light weapons, let alone use the power of yellow light. Don't be so sure. If Sinestro dares to betray the Green Lantern Corps, then he may have found an accomplice. Dane pointedly pointed, besides, you should not be the only ones who can make light weapons, right? Dane said this not entirely based on the plot in his past life memory. It was obviously impossible for Sinestro to abandon the power of the Green Lantern before he gained new power. The fact that he dared to throw the lamp ring to Hal showed that he thought the time was ripe and he could get rid of the equipment. Gunther seemed to have thought of something and looked at each other with his companions. Larnaca couldn't help but say, that prophecy. But he was stopped sternly by Ganser's eyes as soon as he said a few words, but he couldn't help but think of the prophecy in his heart. Prophecy of the battle between lust and light. I didn't expect that I could take all possible precautions, but still failed to prevent it. Ganser looked back at Dane, then what is your purpose here? Dane solemnly said. Hal is a member of the Justice League on Earth. He wants to come to OA to fulfill his duties as a Green Lantern. This is a just act and I can't stop it. But as a comrade who has fought side by side, I am willing to participate in this battle in a private capacity. When the Asgardians heard this, their expressions were very intriguing, but they basically meant the same thing. The weasel paid New Year greetings to the rooster, which was not a good intention. Chapter 108. No need, we on OA Star can solve this problem ourselves. We still have a lot of Green Lantern. Our energy is inexhaustible. Even if Sinestro comes, we won't be able to break through Oa's protective shield. Ganser heard Dane's kindness and immediately refused 3 times in a row. Dane didn't care, he believed that he would have the opportunity to express his good intentions later. When that time comes, the little blue man can't just sit back and watch OA Star be destroyed and the Green Legion be wiped out, right? At that time, it's time to make your own conditions. Well, it seems that you are very defensive about me, so I won't force you. But you don't mind if I stay here for a while, right? The little blue man wanted to say he didn't mind, but the green light ring was on the other person's hand, although he didn't know why he didn't put it on. But what if they reject it and the other person puts on the ring? When the time comes, I'm afraid it's not going to be a turnaround and take over the Green Lantern Corps. It's not like they haven't introduced Green Lantern reserves with high racial potential in the past, but they have never introduced one as high as the old gods. But Ganser was thinking, I don't know if Mogo can defeat this old god. Sometimes life is like a chance encounter. Even Dane didn't expect that not long after he came to OA Star, and he had just agreed to stay a few days with the little blue people, Sinestro would come. Just when Ganser and the others were forced to agree, Dane suddenly raised his eyebrows and cast his eyes to the sky. A few seconds later, the Asgardians also changed their expressions and turned their gazes to the sky. Energy, there is an extremely strong energy appearing in the sky above OA. And this energy is not unfamiliar to Asgardians, it is the energy of fear. The first thing that appeared was a sun, which was a completely constructed celestial body, but it was much smaller than the real sun. But those are not the most important. What is important is that the sun is pure yellow, and the light it emits is unsettling. The alarm on OA immediately sounded. But all the Green Lanterns stared blankly at the sun, feeling strange in their hearts. And the sun slowly fell, as if it was about to fall into OA. Kilowog suddenly roared loudly at this time, "Attention all Green Lanterns! Meet the incoming enemy!" Only then did everyone wake up as if from a dream, green lights lit up, and countless Green Lanterns rushed into the sky. A Green Lantern fired a green laser at the sun, but the light was swallowed up instantly. 2 seconds later, the sun seemed to respond to them and also fired a yellow beam downwards. And it was densely packed, shooting from all directions, falling like raindrops. The Green Lanterns were overwhelmed, but many people were still hit by the yellow light, and the effect was immediate. The Green Lanterns who were hit fell directly, smashing into countless buildings. Yellow defect. The existence of this flaw makes Green Lantern greatly ineffective in the face of yellow light, and all their efforts against the yellow sun are in vain. Green Lanterns, gather your strength and come together! Kilowog yelled at everyone, and then shouted to Thomas Ray. What's going on? Why do I feel like I'm missing a few people? Where is Boudica? Thomas struggled to concentrate his will. He found that after being taught a lesson by Dane, he no longer used the power of the green light as easily as before. In fact, he knew in his heart that this was because his willpower was weakened and the fear of that man was deeply planted in his mind. Facing his friend's question, Toma replied loudly, "I don't know, I haven't seen her since just now." Exactly at this time, Kilowog cursed secretly and continued to lead the Green Lanterns to attack this weird sun. Nearly 2,000 Green Lanterns united and used green light energy to build a giant shield to block the sun. The yellow sun directly hit the shield, cracking it with just one blow, which caused all the Green Lanterns to break out in cold sweat. Still Kilowog, hang on. However, I still couldn't hold on. This one not only has the same volume as a celestial body, but also has the mass of a celestial body. The gravitational field distortion caused by its huge mass will have a greater impact on the Green Lanterns as it gets closer. The sound of clicking was endless, and after just tens of seconds, the yellow sun broke through the protective cover and fell to the ground. Everyone prepare for collision. Kilowog only had time to say these words. Huge amounts of explosions resounded throughout OA, and the yellow sun penetrated the earth, destroying all creation along the way. Huge amounts of shockwave push the air, almost solidifying it, like a city wall made of steel moving across the land. In that moment, nearly 100 green lanterns and countless reservists died. Nearly 1,000 lantern rings flew up and flew everywhere in the sky. But they could not find a successor. Where the yellow sun fell, all living creatures were erased by an eraser like paintings on paper, and there was not a single survivor. But the green lanterns who were lucky enough to fly into the sky survived. They hurriedly took over the lantern rings from their dead teammates, and were at a loss for a while. At the same time, a strange fear arises spontaneously. As Green Lantern, they are supposed to be the bravest people, but that doesn't mean they can completely overcome their inner fears. But then they will find out that this is just an appetizer. Not long after the big explosion, a yellow vortex lit up again near the low Earth orbit of OA, and a yellow wormhole suddenly appeared. Sinestro flew out, and what flew out right after him was Boudica wearing a yellow battlesuit. The plan worked. Boudica looked at the messy OUA star and couldn't help but feel excited. But Sinestro sneered. Those rookies may suffer heavy casualties, but our dear Asgardians may not. As he said, before the yellow sun sets on OA. Please give me flowers. The energy in the central chamber suddenly surged, and most of the massive green light energy extracted from the lantern battery was used to protect this place. So the Asgardian, Dane, Hal and others who stayed here were all unscathed. Dane gave the group of little blue men a strange look. These little dwarfs were really cruel. If this energy is used to strengthen the planet's energy shield, at least a few green lanterns or some reserves can be saved. Those who are outside now are probably all destroyed. Sure enough, Sinestro either doesn't take action or makes a big move when he does. It's just a pity. Dane sighed regretfully that he couldn't receive the alien's soul. It seems that the power of the Aztec death god is still somewhat limited. I wonder if the Hell branch opened by the devil in Los Angeles can be replicated on alien planets. It should be possible, as the Hell Demon King and the three Palace Demons often bring disaster to life on other planets. Since the three Palace Demon can do it, he should be able to do it too. At this time, Gunter immediately realized that there was someone inside Green Lantern colluding with foreign enemies. Because otherwise, the enemy's attack would not have been able to enter OA so quickly. This planet has an extremely strong outer shield. But he just clearly felt that OA was completely defenseless in the face of the enemy's attack. This discovery made him feel sad. After all, did Green Lantern choose to break his oath? He opened the protective cover of the central meeting hall. As they expected, the outside was completely in ruins. Only the steam condensed into a thick fog, making everything in front of you seem to be in a thick fog. Rich yellow light energy swims in the air, as if it is alive. An Asgardian recognized this energy, it's the power of yellow light. Hal, who walked out at the same time, seemed to feel something. He raised his head and saw a yellow army coming. It's Sinestro. After hearing this, everyone looked up and saw Sinestro returning with his legion. OA Star, my brothers, my siblings, I'm back. Sinestro. In the ruins, Kilowog roared in grief. His body turned into a strong green light and rushed into the sky, heading straight for Sinestro. Ah, it's you, my old friend Kilowog. Kilowog was even more furious when he heard this. Shut up. You shameless, hateful traitor. The smile on Sinestro's face disappeared, and he stopped quietly in that position, letting Kilowog's fist hit his face. The air echoed with huge amounts of sonic booms in his face, making the side of his face shape-shifting, but his body remained motionless. I understand your anger, Kilowog, but your anger is nothing in my eyes. After that, Sinestro also punched. This punch was far more powerful than Kilowog's. Drive him into the ruins of OA. Sinestro opens his arms as all Green Lanterns watch. I am Sinestro, kneel down, or death for a long time. Chapter 109. He is so majestic. On the ground below, Dane looked at this scene and made sarcastic remarks, and the Asgardians looked ugly. He is indeed the greatest Green Lantern. His strength and domineering strength are beyond words. Dane seemed to be testing the bottom line of the little blue men, constantly teasing their fragile nerves. However, the little blue man is indeed a ruthless person who has removed his emotions, and he doesn't care about Dane's weirdness at all. On the contrary, Ganser asked him seriously, "Did you just say that you are willing to help us, regardless of the number?" "Definitely, it always counts." Dane showed a profiteer's smile, "But you should understand that this is not free. What do you want?" Gunter also knew that it was impossible for them not to bleed at all, so he asked directly. "Technology, I want your technology." Ganser kindly reminds. "I must remind you that the current technological level of the Earth is still at a very low stage and is not suitable for blindly learning our technology." Dane shook his head, "That's something we need to consider." There was no way 853 Gunter could only agree. But he emphasized that this was only a personal transaction between him and Dane, and did not represent Asgardian as a whole. And this agreement does not take effect immediately. Dane will only take action when the Green Lantern Corps has determined that there is no way back. This is a condition specially added by Ganser. He still hopes that the Green Rangers can create miracles. Dane is good at everything and he has enough patience. After he carefully read the memory of the Parallax Demon, that unlucky little blue man on Earth, it was found that there were many missing parts, which resulted in the knowledge he could obtain being fragmented and fragmented. This is normal, for a guy who has been controlled by Parallax Monster for a long time. He has also been sealed away by his own people for many years, and his brain has probably been severely poisoned for a long time. However, it is not that there is no useful memory at all. The technology on how to gather colored light energy is still complete. However, there are many prerequisite technology trees for this technology, and the Earth can't find any of them now. Dane chose to be pragmatic and develop the front-end technology first. Here, he and Gunter had just completed the Pi transaction. In the sky, Green Lantern was already fighting with the Sinestro Corps. Generally speaking, the soldiers of the Sinestro Corps are more powerful than the Green Lanterns. Due to the existence of the yellow flaw, the Green Lantern's combat power has been weakened by 1 point. Kilowog is a really tough guy, dragging his seriously injured body and besieging Sinestro with several Green Lanterns. However, Sinestro dealt with it with ease. The Yellow Lantern ring suited him so well that the Green Lanterns around him became more afraid of him the more they fought against him. The more afraid they are, the weaker the Green Lantern's power becomes, and correspondingly, the stronger Sinestro's power becomes. "What? Is this all your strength?" Sinestro used one of the Green Lanterns as a weapon and knocked the other Green Lantern away. Soon, the only stubborn guy Kilowog and Tomare were left near him. And Sinestro set his sights on Toma. "Toma, yes, I can feel that you have fear in your heart." Toma looked at the majestic Sinestro and remained still. And Sinestro stretched out his hand towards him, "Join my legion, I will give you new power. You will be stronger than you are now. You will transform from one who fears to one who inflicts fear on others. Join us. Don't you want to take revenge on that man?" Sinestro's words touched Thomas, and he couldn't help but stretched out his hand, wanting to hold Sinestro's hand. And Sinestro also showed a smile, but it was Kilowog again. He knocked Toma away and then roared towards Sinestro. Toma was knocked far away, and his face turned green and white. He felt ashamed that his will had wavered, but he couldn't suppress his desire for power. He wanted to defeat that person so much. But the Green Lantern ring obviously cannot give him such power. Sinestro laughed as he was knocked away again by Kilowog. He suddenly waved his hand, and countless yellow rings scattered and flew to all parts of the battlefield. "Want power? Then take it. As long as you are willing to become a member of the Sinestro Corps, you can get my power." Kilowog's voice spread throughout the battlefield, but at the same time Kilowog's voice also sounded. Green lanterns, don't be deceived by the enemy. Believe in the power of the light of the Green Lantern. Sinestro chuckled and said, Really? Then will your green light allow you to survive in my hands? He raised his hand, and a yellow light lit up on the ring's logo. I will prove it to you. Kilowog raised his hand with a firm face. In a daze, Sinestro seemed to see his past appearance, and he once believed so firmly in the power of the green light. However, on the road to realizing your ideal, all stumbling blocks must be removed, even those good memories. Sinestro's expression was stern. I respect you very much, Kilowog, so I will give you a decent ending that a warrior deserves. After saying that, the yellow beam shot out. At the same time, Kilowog also burst out with the greatest power of will in his life, shooting out a green beam of light and connecting with the yellow light in the air. The expanding color light energy exploded, but Sinestro's power was even better. After a few seconds, he suppressed the green light and retreated. Ah! Kilowog was unwilling to give in, but these unwillingness were not enough to allow him to resist Sinestro's power. Seeing that he was about to die for Oua's loyalty, Tomare turned his head, not wanting to see this scene. He looked at the yellow light ring floating in front of him and took off the green light ring on his hand. It immediately flew away. Toma laughed at himself. It turned out that lantern ring had already seen through him. He stopped hesitation and put on the yellow light ring. Instantly his green uniform turned yellow, and he became a new messenger of fear. Kilowog closed his eyes in disappointment, seemingly letting the yellow light engulf him. However, right here, the dazzling green light of Nidong rose into the sky. In every most desperate night, you must have imagined something like this, a ray of light illuminating your world, which is as dazzling as the sun. And on this darkest day for the Green Lantern Corps, a new light rose. A new sun, a green sun. Hal Jordan, he stood in front of Kilowog, and the green light barrier turned into by his strong will was as solid as a reef in the sea. No matter how hard the wind blows or the waves hit, it still stands strong. Hal Jordan. Sinestro stared at the sun and roared at the surrounding men who were ready to move. No one is allowed to move. That person is mine. After the order was issued, he dived towards Hal, and the two hit each other in the air. Sinestro grabbed Hal and pushed him to hit the ground. The powerful push nailed him and Hal into the center of the earth. Hal revealed his chain sword and slashed Sinestro's head with the sword. Sinestro dodged lightly, and the yellow light turned into a telescopic sword and stabbed Hal, pushing him into the magma. The shield of green light protected Hal from harm. He rushed out of the magma and fought with Sinestro again. Kilowog targeted Tomare, the original Green Lantern who was the first to defect from the camp in this battle. Boudica can't be counted, she is Sinestro's undercover. Tomare's performance triggered a domino-like collapse, with more Green Lanterns taking off their Green Lantern rings and putting on Yellow Lantern rings. 5.9. Among them, many people do not really want to betray. They just believe that the Green Lantern ring with the yellow defect cannot deal with the Yellow Legion, and hope to use the power of the Yellow Lantern to fight against it. However, they did not expect that their will could not resist the invasion of yellow light at all, and they were instantly brainwashed into die-hard members of Sinestro and transformed into yellow light messengers spreading fear. Dane shook his head. How can Green Lantern, who doesn't even trust his own light ring, have enough willpower to resist the invasion of yellow light? However, it seems that you still have a hidden card. Dane meant something, but Gunter just looked at the sky and said nothing. The gravitational field around Oa has changed, and this change quickly attracted Sinestro's attention. Is her? In the universe, a huge amount of planet appears outside the Oa star. She had her back to the sun, blocking out the sun like a solar eclipse. In the middle of the planet, an indescribably huge lantern sign appeared. The most powerful Green Lantern warrior in the Green Lantern Corps, the planet life form Mogo appears. Chapter 110. It's Mogo. Boudica reacted first, but she didn't panic. Act on Plan B. The yellow lanterns of the Sinestro Corps flew through the atmosphere and stopped in front of Mogo. Because he was worried that his own gravitational field would affect OA, Mogo was still far away from OA, which gave the yellow lanterns enough time to use their tactics. Green lanterns, stop them! Kilowog shouted and wanted to rush forward. No matter what the Yellow Lantern Corps wants to do, they must stop it. But Kilowog's action was stopped by Tomare before it even started. Toma! Do you really want to be our enemy? Have you forgotten your identity? However, Tomare could not hear his words at all. The yellow light occupied his mind and distorted his character. Toma smiled evilly, for Sinestro. The yellow light turned into a snake head of huge amounts, opened its mouth wide, and rushed towards Kilowog. Kilowog was furious, and the green light turned into a 40-meter-long knife, directly cutting the snake's head in two. But Toma, who was hiding behind, turned his hands into thorns and attacked insidiously. Kilowog didn't check for a moment and was stabbed in the waist by one of them. The green light protective cover was like paper in front of the yellow light weapon. Toma wanted to repeat the same trick with the other one, but Kilowog pinched it with his big hand. His huge strength made it difficult for Toma to break free for a while. Kilowog grabbed his 24 body and endured the physical pain and hit Toma's vitals with all his strength. Even though Toma was protected by a yellow light shield, he was still able to break through the defense with a single blow without sacrificing his life. The two entangled and fell from the sky, once again adding a pit to the devastated earth. And Sinestro and Hal, who were deep in the center of the earth, were also rising while fighting each other. Sometimes you would punch and sometimes I would kick. The yellow flaw is not an absolute flaw of Green Lantern. If Green Lantern's heart is firm enough to overcome fear, then the yellow flaw will not become a problem for Green Lantern. But there are very few people who can do this, and there are not many people on the entire OA who can do it. You're not going to make it, Sinestro. Hal put his hands together and fired the light cannon, and Sinestro waved it away. He pointed the ring in his hand, and several rays of yellow light transformed into a humanoid duplication, grabbing Hal's limbs up, down, left, and right. Sinestro's yellow light ring was connected to a meteor hammer, which hit him in the face with the help of inertial force, sending him flying far away. This wasn't the end yet. A dazzling yellow light lit up on the human figures holding Hal. Hal struggled violently to no avail, and there was a loud bang. The duplication bomb exploded, and Hal ate the yellow light energy bomb head-on, and the momentum pushed him up from the ground into the sky. Although he protected himself with a force field shield in time, he still felt excruciating pain all over his body. But these are not the worst. The worst thing is that the green light energy reserve has been dangerously low. Hal's expression changed drastically at this time, and he suddenly remembered what Dane had said to him. Then he quickly left the battlefield and looked for the location of the central energy battery. However, Sinestro also felt something was wrong during the battle. When he saw Hal leaving, he chased after him without any hesitation. Before leaving, he temporarily handed over command to Boudica, who knew all of Sinestro's previous plans. And Boudica did not betray his trust, leading the rebellious former Green Lantern and current yellow light energy users to attack the remaining Green Lanterns. And these remaining Green Lanterns were retreating steadily under the enemy's attack. In space, the Yellow Lantern Corps began to collaborate, and they built a wormhole with a diameter that was almost half the file size of OA. From the wormhole emitting yellow light, the tip of the iceberg of another world emerged, which was the planet Corriga. Individuals are powerless against the power of the planet. Dane was still thinking before, even Superman has nothing to do with the planet Mogo, how will Sinestro deal with him? Now he has the answer. The only thing that can deal with planet is another planet. Moreover, Corriga is not a primitive planet like Mogo. It is an aerospace civilization that has developed to a high-tech level. The Yellow Lantern Corps stabilized the wormhole passage, while countless space battleships set sail on Corriga, aiming directly at Mogo. Green light lit up on Mogo's star, and a beam of light shot out like a torrent. However, the starships on Koruga are all painted in yellow, and each battleship is equipped with a different number of Yellow Lantern warriors. Mogo's green torrent failed to play its due role, and could only sit back and watch the Koruga aliens wearing yellow battle armor land. The war between Mogo and Koruga begins. Seeing the Green Lantern Corps retreating steadily, and the Green Lantern rings scattered on the ground like raindrops, Gunter finally couldn't help but ask Dane for help. This man is so cruel that he can actually sit back and watch Green Lantern suffer heavy casualties. Helpless, he could only bow to Dane. Dane looked at him, smiled and said, "Remember the conditions you promised me." After saying that, he lifted himself up and flew into the sky, stirring up the clouds. One move can be used all over the world. Fighting in the atmosphere, this move is always so useful. He swept away the hurricane with a wave of his hand, and the swirling atmosphere was like a huge amount of millstone, enveloping everyone within it. Boudica saw the culprit, the old god whom he had seen once on Earth. She hid her figure and ordered several of her men to come forward to confront him. The other members of the Yellow Lantern Corps did not understand Dane's strength, so they rushed over with cruel smiles. Dane saw that some people dared to trouble him, and he had to admire the courage of these people. Very brave. However, he grabbed the one closest to him by the neck. In full view of everyone, he performed the unique skill of tearing the Japanese to death with his hands on the spot. The yellow light soldier was like a rag doll, controlled by his hands, starting from the upper trapezius muscle next to the neck, and tearing the person in half like tearing pieces of paper. The gushing blood instantly wetted his upper body, and the other yellow figures flying close to him immediately froze, then turned around and ran away without any hesitation. Mercury's speed was activated, and he easily caught up with the deserters. Here he doesn't have to care about human rights or image at all. Although they are all in human form, he cannot empathize. So the Green Lantern Corps and the Sinestro Corps were lucky enough to see Shazam's first merciless massacre in this world. Dane's arm was wrapped with lightning, and with a slight wave, several human heads rolled out. Because the speed was too fast, many heads still had expressions of fear. In the realm of super speed, Dane harvests the lives of slow-speed people wantonly, like a hard-working farmer harvesting crops in the field. His attack is simple and unpretentious, with no strong light and shadow, except for the fleeting lightning. There is no grand scene, except for the hurricane that is still raging. He uses the most common fists and kicks, but every move is filled with incomparable divine power, which is unstoppable. Invincible. Anyone who dares to block the 467 road will be torn into pieces. Those who dare to fight back will be destroyed. All the way to flight is all the way to killing. Where his flight passed, rain of blood and broken flesh fell like fallen leaves, and were then broken into pieces by the hurricane. Just like Yellow Lantern's first attack, Dane's first attack caused countless yellow rings to rain from the sky. They were swept closer to Dane in the hurricane. Intelligent life has been locked. Dane Davis from Galaxy Solar System. You have the ability to inflict great fear on others. You belong to the Sinestro Corps. Dane waved his hand, and the divine thunder came out of his hand and exploded onto the flying lantern rings. However, a few minutes later, the yellow lantern rings that were blown away gathered together again. Smart life has been locked. Smart life has been locked. Intelligent life has been locked. Annoying. Dane looked disgusted, and he didn't like yellow either. He moved quickly in the air, almost becoming a phantom, and he clenched his hands into fists and placed them in front of him. Relying on the hardness of the body, the speed of movement, and the indestructible power of thunder and lightning, he transformed into a water droplet and ran rampant in front of the yellow creation. There was a loud noise wherever it passed, which symbolized that another yellow enemy was eliminated. This scene should have made the Green Lantern Corps happy, but it made them feel even more fearful. However, even so, the Yellow Lantern Ring did not choose a successor among these people. Instead, he still pursues Dane tirelessly. Even Gunther and the other Asgardians standing on the ground couldn't help but feel a little fear in their hearts. Chapter 111. On the other side, Hal has entered the central energy battery room. Because it is protected by the energy of the green light, it has not been affected by attacks from the outside world. Hal entered the place and recited the oath to the lantern battery without saying a word. He did not notice that Sinestro had followed him in. By the time he noticed it, Sinestro's sneak attack had already succeeded and injured him. Weird, isn't it? Taking advantage of Hal's temporary powerlessness, Sinestro used yellow light energy to photograph him in front of him, but his eyes were focused on the ring in his hand. The newly charged ring emitted a dazzling green light, but the more Sinestro looked at it, the more he felt that something was wrong with the ring. He controlled Hal's hand to lift up, and forcibly connected the yellow lantern ring and the green lantern ring together. Time in the real world has almost stopped, and Sinestro's spirit has entered the world of the green lantern ring. It's unbelievable. It turns out there is such a world in the lantern ring. This is a world that even Sinestro had never seen before when he was still serving the Green Lantern Corps. However, what surprised him the most was not this. His light ring felt something was here. Something that was closely related to him. He saw a floating city not far away and flew up to it without hesitation. As soon as he got close, a roar came from the floating city. 03 dash. Then a giant yellow eye as big as a millstone lit up, staring at Sinestro violently. However, instead of being angry, he was happy and burst into laughter. The parallax monster is actually a parallax monster. But just as he finished speaking, a green fist hit his face and knocked him away. Stay away from it, Sinestro. However, after Hal appeared, a huge yellow claw suddenly stretched out from the middle of the floating city and almost caught him. Seeing that no one was caught, the parallax monster's angry roar became louder. Sinestro, on the other hand, laughed and flew back. He did not continue to struggle with Hal, and just flew in the direction of the parallax monster. Although Hal tried many ways to prevent him from approaching, the experienced Sinestro still found an opportunity to get close to the parallax monster. Supplemented by Sinestro's energy, Parallax finally had enough energy to break through the confinement of the floating city. And the moment it broke out of the seal, Dane also noticed something and stopped. At the moment there was no trace of yellow in the sky, and the blood on Dane's body was burned clean by the friction of the air. In the world of the ring, Sinestro, who released the parallax monster, did not stop, but directly entered its body. Parallax did not refuse, not only because their powers were from the same source, but also because it felt that Sinestro's powers were in perfect harmony with its own. Even better than Hal was powerless to stop it at this time, he could only watch them merge into one. Immediately, a new parallax demon was born in front of Hal's eyes. Unlike the previous parallax demons, Sinestro's appearance has not changed much. Oh, I wonder if the extra cloak on his back counts? In short, Sinestro's current feeling is that its energy intensity is very high. Moreover, his consciousness is not controlled by the parallax monster, he is still himself. Hal's feeling was right, Sinestro had never felt better than he did today. The parallax monster definitely tried to control his will, but it was so ridiculous that a bug also tried to control him. Sinestro's pride made him completely immune to Parallax's control, which in turn controlled Parallax. He looked at Hal in the distance and couldn't help but think of their last battle on Korriga. Hal swore that he just blinked, but when he opened it again, he found that Sinestro was close at hand. He was hit without any reaction at all, and there was severe pain in his abdomen, which made him arch his waist and fly out like a full moon. However, he didn't even know what hit him until he flew out. Sinestro said intoxicatedly, "Ah, it's this power, I finally got it." He originally had a plan to capture the parallax monster, but he didn't expect that the parallax monster would be sealed in Hal's ring, which would save him another trip to Earth. Just when he turned around and wanted to leave, a beam of green light enveloped him like a cage. Sinestro turned around and saw that it was Hal. "You can't go anywhere." Sinestro just sneered and waved his hand. The green cage burst open, and he immediately returned to reality. This place was too close to green light energy, and he was worried that Hal would suddenly explode like last time, and only one loss would be enough. Sinestro, who had returned to reality mentally, had just come to his senses when a figure tore through the dome and descended from the void. Sinestro looked back and saw a strong man in red but wearing a white robe, and his expression immediately changed. He integrated with the parallax monster and naturally gained its memory, so he not only knew this man. "And I also know that this man has formed a very troublesome organization on Earth." He threw Hal away, who was blocking the way, and did something that everyone present did not expect. He flew into the green light energy source. Then yellow light energy quickly emerged from the center of the green light energy source, and the green glow of the battery dimmed visibly to the naked eye. Dane sensed something coming at the moment. He grabbed Hal with one hand and flew directly through the ceiling into the sky. 2 seconds later, yellow light radiated in all directions, and huge amounts of energy flow burst out from the central energy chamber. When Dane and Hal saw Sinestro again, they saw that his whole body had turned yellow, as if he had become a body made of energy. But this is not enough, far from enough. He stared at Dane and Hal for a while. In just a few seconds, he had already surrounded the entire battlefield of OA. Even he couldn't help but feel frightened by Dane's killing efficiency. Under the influence of this state of mind, he decided to play it safe. He himself is far from reaching his limit. Thinking of this, Sinestro transformed into a ray of yellow light and flew into space. His decision was correct. Whether Dane's own energy can match Sinestro's is unknown. But he definitely has the ability to kill the opponent with one blow. The kiss of death has not yet drunk blood on OA. The reason why parallax monsters cannot be killed is because their life essence is different and difficult to kill. But Sinestro himself was not like this. He was hit by the kiss of death immediately. Sinestro may have instinctively sensed the crisis coming from Dane, so even if he knew that the other party had massacred his men, he could still endure it for the time being. He is quite a hero. In space, there are still a group of his subordinates who have not been killed. Boudica is one of them. She hid in space early, so she escaped Dane's massacre. And Toma didn't know whether it was lucky or unlucky. He escaped Dane's sweep because he was fighting with Kilowog at the time. Kilowog's entanglement also saved his life to a certain extent, otherwise he would have been taken care of by Dane. At the end of the fight, looking at the broken corpses belonging to the Yellow Lantern Corps around him, the Toma people were stunned. He just switched sides. Has the situation reversed? Kilowog took advantage of his carelessness and suddenly attacked him. He showed up with a mace and knocked him unconscious with a hammer, and then removed his yellow lantern ring. He looked around, and even though he had experienced hundreds of battles, he still found it difficult to accept the sight of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This is not in line with Green Lantern's values, and no one was left alive. But he couldn't say anything, because he was just helping, not a member of the Green Lantern Corps, and was not bound by the rules of the Lantern Corps. Dane had basically wiped out all the enemies on OUA, and even some of the Yellow Lantern Corps that were still alive were frightened by Dane and were completely useless. Taking Hal with them, they flew to and landed near Asgardian. Sinestro has stolen the energy from the lantern battery and now has more energy in his body than all of us. Sinestro had just plundered the energy, and the little blue man had already gotten the information. They obviously had a secret arrangement for the lantern battery. Originally they thought the situation was bad enough, but Dane also brought new bad news. One more thing you need to know is that Sinestro has obtained the parallax monster, and his strength has once again exploded. He looked up at the sky. The life on that planet may not be his opponent now. Chapter 112. As Dane said, Sinestro has now reached the same level as Mogo in terms of energy level alone. Planet Green Lantern Mogo, Dane guesses that she has a similar origin to the city spirit and belongs to the Gia-life system. So Dane thought for a while and guessed, Sinestro wants to assimilate the life on this planet into the Yellow Lantern core. If it were before, Sinestro's ability alone would not be possible. But now, with the increase of Parallax Monster, he has this ability. Parallax monsters can induce fear in the hearts of living beings. This ability has nothing to do with the opponent's strength and size. A Green Lantern that is only related to the subject's mind and can overcome fear on its own. Even if he is only file size of a bee, he is still great. The Green Lantern who cannot overcome his inner fear, even Mogo, will collapse when faced with the Parallax Monster. In fact, there is indeed an alien named BZZD who looks like a bee among the Green Lantern Corps and became the Green Lantern, and he happens to be the partner of Planet Green Lantern Mogo. This little guy's willpower is superior to that of most Green Lanterns, and he especially likes to appear huge things on the island to attack the enemy. And what about Mogo? Can she overcome her fears? For a special life form like her, the most fearful things are nothing more than two things. First, life on the planet suffered a devastating blow and became extinct on a large scale. The second is that one's own consciousness is erased and becomes a pure celestial body without thoughts. And these 2 points make the Mystical Legion happen to have the ability to do it. Strictly speaking, Korriga can do the first point, and Sinestro can do the second point, and he made good use of these two weaknesses of Mogo. First, use the yellow flaw of Green Lantern 750 to equip Korriga's fleet with yellow weapons to attack the planet's ecosystem and surface. Then use the Parallax Monster to psychologically intimidate the living beings. Soon, even the huge living beings like Mogo were retreating steadily under the attack of the Sinestro Corps. How come? The scene before him was beyond the expectations of the Asgardians, but Dane was not surprised. This is a conflict of attributes designed to target weaknesses, and Dane believes that Sinestro still has room for strength. Because he couldn't have known in advance that the Parallax Monster was sealed in Hal's ring, but he still came, which means that he actually had a backup plan. But it should be no longer needed now. Gunter immediately turned to look at Dane. Do something. Dane nodded readily, but Ganser's blood pressure increased when he said, more money. Goddamn more money. Ganser understood that this was asking him to increase the stakes. The previous conditions were no longer enough. Thinking rationally, this is not something we cannot help but understand. Solving a Sinestro is completely different from solving a Parallax Monster, but didn't you bring the Parallax Monster? Dane seemed to see what he meant, but he just said, if you weren't so careless, how could the Parallax Demon be lost on Earth? We even helped you solve the problem that you should have solved. How dare you blame me for bringing Parallax Monster back? He even turned against the guest. What's the point? This, said is not unreasonable. But Gunter still seriously suspected that Dane deliberately allowed Sinestro to integrate the Parallax Monster, just so that he could blackmail them at the moment. But the matter was serious, so he didn't grit his teeth and agreed. However, this time Dane asked other little blue people to sign this agreement together, and he was ready for the contract. This was a magical version of the contract. The previous one was just a verbal agreement between him and Gunter. He believed in Gunther's integrity and didn't sign it in writing. But others? Sorry, we are neither relatives nor friends, and we are not familiar with each other. Why should I trust you? Moreover, Dane knows a lot of dirty information about these little blue men. They are as well versed in the dark ways as some politicians on the earth. It is better to use magic to restrain them. As an immortal race, the Asgardians must have seen magic, so they checked every corner of the contract very carefully, not missing any pattern or edge. Not to mention, they actually discovered several loopholes. When Dane saw this, he could only modify the contract with a task sound. After he finished changing it, the little blue people signed their names. At this time, the situation on Mogo's side was already precarious. Hal followed Dane throughout the whole process, dumbfounded as he skillfully negotiated with the little blue people, almost thinking that he was also a politician. But after Dane took back the contract, he slapped him on the head. "What are you looking at? Work." "Oh, oh." Hal scratched his head and decided not to care about these things. In space, Sinestro is exerting psychic influence on Mogo. He has successfully aroused the fear in the other party. But it will take some time for him to conquer this planet, but it is obvious that he cannot have that much time. With his peripheral vision, he had already noticed 2 light spots flying from the direction of OUA. They were Hal and the Earthling, who gave him a sense of threat. Sinestro thought that Hal would be his opponent this time, but he was wrong. He didn't know what the Earthling said to Hal, telling him to turn around and deal with Korriga's fleet, while the strange Earthling flew towards this side. "He's very fast." Just as Sinis was thinking about it, a head approached him. His combat awareness was still very good, and he immediately sidestepped and dodged the blow. But Dane's attacks don't stop with his fists. Just when Sinestro was about to fight back, he saw a white arc of electricity lighting up on the Earthling's body, and the arc jumped as if alive. The speed of electricity was unmatched by him, and an electric snake bited directly on his body, paralyzing him all over. Sinestro found that his yellow light shield did not protect him well, and the blow was too painful. But Dane felt exactly the opposite. He felt that the turtle shell on Sinestro's body was too hard, and he didn't even break it open. However, Sinestro was not unable to fight. He quickly regained his strength and began to fight back. He used the yellow light tool to reveal a lifelike monster, and it bit Dane with its teeth and claws. Dane grabbed the beast's upper and lower jaws with both hands and tore them in half. However, Sinestro's energy was nearly endless, and countless monsters rushed towards him. From a distance, it looks like a group of behemoths fighting for small prey. But Dane is not afraid. No matter what monster comes up, he will tear it apart. Sinestro was hiding among them and suddenly gave Dane a black punch while he was concentrating on clearing out the mobs. But Dane was punched head-on, and his head only moved back a few centimeters. This instead allowed him to find Sinestro's location. He grabbed Sinestro and punched him. The powerful punch was like hitting an ox across a mountain, punching through the monster behind Sinestro. But Sinestro is indeed the best host for Parallax Monster. With the help of yellow light energy, he quickly recovered from his injuries. He simply stopped hiding and materialized 2 fist gloves to completely wrap his arms, and then started fighting with Dane. The aftermath of the collision of lightning and yellow light spread into a flaky impact fan in space, destroying the monsters Sinestro had created previously. Dane discovered that although Sinestro's physical strength was not high, he was able to fight with him with his super-fast recovery speed. Moreover, the yellow energy on the opponent's body was obviously increasing. He knew in his heart that Mogo was providing fear energy to the opponent. Good guy, this is using Mogo as a blood bottle. But it wasn't a big problem. Dane used super speed to get close to him again. But this time his arm shook, and a dark stinging needle stretched out. Sinestro's expression changed. The moment he saw the black thorn, the Parallax monster frantically called the police in his mind, and he flew back without hesitation. Dane flew up. Sinestro retreated while using yellow light to create obstacles to buy himself time. Dane held the kiss of death in front of him like an awl, vowing to pierce it. At the critical moment, Sinestro suddenly opened his mouth. The Parallax monster jumped out of his mouth, 2 long arms stretched out. He closed his palms together, locking Dane in his palms. Sinestro took the opportunity to construct a super bomb and stuffed it directly into the palm of Parallax monster. Then he flew away, since the Parallax monster couldn't be killed anyway, so he might as well take advantage of it. There was no sound in the vacuum, but a dazzling bright light suddenly lit up where the Parallax monster was. The light ball spread outward from the center of the explosion and instantly expanded into a huge amount of sphere. Even the green lanterns on OA can clearly see that brightness. Chapter 113. Did you make it? Sinestro couldn't help but have such questions in his mind. In order to kill Dane in one go, the prototype of the super bomb Sinestro embodied was an antimatter annihilation bomb used to destroy the planet's surface and cause large-scale destruction. Its power is even greater than the hydrogen bomb on Earth. Dane has never faced a bomb of this magnitude before. He, who was at the center of the explosion, was finally injured this time. His red battlesuit was burned to black, and his white magician robe was turned into ashes. Dane covered his head with his hands, curled his legs, and curled up into a ball. Seeing his miserable state, Sinestro thought he had succeeded, and at the worst he should have been severely wounded. So he constructed a lightsaber and flew close to him, wanting to give him the final blow. But just when the lightsaber was about to hit Dane, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grasped the lightsaber. Dane raised his pitch-black head. Although his face was pitch-black, his hair was still there and it would not be blown into a bald head. He now felt that there was no pain anywhere in his body. This feeling had not happened for a long time since he transformed into Shazam. Sinestro was shocked that he was not dead, and that his vitality still seemed strong. He held the hilt of the sword with his other hand, and the lightsaber grew toward Dane's chest. Dane turned his lightsaber to one side, and the lightsaber passed by his shoulder. He raised his other hand, instantly cut off the lightsaber, and stabbed Sinestro with the piece in his hand. This was something he constructed, so it was definitely useless, but Dane's powerful power still knocked Sinestro away. Dane made fists with both hands and stretched. Lightning breathes from within, and traces of charred black parts fall off where the arc passes. When all the melanin fades away, a brand new battlesuit is revealed inside. Lightning can restore Shazam's injuries, but this method is to use blue bars to restore the blood bar, and the power of lightning will be weaker in a short period of time. Although other divine powers are still abundant, it is difficult to kill Genus Wang with endless energy support through pure physical damage. And judging from the situation just now, Sinestro was obviously deliberately preventing the kiss of death. It's helpless. I can't be a warrior, and I can't be an assassin, so I have to return to my job. After that, Dane took out the necromancer scepter. Stop him! Parallax screamed in Sinestro's head, but it made him jump. The white crystal on the scepter suddenly turned yellow, and in Sinestro's shocked eyes, the scepter lit up with a yellow light. Except for the Flash who has not yet been born, no speedster in this universe can escape the speed of light. So when Sinestro saw the yellow light, he had already been hit by the yellow light. A yellow light connected Dane's scepter to Sinestro, and then a huge amount of phantom detached from Sinestro. It was the Parallax monster. No. Sinestro stretched out his hand, and Parallax tried his best to respond. However, Scepter's power was too overbearing, and he still pulled the Parallax monster out of Sinestro's body and put it into the crystal. A black aura emerged in the center of the crystal, swirling around a small yellow bug. The death breath cannot kill Parallax, but it can inflict pain on it constantly. Without the Parallax monster, Nestor can no longer use his own power to exterminate Mogo's fear. This gave the huge amounts of Green Lantern a chance to finally start a counterattack. Mogo lit up the Green Lantern sign again, and a green torrent swept across the universe. It seems to have strengthened its determination this time, and the yellow defect is no longer so difficult to break through. Under the flow of green energy, countless battleships opened gaps, and green light penetrated from the gaps. Although the Koruga people took advantage of the yellow defect of the green light, it is obvious that the interior of the battleship cannot be all painted yellow. Therefore, under the invasion of green energy, the crew on the ship suffered heavy casualties. Seeing that the situation took a turn for the worse again, Sinestro was about to order his subordinates to activate the last resort, but at this time he was no longer the Parallax demon who could use unlimited yellow light energy. So he didn't notice that Dane had arrived behind him at some point. When he reacted, the kiss of death in Dane's hand had already stabbed into his chest. The power of death was injected into his body, making Nestor feel that his life force was rapidly draining away. Sinestro, who had brought fear to countless people, finally felt fear. He grabbed Dane's hand tightly. No, it shouldn't be like this. I still have a lot of things to do. The ultimate order. At the last moment before his death, what he was thinking about was that his ideal had not yet been completed. Dane respects such an ideal person, but since he is an enemy, no matter how much he admires him, he will never let him go. Since Sinestro was killed by the kiss of death, his soul definitely belongs to Dane. But while collecting his soul, Dane suddenly felt as if his thoughts were stuck for a moment. Just as at that moment he was placed in someone else's time-stopped realm, this discovery immediately opened up all his perceptions. But it had no effect. He could vaguely detect something, but he couldn't really see it clearly. So Dane abandoned his five senses as a human and used his intuition as a god to explore and perceive. Then, he saw the person in a realm of nothingness. "You are so greedy." When she said this, her voice sounded like that of a woman. "Although you have obtained the power of Death God, this power is limited to the earth." Dane tried to speak here. "As long as anyone is killed by the kiss of death, his soul should belong to me. I have not violated any rules." He probably guessed who this person was. "Slippery." The woman seemed to smile, then turned to leave. "Please give me flowers." "Wait." Dane suddenly stopped her. In the blur, Dane seemed to see her looking back. There was a very strange feeling lingering in his heart. He seemed to have some memory of this woman's appearance. "When was it? What did you want to say when you stopped me?" she asked softly. Dane tried to look at her face, but it was hidden in the shadows. "I want to see your face." She seemed silent for a moment, and then said with a hint of melancholy, "People can only see me twice in a lifetime, Dane. If you see clearly, you will die. I am Death God." Dane disagreed with her statement. "But Death God is also mortal, don't you know very well? Your authority was taken from a dead Death God." Dane's will caused the space to vibrate, and green light instantly illuminated the dark space. "It's a green light. In this empty space, Dane's magical power cannot work. 0. But his will can, so he accepted the call of the lantern ring. As a result, the green light was lit here, and it also illuminated the surprised face in front. It was a very delicate face, but it was unnaturally pale. Her clothes are no different from ordinary people, with a hint of Gothic style. There is no so-called holy aura or other messy things about her. But you just can't ignore her beauty, ignore her eyes, ignore her every move." Dane had recognized her identity. Death, the second in the endless family, the ultimate incarnation of all things, is also the boss with the highest priesthood of Death God. She also has a common name named Telt. Dane did not expect that killing a Sinestro would naturally attract his attention. Dane looked at her face carefully and suddenly smiled. "Look, I saw your face for the second time, but I didn't die." Death said helplessly, "Did you know? According to the regulations, I can actually take you away now." "Then why don't you do that?" Dane smiled and said, "Maybe then I can stay with you." "Aren't you afraid of death?" Death looked at him curiously. Dane stared at her face. There was something strangely attractive about the face of Death. "After seeing you, I suddenly felt that death can actually be a good thing." Death smiled again. Unlike people's imagination, death is actually very easygoing. Dane could feel a pair of hands brushing across his face, and he felt as if there was something extra in his body. "But if I take a closer look, I feel nothing. You should leave, et. Will we meet again?" Death stood there quietly, with a gentle look on his face. "Yes, everyone can." Dane's consciousness returned to reality. Chapter 114. What an unexpected surprise! Although he had long known that the Endless Family was also playing in the DC universe, he never expected to meet a member of the Endless Family so early. He had previously thought that the Endless Family would not set its sights on this universe. Now that death has appeared, is it possible that the Sandman is also in this universe? Even right here on Earth? Sandman, whose true identity is Dream, ranks third in the Endless Family, second only to Death. The story of the Endless Family appears in The Sandman, a work of DC's subsidiary Vertigo Comics. So what is the Endless Family? They are not gods, demons, or humans, but the physical embodiment of 7 concepts in the world. They are divided in order: destiny, death, dream, destruction, desire, despair, and delirium. Each member represents 2 sides of their respective symbolic things. Fate 360 Luck symbolizes both uncontrollable fate and unfettered freedom. In his hand, he holds a book of destiny that is folded with his right hand all year round, which records the past, present, and future of the DC universe. It is similar to the history book in The Adventures of Jackie Chan, so it can be said that destiny knows everything about the DC universe. Death symbolizes both death and life. Without life, there is no death, so when life is born, death will follow. Therefore, according to legend, a person meets her twice in his life, once for birth and once for death. But death not only symbolizes the death of living things, but also symbolizes the demise and end of all things. There was once a DC universe that was destroyed, and death waited until everything in this universe was gone before leaving that universe, just like closing a door. Dream symbolizes both illusory dreams and reality. Without dreams, there would be no reality. According to legend, all gods were born in dreams, and finally returned to dreams, which feels a bit like Brahma and a dream. Therefore, Dream knows the origins of most of the gods in the world. Destruction symbolizes both the destruction of things and the creation of all things. Because he saw through the world, he later chose to run away instead of fulfilling his responsibilities. Desire symbolizes both desire and hatred, and is the force that maintains the cohesion of everything in the universe. This guy often uses his ability to interfere with the duties of other members of the Endless Family. He is a fun-loving person. Despair, she and Desire are twins, symbolizing both despair and hope. She looks very ugly, and she is a guy who died once and then came back to life. Phanesia, also known as delirium or madness, symbolizes both chaos and order. It is the definer of the rules of all things and the guide of all madness. This one rules a chaotic realm, filled with many ruleless things, and she even knows some things that even Destiny doesn't know. She used to be a happy person, but something happened that turned her into madness. In terms of setting, the status of the Endless Family is higher than that of God and the angels, and the dream world they live in is also higher than God's heaven. However, status is not the same as combat power. The 7 conceptual incarnations with such high status are actually something similar to the way of heaven. They have many restrictions on how to use their power. Although God cannot come to the mortal world at will, he has many ways to project his power into the human world. And the most important thing is that God is the ceiling of combat power in the DC universe, which is almost never exceeded. But the Endless Families whose status is higher than God are not controlled by human beings. Especially Meng, he even had the experience of being imprisoned by humans for 70 years. In the end, he managed to escape by relying on his endless lifespan to survive the humans who imprisoned him. So, in fact, despite the fact that the Endless Family is so awesome in terms of settings, they only have bug-like dominance within their own scope of authority, and even God cannot defy this kind of dominance. For example, can God die? Destiny has a small book that records the past and future fate of all living beings. It is clearly stated above that God also has an end time. And when God inevitably goes to death, the death in the Endless Family will come to greet him. However, in ordinary daily life, the Wuvia family cannot use their power without scruples. For example, in Dream, he cannot kill people outside the dream world unless it is clear that this person poses a threat to the dream world. This is also the reason why he, as an incarnation of a concept, is so awesome that he can be imprisoned by a few mortals. But even so, the Endless family is the most top-notch and special family in the entire DC multi-universe. In the DC worldview, there are many destroyed universes, but the destruction of those universes cannot shake the existence of the Endless family. As long as there is life in the infinite multi-universe, the Endless family will continue to exist. And only when the entire DC multi-universe returns to nothingness will death disappear. In this world, many races that once claimed to be immortal can only be regarded as longevity species when the time scale is extended. Only death is the real immortality, coexisting with all things in the universe until the end of everything. And Death God, to put it bluntly, is actually a social beast who helps her work. Because countless creatures in countless universes are dying and being destroyed every day. How can one person be busy just by death? So she usually just picks some people she likes to personally recruit, and leaves most of the work to various death gods, but allows these death gods to make the difference from the middle. The reason why she came to Dane this time is also very simple. First, she came to see the newcomers to connect and bond. Don't doubt it, death is indeed more down to earth in many cases. People who have seen death say that she is an intimate sister. Dane has seen it with his own eyes, but it is not yet known whether she is an intimate sister or not. But it's quite big, which is the type he likes. The second is that death has countless subordinates of the death god, but none of them make as much profit from the price difference as Dane. She doesn't even have a steel shop left. She was also very curious, so she came over to take a look, and then discovered Dane, a little guy who didn't follow any rules at all. But Death returned to the dream world with a nice smile on her lips. She thought Dane was very interesting. Not everyone has the courage to speak to her in that tone after knowing who he is. At the moment, Destiny, the eldest member of the family, walked over quietly. "Tell her, who did you just go to see?" Death turned his head in surprise. "You don't know who I have seen?" Destiny said with a stern face, "I just discovered this problem. The universe you went to has a very strange direction of destiny." He opened the Book of Destiny, and the destiny about that universe kept appearing and being rewritten, just like an artist drew on it and then erased it and redrawn it if he was not satisfied. And it's not just the future, the past and the future are uncertain. This is the first time I have seen this kind of destiny. Assuming that time is a line, even the power beyond time can only create countless time branches at one point in time, but cannot change the original past of this timeline, because it has already been determined. Take the Flash for example. His behavior in changing the past can only create countless timelines that intersect with that moment, but he cannot change the fact that his mother died on his own timeline. But the universe Death just visited is different. It's like there was an invisible hand making changes to this timeline originally, changing its color, material, and even weaving method. The past of time is no longer certain, and the future is no longer certain. It has entered a chaos state. A certain existence is reshaping the reality on this timeline the way it wants it to be. And this happened just now, just before Death returned here. So Destiny has reason to suspect that Death did something to cause this phenomenon to occur. The reason he's so serious is because Sandman is trapped in that universe now and he has to figure out what's going on. Death immediately realized that the key point was Dane. But she didn't understand that Dane was just a demigod and didn't have the ability to affect super reality. Destiny heard her explanation and said seriously, "He may not be able to do it now, but what about the future? You gave him something, right?" Death nodded, "It's just a little greeting." Is it normal for a boss to give a greeting gift to a new subordinate when he meets him? But Destiny's face turned dark. This is not normal at all. Chapter 115. What did Death give Dane? Dane figured out this problem when he returned to the real world. Ability is also related to death, but it is its opposite. Dane calls it the gift of life. He can now, like death, inject a new soul into a living body and give the soul new life. This is actually the ability to give someone reincarnation. He can choose to process or not process a soul into an empty body and let him be reborn. This processing is very intriguing. Dane discovered that he can make some not too excessive transformations to the soul, and this ability can grow with his practice. Although at this stage he can only achieve the ability to wash away the memory of the soul and make it pure. But this gave him more comprehensive powers. In the past, as the death god, he could only control the death of living beings to a limited extent, but now, he can also control the life of living beings. This may be what death hopes he can learn, not just to plunder life, but also to give life. And she very thoughtfully tied this ability directly to Dane himself. This means that even if he loses the power of Shazam, he is still a complete and genuine death god. And after 24 has this ability, the scope of his death god authority is no longer limited to the earth. This is the biggest gain this time. Besides, Dane just discovered that this ability has other uses. He fished out the soul of a devil from his inventory. He had never read the memories of these devils in depth before. I am worried that seeing some bad things in it will make me unstable. But there was no way he could directly absorb the devil's soul power. They were so dirty that Dane even thought of using them as rags. But now, with the ability death gave him, he can wash away the memory of this devil's past, leaving only the purest energy, which can just replenish some of his losses. After a period of being imprisoned in the dark, the devil seemed a little confused. Under the light, it seemed to be gradually gathering consciousness. But Dane immediately used the ability he got from death to rub the devil's soul a few times. A trace of black aura peeled off from its soul, and the devil instantly let out a sharp scream. No! The voice of the soul reached Dane's ears through the spiritual channel, but he turned a deaf ear and continued to concoct. The wailing sound rang in his ears for more than 10 seconds, and then all sounds disappeared. Dane looked at the pure white, steamed bun-like soul in the palm of his hand and swallowed him in one gulp. The divine power consumed earlier was immediately restored visibly to the naked eye. As expected, you will get rich faster if you act chivalrously and righteously. You will have to do more good deeds in the future. B.A. Dane looked at the green light ring already on his finger and didn't know what to do with it. He didn't know where the space was just now. He couldn't use magic or divine power, so he could only use the power of will. But willpower is indeed very useful. Unlike other colored light energies that have their own emotional colors, willpower does not require a person's view of good and evil, it only requires firmness. But it's this color that really requires him to get used to it. He took off the ring and put it in his private storage room. This thing might be used as a hidden trump card in the future. After Sinestro's death, the morale of his legions immediately dropped sharply, and they were defeated steadily by Mogo. On the other side of the wormhole, Hal successfully defeated a few members of the Yellow Lantern Corps, but the remaining people were not enough to maintain the wormhole. After a few minutes, it naturally dissipated. The situation of the Koruga fleet, which had lost its backup force, became even more dangerous. Dane immediately conveyed the news to Gunter. This little blue man knows how to seize opportunities. Soon after receiving the news from Dane, he immediately asked Kilowog to take the remaining Green Lanterns to the universe to hunt down the remaining Yellow Lantern Corps and the Koruga fleet. By this time, Dane was ready to lie back and watch the show. Kilowog led the team to the universe, followed by hundreds of surviving Green Lanterns, and joined Hal. He held it in for a long time before he said to Hal, "Good job, Green Lantern." At the moment he finally admitted that Hal was a Green Lantern, and that there was no Green Lantern present who could do it better than him. But he still hated Sinestro for his betrayal and the carnage he had caused. Because of this, he no longer treats Dane coldly. Regardless of the past disputes between the two of them, it is an indisputable fact that he took action to save the Green Lantern Corps. So he didn't worry about Dane taking away the Yellow Lantern ring, and just led his people to madly sweep away the surviving Yellow Lantern Corps in the universe. But his former comrade in arms Boudica was unlucky to be caught. I have to say that this alien woman is really capable of saving a small life at such a time. Dane ignored these things. He took advantage of the gap between Green Lantern and the enemy to harvest the souls of these aliens crazily. He couldn't do it before, but now he is completely different. In his field of vision, countless souls were flying towards him like rain, and he wished he had a sack to contain them all. At this time, I have to say that scepter is really easy to use, and I can absorb as much as I use. To this end, he also carved a small place for the parallax monster in the crystal, allowing it to stay there honestly and using more space to hold its soul. A great harvest, because of the great harvest. Dane was smiling so much that he put away the scepter with satisfaction when the battlefield was cleared by the Green Lanterns. Then Hal flew over. Is everything done? He seemed to be in good condition and had no serious injuries from the battle. In fact, Hal felt that this battle was not easier than the last time he fought Sinestro alone. When he saw Sinestro's body floating in the universe, he hesitated to speak. How could Dane not see what he meant? Go ahead, after all, he has guided you before, and it is worthy of you to collect his body decently. Hal nodded hurriedly, and the green light tool appeared into a green coffin to collect Sinestro's body inside. By the way, Gunter said he wants to see you if he has something to do. Dane nodded to express his understanding and followed Hal back to OA. At the moment, OA is already starting to rebuild. Don't tell me, these little blue guys are not very good at anything else, but they still did a quick job of cleaning up the mess. When I first met Gunter, the first thing he said was, "Have you become a Green Lantern?" Dane immediately denied it 3 times, "I didn't, I'm not, don't talk nonsense." Gunter knew that he was definitely not wrong, but Dane didn't want to admit it, and he didn't force it. It's still the same worry. If he is really recruited, who can guarantee that there won't be another Sinestro? And this 310th place is much stronger than Sinestro. If it happens again, he doesn't know if OUA Star can withstand it. Where's the parallax monster? I sealed it. Dane said bluntly. Then. Gunter wanted to reply to the parallax monster, but Dane rejected him on the spot before he could say anything. No. Dane said righteously, in view of your previous mistakes, I feel that you are no longer suitable to guard the parallax monster. It is better for me to take care of it. But, only the power of color light can suppress the parallax monster. Gunter argued. Dane also reasoned with him, and he took out his light ring. I also have the power of color light now, which can be used to imprison the parallax monster. And I don't usually use the green light's ability, and I won't let it escape due to excessive wear and tear. Ganser still shook his head. The parallax monster is best imprisoned in an energy battery. Only constant energy can completely suppress it. Dane smiled when he heard this, and Ganser couldn't help but shudder when he saw this smile, and thought, this is bad. I think what you said makes sense. He confirmed Gunther's statement and then took a closer look. So I have a good idea. Your original lantern battery is no longer used, so you have to make a new one. Then why not make one more? Just to hold parallax monsters. He raised his lamp ring. I know there is a world in the ring inside, and the parallax monster is sealed inside. I also keep it with me at all times. Isn't this safer than you finding a place to seal it? Good guy, this plan has hit me in the face. Gans's eyelids twitched and he was speechless for a moment at his shamelessness. Chapter 116. Why does the Green Lantern Corps have a yellow flaw? This is because the Asgardians imprisoned Parallax in the central energy battery in the early days of establishing the Green Lantern Corps. The power of fear of the Parallax monster has infected the energy of the Green Lantern, and the fear in the hearts of the Green Lanterns who are charged here is naturally known by it. This resulted in the weakening of the effect of green light in the corresponding spectrum, so the yellow color represented by the Parallax monster became a flaw of the Green Lanterns. The Asgardians were well aware of this at the time, but they hid this secret from the Green Lantern. The weakness of Green Lantern's power can only be summed up in the ambiguous phrase yellow flaw. In fact, due to some ancient past events, the Asgardians do not trust the Green Lantern as much as they appear. So to some extent, the yellow flaw is also a weakness they intentionally created for Green Lantern. But they never imagined that one day they would be attacked by others taking advantage of this weakness. Gunter couldn't help but reflect that maybe they were wrong from the beginning. In fact, it is easy to overcome the fear of yellow, either by creating a new green energy source. As long as it has not imprisoned a parallax monster, slowly, the recharged Green Lantern ring will no longer have this flaw. Or, like Hal Jordan, face your fears and overcome them, and your yellow blemishes will disappear. This is also the characteristic of the power of color light. As long as the emotion is strong enough and matches the corresponding color light, huge amounts of power can be exploded. But the second point is much more difficult than the first point. Even Green Lantern, who has a stronger willpower than ordinary people, cannot overcome the fear that points directly to his heart. If you want to prevent what happened today from happening again, then maybe it would be better to use the first method. And giving Dane a green light with a yellow defect does not seem to be a bad thing, it is equivalent to artificially creating a weakness for him. I can't make the decision on my own, we need to discuss it. But he turned around and discussed with another female little blue man named Side. Satyr? Isn't that Gunther's old friend? Good guy, you invited someone from your own faction to discuss it. You are here to give me an assist, right? Ganser couldn't hear Dane's inner criticism. After he told Sid his opinions, he quickly gained her support. He went to talk to the other Asgardians with their shared opinions. They were obviously not as easy to talk to as Sid, and they started arguing with Gunter directly. By doing this, you are giving up our most powerful power to an outsider. Ganser argued, he is not an outsider, he is a Green Lantern. It doesn't matter whether he admits it or not. But he has no respect for us. A little blue man couldn't help but refute him. As long as he represents good power, it doesn't matter whether he is under our control or not. Gunter blocked the Asgardian's words with righteousness. How do we know if this man will become the new Sinestro? He won't even hand over the yellow light ring. Ganser thought this man's words were ridiculous, he is not our subordinate, so those things are his trophies. I thought you could understand this. They continued to argue. But fortunately, except for Gunter and Sid, the other little blue people are all people who have done emotional elimination, so even the rebuttal is just a matter-of-fact argument, not excessive. With Ganser's explanation and the current situation on OA Star, more and more Asgardians began to waver. It is not difficult to understand why they disagree with Dane's plan. They are afraid that the green light energy will go out of control and threaten their rule. But the light ring on Dane's hand is still one of the earliest works made by the Asgardians, which means that it also has a yellow defect. And if the parallax monster is sealed in according to Dane's suggestion, then this flaw will only be greater. This is good news for Asgardians. Moreover, given the current situation on OA Star, there is no ability to suppress the parallax monster. If something goes wrong again during this period, OA Star may have to rely on Dane's power again. Regardless of whether he admits it or not, the moment he puts on the light ring, he is actually a Green Lantern, even if he listens to the instructions but not the announcement. So after careful consideration, the Asgardians decided to vote. The final result was 4 votes in favor, 3 votes against, and 2 abstentions. Dane achieved his 3 goals as he wished. One was to obtain knowledge about OA, and the other was to take the parallax monster as his own. The main thing is to have a fully functional source of green light energy. After receiving the gift of life ability, Dane was thinking about a question. Does parallax have a soul? It should exist. Even though it is a body and can only be life, as long as it is alive, it should have a soul. So can Dane's ability also work on parallax monsters? It's valuable for research, isn't it? If he could reshape Parallax's soul like any other soul, he could make the lantern his own. In this battle, he had realized that the lack of blue would be an embarrassing problem when facing a more powerful opponent. It turns out that when I was on Earth, I didn't realize it because no one could beat me. But in this space battle, facing Sinestro, who has infinite blue, it will indeed be more troublesome. Relying on the infinite energy of the parallax monster, this guy is simply a super big blood cow 10 enhanced versions of Wolverine. Just like Superman's ability requires the accumulation of yellow sun energy, Shazam's divine body also requires the maintenance of divine power, but he actually lacks effective means of replenishing blue energy. Divine power is a relatively high level of energy and must be replaced with equal energy. Therefore, if those magic regeneration techniques are really used, the conversion rate will probably be very low, and it will take too long to wait for the automatic recovery of divine power. Therefore, the best way is to find a mutual conversion of energy of the same level to minimize the energy loss during conversion. And you said that coincidentally, the color light testicle is just up to this level. As mentioned before, color light energy is likely to involve the divine power of creation, so it is appropriate to use it to supplement the loss of divine power. Since it takes some time to make a new lantern battery, Dane decided to take advantage of this time to go to Krypton for archaeological research. He found Hal Jordan. "I'm going to take a trip to the Andromeda Galaxy. Do you want to come with me?" Hal shook his head when he heard this. "OUA star is seriously destroyed this time, and I need to stay and help." "Do you need help from other members of the Alliance?" This time Dane did not notify the members of Zhenglian in advance. One is because among the few members who can fight in space warfare, Martian Manhunter's weaknesses are too obvious, and he is not willing to interfere with OA Star's affairs. "I guess I may have had some grudges with the little blue people in the past, and I still hold grudges now. The second is that Superman Clark has too much of a virgin heart. If Clark comes here, he will never let Dane massacre the Yellow Lantern Corps." And Dane didn't have time to argue with this Boy Scout, so he simply didn't play with him. Wonder Woman is willing to come, but they have just established their relationship. Even if we haven't gone on a few dates, it would be a bit unethical to bring a girl to kill someone. "Hey? That's not even possible." Dane rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, suddenly feeling that he had made a mistake and that it was the best choice to bring her here. But this will probably make Zatanna jealous. Putting aside these thoughts, he brought his attention back to reality. Just listen to Hal's reply. "No need, everyone has their own things to do, there is no reason for them to pay anything for OA Star." "That's right if you think so. The Earth is your home, and OUA is a place where you clock in and go to work. After the parallax monster is dealt with, there may not even be a need to clock in and go to work. Green Lantern has been working in their respective sectors on a daily basis, and the Earth happens to be in the sector that Hal is responsible for. Using this place as a base is not fishing, but making the post your home." He patted Hal's shoulder with satisfaction, leaving him baffled. "In this case, Zhao, will leave first." Hal nodded and watched Dane fly into the sky and enter a green wormhole. He scratched his head and asked a little strangely, why can Dane use the light ring to open wormholes now? Only in hindsight did he realize that Dane might have become the new Green Lantern. But, which sector is he responsible for? According to the data recorded in the Lantern Ring, Krypton is located in Sector 2813, and the Lantern Ring database has detailed coordinate information. As soon as he exited the wormhole, Dane came to a meteorite field. These meteorites were all fragments produced after the destruction of Krypton. He shuttled among the meteorites and found many green shiny stones, the texture of which looked like jade. Dane began to purchase large quantities of goods without any hesitation, putting all the kryptonite he could find into his personal space. However, he discovered that there was only green kryptonite here and no other colors. It seems that other types of kryptonite can only be developed by himself. After picking up enough kryptonite, Dane sets up a portal here so that he can come here to purchase scoops in the future. Then he continued to search around to see if he could find any technology left by the Langsing people. Chapter 117. After working on Krypton for more than half a month, Dane finally decided to go back when he felt that there was really nothing to collect. He opened the wormhole and first went to OA Star to check out the situation. He found that the original lantern energy source had been repaired, but Gunter said that they needed to redesign the energy source for the parallax monster. In the past, we were too careless and let the parallax monster escape, so this time we will design it to be stronger. Dane didn't say anything, said hello to Hal who was busy at work, opened the wormhole, and returned to Earth. Returning to Earth, he first returned to the Hall of Justice, where he happened to see Diana training here. Seeing Dane's return, Diana was first happy, then angry, and struck him with the god-destroying sword. Dane dodged sideways, and the Vulcan sword passed by him, but he knew that this move had neither speed nor power. Diana was just venting her dissatisfaction with not hearing from him for so long. Dane could only dodge throughout the whole process but could not fight back. After Diana vented her anger, she threw down her weapon and rushed towards Dane, and he reached out and hugged her. "Sorry, I came back late. Don't let this happen again." Dane could only nod, and then the two of them went home together. He stayed at Diana's house for a full week before she let him go. A week later, she was radiant and seemed more beautiful than before. Dane 130, on the other hand, has entered the realm of a sage and feels indifferent to everything. He excused himself to deal with company matters, and Diana let him go. Dane always felt that she seemed to know something, because he was not very happy to see Diana before leaving. But he didn't understand why she acquiesced if she really knew. Maybe it's my own misunderstanding? He learned from Cortana that Zatanna had a magic show recently, so he set off to go. MJU4 NDA2 NTA0 MJI1 MZHMD2 OJE equals. As soon as he sat down in his seat, Zatanna spotted him. She screamed in joy on the stage and flew down, right into Dane's arms like a baby swallowing into the forest. At that moment, Dane seemed to feel countless resentful and jealous eyes, which were the resentments of all the men present. But he just smiled at them and almost let everyone break their guard. "I'm going to kill this guy." Someone couldn't help but said bitterly. But he was stopped by someone on the side. "Don't go, that guy looks like a rich man, and Miss Tana is the one who took the initiative." The man said and felt his heart break. Zatanna is the goddess in the main series second only to Wonder Woman. I don't know how many people admire me. Moreover, Wonder Woman never shows up unless there is a disaster, while Zatanna is more approachable and often appears on major stages. Just like the star effect, her fame is getting bigger and bigger. At the moment when they see their goddess in the arms of others, how can they not be jealous and crazy? Countless people present were her supporters. To them, this hug was no less than a face-to-face NTR, which made them want to kill someone. "When did you come back?" Zatanna said softly in his arms. Dane opened his eyes and told lies. "Today, I will come to see you as soon as I come back." Zatanna's arms tightened around her. They ignored the commotion at the scene and disappeared with a flash of magic light. Only the howl of a defeated dog was left. He stayed with Zatanna for another week, and some things happened naturally. Once the relationship changes, Zatanna can't help but worry a little more about gain and loss, which is why he stays here for so long. A week later, he returned to the Hall of Justice and began to retrieve information to check the latest news about Zhenglian members. Clark recently moved to the metropolis. I heard that he met a female reporter and the two had a great conversation. He seemed to want to pursue the female reporter. Dane retrieved the reporter's identity, and sure enough, it was Lois. The two of them are really destined to meet each other. Fortunately, Clark asked Dane to cast the confusion curse in advance, so his identity has not been exposed yet. Lois, the so-called reporter man, has extraordinary insight. According to Cortana's information, she seems to be tracking down Superman's true identity recently. Clark still dares to move forward at this time, this is really... Dane shook his head. After all, this was Clark's first serious pursuit of a girl, and no one else could say anything. However, he remembered that Louise, a journalist, was not very peaceful, and even dared to go into Al-Qaeda alone to conduct interviews, which was not an ordinary boldness. Then he looked at Gotham. This broken place was still the same as before. It's just that after a major purge, the crises that could lead to the destruction of the entire city have indeed become much less likely. But I don't know if it's because of this, but there are more gangsters in Gotham than before. From the analysis of the information given by Cortana, there is the shadow of Penguin, Seek, behind these little gangs. Tisk, people who rely on their brains are different. Batman still wants to find people in Gotham, but he doesn't know that Penguin has already set up his base in Bloodhaven. Yi is still too young to be able to play with this old Yinbai. But when checking the information, he discovered something interesting. He heard before that Barbara wanted to form a team of her own, and this time he saw that it was already taking shape. In addition to Poison Ivy, who has already been booked, Harley Quinn has also been absorbed into her new team. Harley's current ability is not weak, although her skills are not as good as those of Barbara, a heroine who has been carefully trained by Batman. But she made up for her lack of skills with her power to produce miracles, and she is now one of the best girls in the team with strange powers. If 3 or 5 big men met her, they would end up with broken legs and hands. He took a look at Harley's current situation and found that she was not bad. Her origin was changed and she did not become a villain, but instead changed in the direction of a superhero. But in the future, when Harley really steps on the stage, she will probably become an anti-hero, and she won't have so many coy ideas about killing people. In addition to the 3 members known to Dane, Barbara also introduced 2 new members, both of whom emerged after the release of Zhenglian. Huntress and Black Canary. Dane learned a long time ago that Batman has no daughter or adopted daughter. So this Huntress should be the version of Helena Bertinelli. She does not have super abilities, but has strong fighting abilities. It seems that she decided to become a superhero after being encouraged by Barbara. According to Cortana's assessment, her fighting ability may have reached Barbara's level. This is already a very high rating. You must know that Barbara's physical ability has been improved after surgical implantation of nanoparticles, and she is almost the same as Captain America. Before undergoing Dane's surgery, she was already too tall for 8 or 9 big men. Now, she can beat the shit out of the gangsters in the crime alley, and now even Nightwing probably doesn't dare to say that he can definitely beat her. I hope they both live harmoniously. Dane saw the Huntress uniform on the big screen. Fortunately, it wasn't the version with too little fabric. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fighting criminals, and it would be more like giving out welfare. Then there is Black Canary, whose real name is Dinah Laurel Lance, which is a Superman class. Dane didn't know much about Black Canary, so he looked at it more carefully. She possesses a sonic super ability, hypnotic ability, which can interfere with enemies and even imitate other people's voices. Dane thought to himself, if it were Shazam from before, would he be turned back to a mortal by the voice she imitated? Try Black Adam next time? However, the most common use of Black Canary is to directly use sound waves to attack enemies with the energy of sound waves. It seems like superheroes all like the idea that power is king. As for other members of Zhenglian, Martian Manhunter is still working diligently in the Pentagon and has nothing to say. But then Dane discovered that he had a wife. And they have been married for many years, but they have never had children. Constantine. This guy didn't know where he went, and even Cortana couldn't find him. Forget it, the contract is in his hands anyway, and even if a person dies, his soul cannot escape from his hands. And maybe the ability he just got from death can be tested on him. Playing with things like bringing the dead back to life. After roughly understanding what happened during this period, Dane got up and left the Hall of Justice, heading to Harley and Poison Ivy's residence. He planned to rest there for a week. Stop pretending. He just wants to show off. He will be tired from solving 2 world-destroying disasters in a row. Chapter 118. On this day, Dane was checking Kandik's information in the Justice Building. Constantine suddenly walked in with a strange look on his face. His expression piqued Dane's curiosity. "Look at your expression, what's going on?" Constantine seemed a little embarrassed to say it, but Dane knew that he was just showing off. Sure enough, after hesitating for a while, Constantine finally said it. "Boss, I owe a debt." "How new is this?" Dane looked at him strangely. "Isn't it common for you to be in debt? Is this so surprising?" He lost interest in an instant, lowered his head and continued reading Kandik's information. Seeing that he didn't care at all, Constantine immediately became anxious. "Boss, you must help me with this matter." Now Dane really felt a little strange. With Constantine's ability, he actually had a debt he couldn't afford? He immediately understood that Constantine probably owed a debt to the magic world. Sure enough, this time Constantine stopped being secretive and told the matter directly. "I owe a big shot, a big favor, and asked him to do me a favor." Constantine told Dane everything that had happened to him recently. As the Justice League's magical advisor, Constantine is one of the rare members of the League who has not chosen to hide his identity. Because he needs to accept some commissions to earn money for tobacco and alcohol. From time to time, he also needs money when he sprints bravely for the happiness of his second brother. And no advertising can be more powerful than the identity of member of the Justice League. So as a hell detective who has become famous recently, he received a special commission. "A girl named Angela came to me recently and asked me to investigate the suicide of her sister." "You still care about this kind of thing?" Dane was surprised. Constantine explains. Angela suspected that her sister had gotten into something dirty, because she was a devout believer, and according to the teachings, suicide was not allowed to go to heaven. When he said this, Dane suddenly realized that this was the story of the movie version of Constantine. He glanced at Constantine. "The one you honored was worse." Constantine felt that his eyes were a little strange, but he continued. "I did find something when I was investigating this matter. Gabriel, do you know?" Dane definitely knows, the angel in the Bible. She's in Los Angeles. She planned all of this. This seems unlikely. Although he had read this story in his previous life, Dane, who was no longer a magic newbie, still wanted to ask clearly. Angels, like demons, cannot physically appear in the human world. This is an iron rule. Constantine took a puff of cigarette before saying, "You are right, unless Gabriel finds an opportunity to bypass this iron law." Dane's face darkened. She found a receptor in the human world. Demons can come to the world through some means. An angel definitely has similar methods. That is to find a pure and pious virgin, let her devote herself voluntarily, and the angel will possess her body. Although most of angels' power will be sealed in this way, it is still powerful enough to destroy most demons. And what about the voluntarily dedicated virgin? Her soul will enter heaven and return to the embrace of the Lord. From a human perspective, this behavior looks like murder. To be honest, it is not sacred at all. However, one is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer between the Holy Virgin and angel, and Dane is too lazy to pay attention to them. Constantine confirmed Dane's guess. "So as you can imagine, facing an angel, my magic doesn't work." He specializes in black magic, and his magic level has improved a lot recently due to sufficient casting materials. But no matter what, he can't defeat a serious angel. Even though Gabriel had sealed away most of his power, she played with Constantine like a child. "In the end, I really had no choice, so I borrowed some power from a certain existence in hell." Having said this, Constantine looked regretful. Dane's heart moved and he remembered the plot in the movie. He asked tentatively, "Did you find Lucifer?" Constantine looked at him in surprise. "How do you know?" Dane was speechless. Who do you want to ask for help? Do you have to ask the boss? Even if you pick up the wool of the 3 palace demons? I did ask Lucifer for help, but you weren't there when I looked for you. Dane's expression was subtle. He was on OUA at the time, and maybe he was still having a heart-to-heart talk with Miss Death. How could he have time to talk to a rough old man like you? Lucifer responded to my request. At this point, Constantine's tone dropped. He defeated Gabriel easily, tore off her wings and reduced her to a mortal. His tone was grave, but as a price for helping me, he wants to take away my soul. Ah, this is because your soul does not belong to you. Dane scratched his head. Constantine's tone suddenly became lighter, but guess what? Lucifer can't get my soul, hee. The conversation suddenly changed and he gritted his teeth. He said he couldn't get my soul. He said I had already sold it. Boss, can you tell me who I sold my soul to? Dane slowly took out the contract that Constantine had signed from his inventory. The cover was burned by the flames, revealing the parchment inside the white paper. He said leisurely, "You must have sold it to me. Your soul has been my property from the moment you signed this contract, and Lucifer can't take it away." His suspicions were confirmed. Constantine's hands were shaking like a Parkinson's patient, and he was pointing at Dane, unable to say a word. I, John Constantine, have been around for many years and have never failed to deceive people. Today, I fell into the hands of a guy like you with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Don't look at me like this, I'm doing it for your own good. Constantine pointed at himself in disbelief, for my own good. He has a word with M and a word with F that he wants to use in combination, and there are also many words with S that he wants to blurt out. Please give me flowers. But he had a hard idea in his heart. His soul and economy were in someone's hands, so he could only follow his heart. Your soul is safer in my hands than in your own, because you like to write bad checks to others. Although he regards the other party as a tool, Dane considers himself a good boss who is considerate of his subordinates. He patiently explained. Putting your soul with me has many benefits. First of all, you will no longer encounter misfortune when using black magic. After hearing what he said, Constantine suddenly reacted, as if it was indeed the case. The bad luck he encountered while casting spells almost disappeared, but Lucifer's incident made him know that the misfortune didn't not happen, but that it accumulated even more. However, Dane quickly said this, definitely the most important thing is that those empty promises you made to the outside world, if there is such a persistent creditor, he is not looking for you. Constantine was thoughtful when he heard this. The Lucifer you summoned, I suspect he came for me. At night, after 2100 hours, Dane teleports to Los Angeles. As soon as he arrived here, he was noticed by the spirit of Los Angeles. So when Dane turned around, he found that the spirit of Los Angeles had changed his skin and was standing there waiting for him. Angeles. This city spirit transformed into a high school girl, wearing a hot girl style. See you again, how are you doing? Dane nodded and exchanged casual greetings. It's not bad. I save the world and make a little money. My life is very fulfilling. Angeles rolled her eyes. She walked up and put her arm around Dane. Have you found the city you wanted? She said, referring to the spirit of Kanduk. Dane shook his head. She seems a little shy and is avoiding me on purpose. He entered the world of nothingness in Kanduk several times and almost caught the spirit of Kanduk, but he let her escape every time. But it doesn't matter. He is patient. At worst, he can wait until Kanduk is completely obtained and then wait and see. Recently, there is a trend that the international gang cannot handle it. What a joke, can you be Umbrella's rival compared to industrial ability? Angelus looked at the direction Dane was going, his eyes flashed. You want to go to the bar? I heard that a new bar opened here recently, so I came here to take a look. Angelus quietly grabbed his arm and reminded. There are better bars everywhere in Los Angeles, we don't have to go there. But when she persuaded Dane in a subtle way, he had already taken Angelus into the bar called Lux. Then I heard Dane say meaningfully. It's very common in ordinary bars, but the bar opened by Lucifer Morningstar is naturally different. What's more, he has already invited me. It would be rude not to come, are you right? In the bar, a man who was not tall but had a handsome face and blonde hair turned around. I've been waiting for you for a long time, the new death god. Mr. Dane Davis. Chapter 119. Lucifer was not called Dane's most common title on the market now, Shazam, but Death God. Sure enough, was it his contact with death that attracted the other party's attention? Dane smiled and stepped forward to shake hands with him. I am sincerely afraid, Your Excellency Lucifer. From God's perspective, Dane can see more truth than Constantine. In Constantine's eyes, Lucifer's power was too great for him to see through the nature of this hell monarch. But Dane can. The gift of life gives him the ability to see through the essence of other people's souls, including Lucifer. He said with regret, it turns out you are just a duplication. He will definitely regret that he is different from the Endless Family. The Endless Family can also appear in countless parallel universes or other multi-universes at the same time like other gods, but those are not duplications, they are all real entities. But below the Warren family, starting from God, there is no great god who can come in person. Subject to the rules, these great gods will either duplicate themselves into the world, or give the 670 themselves a knife, cut off their flesh and weaken their strength before coming into the world. Lucifer is a bit of both. As the second most powerful man in DC after God, if he wants to exist in the world, it is not enough to just create a duplication, he must also cut himself. So at the moment Lucifer is a duplication, an also lost version of his wings. But Lucifer himself didn't care. He had lived too long and had already passed the level of pursuing power. Whether it's duplication or not, I'm still me, unique. 11. He asked Meskin to pour a drink for Dane and invite him to sit down. Angelus wisely sat far away and did not participate. She is not qualified for this. Dane picked up the goblet and took a sip, and said in surprise, Jano Armagnac in 1980. Lucifer showed a heartfelt smile, yes. It seems that it is right to treat you to a drink. Dane tasted it carefully and thanked him. After a while, he put down the wine glass. Did Sir Lucifer come for Constantine? Or did he come for me? Lucifer leaned back and folded his right leg over his left leg. Constantine is a funny guy, but just funny. His eyes stared deeply into Dane, as if he wanted to look into his soul. But what I'm more curious about is why death is so interested in a demigod. Dane drank the wine in the glass again. Have I let you down? On the contrary, I regret not being able to talk to you in person. But the next second after he finished saying this, his expression changed slightly, and Dane didn't know what happened to him. But after Lucifer calmed down, he said, that doesn't seem to be the case. What's wrong? Isn't the Riddler dead? Could it be that he also has the Riddler virus? Dane was speechless. However, when he thought that Lucifer's body was actually a multi-universe or higher-level existence, and that time meant nothing to him, he suddenly had a bold conjecture in his mind. Lucifer noticed his expression and said helplessly, You are very smart, but there are some things you should not say out loud. This timeline is already messy enough, don't let it get messed up anymore. Tisk tisk. Dane was amazed. He didn't expect that he would have such an awesome day. Lucifer was really helpless, his fate was indeed unpredictable, he originally just wanted to satisfy his curiosity. But I didn't expect that I would become a part of this fate unintentionally. He was sitting here, seemingly just drinking with Dane, but at a higher level, the conversation between his body and Dane had already begun. One of the most important signs of the multi-universe level is that their original existence is not affected by time, they are higher than time. So from the time he became a multi-universe, the collection of past and future is originally that person, even if the current Dane does not have that power. But the future has already been determined, and Lucifer can feel that a gaze from the future is projected on him. The power of the main body is also competing with the owner of that sight, but the result is, no distinction between top and bottom. This is similar to the way Dr. Manhattan exists. All individuals in the past and future are not divided, they have been integrated into a whole. But Lucifer had a vague feeling that the other party was probably more than that. But this duplication does not have the ability to see through the truth. Now that the main body and the other party have already started a confrontation on the timeline, Lucifer, who is incomparable in strength at the moment, can only say nothing and just pretend that he is just dragging Dane to drink. But Dane was smarter and more imaginative than he thought, and he obviously realized something. Lucifer could only lament that some people and certain things are really destined. Just like God is destined to create the world, and he is destined to fall into heaven, is there no way to change this? Is the power of destiny really irresistible? Unable to resist? He is not willing to give in. But Lucifer doesn't talk, so Dane can't just drink with him, even if you are Lucifer. Wouldn't it be better for me to spend more time with my girlfriends during this time? Your Excellency Lucifer, it's easy to talk about Constantine. He is your son after all. Anyway, Dane doesn't know whether this son is his biological son, so just assume he is. But that angel Gabriel. She should have been expelled from heaven, right? Lucifer came back to his senses and looked at Dane a little funny. Good guy, you have decided to target Angel. This is not showing any shame to God. But this is none of my business as the Lord of Hell. So Lucifer said, it would be too serious to say that she was expelled. She was just punished to stay in the world, and she was not allowed to return to heaven before this body died. This condition may not seem harsh, but the punishment is actually quite severe. Just like what Gabriel said to Constantine in the movie, she cannot help ordinary people for the purpose of making profit for herself, that is, going to heaven. Because such a heart is ungodly, heaven will not accept her. And she couldn't commit suicide. Considering that this body was that of a holy virgin on earth, if Gabriel dared to commit suicide, he would probably be violating the commandment of murder. The above rule is doubly effective for Gabriel, who has been relegated to mortal status. But Angel, who was demoted to immortal, is also valuable. Although she has lost her divine power, she still has a lot of precious knowledge in her mind. Dane is a man who doesn't refuse knowledge that comes to him. If you don't take advantage of it now, why wait? So he tentatively asked Lucifer, do you know where she is now? Lucifer nodded, she is an angel and a devout believer. She can definitely only stay in the church. As for which church? He looked to the side. Dane followed his line of sight and saw it was Angeles. Oh, that's true. As long as you're in Los Angeles, no one can escape Angeles's sight. Besides, there are churches everywhere here. Isn't it easy to find a place to stay? Then Dane turned his attention to Lucifer. Can he put some pressure on him? He was thinking seriously. I advise you to be kind. Lucifer's face darkened. Although I can't do anything to you, in fact we are just the same. Besides, 0.8, my strength is all innate, you can't learn it. When Dane heard this, he shook his head regretfully and turned towards Dr. Angelus. This realistic scene made Lucifer's eyelids twitch and he almost lost his guard. Isn't Death's vision a little bad? Why would he fall in love with a BD like him? No wonder that BD Constantine also works for him, these two are the same. Mezkin was behind him, looking at him strangely. You, actually have the nerve to accuse others. She would never say this. On the other side, Dane sat next to Angelus, and she seemed surprised. What, are you done talking? The discussion is over, or it is still being discussed. This matter has now become Schrodinger's thing. Dane pointed to the top of his head and shrugged. Angelus couldn't understand and looked confused. I'm looking for you to ask where Gabriel is now. She should still be in Los Angeles, right? Chapter 120. Unable to refuse Dane's request, Angelus happily told Dane where Gabriel was staying. Dane originally wanted to get up and leave, but was stopped by Lucifer. He looked at Dane helplessly. Even if you want to leave, you must listen to what I have to say before leaving, right? Ah? Do we have anything to say? Dane thought in surprise. He himself could vaguely guess that the reason Lucifer had a gentle attitude towards him must be related to his future. Dane has watched Watchmen, so he understands that there is a form of life that is as complex as the Blue Eagle. When he obtained the power of Shazam, he had imagined that one day he would become like the Blue Eagle, turned into a worm entrenched in the timeline. Judging from Lucifer's performance now, he should be successful in the future. This discovery made him excited, not that he could finally achieve such results, but that his efforts were in the right direction. But after getting excited, he felt a little boring. It's like you just started doing the experiment, but someone has already come back from the future to tell you that you succeeded. There is a feeling of being spoiled. So, at the moment he couldn't help but have another thought. Suppose he does not want to follow the destiny that has been determined in the future, but wants to change to a new track. So what happens? Destiny at the moment, if he could stand here and hear his 24 thoughts, he would definitely throw the messy page of the Book of Destiny in his face. Tell him this is the answer. Lucifer has discovered the problem with Dane. He has no fear. It's not that it's there but rare, nor that it uses its own will to overcome fear, it's that it's not there at all. In all the years he has walked around the world, Dane is the only person he has seen who is not afraid of anything or any existence. Without fear, it is difficult to call it awe, so Dane also lacks some awe. Lucifer even doubted that even if God came in person, he would be completely unmoved. It was as if the emotion of fear had been removed from him. Precisely because he was fearless, he dared to neglect Lucifer like he did now. Even if Dane does not achieve that level of success in the future, Lucifer cannot punish a person who has no fear at all. This is also the reason why he can only let Dane go. He definitely has good self-cultivation. Sit down first, young man, things are so frivolous. At the moment, he seemed to be transformed into an old man, talking there by himself. But when Dane sat down, he was back to his usual elegant demeanor. I was looking for John Constantine, originally intending to use his soul in exchange for something. But since he is yours, I might as well leave this matter to you. Don't worry, you won't let your work go to waste. He has finally figured out Dane's tricks. He speaks directly when it is beneficial, no matter what his attitude is, as long as the benefit is great enough, he will do it spontaneously. If there is no profit, even if God comes and says he won't hang you, he won't hang you. Dane asked simply, what do you want to trade his soul for? What do I get? Lucifer smiled, what you can exchange for is what you can get, it is an artifact. Dane's eyes suddenly became sharp when he heard this. It's a magic weapon. He doesn't feel sleepy anymore when he talks about this. What type of artifact? It's called Sand of Dreams. Sand of Dreams, good guy, Lucifer, you are really inhumane. Isn't this one of Sandman's 3 artifacts? You let me take that guy and you still don't want to fight me. Oh, that's not right. Dane rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. This plot seemed to be from the Sandman. The Lord of Dreams, also known as the Sandman Morpheus, in the prequel, in order to save the universe on the verge of destruction, he exhausted all his power to activate the dream of 1,000 cats to restart the universe. As a result, he lost all his power, and was summoned to the earth by magic launched by a crappy cult on the earth, and was imprisoned by them for 70 years. However, this sect has some unique methods. They used magic circles to trap Morpheus and prohibited him from contacting the dream world, resulting in him being unable to eat dreams for a long time and unable to restore the lunar calendar area. Morpheus almost found the opportunity to escape after nearly killing the second generation of the family, but at the moment he was weak because he had not eaten for a long time. The 3 artifacts that carried his power were also stolen by members of the cult and scattered around the world. The original story of the Sandman revolves around Morpheus's search for his 3 artifacts. This gives Dane a lot of information. First, Sandman Morpheus is currently very weak, and Dane should be able to handle him now. The second is that his artifacts are now scattered and ownerless. The most important thing is that Dane knows their whereabouts. Dane looked at Lucifer thoughtfully. You have actually known for a long time that Sandman is trapped in the world, right? Lucifer glanced at him in surprise. Did he know all this? It couldn't have been Death who told him, right? So doted on? He calmly lit a cigarette for himself and shrugged. He didn't say anything, but this could be considered an answer. Other members of the Endless family should also know that Sandman is trapped in the human magic circle, but no one came to rescue him. Maybe he felt that it was not necessary at all, because humans could not hurt him anyway, and this matter would probably make him lose face. It can be seen that this guy is not very popular in the Warren family. He asked Lucifer, "Is the artifact you mentioned on Constantine's body?" Seeing how detailed he knew, Lucifer couldn't help but asked, "Where did you learn so many things?" Death can't show him all the Book of Destiny. So this is real? Dane thought in surprise. Good guy, Constantine is sitting on a treasure trove without even realizing it. He probably doesn't know the relationship between that artifact and Sandman. Even he may not know the Sandman's identity. After all, the Endless family does not need faith like other gods, they are self-existing. But the Lucifer in front of him obviously didn't have any good intentions. He deliberately didn't talk about it before, obviously because he wanted to see him and the Sandman fight. The current Sandman is basically unable to resist Dane's power, and may even be killed by him. The concept represented by the Endless family will not really die, but the body that carries this concept will. After their body dies, a new body will be reborn, completely inheriting the memories and power areas of the previous generation. In fact, it is just a direct reskin rebirth, similar to Doctor Who, but without amnesia. But Dane remembered that after Morpheus died, he did not choose to be reborn in 750, but instead let others inherit his power. What if Dane is not interested in this power? He is definitely moved, but he doesn't want to be bound by the rules. Having inherited the power of dream, you must abide by the rules of dream and perform your duties. It's okay to perform your duties, but it's not okay to not kill the people you want to kill. For example, what should I do if I feel unhappy with God one day and want to mess with him? It is still possible for him not to have a dream, but if he becomes a dream, it will be impossible for his whole life. Moreover, Morpheus is the brother of death no matter how you say it, so he just killed him and took away his power. In the future, when he reaches the lightless land, the realm of death, how will he meet death? This relationship will not develop. So we can only do the next best thing, not to kill Morpheus, but to find a way to steal all his artifacts. It makes it impossible for him to regain the strength of his heyday, and at the same time enhance his own strength. Dane calculated with his fingers and estimated that the new green light total energy would be completed in a few days. When the time comes, he will first strengthen himself, gain unlimited energy, and then collect the dream artifact. Then wait for Morpheus to come to negotiate with him, and he will tell the other party to go away, which is flattering. So he can only take the bait of Lucifer, but is he the kind of person who suffers? I probably understand what you want to do. I personally don't care, but those artifacts can only be counted as trophies captured during my work, and cannot be counted as your reward. Lucifer raised his eyebrows. What do you want? Dane sat upright with a business smile on his face. I want your key to hell. Chapter 121. The air suddenly solidified, and Lucifer was no longer as gentle as before. The winter snow-like energy spread throughout the bar, and Angelus could even feel his body temperature draining away. She couldn't help but shiver. This situation was originally impossible for the city spirit. Because as long as she thinks about it, she should be immune to the cold and heat. But Lucifer redefined reality, allowing the senses of everyone in the hotel to be controlled by his will. However, he found that Dane's expression did not change at all. He thought for a moment that Shazam's power should not be able to resist him. Did death give him the ability? He guessed right. The ability gift of life that Dane obtained can not only control the souls of others, but also his own soul. But generally no one dares to do this, because if you are not careful, you can easily turn yourself into a psychopath with shaking hands. Seeing that such threats were ineffective, Lucifer could only disperse his magic power. You should know that today, there is only one key to hell left. Those who possess it will not only have the ability to freely enter and exit hell and reality, but they are also destined to be the Lord of Hell. Dane nodded calmly, I know. Then you dare to mention this to me? I may not be able to kill you, but there are many ways to make someone suffer. Do you want to try it? But Dane was not afraid, and he was confident. The reason why I made this request is because I know that you are tired of hell, right? Lord Lucifer. This is not nonsense. In the comics, Lucifer no longer wanted to be the Lord of Hell very early because he was tired of the day-to-day intrigues and unchanging desert scenes in hell. To put it bluntly, when he led a team to rebel against God, he fell out with God because he foresaw a future in which he would take over hell, and he was not satisfied with this future. The down-to-earth version of this process is: I left an industry to my son. This industry was very profitable and lucrative, but it was dirty, tiring, and not very respectable. The son didn't want to do it, and the father didn't allow him to do anything else, so the son and the father quarreled. I said, this is the property I leave to you, for your own good. My son said, if I don't want it, I just don't want it, and then the father and son got into a fight. In the end, Zhang was still too old, and his son failed to win, so he could only inherit the property left to him by his father with a bruised nose and a swollen face. After working for several years, my son still felt uncomfortable with the job and wanted to skip work and go out to play. The world is so big and he wants to walk around. So Lucifer came to the world and opened a shabby bar in this place that could not make ends meet. Even so, I still feel that life is enjoyable, much better than Gaoba Hell. I don't care even if my wings are broken. Then he slaps his butt and leaves. The position of the Lord of Hell cannot always be empty. We need to find someone with enough status to replace him, even if it's just temporary. In the original work, the successor he chose was the Lord of Dreams, Morpheus. As the third eldest son of the Endless family, he had enough ability and prestige to be the Lord of Hell. But that must be after he regains his strength, otherwise he will not be able to suppress the thousands of demons in hell. This is also the reason why Lucifer wanted to get the Sand of Dreams in his hands before. With this thing, he could threaten Morpheus and force him to become the Lord of Hell. Then he can fish with peace of mind. But in Dane's opinion, half of Morpheus's power will be plundered by him in the future, so why bother? Wouldn't it be over if we just gave him the key to hell? Anyway, in the original work, Morpheus gave the key to hell to someone else in the end, so why bother? After listening to Dane's explanation, Lucifer was suddenly speechless. It's true that he has this idea in his mind, but he hasn't started planning yet. There is a feeling that your plan has been calculated by others before it even begins. But he still shook his head, and then nodded. If you want to be the lord of this hell, I have no objection. It's not impossible to give you the key. But I hope you can at least get a dream artifact first, otherwise the demons will not obey you. This is not the worst thing. The hell dimension is closely connected with other dimensions. Once the key to hell is handed over, many gods may come to you to ask for it. Oh? Is there such a good thing? Unexpectedly, Dane was not surprised but happy when he heard this. He had been thinking about how to enhance the richness of Shazam's power. But most of the gods have entered another dimension. The Eastern Heaven, the Olympus of the Greek gods, the Asgard of the Aesir clan, the past lives of the Egyptian gods, etc. are all in that dimension. Dane has tried all the portals in the Rock of Eternity, but none of them lead to that dimension. There is only a small divine world where 3 sand sculpture goddesses are imprisoned, and it is declining day by day because of Scepter's seal. But the dimension of hell is connected to the dimension of gods, so wouldn't he be able to contact many gods and then wait for an opportunity to seize their divine power? He feels that there is still room for improvement in Shazam's power. Lucifer saw his surprised look and was a little confused about his brain circuit. Lucifer's power is completely natural, and he has never experienced a weak stage. Naturally, he could not have imagined that a person like Dane, who was already destined to achieve diverse achievements in the future, would now rely on plundering other people's divine power to increase his power. Dane made up his mind and said to Lucifer, "I accept your conditions, and there is no need to sign the contract. This is considered a gentleman's agreement between us." In fact, it was because even if he signed the agreement, it would be easy for Lucifer to go back on his word. He could just not do this useless effort and still leave a good impression. Lucifer nodded. As a stylish god, he would not break the promise he made personally. After everything was discussed, Dane took Angelus out of the Lux bar. As soon as he walked out of the bar door, Angelus couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and his tense body relaxed. Facing an ultimate boss like Lucifer, even if she didn't face him directly, she would always feel frightened. She couldn't help but look around her. Had this man always been so fearless? He was able to talk and laugh even in the face of the Lord of Hell, even though his original decision to keep a good relationship was not wrong. "Tell me Gabriel's specific address." Angelus came to his senses and quickly told Dane what he knew. "I think you don't have to go this time. Be careful that Gabriel, that woman, will hate you." Dane smiled and his figure disappeared into the air. Angelus stayed quietly for a moment, then turned and left. When Dane reappeared, he came to the front door of a somewhat dilapidated church. He was a little strange. Even if Gabriel had been demoted to a mortal, couldn't she find a better church? Or is Angel's consciousness really that high? He only goes to the most painful places? Are you an ascetic? Dane remembers that this religion doesn't seem to appreciate this. But he didn't think much and opened the door directly. It was dark inside with a few candle lights. He stepped inside. Who? Under the cross, a woman wearing a white robe was sitting on her knees, seemingly praying. Does Angel also need to pray? Dane walked up behind her. The woman turned her head. She had long golden hair and a cold appearance, giving people a cold feeling. Who are you? Because he lost his divine power, Gabriel could not see the divine light on Shazam. It was so late, a strange man appeared in the church, and she was the only woman in the whole church. But Gabrielle, Li Zhao, is not panic at all. She firmly believes that evil cannot succeed in God's church. But Dane knew that was bullshit, because not only could the devil freely enter and leave the church, but he could also kill people inside. If God can really see the evil happening in the church, then he should first purify those priests who like to find little boys to exorcise demons first. So Dane didn't bother to worry about her beliefs. Great Angel Gabriel, why do you stay on Earth? What he said was that he hit Gabriel's landmine with precision. She frowned, her expression seemed very displeased. Mortal, this is not your business. Besides, you haven't answered my question yet. Who are you? As I said before, Dane hates pretentious and condescending guys. So when he saw that Gabriel was still pretending to be a big angel, he simply stopped pretending. Dane's body lit up with white lightning, and arcs of electricity traveled across his body. In a flash of white light, his casual clothes were replaced by a set of master's robes. Mortal righteousness. Now that you are immortal, Gabriel, Do you still remember the etiquette for mortals to meet gods? Kneel down and I allow you to kiss my toes. Chapter 122. Gabriel was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then became furious. But when she saw the divine light in Dane, she paused again. This is a genuine god. Although she does not know which god system or godhead the other party belongs to, according to etiquette, she should show her respect. Gabriel, who became immortal, seemed to be a deadbeat. Dane saw her face turn red, as if she was really struggling internally over whether to kiss his toes, and felt very happy. But God's face still has to be given. Even if you want to bully, you can't do it in someone else's dojo. Dane is a decent guy after all. Considering your past and file size's reputation as a petty god, I can forgive you for being rude this time, but remember, you won't do it again. After speaking, Dane took back his divine light. Gabriel could only lower her head to show that she understood, but she secretly hated it in her heart. If Angel's power hadn't been taken away by Lucifer, the fallen devil, how could she have ended up in this situation, still a little hairy god? I'm a big angel. If the power was still there, how could she be humiliated by a little wild-haired god? Now answer my question, Gabriel. Dane motioned for her to raise her head, saying that Gabriel's appearance was very different from the ancient one, both in temperament and appearance. As the former angel, why do you want to stay in such a dilapidated church? When Gabriel heard this, his face showed obvious anger and disgust, but this time it was not directed at Dane. I saw evil in those mortals, but I couldn't do anything about it. Following Gabriel's narration, 843 he roughly understood the process of the matter. At the beginning, the priests of the local church received her warmly. Although she had lost her power, Gabriel's essence as an angel remained unchanged. According to the church's understanding, Gabriel was only temporarily devolved and would return to heaven in the future. So they served this big angel very devotedly. But as time went by, Gabriel, who had nothing to do, began to find work for himself. Having been demoted to a mortal, she has gradually acquired human emotions and desires. She is bored when she doesn't do anything. Then she often wandered around the cathedrals alone without any trouble. While walking, she met the city spirit Angelus. Although Angelus is known as the Queen of Angels, it is obvious that Gabriel is not among the so-called angels. Even if Gabriel is demoted, Angelus must come to see him in person. His existence is actually a bit embarrassing in its identity. He is neither human, nor god, nor demon. He is a special life form that no one can easily define. In Gabriel's eyes, he barely escaped from the ranks of mortals. I don't know if Angelus did it on purpose or if she accidentally let it slip because she was ABCH. She revealed that the local church was not as bright and clean as Gabriel seemed on the surface. Angelus itself is indifferent. As a city of origin, she tolerates all the beauty and evil here. But Gabriel can't, she is full of prejudice against human beings. This time she descended to earth because she was dissatisfied with the favor of humans by God, and planned to induce Mammon to come to the world for her to test whether humans are worthy of God's favor. But she didn't expect that Constantine, who was possessed of all 5 poisons, would be willing to sacrifice his soul to save someone who had nothing to do with her. I have to say that he really impressed Gabriel at that time. Even the people in the church have become much kinder recently. But upon hearing Angelus's comments about the local church, she immediately became angry and felt that she had been deceived. But she was not carried away by her anger. She now lost her power and could not see through the truth with her ability. So in the following time, she began to investigate secretly, and no one in the church discovered this. No one could have imagined that Gabriel would doubt the church because of one word, so they did not take special precautions against her. As a result, Gabriel discovered the secret scandal of the church welfare home and committed sinful acts in the name of God. It turned out that such dirty things really existed. Gabriel was furious for a moment. She had a very high authority in the church, and she thought that these powers could help her cleanse those unclean people. In the beginning, she did successfully eliminate a group of bad apples. But Gabriel was not stupid. She knew that there must be a bigger protective umbrella behind this kind of thing. She asked the church to thoroughly investigate and uproot it. But she underestimated the darkness of human beings. When she decided to fight this matter, she immediately faced a violent backlash from the church. They still respected her, but they began to obey her orders, and even gave up on some orders. As Gabriel gradually expanded the incident, more and more high-level church officials began to resist her orders. Even the cardinals began to vaguely remind her to stop as soon as possible. At the moment Gabriel fully understood that this was not just in Los Angeles, not just in the church in Los Angeles, but in all denominations throughout the world. In other sects that split from the sects that believe in God, this kind of thing has become a chronic disease and is rampant. Not only the orphanage incident, during Gabriel's investigation, she also discovered more of the dark history of the church. The shadow of the church can be seen behind the massacre, genocide, enslavement of fellow human beings, etc., and they actually dare to act in the name of God. This is inexcusable. As an angel, the messenger of God, she has the responsibility to correct these blasphemous false believers. Dane felt a little weird in his heart when he heard her indignant look. He knew that it was impossible for the real Gabriel to say such words, and it was impossible for him not to know the dirty history of the church. Does God not know about holy war and crusades? What a joke, you look down on his omniscience and omnipotence. Therefore, Gabriel's current appearance is more likely caused by the loss of power and the influence of the remaining consciousness of the Holy Virgin. Not long ago, she was the instigator behind the Mammon incident. When she sat back and watched Isabel commit suicide, she was not as righteous as she is now. But I have to admit that this kind of Gabriel is more human. At least Dane now appreciates her lonely brave appearance. All in all, because he was dissatisfied with the darkness within the church, Gabriel refused to stay in the church where these blasphemers were. He simply found a dilapidated old church in Los Angeles to live in, and refused all services sent by the church. In her opinion, the only thing needed for prayer is inner piety. It doesn't matter where it is. No matter how broken the place is, she can be happy with it. As long as it is for the Lord. But she is just a mortal now. Without the services of others, even her life has become a problem. After Gabriel lost her angel halo, she was just an ordinary woman who had no power to control herself and couldn't take care of herself. If Angelus hadn't been taking care of her financially, she might have starved to death a few days ago. I don't know if God will approve of dying so soon. This period of atonement is too short. Maybe then Lucifer would have a hand in it and throw her to hell. Then would be the real journey of suffering and atonement. Dane was about to ask her, how about coming to Zhenglian, but before he could say anything, he heard a strange sound coming from outside the door. Are we really going to do this? That's Gabriel. She's no longer an angel, you know? She's been reviled by God, and I think it must be because God doesn't approve of what she's doing now. So this is the time for us to bring order to things. Even the big angel must accept punishment if he disobeys the will of the Lord. And we represent the will of the Lord. Dane was curious, who dared to speak so brazenly on behalf of God. I saw the door of the church burst open, and several people wearing black hooded robes walked in. Dane could smell that they had a very strong smell of black magic. And unlike Constantine, his eye of death God can see that these people have very strong sin, which is undoubtedly the case in hell. Who are you? Gabriel stood up immediately, her voice stern as if she had never lost her strength. Sin Angel Gabriel, you will face God's punishment. Chapter 123. Upon seeing this, Dane added a layer of magic to himself to hide his presence, and then stepped aside to watch the show. After the magic took effect, the necromancers looked away. But the leader of the necromancer suddenly felt a little strange. He always felt that they had forgotten something just now. Gabriel was not affected by the magic. She stared at Dane, as if asking why he hid aside. But soon the show Dane wanted to see began. The black-robed magicians lifted their hoods, and their pale foreheads were tattooed with a circle of inverted crosses, as if they could open the zipper of their brains. With the dark circles under his eyes and a face so thin that his cheekbones protruded, he looked like a skeleton demon in a horror movie. But Gabriel was not afraid, she just frowned. "Who are you?" The black-robed magician did not answer. He took out a small silver incense burner from his arms, bound it with a thin silver chain, and wrapped it around his withered arm. "This is some kind of magic weapon." Behind him, several magicians, also wearing black robes, began to sing spells. Amidst the sound of the incantation, thin grey smoke flew out of the small incense burner, and they flew towards Gabriel in the direction of the wind. Gabriel didn't run away, and she couldn't escape either. She didn't ask for help from Dane because she didn't trust the man she had just met for the first time. She turned around and knelt down towards the cross. Under the moonlight, her back was holy and noble, but she had already lost her wings. Grey smoke enveloped her like darkness. The Lord did not answer her prayers, as if he had completely abandoned her. Compared with the coming crisis, the pain of being ignored by her loved ones made her heart ache even more. The grey smoke completely enveloped Gabriel, and then suddenly shrank, the grey smoke dispersed, and Gabriel was nowhere to be seen. Dane saw some clues and she was banished. This gang of black necromancers was obviously sent by the church, but the church is not a fool either. It is absolutely impossible for them to assassinate Angel. Doing so would help her ascend to heaven and then give her a chance to sue herself before God. They just hope that Gabriel can disappear, preferably to a place that is neither earth nor heaven. Dane didn't know where it was, but he would soon find out. So he lifted the magic and walked out of the darkness. When his figure appeared in front of the black necromancer instantly realized what he had just forgotten. He couldn't help but point at Dane. "You." Dane was not in the mood to talk nonsense with them. He waved his hand, and the thunder and lightning turned into thin threads and pierced the heads of several black necromancers, completely burning their brains in the blink of an eye. He hooked his fingers, and the black necromancer's soul easily separated from their body and flew into his palm. He uses the ability he gained from death to control the soul in his hands at will, viewing his past memories like flipping through a book. It didn't take long, and he soon discovered the memories related to Gabriel. The Kingdom of Dreams, they actually exiled Gabriel to the Kingdom of Dreams, and it's still in the territory of nightmare. The Kingdom of Dreams is a dream country established by Morpheus. There, he and his subjects jointly governed the country and managed the dreams of countless creatures in the universe. It can be said that the spatial breadth and depth of the Dream Kingdom are much greater than that of the entire universe. And in the world of dreams, people are immortal, which means that unless Gabriel gives up her life, she can only escape from the dream by finding Morpheus. But the former has now lost all his power and is working hard to find his own artifact. It is impossible for Gabriel to find him. The latter is equivalent to suicide. Once she does this, she will never return to heaven. So this is a good plan. If Gabriel is thrown into this world, the church in the real world can really sit back and relax. But they didn't expect Dane to be here to disrupt the situation. Dane picked up the incense burner used by the black necromancer and found out how to use it from his memory. As a magic god, he has a very high level of learning. He learned this spell in the blink of an eye and activated the magic with just one sentence. As soon as you close your eyes and open them, a different world has changed before your eyes. He looked up and saw countless marine creatures of different shapes swimming, and the sky seemed to have turned into a deep sea. The stars rotate around each other and gather into a vortex, just like Van Gogh's Starry Night. He looked down at the ground and saw a patch of fine white sand. Looking into the distance, the sand dunes stretched as far as the eye could see. He bent down and picked up a handful, and found that it was transparent and very light. When the wind blew, it flew away quietly. This should be a dreamland for marine life. Dane didn't see any other life here except marine life. He looked up at the sky. Suddenly, a blue whale swam down from the sky. Its large dark eyes looked at Dane curiously. Dane jumped slightly and flew up into the sky next to it. It seemed very happy, and its body sank down, then flew upwards with Dane hunched over. According to the setting of the Kingdom of Dreams, each different dream zone should have a dream lord, and they can also be regarded as the little dream gods under the Sandman. Dane wanted to see if he could find this guy and take control of his dreams. However, as mentioned before, the world of dreams is very vast. Without coordinates and permissions, it would be difficult for him to find the Dream Lord here. And he realized a problem. Morpheus, who had not regained his power, obviously did not have the ability to manage the entire dream. So these Dream Lords are probably busy fighting for power, not necessarily in their own territories. Please give me flowers. He remembered that several Dream Lords did escape in the Sandman, and Nightmare was one of them. This may be good news, at least Gabriel should not be in any danger for the time being. Just as the blue whale was carrying him aimlessly, he saw a small shadow in front of him, which looked like a person. He was very surprised. Human beings also appear in the dreams of marine creatures? So he asked the blue whale to swim in that direction. When he got closer, he discovered that it was an Atlantean. Strictly speaking, he should be half Atlantean, because his father is an ordinary human. Arthur Curry, the son of Queen Atlanta of the Undersea Kingdom, and Thomas Curry, the Lightkeeper of Mercy Harbor, is the future Aquaman. He looks to be in his 20s, his beard has begun to take shape, and his long flowing hair floats freely like seaweed in the water. He floated there blankly, staring blankly at the sky. Unexpectedly, he would appear in the dream of a sea creature. Dane let the blue whale come closer, and then he also humped Aquaman onto his back. Feeling the touch on his back, Arthur suddenly woke up. When he turned his head, he saw a completely unfamiliar man. "Who are you?" He asked a question first, but soon started asking and answering himself. "Wait a minute, I think I've seen you before, you're Shazam." Arthur is also a young man and definitely has his own Kuaido account. The superhero has been a hot topic recently, not to mention that Shazam is still ranked first. If he didn't recognize it, he would be in trouble. But Arthur is not a fan of star chasing, but he is very disappointed. Why not Wonder Woman? "Good guy, do you know who you are thinking about?" Dane decided to remind him, "Wonder Woman is my girlfriend and will not appear in your dreams. Give up." Hearing the word dream, Arthur's body became elusive, and he seemed to be waking up. But Dane didn't let him return to reality. He took out the small incense burner and blew into Arthur's face. He woke up, but he was still dreaming. What's wrong with me?" After people wake up, it is difficult for most people to remember what happened in their dreams, so Arthur was still a little confused when he woke up. But he didn't leave the dreamland after all, so he quickly recalled it. "That's right. You. But I'm already awake." Dane smiled at him, then pointed at the strange things around him. "Welcome to the world of dreams, Arthur Curry." Snapped. Arthur slapped himself hard on the face, which was very painful. The slap made his face almost swollen. But he didn't wake up from the dream, and he was even more confused. Dream World 2. Chapter 124. Dane nodded towards Arthur, feeling surprised at Arthur's potential. In the DC story, Aquaman is one of the top combat units. Although he has a great reputation, his actual performance is not very impressive. At least compared to other giants, he has always been in the corner. But this is actually just the popularity in the real world that affects the screenwriter's creation of him. In fact, as a descendant of Atlantis, Arthur contains the blood of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and is definitely not a third-rate monster. Even though he seems to have human blood, as if his bloodline is impure, in theory, People on land and undersea people come from the same origin, and there is no distinction between them. Arthur inherited pure royal blood, and his level of atavism was very high. Like Diana, he has a certain chance of inheriting the throne of a certain god. Even in the less expressive cinematic universe, Aquaman's known ability is super strength. He can even easily carry a submarine in the water. Super defense, immune to normal human thermal weapon attacks, even being shot by a howitzer didn't even break his skin. However, heat energy and impact force are special injuries. Aquaman is not protected against these, so he will be burned and feel as uncomfortable as being punched in the chest. Water control, underground in Gotham Harbor, he used this ability to stop the flow of water to buy time for Zhenglian to retreat. In fact, Dane feels that this ability should have more room for growth. 070 Water control is obviously a magic skill. Aquaman has a problem with his positioning. He should be a water-type magician. He also has the most useless ability in everyone's opinion, which is to talk to sea creatures and control them. But now is Dane's best chance to break through the current predicament. Arthur Curry, since you know my identity, I will tell you. I'm looking for an angel now, but I can't locate her specific location here, but you can help me. Arthur pointed at himself and said in surprise, Me? And, angel? Are you serious? Then he seemed to have just come to his senses. Wait, how did you know my name? I know a lot, Arthur Curry. For example, your mother is the Queen of Atlantis, your father is a lighthouse keeper, you can talk to fish, etc. Dane could feel Arthur's body tense up, and he continued to speak at the right time. Don't be nervous, Arthur, I am an Asgardian in the magical world. I will do some research on everything related to magic. Magic? Arthur scratched his head. Isn't my ability something like super ability? It is indeed easy for the Atlanteans to confuse the two because their technology was actually developed based on magic. It's just that magic was still very prosperous at that time, and they didn't know how to distinguish the difference between the two. Only people on land who have developed purely by relying on industrial technology know that their so-called technology has many grasses. Although we are all from the same family, our technology trees have gone in different directions. Believe me, Arthur, I won't be wrong. You have the blood of Poseidon. Poseidon? Oh, my godson seems to have heard it from Vico. Arthur gradually let down his guard, and he still trusted and respected the Justice League. He himself has quietly rescued many victims trapped at sea, so he can empathize with superheroes very well. So, what you said before, about saving Angel, are you serious? Dane nodded sincerely at him. Arthur no longer hesitation, except for the throne issue he seemed a bit inconsistent. Aquaman has always been happy in other matters. At that moment, he patted his chest and promised, No problem, tell me, how do you want me to help you? I know you can talk to sea creatures, and I hope you can use this ability. Arthur looked at the sea creatures in the sky with a confused look on his face. It's not that I don't want to help you, but my ability is not easy to use. It works sometimes but doesn't work well. The range is actually not very wide. Also, this is in a dream. I have never tried to use this ability in a dream. Dane immediately reassured him, It's okay, you can leave those things to me, you just need to promise me. Arthur nodded, Okay, I agree. As soon as he finished speaking, Dane's magical contract came into effect. First of all, I want to correct you. Your ability is not super ability. Strictly speaking, it shouldn't even be considered magic. It is a kind of power. The power of God. Arthur looked at him in confusion, not understanding how his ability suddenly became some kind of God's power. Dane continued to explain to him, You should know that the blood of the Atlanteans comes from Poseidon, so theoretically, people with higher blood purity have a better chance of awakening Poseidon's ability. Arthur scratched his head in embarrassment, as if Vico was telling the truth, but he didn't listen carefully at the time. As for the Poseidon bloodline in you, I have just seen it. There is no doubt that it is of higher purity. This also gives you greater ability than ordinary Atlanteans or even the royal family. For example, talking to fish is a very rare ability, and it is also a manifestation of Bohandong's power in the ocean. Because normally, fish do not have the ability to talk to higher animals like humans, let alone understand the instructions given by humans. Their average IQ is very low and their brain structure is relatively simple. But Aquaman is able to easily make these lower animals understand his orders and execute them. This is undoubtedly because this ability actually involves the soul level of life. According to the magic theory studied by Dane, there is no essential difference in the souls of all living things, only the uppermost and structural differences. This is consistent with the performance of all things on the material level. Whether it is a higher animal or a lower animal, the particles that make up our bodies are the same, and there is no essential difference. No matter how awesome Superman is, he is still a carbon-based creature, and his genetic information is still the double helix structure of DNA, just like ordinary people and animals. Therefore, information exchange at the soul level can be carried out between any living beings. He confirmed this when studying the translator of the Green Lantern ring. There are many types of Green Lanterns, including planetary life forms like Mogo that are as large as astronomical units, and viral life forms that are as small as nanometers like Lizalpan. But whether it is Mogo or Lizalpan, their souls are essentially the same. So in this way, Dane can use Arthur's ability to communicate with marine creatures to build a giant spiritual network between the souls of all marine creatures in the entire dream. In this way, Dane didn't believe that he still couldn't find the Dream Lord, unless he was not there at all or dead. Arthur, who was not well educated, could not understand the magic theories that Dane said, but he only needed to follow Dane's instructions and do whatever he asked. Then, under Dane's guidance, he entered meditation for the first time in his life. In the dream world, entering meditation will be very fast. Main's power efficiency is extremely high. Although Arthur has no theoretical knowledge, he is born with a very keen wild intuition, so with Dane's help, he quickly activated his ability. It can be seen that the marine creatures that were roaming freely in the starry sky suddenly stopped. Dane's instructions are sent out through the server Arthur, and the information is transmitted very quickly between the bottom layers of the soul. After just a few seconds, Dane opened his eyes. Got you. At the border corner of this dreamland, a blob-like thing fell out of the void. This little thing has a huge amount of head and no body. In other words, the big head and the body are integrated into one. Around the brain, small, dead branches like limbs grew. His name is Glauber, and he is the dream leader here. In the past few days, he heard some very bad news in the human world. Their loyal lord, Morpheus, the master of the Dream Kingdom, has escaped from prison. And he is thinking of ways to find his own strength. Glauber was terrified because he knew that he had violated the Sandman's law and stayed in the world for too long. But he couldn't help it. Compared to a territory with only marine animals, he still felt that those intelligent humans were more fun. In particular, he likes some cruel gameplay. Although he can secretly torture those animals in his own dreams, animals are animals, how can that reaction be comparable to that of humans? When he tortures those pretentious guys, he can feel the pleasure emanating from the depths of his soul. But these days are almost gone forever, and once Sandman regains his power, he will never have the chance to leave this hellish place. Glauber was very sorry, but fortunately, he brought a lot of specialties when he came back this time. If you save some money, you should be able to play for a long time, right? He. Thinking like this, Glauber couldn't help but fish out a little girl from his inventory. He couldn't help but admire, what a beautiful little girl. How was he going to torture him this time? Become a priest? He remembered that there was an old priest where she lived. The little girl's soul was transformed into its original form by him. She curled up in fear and backed away, desperately trying to stay away from the weird-looking demon. This is just a dream, this is just a dream, this is just a dream. Mary kept mumbling to herself, trying to hypnotic ability herself. But Glauber laughed loudly, "My dear boy, this is definitely a dream, but..." He suddenly turned into a kind old priest. Mary 2.0 knew him as the priest in a church near their home community. "Mary, let's play a fun game together." Mary was desperate and kept praying in her heart, praying for a superhero to save her. The old priest showed a strange smile and slowly approached Mary. At the moment, "How about you play with me?" Glauber was startled when he heard the sound. He turned around suddenly and saw a strong man in a white robe standing behind him. "You?" Glauber was horrified. How could there be humans in his territory? However, before Glauber could continue, a scepter suddenly appeared in Dane's hand, and he stabbed the crystal directly into the chest of the priest. Ah! The disguise of the priest was instantly shattered, revealing Graub's short and ugly body. He looked at Dane in horror. He felt his strength drain away. "No! You can't do this, Morpheus will not allow you to do this." Dane plundered all his power, then grabbed his soul with a big hand. "I just got your ability, let's test it on you." He conveniently threw him into the torture nightmare he had just weaved. It contains all the tortures in the world that Dane imagined. Chapter 125. After throwing this big-headed imp into the nightmare, Dane ignored him and wasn't even interested in knowing his name. This kind of trash who can only bully ordinary people because of his authority, he feels dirty even at a glance. Dane looked at the little girl curled up in a ball on the ground and called her, "Are you okay?" "It's over, kid." Mary raised her head timidly, and was shocked when she saw Dane's face clearly. It was Shazam. Then she threw herself into Dane's arms without saying a word. Dane took back the scepter, grabbed her with both hands, and pulled her into his arms. She looks to be only 8 or 9 years old. She is pretty and very cute. If Dane had come one step later, I'm afraid this little girl would have been scarred for the rest of her life. "It's okay, kid, everything is over." He tried to lower his voice to comfort her. Mary sobbed and raised her head, looking at him with big watery eyes. "Mr. Shazam, are you here to save me?" Dane smiled and nodded to her. "Yes, I came here specially to save you. You must have heard my cry for help, right?" She suddenly became excited. "Hey?" Dane blinked, started the traditional art of telling lies, and nodded fiercely. "That's right, next time you encounter danger, just shout Shazam loudly and I will come to save you in time." However, he and Mary made a 3-part agreement. "But we agreed, you can only use this summoning spell when you are in real danger, the wolf is coming story, right? You must have heard of it. Don't be that lying child." Mary nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. She stretched out her little finger and came over, "Then let's hook up and agree." Dane smiled and held out his little finger. This was not a trick to fool a child, but a truly magical contract. After pulling the hook, he was ready to send the little girl out of her dream. Before sending her away, he asked, "What is your name?" The little girl's voice was clear and sweet, "Mary Bromfield, my name is Mary Bromfield." After sending the little girl away, the more Dane thought about it, the more he felt like he had heard that name somewhere before. It couldn't be a character with a named name in the comics, right? "Mary, Mary." He suddenly reacted, "Mary? Isn't that the magical Mary from the Shazam family? It's that big sister. What a coincidence." Behind him, Arthur came up at this moment, his big head looking around Dane, as if he was looking for something. "What are you looking for?" Dane was also confused. Arthur gestured and made a big circle, "Where's that big-headed thing just now?" He only saw Dane and grabbed it with his hand, and the thing disappeared. "What kind of magical ability is this?" "He's in my nightmare," Dane explained. Arthur listened in a daze, seeming to understand, but also not seeming to understand. He shrugged and said, "Then you found the person you were looking for." Dane nodded and asked him, "Do you want to return to the real world, or continue to stay here for a while?" Arthur shook his head, "I'd better go back, it doesn't look like I'm sleeping if I'm so awake." "Okay, but before I send you back, I have something to ask you. Are you willing to join the Justice League?" Arthur pointed at himself in surprise, "Me? Are you sure?" Dane smiled at him and said, "Yes, as a magician with the power of a Greek god, I can guide you to master your power." That feeling just now wasn't bad, wasn't it? Hearing what he said, Arthur couldn't help but recall the feeling of omnipotence he had when he just connected the minds of all sea creatures, and felt a little moved. Dane added, "Justice League drinks enough. I.am in." Arthur shouted immediately. To a certain extent, Arthur is just like Marvel's Thor next door, bold and free-spirited. Originally he was quietly working as a superhero and he agreed without hesitation for a long time. This is also because he is still young and very energetic, so he is not as difficult to deal with as he will be a few years later in the movie. Thinking of this, Dane remembered something, and he said to Arthur, "Arthur, have you never met your mother, Queen Atlanta?" Arthur is now used to his know-it-all persona. He shrugged and said calmly, "She is the queen of the undersea tribe, and I am just an insignificant illegitimate child. We have never met." It seemed he didn't know yet. Dane sighed. "Arthur, you misunderstood your mother. She did not abandon you, she was just exiled." When Arthur heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then became excited instantly. He grabbed Dane's arm, "You know something, please tell me." Dane could understand his mood and didn't care. "If the information I know is correct, your mother, Queen Atlanta, was deposed from the throne by the Atlantis Council because she secretly married your father and gave birth to you, and was demoted to the territory of the Trench clan. People in Atlantis thought she was dead, but in fact she was not. She was trapped in a secret place and she is still living there." Arthur let go of his hand in a daze and muttered something unknown to himself, but Dane could tell that he was in a very happy and complicated mood. "You should digest this matter. When you calm down, you can go to the Justice Building to find me." He reached out and sent the specific address of the Justice Building into Arthur's mind. "This is the headquarters building of the Justice League, and it happens to be right on the beach. I may be a little busy recently. When I finish what I'm doing, if you wish, I will accompany you to find your mother." "Thank you, thank you." Arthur came back to his senses and kept thanking Dane. Dane just smiled, the power of the dream swayed in his hands, and Arthur was sent out of the dream. At this time, Big Head Nightmare, who had only completed half of the torture process, was already dripping with blood. Dane still didn't speak to him, but stretched out his hand to grab his soul, rub it wantonly in his hands, and roughly read through his memories. Finally, he found the coordinates of Nightmare Colin's territory. And he was sure from this memory that Collins had indeed left the Nightmare territory and gone to the human world. He also discovered his inventory from Glauber's memories. Dane freed those poor people and let them leave this nightmare. He also knew from his memory another little friend who escaped from the dream with him, a guy named Brute. This guy, like Glauber, is not a good product for humans. Maybe suck that guy too if you get the chance? He shook his head, biting off more than he could chew. It was important to get the artifact first. But that guy is very smart. He hides in different people's dreams every time and is not easy to find. Dane put this matter down for the time being. There was a long time to come, so he was not in a hurry. He wanted to get what he could safely hold first. According to the coordinates given by Glauber, Dane used the dream power he just obtained to teleport to the Nightmare territory. As soon as he landed, Dane smelled an extremely strong odor. "Oh, my dear, this is full hostile. The Nightmare territory is filled with broken limbs and corpses, as well as all kinds of indescribable and strange creatures. As long as those creatures took one more look, they would feel that their sanity was dropping wildly. When these creatures saw Dane, they all twisted and squirmed. When you look at the squirming, it feels very slow, but in fact these ghosts move very fast, almost like teleporting. But Dane is not afraid of these things. As mentioned before, for some reason, he has lost the emotion of fear. So Die 290 just frowned and waved lightning at will, burning all nearby creatures to ashes. But this only attracted more creatures to attack him. Dane simply wrapped the lightning around his body to form a coat. No matter what creature it came, it would be dead or scratched. A white light lit up in Dane's right hand. He threw it upward, and the white light rose into the sky, lighting up a dark area with a radius of hundreds of miles like a huge amount of light bulb. Weird monsters are all over the earth, with tentacles and twisted worms everywhere, and there is no place to set foot. Now that he is in the same dimension as Gabriel, some magic is useful. Dane lowered his head and recited a tracing spell and found her location instantly. When he arrived at the location indicated by the tracing spell, he found Gabriel curled up on the ground. She was lucky enough not to fall into the worst place. But this is not a pleasant paradise, because this land is made of flesh and blood. The people who neither died nor rotted were spread out on the ground, layer after layer. Their eyes were staring at the sky, twisting and intertwined with the people around them. It could be seen from their slowly rising and falling chests that they seemed to be still alive, but their spirits were dead. Now only the thing called flesh still pretends to be alive here. And Gabriel, she was on the body of these people, looking at the sky with the same confused eyes. Suddenly, her eyes seemed to light up with a glimmer of light, and she suspected that she was dreaming. Ah, by the way, I am already in a dream world, so how can I dream again? Dane descended slowly and came to Gabriel, the light in her eyes became brighter again. Dane was relieved to see that she was fully clothed and her limbs were sound. Fortunately, she was not late. He stretched out his hand to Gabriel, "Come on, angel, let's go home." Chapter 126. When Gabriel woke up again, he saw an unfamiliar ceiling in front of him. "You wake up, do you feel uncomfortable somewhere?" Gabriel was attracted by the sound and saw that it was the god who chose to sit back and watch in the church. It seems that he saved himself. Gabriel cast his gaze to the ceiling again, his mood still stuck in the dreamland for a long time and unable to calm down. Dane knew that she had received an overly strong shock in her heart, and that nightmare was still too exciting for the body of this holy virgin. It is not easy to maintain a relatively intact mental state. He put his fingers on Gabriel's forehead, and a subtle dream power lit up like white light, penetrating into her mind. Gabriel fell asleep again and she had a sweet dream. Dreams are bizarre, illogical, and even time is ambiguous. At first, she dreamed that she had once again transformed into the respected angel. She was standing beside the Lord, the one closest to him. "You did a great job, 100 cases." The Lord said this, and then Gabriel felt a hand passing over her head. She had never felt such a feeling before. The Lord seemed different from before. He was willing to talk to her and even praised her. Gabriel had never felt happier than she was now, and she was horrified. Happiness is a right that only humans can have. She is angel. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a little dazed, as if she had forgotten something. "What's wrong? Gabriel, you don't seem to be awake." The Lord spoke to her again, and Gabriel lowered his head, not daring to look directly at the Lord's light. Then she heard the Lord seem to smile, "Lift up your head, Gabriel, as my right hand, you don't have to bow to anyone. Even me." The strange feeling became more intense. She always felt that the Lord's voice was too gentle. Out of curiosity, Gabriel did something she would never do before. She raised her head and looked directly into the face of God. Just this look made her heart lose control instantly. It is said that God's appearance varies from person to person, and he will print the most perfect image in people's minds. Gabriel had guessed what she would see countless times, but it had never been as thrilling as now. Because that face is Dane Davis. In the real world, Gabriel suddenly opened her eyes, her breathing was rapid, as if she had a nightmare. She looked around in panic and found an unknown woman sitting beside her bed. "Hello, are you okay?" Joan Munn approached her worriedly and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead with a towel. Gabriel looked at her confused. "Who are you?" Then she looked around. "Where is this place again?" Joan obediently put down the towel and replied, "This is the Rock of Eternity, don't worry, you are safe here." The Rock of Eternity? Gabriel's panic suddenly calmed down, and his IQ returned to the local level. As an angel, she has enough knowledge about the Rock of Eternity, and she remembers it as the magical Asgardian Shazam's lair. Then the identity of the pagan god who appeared in that church that night was already obvious. The timing was just right. Dane, who had just returned from picking up the parcel from OUA, saw the awakening Gabriel as soon as he entered the door. "You're awake." Gabriel looked at him solemnly and whispered, "You are Shazam." Dane smiled at her, "Do you want my autograph?" These words instantly reminded Gabriel of his current status as a mortal, and she immediately grimaced. "I do not want." Dane raised his eyebrows. "Gabriel, I have saved you after all, right? How are you going to repay me?" Gabriel simply lay back and spread his limbs. "I am just a mortal now, you can take what you want." Hey, it's easy for people to misunderstand you when you talk like this." Joan's cheeks turned red and she whispered, "I'm out." Then he quietly walked out the door. When there were only two of them in the room, Gabriel suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. The dream just now seemed to be still vivid in her mind, and she calmly shrank her body. Fortunately, Dane is not the kind of person who has a stupid head. He is here to discuss business. "Gabriel, after this incident you should be able to understand that with your current ability, it is impossible to rectify the church organization in this world." Gabriel remembered his recent experiences and couldn't help but clenched the quilt tightly. "But we can make a deal. Although you have lost Angel's power and are prohibited from using magic, I can still give you the power to fight against the church." Gabriel looked at her strangely. These words are so like the devil's words to lure mortals into a trap. "However, I believe you can understand that I am not a believer in God, so the help I provide you is not free." Gabriel fell into deep thought. In fact, making a deal with Shazam didn't disgust her, and she didn't seem to have a better choice now. She has too few allies in the world, and Lucifer is ABD. He might be watching his own jokes now. Angelus is just a city spirit. Her power is not good at fighting, and her power cannot radiate to areas outside the city. Right now, it seemed that only Shazam in front of her could help her. As for giving up, that is absolutely impossible. She believes that these corrupt members of the church are a test given to her by the Lord, and she must find out all the enemies of God among them and purify them. So she raised her head. "What do you want from me?" The corners of Dane's mouth turned up, and he didn't speak. He turned his palm up, and a piece of parchment suddenly appeared in his palm. "This is a magical contract." The contract flew over automatically without wind and lay in the palm of Gabriel's hand. Gabriel also knew something about magic contracts, so she didn't miss every inch of the parchment, but she was quite surprised after reading it. The conditions above didn't seem as extreme as she imagined, so she checked it carefully again, bit her finger and signed her name. The pain from her fingertips made her frown. As an angel, she had never experienced such pain. She finished signing her name with a grimace, and when she took her finger back, it was already red. Dane kindly cast a spell on her to heal the wound. Then he put the contract away with satisfaction. Because Gabriel was punished by God, not only was his wings and divine power taken away by Lucifer, he was also originally not allowed to use magic. But being unable to use magic does not mean that you cannot use magic equipment. Dane can use eternal unmetal to tailor a full body armor for her, which is as shiny as a saint. In this way, even if she still has no power, she can still transform into Hawkman and crush the corrupt organizations of the church with her equipment without any problem. And since his equipment is used, the logistics work is definitely inseparable from Umbrella. Regardless of the fact that the contract you signed is just for cooperation, if I really want you to do something, can you still refuse? But for now, Gabriel's value is still reflected in her knowledge. The history of the real world must be different from the Bible, and he hopes to find some clues from it, such as about Lucifer. From the moment the contract was signed, Gabriel was actually considered an employee of Dane. Gabriel, who lacked understanding of human society, did not understand the routine. Dane opened a room in the Rock of Eternity, Qianzia, and let Gabriel live in it. Since then, the Rock of Eternity has welcomed a third woman. Early the next morning, Dane got up from Joan's bed. He gently opened Joan's arms and put on a new pair of pants for himself. Starting from today, we have to get down to business. Sandman Morpheus's 3 artifacts, Sand of Dreams, are known to be in the hands of Constantine or his ex-girlfriend Rachel, and Helm of Dreams is in the hands of the Hell Demon Karanzan. The Dream Stone should be held by the Justice League at the moment in the original book, but Dane knows very well that it is not. However, he has some guesses about the whereabouts of the Dream Stone. He knew that a Wishing Stone incident occurred in 1984, when Diana identified the Wishing Stone as a creation of the God of Lies. But Dane has reason to suspect that this is also a lie told by the God of Lies. The Wishing Stone itself is actually the Dream Stone. The Dream Stone has the powerful power to transform dreams into reality, and it is also the most powerful of the 3 artifacts. The most important thing is that the story of the Sandman clearly emphasizes that if you want something from your dream, you must pay the corresponding price. This is highly consistent with the way and conditions used by wishing stones to fulfill wishes. Chapter 127. Although he already has an idea about the whereabouts of the Dream Stone, Dane is not in a hurry to find it. Instead, Constantine was found first. Constantine was happy to see Dane back, because it meant Lucifer wouldn't trouble him again in the future. Although there has been no shortage of troubles behind him, one less thing is better. But Dane told him that the matter was not over yet. In order to save your soul, I made a deal with Lucifer. Dane's expression was solemn, as if this was really the case. Constantine was affected and couldn't help tightening his heartstrings. What deal? Dane is a habitual fool. He asked me to help him find 3 ancient lost artifacts in exchange for your soul. Constantine was a little suspicious when he heard this. It wasn't that he suspected Dane was lying. He just felt that his soul was worth more than 1 artifact. 3? Could it be that the boss was deceived by the fallen angel? Dane seemed to see what he was thinking, and he sighed. I also know that this request is too much, but Lucifer is too strong, I have no choice. Constantine nodded, he understood this feeling. Dane took the opportunity to say, but I promised you that I would protect your soul, so I agreed to him, and I have already found out the whereabouts of the first artifact. But this artifact has something to do with you, so you must cooperate with me. Constantine had to admit that he was really moved at the moment, so he took care of everything. No problem, since this matter happened because of me, I will naturally cooperate with you fully. Okay, I heard that a long time ago you got a sandbag 540 that contained magic power. Is this true? Constantine scratched his head, thought about it carefully, and said uncertainly. There seems to be such a thing, but it was a long time ago and I'm not sure if it's still there. As a well-known magician, Constantine occasionally finds some second-hand goods, which are usually magical gadgets. Why don't we go back to London and have a look? I have a lot of old things stored in my hometown. Dane nodded. Where are the coordinates? Constantine said a coordinate, but Dane didn't see any movement, but the surrounding light and shadow suddenly changed. When he looked around again, he found that he had returned to a dilapidated old house. He glanced at Dane and asked with some confusion, "Has your magic become more and more powerful recently?" Dane said calmly, "Nothing else, people are familiar with you." Constantine turned and walked towards the old house, Dane following behind. He took Dane to the warehouse room, but what he was looking for was not sandbags, but his memoirs. Dane never knew he had this habit. Constantine explained, "This is to prevent someone from using magic like the forgetting spell on me, so that I have a way to retrieve my memory." Dane nodded to express his understanding. After all, Zhakong had many enemies. He searched for a long time and finally found information about sandbags in one of the memoirs. Information in the memoir shows that the sandbags may have been taken away by his ex-girlfriend Rachel. Rachel is a drug addict. In order to raise drug money, one day she emptied Constantine's house of all valuable things, including the sandbag. "Do you remember where she lives?" Constantine shook his head when he heard this. "It has been several years. People like her will not stay in one place for too long." "Then tell me her real name, identity information, etc." Constantine was very cooperative and recorded a lot of information about Rachel in detail in her memoirs. Dane used the tracing spell to find her address and teleport there with Constantine. As soon as the two arrived at Rachel's residence, they felt that something was not right here. It seemed that no one had lived in the house for a long time. But the instructions of the tracing spell were correct, and they entered this haunted house. As soon as they entered the door, they saw several human bodies that could not tell whether they were dead or alive collapsed on the ground. Constantine became a little more vigilant, took out a lighter from his pocket and lit a fire. The fire was brighter than the lamp, lighting up the room instantly. He saw the appearance of those people on the ground, their expressions were dull and their saliva was drooling, but they seemed to be still alive. He subconsciously wanted to step forward, but there was a pop sound and he didn't know what he stepped on. The scene in front of him changed, the house disappeared, and his location turned into the sky. When he looked up, he found that it was the earth above. The strong sense of weightlessness instantly took away all his ability to move. He suddenly forgot his purpose and why he was here. He tried to remember what he could do. He vaguely remembered that he was with someone else. Who was it? Damn it! He couldn't remember. At the moment, Constantine has forgotten that he is a magician, and even who he is. His consciousness seemed to be emptied as he lost weight, as if he was about to sink. But at the moment, a strong hand pulled him back to reality. Constantine woke up suddenly, and then he saw that he was still standing in front of the haunted house without moving a step, and his back was wet with cold sweat all over his body. That was. Constantine was still a little shocked. The feeling of weightlessness is nothing, but the feeling of forgetting yourself for a moment is terrifying. "It's a dream, John." Dane explained calmly, "You just fell into a dream, be careful, Sci-Fi, dreams are pervasive here." Dane attached his hand to the dream power that he had taken from Glauber. He stretched out his hand to grab it, as if he had caught something in the void, and then tore it apart with all his strength. Like a transparent veil being torn apart, the illusion is torn away, revealing the truth of reality. Only then did Constantine suddenly realize that he was surrounded by walls of tissue and flesh. Holding back his nausea, he twisted some meat and found some sparkling sand on the meat. Only then did he realize that someone had been combined with the thing in the sandbag. Although he was still alive, it was not much different from death. Then, a weird-looking ugly face protruded from the wall of flesh. It could actually speak. "Who are you?" Without saying a word, Dane shot out a divine thunderbolt directly from his body, hitting the strange face directly, and it was instantly chopped into pulp. But not long after, the ugly face appeared on the wall again. "It's useless, you can't kill the dream. Dream is actually an illusory concept. You cannot kill a concept. But dream sand is actually part of Morpheus's power. Although it cannot be killed, it can be plundered. Seeing that lightning couldn't kill it, Dane didn't try hard, so he took out the necromancer scepter again. But Dream Sand's face changed drastically after seeing scepter, and it screamed, "You can't take away my power, it will kill me." Dane looked at it in surprise. Isn't this a good thing? Dream Sand understood what he meant, and became even more frightened. It began to plead, "No, please don't do this. I swear to be loyal to you, please let me go. Without me, the power of dreams will not be complete. They will return to the owner's body." Dane's movements stopped, and he remembered that this was what happened. In the original work, Dr. Destiny destroyed the Dream Stone in front of Morpheus, but the power of the Dream Stone returned to Sandman instantly. He wasn't sure whether Scepter could beat Morpheus, and he felt a little unsure. Dream Sand saw that there was something going on and continued to strike while the iron was hot. "I swear, I can give my soul to you, as long as you let me go." Dane's eyes flashed, and he asked, "Are you telling the truth? Are you willing to sacrifice your soul?" "Yes." Dream Sand nodded crazily. "But it also has small calculations. Its soul is very strong, and ordinary contract magic cannot completely control it. And after all, it belongs to Sandman, and there is no way for ordinary people to control it." Dane used contract magic with a smile and asked it again, "Are you sure you will give me your soul and let me do whatever I want?" Dream Sand did not realize that the danger was coming, and it agreed without hesitation. The magic takes effect, and the ownership of the soul of Dream Sand belongs to Dane. Dane caught sight of it, grabbed it with his big hand, and pulled its soul out of the wall of flesh. Dream Sand was so shocked that it began to struggle crazily. "No! This is impossible! Who are you?" Dane's hand lit up with light and enveloped the soul in his hand. When feeling the power coming from all directions, Dream Sand finally understood. Death is actually the power of death. Ah! It is full of grief and anger in its heart. You should have told me if you have something to do with death. Why don't I cooperate with you in everything? As for killing me? But Dane turned a deaf ear, just as Dream Sand thought in his heart, this is Morpheus's power, so he can take it back anytime he wants. But what if the soul of Dream Sand no longer belongs to him? What if the soul of Dream Sand recognizes another person as its master? Then Morpheus cannot retrieve the Sand of Dreams with just words. What Dane is doing now is to turn the soul in his hands into a puppet that is completely obedient to him, a tool without thought. Just be an artificial RD from Dream Sand to me. Chapter 128. Dane's idea finally proved feasible. After some manipulation in his hands, Dream Sand became much more docile. But now that time was short, he did not do any more operations on this soul. In his mind, artificial intelligence like Cortana is a truly qualified assistant, and Dream Sand that starts to let itself go without its master is definitely not good. He wants to try, maybe he can program the soul? This will be a very interesting subject. After conquering the soul of Dream Sand, Dane controlled the sand to restore its original form, and then the sand squirmed back into a small bag. Dane and Constantine stepped forward and opened the door, revealing a woman inside. Not surprisingly, this person is Constantine's ex-girlfriend, Rachel. But her condition was very bad, her body had been eroded by Dream Sand and she was no longer human-like. This woman was covered in sores and flesh, and was so skinny that Constantine could hardly recognize her. "Rachel," he lost his voice. Constantine was heartbroken and worried, and he couldn't help but get a little closer to her. But Rachel was so delirious now that she couldn't even see the person standing in front of her. She just kept smiling, as if she was addicted to some wonderful dream. Although Constantine is nicknamed Zhakong, he actually has a passionate side in his heart. So seeing Rachel in such desolation, he couldn't help but plead to Dane, "Boss, please save her." Dane understood his mood at the moment and patted his shoulder with his hand. "Don't worry, we will find a solution." He stepped forward to take a closer look and found that Rachel's internal organs had suffered multiple irreversible injuries. No wonder the Sandman couldn't save her in the original book. Without Mensha, her body was rapidly dying. But coincidentally, Dane is now the death god. So he used his power to temporarily refuse Rachel's death, so that her injuries would not continue to worsen. But this behavior cannot persist for too long, and Dane cannot directly reject a person's death and grant him eternal life like death. What's more, the woman in front of me has already reached the end of her life. But holding on until it is cured is not a problem. Your ex-girlfriend's internal organs have completely collapsed, and no medical technology on Earth can reverse this process. But lucky for you, I recently gained a very useful ability. Dane said, snapping his fingers, and Xi, Constantine, and Rachel on the bed teleport to the medical cabin on Langsing. Cortana. Dane called into the air. Someone in the empty cabin answered, I'm here. Dane pointed to Rachel on the bed, extract this woman's genetic information and clone a new body. 17. Morpheus couldn't cure Rachel because he wanted to start with Rachel's body, so of course there was nothing he could do. But Dane is different. His current body is no longer good, so he can't change his body. Even Lex Luthor has human cloning technology, and Dane definitely has Kryptonian technology after learning it, and it is more complete and comprehensive. Just to mature Rachel's clone to the current age may make the other party's theoretical lifespan shorter, but it is completely worth the price. Later, when he uses the gift of life to reinsert Rachel's soul into this new body, she can be reborn. Dane patted Constantine hard, you made a lot of money. Ah! Constantine scratched his head, what do I earn? But suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed across his mind. Shit! He suddenly understood that this was a new body. A healthy, drug-free, and most importantly flawless body. And he still vaguely remembered that Rachel's kung fu was very good, but he didn't dare to think about it anymore. He needed to smoke a cigarette to calm down. Constantine thanked Dane very seriously, thank you very much, boss. He shouted boss with all his heart. Dane waved his hand, leaving a chic back. Rachel's new body still needs some time to develop and grow, and during this time Constantine will take care of her every step of the way. Dane, on the other hand, continues to be busy collecting artifacts. Dream Sand has been obtained, and his next target is Sandman's helmet, which is now in Hell. But Shazam didn't know how to open the portal to Hell, but it didn't matter. He returned to Los Angeles and came to the Lux Bar again. Lucifer was still the only one sitting in the corner drinking alone, and Dane sat across from him unceremoniously. Your bar business is really bad. It's daytime now. Lucifer couldn't help but retort. He looked at Dane carefully and suddenly said, have you found those artifacts? It's one of them. Dane corrected him before he took out the sandbag. Lucifer knew it was genuine just by looking at it, and his eyes instantly became a little weird. You didn't pick it up when you went out, right? I just told you yesterday, and you brought one here today. For Dane, this artifact is just like picking it up for free. But fortunately, he got a very powerful ability from death, which allowed him to conquer the Dream Sand so easily. I should also be glad that I brought Constantine into the Justice League in advance, otherwise I would have missed such a good thing. At the moment, Dane didn't waste any words, I have fulfilled the conditions you requested, and now it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Lucifer smiled and took out a simple-looking key. How can I say this key? It's like a medieval manor door key. It has very simple teeth, with only 4 teeth, and it's a bit big. Dane took it over and felt a heavy force pressing on his hand. Fortunately, this weight is nothing to Shazam, who has super strength. He put the key in front of his eyes and observed carefully, and the magic power penetrated into the core of the key. This key is a bit like the door key in Harry Potter. Its main function is to be able to travel through all areas in Hell. Asking for flowers 0. And you can freely travel back and forth between the earth and hell. In hell, some gates even lead to the fourth dimension, which is the realm of the gods. After handing over the keys, Lucifer felt as relaxed as if he had thrown away a big burden. He crossed his legs, drank heavily in the bar, and raised his glass to signal to Dane. "Now you are the Lord of Hell, Dane Davis." Dane drank the wine he served with a smile and said modestly, "Not yet, at least not enough yet." In his plan, he must collect 3 major artifacts before he can make a strong claim on the entire hell, and now, he is going to find the second one. So he asked Lucifer, "Do you know which area of hell there is a demon named Karanzan? It would be best to have his exact location." Lucifer shrugged, "I have been away from hell for a long time, Dane, and I have no memory of many demons." 27. But you can ask Beelzebub and Azazel, they should know better. 0. In the power structure of hell, Lucifer's family is not the only one. In terms of actual management, hell is jointly governed by Lucifer, Beelzebub, and Azazel. Although Lucifer claimed that he had to give up 2/3 of his dominance because he was forced by the Great Darkness. But Dane knew that the so-called Great Darkness was just a vest created by him. The separation of dominance was originally directed and performed by Lucifer, and the reason was just because he was bored and wanted to have fun. But Beelzebub and Azazel obviously really regard themselves as one dish. Beelzebub even secretly found 5 other powerful demon lords to form a demon alliance called the Rock of the End in order to monopolize the power of hell. Does it look a bit familiar? That's right, this so-called Rock of Ending is the counterpart to the Rock of Eternity, and is the other side of evil. They even have their own Asgardians, or rather conquerors. They call it Saba. The alternative Shazam with the power of 6 hell demons is also the villain boss in Black Adam. In the DC universe, the ruler of hell is called Satan. Satan is not the name of a certain demon, it is a title, similar to the king of demons, the eye of hell, and so on. Since the first fallen met 2 other powerful demons in hell, the position of Satan has begun to exist in the form of a trinity. This generation of Satan is jointly held by the 3 demons Lucifer, Beelzebub, and Azazel. But Lucifer has the power to destroy all the demons in hell with one person, definitely, in his heyday. Beelzebub and Azazel succumbed to Lucifer's strength and have always been willing to submit to him. But if another person wants to be on an equal footing with them, he knows with his toes that this is impossible. Therefore, you still have to show your fists. Chapter 129. Lucifer didn't expect Dane to be able to find Sandman's artifacts so quickly. So he didn't even have time to tell the demons in hell and the gods of other pantheons about the news. This gives Dane an excellent opportunity to take advantage of this time difference to get the Sandman's helmet first. So after getting the key to hell and the locations of Beelzebub and Azazel, he immediately left the Lux Bar and headed to hell without stopping. Looking at Dane's leaving figure, Lucifer couldn't help but sigh. With such ambition, it's no wonder that his future achievements will be so high. Like the portal key, the Hell Key teleports Dane to the gate of hell immediately after sensing the magic. This gate is guarded by a demon. The demon guarding the gate is named Squart. It has a stooped body, a pair of red eyes, and a double-sided axe in its left hand. "Who are you?" There was blood all over the floor from his mouth, and his words were a little unclear. "Killer? Female? Thief? No matter who you are, there is always room here for you to fall." Dane had to work against time now, and 060 had no time to talk to the minions, so he just released a divine thunder without saying a word. Before Skew-8-Two could say anything, he was suddenly hit by a thunderbolt and died without any trace of his body. Dane inserted the Hell Key into the door jack, twisted his hand, and opened the door. He couldn't help but want to complain, how can these formal things be eliminated? Isn't it good to open the door directly through induction? And after all, the gate to hell is not a real gate. Is it necessary to make it like this? Isn't it outdated? But there is no way, who makes the time in hell pass slowly? Moreover, this shabby place only allows people to come in and be punished, so no demon has the mood to develop technology. Dane flew to a certain direction in hell based on the information provided by Lucifer. This is his first time in hell, so the teleportation magic that relies on spatial coordinate system positioning cannot be used, and he can only fly honestly. But his flight speed is very fast. Even though the demons look weird, they all seem to be very difficult to deal with. However, there is a huge gap between the upper and lower limits of demons in hell. The strongest fallen angel like Lucifer can even penetrate the entire hell with a full blow. The weakest one can't even defeat ordinary humans in the real world, so when Dane flies through the sky, 99% of the demons can't even touch his shadow. And those demons who can see clearly are all cunning and treacherous, and they would not dare to offend people like Dane, so the journey was smooth sailing. Soon after, he saw the territory where Beelzebub was located, a dark valley. Who? As soon as Dane flew into Beelzebub's territory, the devil had already discovered him. Beelzebub flew into the sky and looked at the visitor. Dane raised his eyebrows. This devil looks really unique. Beelzebub has the meaning of Lord of the Flies in some religions, and it actually has huge amounts of compound eyes like a fly. Its eyesight must be very good, right? As soon as Beelzebub approached Dane, it felt a familiar force. It couldn't help but think about who it was. Obviously, it should know this person. But Dane is in a hurry now and has no intention of talking to the other party or playing a few rounds. He saw that Beelzebub was looking at him carefully and used magic without any hesitation. Holy light! A huge amount of light ball was instantly lit up, and Beelzebub's two huge amounts of compound eyes suddenly endured excessive light exposure, and couldn't help but scream. Dane then waved the dream sand in his hand, and Beelzebub was unable to resist the power of dream and fell down. Seeing that it was completely asleep, Dane took out the kiss of death, which had not seen blood for a while, and fell from the sky directly to Beelzebub. Beelzebub, whose consciousness was trapped in a dream, had no way to save himself, and was directly snatched away by the power of death, and its soul also belonged to Dane. Dane repeated his old trick, using ability to roughly search Beelzebub's brain. Beelzebub's soul was trembling and screaming. This kind of pain is 10 times more painful than the most painful punishment in hell, but the strange thing is that its consciousness is still immersed in the false dream created for it by Mensha. While it feels very happy in its heart, it also feels very painful in its soul. Two completely different feelings tore it apart, almost killing it. After all, Beelzebub is an old demon who has lived for a long time. It is not easy to find a specific demon from his memory. Fortunately, Dane still remembered the appearance of Karanzan. He wore glasses and was dressed like a perverted ladyboy queen in one piece. It has 2 mouths and pink skin, and is unusually ugly. It took him a while to finally find the whereabouts of this guy, and now he didn't have to look for Azazel anymore. There is still one Satan left in hell. Dane continued to trap Beelzebub's spirit in the dream, tore its soul out of the body and stored it in his own collection. This can be considered a good deed every day. Then he went straight to his destination again. At this moment, he was the devil's death god. No one can escape from his hands. Far away in a corner of hell, Karanzan had just completed today's torture and felt a little boring. Contrary to what many people imagine, hell is not entirely composed of sinners and hell's cruel people. In fact, because the hell dimension is connected to many dimensional worlds, you often encounter many things from other dimensions here. It is a very complex ecological group. Moreover, before God decided to make hell a prison for the souls who had committed the most heinous crimes on earth, hell was a gathering place for many souls who voluntarily suffered punishment. In other words, there are quite a few demons here who are human souls who voluntarily come here to be punished after death, and they regard it as a kind of atonement. After atonement, they definitely hope to ascend to heaven. But in a place like hell, just as God said, once they sink, they will never be able to ascend to heaven. Their souls have been deeply infected with the breath of hell and cannot get rid of it. But demons are persistent. They think they can't go to heaven because they haven't atoned enough for their sins. There are some demons who are very keen on self-punishment and the ultimate harm to their own bodies. Zorn is one such demon, a soul who voluntarily came to hell long ago. Over the years, he has been torturing himself, hoping to atone for his sins. But day after day, year after year, he could never see the end. In the process, his mind was infected by other demons and became twisted and weird, which caused his appearance to be different from the past. There are many demons who are not born with those weird shapes, but in a place like hell, the weirder they look, the harder they are to mess with. When many demons were still normal souls, in order to disguise themselves, they had to wear the furs of some weird animals to decorate themselves. Over time, it turned into a messy-looking monster, and the animal fur covering its body became a part of the body. Some demons joked that this is the only goodwill that hell has given everyone. After all, there are only a few people like Lucifer who still maintain a flawless appearance after falling into heaven. Most of the fallen either choose to wear hair or, like Zorn, have been transformed into their current appearance by a twisted mind. But sometimes in the dead of night, Zorn would still stare blankly at the sky, imagining how beautiful heaven would be and how majestic God would be. After thinking about it, Zorn fell into a deep sleep. Demons are also living beings and can also fall asleep. 2.2 In his sleep, he saw the paradise he had dreamed of, and he even saw his family members whom he had not seen again for centuries. They hugged each other and expressed their longing and love for each other with tears in their eyes. The distortion and anger in Zorn's heart suddenly disappeared. Nothing is more important than this. In the real world, Dane carefully picked up Sandman's helmet. Although Zorn obtained this treasure, it was obvious that he did not use it to harm innocent people. Dane saw from his memory that he originally exchanged this helmet from a human through a legitimate transaction. So he believed that the demon Zorn deserved a peaceful dream. Demons are not just villains and scum, they may just be ordinary people struggling in hell in pursuit of hope. Sleep peacefully, Zorn, I can't send you to the real heaven, because that is God's territory. But in my dream world, you can have your own paradise. This is what you deserve. Chapter 130. Morpheus's helmet looks weird. Dane didn't know how to complain about this thing. It had a pair of big, oval eyes like an alien, a round head, and mouth parts that were as long as a human spine. The entire helmet even looks a bit like Beelzebub's inexplicable appearance. But the advantage is that this helmet does not have a complete self-consciousness like Mensha. It's just a helmet. So Dane can use it directly. Although this helmet looks weird, Dane tolerates it because of its special capabilities. Dane put it on his head, and in an instant, he seemed to have entered another country. In the helmet's eyepiece, what he saw was not where he was, but the dreamland. He discovered that he could control the helmet and see every inch of the country. Even Sandman Morpheus himself. It was a tall, thin, pale man with messy hair. When Dane's eyes were fixed on him, Morpheus also felt the sight from somewhere in the void. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. Who is it? Through the helmet, Dane could have a conversation with him, so he said, "Hello, distinguished Lord Sandman." Through the sound, Morpheus could confirm that this was definitely a sound he had never heard before. So he simply asked, "Who are you, 24? Dane thought for a moment and replied, "I am your competitor, Lord Sandman. You have been away from the world of dreams for too long. Your country has declined for so long. There are 4 dreams in the fiefdom that have escaped your control." At the moment Morpheus had not had time to return to his own country, he had just regained a little of his power from Cain and Abel. Cain and Abel are the brothers in the Bible. Morpheus took them in a long time ago. And he also wrote a power of attorney for each of them to take charge of a part of the dream. During Morpheus's imprisonment, it was the efforts of the 2 of them that kept the legends and dreams of the world from going into chaos. But the strength of the two of them was obviously not enough to overwhelm the 1062 file-size vassals, so they could not prevent some vassals from leaving. In order to reorganize the Dream Kingdom, Morpheus took back the power of attorney he placed with the two of them and regained some of his power. The Endless family is so willful. If they can't do their job, or if they don't want to do it and want to fish, they will delegate their power to others. The same is true for Death. She is the death of all life in the multi-universe. You can imagine how much work there is every day. Therefore, Dane will occasionally give some of her power to the death god who pleases her. Dane also gained part of her power because of this. But Death probably didn't realize that Dane did not use this ability to work honestly, but instead intensified her efforts to seek personal gain for herself, and now she even has plans to target her brother. All in all, since the Endless family can distribute its power, it can naturally take it back when necessary, unless there are special circumstances. For example, like now, most of Morpheus's power has been consumed by the dream of 1,000 cats, and he no longer has enough power to control the dream. It is different from the magic weapon in the Eastern cultivation or fantasy world that is absolutely bound to itself. Without enough power, even Morpheus, the original owner, could not recycle all the artifacts at a thought. And this is why Dane needs to race against time. Once the Sandman's power is restored, he will have more means to retrieve his artifact. This was really clear, and Murphy quickly figured it out and wanted to seize his. He looked solemnly and asked, "Since you dare to talk to me directly, it proves that you must have obtained several artifacts. Which ones?" Dane said bluntly, "Except for the most important one, everything else has arrived." "Do you know what you are doing?" Morpheus couldn't help but ask. "I definitely know, Morpheus, I think we will meet again. At that time, it will be the time to decide the true ownership of the Dreamland." After speaking, Dane's voice drifted away. Morpheus stood in the desert between reality and dreams. Suddenly, he smiled. "Interesting, I didn't expect there to be such an interesting guy in the world today." He was not angry because of Dane's offense, but instead felt a sense of competitiveness that he had not seen in a long time. "I am the master of dreams, the master of the dream kingdom and destiny. No one can take it away from me." Strengthening his belief, Morpheus staggered forward. He needs to find his loyal servant first, and maybe he also needs some other help. 2 of the 3 artifacts have been lost, and he is under great pressure. "Hell!" Dane takes off his helmet. The direct announcement to Morpheus was a plan that had been made before. Unlike his other miscellaneous gods, if Dane wants to take over the Kingdom of Dreams openly, he must defeat the opponent openly, so that he can inherit everything from him. This can be regarded as some kind of medieval legacy, just like the battle for the throne in Aquaman. If you defeat your opponent in full view of the public, you will be eligible to inherit the loser's 10 pieces. But this kind of duel does not mean that he cannot use off-board moves. Medieval duels are fair and despicable at the same time. Fairness must be maintained during the duel, but both sides are allowed to use various means to weaken their opponents before the duel. For example, is it fair for Aquaman to use an artifact to fight Orm? Is it fairer than the second time after he lost once? But after he won the second time, he immediately took the throne. Dane just respects the tradition of Westerners, is despicable and aboveboard. The hell thing is over, and he won't stay here for long. The smell of hell still makes him a little uncomfortable. And he knew that Beelzebub's death would soon be spread throughout hell. Lucifer has retired to the human world and no longer cares about hell. It can be said that now that Satan is basically Azazel alone with exclusive power, there must be many demons who are dissatisfied. Hell was about to start a new war, and he didn't want to get involved. Before leaving Hell, Dane made a special trip to each Hell gate to make sure every door was closed tightly. You are fighting back from Hell, and you are not allowed to affect the human world. It would be best if you can kill a few Hell demons. And just as Dane expected, the news of Beelzebub's death quickly spread throughout Hell. All the demons who received this news were shocked. But more demons are suspecting that this is Beelzebub's trick. Anyway, these demon kings love to do these intrigues all day long. Among all the demons, Azazel was the fastest to learn the truth of the matter, because he planted his own people in Beelzebub's territory. And his secret agent had told him that Beelzebub's death was indeed a fact, and they had found the body. Azazel was shocked but also realized that this was a good opportunity. Now that Lucifer does not appear, he is the most powerful demon king in hell. Maybe he can really break the tradition and become the only Satan in hell for hundreds of millions of years. So he immediately issued an order to all the demons in hell in the name of Satan. All demons must come to see you within 1 human month. Those who fail to come will be killed for disrespect. Once this order was issued, the doctor was immediately devastated. The demons are not fools. At this juncture, Azazel dared to issue such an arrogant order in his own name. It was obvious that the news of Beelzebub's death was true. This also made many demon lords with a strength of 700 feel alive in their hearts, but they were still waiting and watching. Although Azazel is one of the 3 Satans, he is not taken seriously by them. They care more about Lucifer's meaning. Not all demons are as blind to their identity as Beelzebub and Azazel. Many old demons who have experienced Lucifer ruling hell alone know very well how powerful Lucifer is, and they must be careful. So they waited patiently for a human month, and Azazel's conference was successfully launched. Many demon spies saw Azazel showing off his power alone on the high cliff. He seemed to have begun to regard himself as Satan and no longer mentioned the names of Lucifer and Beelzebub. And the 2 Satans did not appear. After the big gathering, they discovered that Azazel was not targeted by Lucifer, and the other demon lords cheered up. The first one to start taking action was the Rock of the End. On this day, the 5 demon lords gathered together. They are Satan. He is one of the Satans in the history of hell. When his position was taken away, he vowed to regain the throne, so he insisted on calling himself Satan. Was once one of the 72 pillars of Solomon Mephisto. He was a duke and commanded 26 demon legions. Belial, once a fallen angel, met Lucifer. Asmodeus, a famous demon from Jewish mythology, appears in the Book of Tobit. It was also recorded under the nickname Asmodee in the Catalogue of Demons in Lemongadon and the Book of Pseudo-Enoch. Cratius is a solitary demon whose origins are a mystery. These 5 demons gathered this time to discuss how to kill Azazel and seize the position of Satan. Chapter 131. Back to reality, Dane came to Diana's house. At this time, she was cooking in the kitchen. When she saw Dane coming back, she was surprised and said, "You're back. Why didn't you tell me in advance?" Dane walked up behind her, hugged her and rested his head on her shoulder. "What's for dinner tonight?" "Steak, do you want it?" "Yes." Dane started to act dishonestly. Diana tapped him on the head to tell him to be more honest. After dinner, the 2 went into the bedroom to start digestion exercises. 3 hours later, the battle ended, and Dane felt that his soul had been sublimated. During the chat afterwards, Dane pretended to casually ask about the wishing stone in 1984. What happened back then? Diana was keenly aware of something. She leaned into Dane's arms and asked, "Are you investigating this matter?" Dane didn't hide anything, he nodded and admitted. "I recently met a difficult character, and he and I made a bet to see who would find something called the Dream Stone first. I now suspect that the thing you encountered back then was the Dream Stone." Diana frowned, lost in thought. Max made a wish on the wishing stone to become its original wish, but in the end he gave up this wish. She recalled it and continued. According to him, when he made a wish, the wishing stone turned into a pile of useless debris. When he gave up his wish, the power of the stone disappeared from him, and I thought it returned to the god of lies. Then she wondered, what is the Dream Stone? Dane gave her a brief introduction to the Endless family. This was a secret that Diana had never been exposed to before, and she was surprised for a moment. If it is true that the wishing stone is the dream stone, as you said, then it is very likely that it is in the hands of some people who should not have it. This is very dangerous. Dane was silent for a while and suddenly asked, "What wish did you make at that time?" When Diana heard this, her eyebrows arched with laughter. "What do you think?" Dane raised his eyebrows, ready to grab the stick. Diana pressed it down, and then whispered in Dane's ear, "I make a wish, let it give me a strong partner." Dane immediately lifted the quilt and prepared to use what he had learned throughout his life. "Your wish has come true." Just when Dane was about to fight again, an unexpected person called his cell phone. Dane answered immediately, "Bruce? Now is not a good time. I'm in trouble here," Batman said succinctly. Dane can move and release freely, and he can still distinguish what is light and what is important. "Where?" "Gotham." Dane and Diana looked at each other and immediately got up to change clothes. They were moving very quickly, and a few minutes later, Dane teleported to Gotham with Diana. They happened to appear near Batman. Bruce turned his head and saw that Diana was coming. He was surprised and didn't pay any more attention. "What happened?" "Batman is located on the top floor of Wayne Tower, where you can have a panoramic view of Gotham." He stepped aside and motioned for the two of them to see for themselves. Dane and Diana both have very good eyesight. They looked down and soon saw a group of citizens killing each other. Then Batman explained from the side, "This is the fifth incident that has occurred today, and the scope is gradually expanding." "What happened to them?" Diana didn't act rashly. If he could save her, Batman would have done so long ago. Batman turned his head, "I have investigated the victims and perpetrators, and they claim to have seen demons. However, in fact, the perpetrators of violence against them and the targets of violence are ordinary people." Dane reacted immediately, "Cognitive error, they fell into an illusion." Batman nodded, "I thought so too, but originally I thought it was someone who was using the fear gas left by the Scarecrow to cause trouble, but that was not the case. Their physical examinations were all normal. Someone did something to them, but it was not chemical means, or I should put it more clearly, the people behind the scenes did not use technological means." "So that's it," Dane thought thoughtfully, this plot seemed familiar. He thought about it carefully in his mind and finally found the corresponding work. Justice League Dark is about this incident. Dane thought to himself, "What a coincidence, isn't it? I was just wondering where the Dream Stone was, and you showed up to me." He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that fate had destined him to obtain the dream ability? In Justice League Dark, it is the villain Destiny who casts magic on the world, making them think they are in a world of hell, and thus become crazy. At that time, most of the Justice League were non-magical heroes, so there was no way to solve this problem. Later, when Destiny came out, they fell under his spell, mistaking their teammates for demons and killing each other. In fact, the power of the Dream Stone is far more than that. Even a serious magician would find it difficult to deal with it without knowing it. So Dane immediately said to Batman, "As you have guessed, this incident is a magical event. Members of the Alliance should not participate in the rescue, otherwise they may fall into the same illusion." Batman looked at the citizens fighting on the ground, his brows frowning under the mask. "Is it possible that we don't do anything?" "That's not true," Dane said, taking out a small black bag from somewhere. He grabbed a handful of sand from it and blew on the citizens below. The fine sand dispersed into the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Batman was wondering, and not long after, something changed below. The people who were fighting with each other suddenly stopped, and then fell softly to the ground, as if they had fallen asleep. "What is that?" Batman asked calmly. Dane carried the bag and smiled at him, "Good stuff, it can put some people into a warm sleep." Batman didn't ask any more and just added another note to the folder in his heart. "What's next?" Dane thought for a moment, "I'll see if I can find the person behind this." He recalled it carefully and tried to use Dr. Destiny's real name to find him, but after trying several times without success, he had to give up. No, the tracing spell can't find him. He is probably in a completely different dimension from us. Batman worried, what should we do? He hated this feeling of powerlessness, but as an ordinary person, he really didn't know anything about magic or anything like that. Dane comforted him, don't worry yet. The person behind the scenes must have his own purpose for doing all this. He will always show up. He can't hide forever. Hey! As he was talking, Dane suddenly raised his head and looked up at the sky, and found two figures flying over from different directions. He knew one of them, wasn't that Hawkman Carter Hall? And the other? Dane looked at it carefully for a while and looked surprised. Her equipment is very similar to Hawkman, with a pair of golden wings, a helmet like an eagle's beak, and a spherical metal hammer in her hand. Hawk Girl? Or Hawk Girl? He couldn't tell clearly. Just like Hawkman's confusing origin, the companion heroine's origin is also confusing. Some say she is the reincarnation of Khufu's lover, some say she is a cosmic detective, and some say she is an alien spy like Hawkman. Anyway, as many times as the DC universe has been rebooted, they have as many origins as they have, not counting the resets in personal journals. However, they don't seem to understand what is happening on the field now. Hawkman soon landed on the roads of Gotham, and he began to check on the unconscious citizens. At the same time, a strange force penetrated his body, making his senses blurry, but Hawkman was still unaware of it. While he was immersed in the investigation, Hawkgirl also landed from the sky. As soon as she landed, she saw a man dressed like her squatting in the middle of the crowd. What the hell is going on, she wondered. She is Hawkgirl, whose real name is Shayera Thrall. She is a warrior from the planet Thanagara. She came to Earth because of a secret mission. But before she started her mission, she learned that there was an organization called the Justice League on this planet. After in-depth investigation, she discovered that this organization has amazing combat capabilities. In order to ensure that the mission can be carried out smoothly, she can only make a new plan and choose to blend into the Justice League and slowly make more plans. This time, she got news that a supernatural event had occurred in Gotham. She hopes to resolve the matter before the Justice League notices, as a stepping stone to joining the Justice League. But who is this man in front of me? Why does he have N-metal from his home planet? Chapter 132. The N-metal of Senegon planet has never been spread out, so almost only Senegon people in the entire universe can mine and use this metal. Not even the Martis people known as the Asgardians of the universe have N-metal, let alone an Earthling who can't even leave the solar system. But the facts were right in front of Shayera, and she had to be a little more careful. She secretly took out her hammer and asked Hawkman, "Who are you?" Carter, who was investigating, heard someone speaking and raised his head. But in his eyes, the person in front of him was not Hawkgirl, but a female demon with a head. He was shocked, and the N-metal weapon instantly appeared in his palm and transformed into an axe. "Stop the devil ahead!" Shayera felt that the other party was confused. She just asked, but the other party's expression suddenly changed and he even took out a weapon. She didn't understand, but that didn't stop her from quickly assuming a fighting stance. However, the next moment, the Hawkman in Shayera's eyes suddenly changed and turned into a demon with an eagle head and sharp claws. "So you are a devil, tell me. Where did you steal the N-metal in your hand?" When Hawkman saw that the demon in front of him dared to scream at him, he picked up the axe and rushed forward without any hesitation, and smashed Hwashan with force towards Shayera. Shayera, who was attacked, raised her warhammer, and two N-metal weapons collided in the air. Huge amounts of shockwave knocked the two of them away. "It's the real deal." Shayera flapped her wings in the air to maintain balance, looking at the devil flying upside down with a solemn expression. The N-metal has been leaked. This matter is more important than her continuing the current 547 plan. She must interrogate the other party and find out where the end metal in the other party's hands comes from. But in the smoke, Hawkman flew out with his handheld battle axe, roaring and striking Hawkgirl again. Hawkgirl nimbly dodged the attack and swung her war hammer. Hawkman was also very agile, waving his wings and dodging. The two were chasing each other in the air, and the sound of steel colliding could be heard far away. In the Wayne building not far away, the three of them were eating melon and watching a show. Batman analyzed, they looked like they were confused by the illusion. Dane nodded, "You're right, it looks like that." Diana looked at the two calm men beside her and was speechless. "Don't you think, the most important thing to do at this time is to separate those two people quickly?" Dane was a little reluctant. He actually wanted to see how well those two people could fight, and by the way, he also wanted to see where the Hawkgirl came from. And Batman just said calmly, "I can't fly." He didn't wear the battlesuit made of eternal unmetal. Using that battlesuit to do things in Gotham was like shooting mosquitoes with a cannon, which was completely unnecessary. Diana turned her head to Dane, "Shall I go?" How could Dane let her go? Although Diana was a demigod, it was a dream stone, and she would still fall victim to the power of that stone. So, he could only put on the Sandman's helmet and go to the battlefield where the two sad men fought. Dane suddenly burst into the battlefield. The two fighting men saw a strange-looking stranger coming and stopped at the same time. Although he is only one person, the pressure he brings to the two of them is not ordinary, at least much stronger than the opponent they are fighting. Hawkman still displayed his tough personality. He didn't care what the thing was, he just picked it up and got on it. Dane held the axe handle with one hand and swung his other hand hard, knocking Hawkman away. He tried hard to spread his wings to maintain balance, but Dane's punch was a little too strong. His end-metal wings were pressed by air resistance and could not be opened at all. So Hawkman drew a straight line and fell straight into the depths of the earth. The end-metal resisted most of the force for him, but the last few forces were transmitted to him along with the armor's shock, knocking him out. Hawkgirl couldn't help but feel shocked when she saw that the new enemy had killed the demon she had been fighting with for a long time with one blow. But she was an excellent female warrior on Senagan planet, and she would never back down during the war. She gritted her teeth and raised her war hammer with both hands. A white light lit up on the spherical hammer, and the inside of the end metal began to vibrate violently. Hawkgirl shouted loudly and swung the warhammer towards Dane's helmet. Dane quickly learned her move in just a few milliseconds, and also raised the axe belonging to Hawkman in his hand. This weapon can be transformed into whatever shape it wants according to the user's will, so in the blink of an eye it turns into a hexahedron-shaped square hammer, which actually looks like Mjolnir. At the same time, white lightning lit up on the hammer. Hawkgirl held the hammer with both hands and swung it down, while Dane held it up with one hand. With a boom, the warhammer in Hawkgirl's hand came out, and her body flew upwards. Dane stopped in mid-air without moving. He threw the hammer in his hand. The square hammer hit the spherical warhammer and fell with it to an uninhabited place. Then he suddenly exploded the air around him, as fast as a bolt of lightning, and soon caught the paralyzed Hawkgirl. Hawkgirl saw the weird head and struggled desperately, but under Dane's huge strength, her efforts were in vain. At this time, the dream sand on Dane flew out and surrounded the two of them. After the dream sand took effect, Hawkgirl found herself in another world. "Calm down a little bit." Hawkgirl looked around, only to see the person who had just defeated her holding her head with both hands, and then raised it up. She was surprised to find that it was a helmet. The true face under the helmet is a handsome man. His eyes were as deep as pools of water, but the smile on the corner of his mouth was gentle and warm. Against the background of his dream, his face seemed to be shining. Shayera lowered her head in embarrassment. "Let me introduce myself, my name is Shazam, a member of the Justice League." "I know you." Shayera raised her head, "I saw it in your, that little communicator." Hearing what she said, Dane thought, maybe this hawk girl just came to Earth from an alien planet, right? You must not be from Earth, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't even know about mobile phones. Shayera knew that there were aliens in the Justice League, so she did not hide her true identity. She simply admitted. You are right. I come from the Senagan planet in Sector 2682. I am a detective. I followed an interstellar criminal to this sector. Finally, under the conspiracy of the criminal, the spacecraft was destroyed and crashed to this planet. This was the argument she had thought of before coming to Earth, and her identity was not afraid of being checked. She knew that there was a Green Lantern on Earth. If someone really wants to be serious, wouldn't it be bad if they didn't prepare in advance? So everything she says now is based on facts, and even the so-called criminal is real, so Shayera is very confident when she says these words. Dane nodded, as if he believed what she said. You just fell into an illusion, so you regarded another person as your enemy. Shayera was about to say it was impossible. She was wearing N-metal, so it was logically impossible for her to be affected by psychic abilities. But Dane seemed to know what she wanted to say, and said first. I know what you want to say, and I know the ability of N-metal, but this time the magic nose cannot be blocked by the metal on your body. Then he looked around, just like now, it can't stop me from pulling you into this dream world. Only then did Shayera realize that the stars in the sky were abnormal. The stars in the sky were moving as fast as star trails, but she felt nothing. Dreamland? This is the world of dreams. She was so surprised. This was something that even Senagang might not be able to do. Magic was indeed amazing. Dane withdrew his gaze from the horizon and focused it back on Shayera. If I guess correctly, the force test that causes people in the real world to have illusions is related to dreams. That is a very powerful force. You'd better not stay within the range of magic when the truth is unknown, otherwise it will be easy to get tricked. Then Shayera pointed to herself. Don't worry, I will remove this spell for you. By the time they returned to the real world, Shayera had returned to normal. And Hawkman? He's still in the pit. Chapter 133. Dane introduced Shayera's origin and identity to Diana and Batman. She received two confused looks. Batman has always been suspicious of everyone, and Diana is a little suspicious of all the women around Dane. But they are now pressed for time and have no time to worry about this trivial matter. Dane immediately set up a huge amount of dream space around Gotham, which can slightly block the power of the Dream Stone. What do we do next? Batman asked. Dane thought for a while and said, it seems that to find the mastermind behind this, we can only find one person to help. Who? Lucifer. Sandman should be able to know the location of the Dream Stone, but now that he and Dane are in a competitive relationship, it is impossible for him to tell him the whereabouts of the Dream Stone. Batman's expression was subtle, and he looked at Dane. Are these things also among your predictions? Dane shook his head. Some changes have taken place in the future, but don't worry, at least so far, things are not out of control. Batman then set his sights on Gotham. I have to stay here. At this time, some people may take the opportunity to do something. He knows that some villains will not let go of this opportunity to cause chaos in Gotham, and he must always keep an eye on it. Dane nodded, but he reminded, don't get involved too deeply. The magic I cast on Gotham is time-sensitive. With that, he left Gotham with Wonder Woman and Hawk Girl. When the three of them opened their eyes again, they arrived in Los Angeles. Hawk Girl was surprised, she had never seen such efficient teleportation technology. But when they saw where Dane walked into, they were shocked to find that it was actually a bar. Lux is as deserted as ever. Dane was already considered a regular visitor this time. He greeted Meskin and sat down in front of Lucifer. Diana and Shayera stood behind him, one on the left and one on the right. Lucifer looked at a few people playfully and then said, Yanfu is pretty good, Dane. Why? Diana and Shayera looked at each other with subtle expressions. Dane didn't talk nonsense to him and went straight to the point. I have obtained 2 dream artifacts, and the third one is already in sight, but I need your help. Oh! Lucifer was surprised. Are young people today so efficient in doing things? Or is the dream artifact so easy to find? But he asked curiously, let's not talk about how I want to help you, but why should I help you? But Dane was very calm. Let's talk about the first question first. I hope you can help me summon the 3 goddesses of destiny. They can tell me the answer I want. Shazam is not very able to use the Destiny series of spells, which are usually the power of witches. It is said that the 3 goddesses of destiny prefer the witch lineage. Dane felt that if he dialed up the 3 goddesses, they would probably ignore him, so he came to find Lucifer. Even if you are the 3 goddesses, if Lucifer comes to you for trouble, you can't give him any face, right? Then he looked at Lucifer and continued, let's talk about the second question. Lucifer, I know you are tired of hell. But the dream stone is now in the hands of an ambitious man, who seems to want to cause a world chaos. If he succeeds, hell will soon be overcrowded, and all this is because of your current indifference. If you don't help me now, I will give the key to hell to Gabriel and ask her to go to God and file a lawsuit against you. What do you think God will do? Lucifer stopped drinking and stared at Dane with burning eyes. If the earth becomes a ghost, you will have no playground, and there will be a lot of trouble in hell waiting for you to deal with. Dane sneered, you will be thrown into hell again by God. This time, before hell is completely dealt with, you will never come out to play like you are now. Lucifer couldn't help but retort, but now you are the Lord of Hell. Dane lay back and died immediately. At worst, I will become a death god. Like death, I will come out to pick up a few souls when I have time, and stay in the realm of the gods when I have no time. You and I are not in the same system, and God will not care. Mine. Lucifer fell into silence. At that time, if the man in front of him used the word death, maybe God would give him face. Difficult. He thought for a while with a sullen face, and finally said reluctantly, just this once. Dane straightened up immediately and kept nodding, definitely, definitely. But the perfunctoriness in his tone was barely concealed, and Lucifer once again refreshed his understanding of him. When this guy is shameless, he is really shameless. But he was unusually not very angry, but had a rather fresh feeling growing in his heart. Then, Lucifer began to use his divine power to summon the 3 goddesses of destiny. The 3 goddesses summoned by Lucifer are different from the 3 Greek goddesses of destiny. They are the source of the 3 goddesses in all legends. They are not only the 3 goddesses of fate, but also the 3 goddesses of favor, and they can even be the 3 goddesses of revenge. In a magical mist, the half-bodies of the 3 goddesses emerged. A beautiful blonde girl, an old witch with a hooked nose, and a chubby little old lady, this is what the 3 goddesses of fate look like. As soon as the 3 goddesses appeared, they focused on Dane, as if they had already known that he was the one who wanted to ask the question. Tell me, kid, you can ask us 3 questions. Remember, you only have 3 chances. Dane definitely knew the rules, so he immediately asked, who has the dream stone? The corners of the blonde's lips curled up. In the case of John D., a man who calls himself Drive Destiny, he is the son of Ethel Cripps. Dane understood that this Ethel Cripps was the lover of the second head of the family who imprisoned Sandman Morpheus. She eloped with one of the family master's men and stole the 3 artifacts that the family master took from the Sandman. It seems that although this destiny caused the plot of Justice League Dark, it is still connected to the story of the Sandman. Dane went on to ask a second question, where is this John D.? I want to know the exact location. The old witch with the hooked nose in the middle replied. He was in a dream created by Brute, and Brute, he was in the dream of a little boy named Jed Havoc. Dane nodded. As long as this Jed Havoc is still in the real world, the tracking spell can find him. He had one last question left. Dane thought for a while and then asked, "Has Morpheus asked you about the whereabouts of the dream stone?" Finally, the chubby little old lady cheered, "That's a very good question, kid. He has definitely asked it before. You don't have much time. I wish you good luck, young man." After that, the three goddesses disappeared without a trace as when they came. "Please give me flowers." As expected, Morpheus has already started looking for the dream stone, but Jade, that is Morpheus's blood relative. Jade Havoc's grandmother was once unknowingly violated by the desire in the Endless family and gave birth to a child. Jade Havoc is a descendant of this child. The Endless family has an iron rule that they cannot harm their blood relatives. So Dane soon realized that Jade was a trap set by desire for Morpheus. It's time to fish in troubled waters again after a long absence. After getting the answer, Dane was not in a hurry at this time. With Morpheus as his forward, why didn't he hurry up? And he still remembers the plot of the Sandman. Don't look at Meng Jun's current comments. If he thinks that the current dream stone is so easy to get, then he will suffer a big loss. At the same time, Morpheus, who had obtained the whereabouts of the dream stone, had found Jed's location. To be precise, it was the location of Jed's dream in the Dream Kingdom. His power at the moment is not as good as Wang Yi in his heyday, so it is not suitable to appear in the real world. He knows that there is a very powerful opponent waiting for him there. 0. So he followed the guidance of the dream and found the little dreamland that was outside the Kingdom of Dreams. It is really too small. Except for a small floating garden, it is surrounded by a void area and there is nothing. When Morpheus tore off the borders of the small dreamland, Brute thought it was Glauber who was back. When he took a closer look and found that it was his master, he was instantly frightened to death. Then he turned around and wanted to escape, but Morpheus did not let him go. Although he lost too much power, he was still the undisputed king in the Dream Kingdom. All the personal dreams in this world were created by him. Brute, a creature, obviously cannot resist his creator. So Morpheus quickly absorbed all his power, and then he saw John Dee, who was wearing his own ruby. John Dee grabbed Ruby tightly and backed away nervously. And Morpheus pressed forward step by step, "Human, that is my thing, you should give it back to me." Although John Dee was scared, he bravely said, "No." Morpheus lost his patience. He was worried that Dane had noticed this, so he stopped trying to persuade John Dee and directly reached out and grabbed the ruby. But an incredible scene happened. This dream stone has actually been transformed by others. Morpheus did not expect such a situation. Not only did the dream stone not return to him, but it directly sucked away most of his power. He passed out in a state of debilitated weakness. On John Dee's chest, rubies sparkled, as if full of power. Just when he was ecstatically trying to grab the gem, an arm grew out of his chest and grabbed the dream stone. "Ha ha 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 ha, after 500 years, I have finally waited for this day." John Dee held his head and shouted in fear, "No! You promised me! This is life, kid, life is cruel." A muscular man wearing a hood, with pale skin and a skull-like face flew out of his body and sucked all the life force out of John Dee in an instant. "Thank you for dedicating everything to the great cause, to me, too. Destiny Man." Chapter 134. A few days passed like this, and Dane did nothing but busy bringing all the humans who were possessed under the influence of the Dream Stone into dreams. Batman is busy playing hide-and-seek with Gotham's villains who are ready to take action again. There are too many guys who want to fish in troubled waters. Even Nightwing, who was originally stationed in Bloodhaven, came to Gotham to hunt down Penguin and Two-Face. This situation cannot continue. In the Hall of Justice, Superman looked at the news on the big screen with a solemn expression. He turned to Dane, "Can't we do something?" Dane said angrily, "What the hell are you talking about? I seem to be the busiest these days, okay? Even Xiao Jia and Constantine are busy setting up the magic circle. What are you talking about here, a person who doesn't do anything?" Clark was a little embarrassed when he heard this, and the momentum he had just managed to gather suddenly collapsed. But the situation has not improved. Instead, it has become more serious. The situation is expanding faster than we imagined. Martian Manhunter walked in from the door. Recently, the Sky Eye Society is also thinking about the 210 method to find out the cause. I heard that Hawkman has set out to find the legendary Dr. Destiny. Hey? He hasn't been beaten enough yet. The person who spoke was Damien, who had slipped in without knowing when. Dane was confused and asked Cortana, who let him in. Cortana showed a 3D full-body image in his palm. According to the monitor, he stole Batman's teleporter. Damien said proudly, he was careless. Then what are you doing here? Dane looked at him a little funny. This is not a place for children to play house. I'm almost an adult. Damien gritted his teeth, and I have killed many criminals, so I am very powerful. Although he has been strictly supervised by Afu over the years, Damien has not become a good boy because of this. On the contrary, he often goes out quietly to do heroic things when no one is paying attention. Damien set his nano battle suit in 3 colors, black, red, and yellow, and nicknamed himself Robin. He often kills perverted murderers who are obviously vicious. But in order to prevent Batman from discovering his little secret, he usually finds out the goal of Batman's actions in advance, and then finds a way to do things in the opposite direction. He is a professional assassin, and he deals with criminals who are not very famous. Every time he kills with one hit, he immediately retreats and never delays, so no one has discovered him so far. The criminals he killed were all blamed on the Red Hood. The only superhero in Gotham who would directly kill criminals was the Red Hood. Red Hood is now ranked very high on Quaishu. Except for those heroes with special abilities, he should be the highest ranked male hero. Although his ranking is still second to Batgirl, there is no way to help it, LSP is still very powerful. As the only hero in Zhenglian who chooses to kill criminals whenever he encounters them, his hardcore style has attracted a large number of fans. Some fans even directly exposed those perverted criminals who committed serial murders in the official comment section of Kuaido but got away with it because of insufficient evidence. Whenever the Red Hood is free, and after finding out that the other party is indeed guilty, he will kill him, which further boosts his popularity. Fortunately, Damien never killed people indiscriminately. He only killed evil people who were determined to die. Even if the Red Hood knew that someone was framing him, he didn't care. He wished that there were more people like this, the better. At this time, Batman suddenly sent a communication request. Dane ignored Damien's request to be silent and opened the communication. Batman's serious bust appeared on the screen. Damien, I know you are there. His low voice made it difficult to hear the emotion. Don't think that I don't know those things about you, I just don't have time to talk to you about this issue. But this time when you come back, I think it's time to start. After saying that, he hung up the video without waiting for Damien to respond. Damien stared at the screen blankly without saying a word. Dane turned to look at him, oh haha. Damien suddenly woke up with a jolt, and he said with an unkind expression, what is your name? Dane smiled and said, what's wrong? Even the rich generation sometimes feels guilty. Everyone present looked at him instantly, so you are the rich end generation. Many people on the internet are speculating on the identity of this rich end generation, suspecting that he is an internal staff member of Zhenglian. However, rich end generation usually turns on special effects during live broadcasts, so his true identity has never been discovered. Now that the case has been solved, if you think carefully about Damian Wayne, the future heir of the Wayne family, isn't he the rich end generation? Good guy, the answer is written on the riddle. No wonder he runs to the Hall of Justice from time to time, just to get first-hand information about Zhenglian. When Wonder Woman thought about how depressed she was at having to stay at home because her identity was leaked, she looked at Damien with a somewhat unkind look. Other Zhenglian members also thought of similar things and started walking towards Damien one by one. Damien saw that everyone in Zhenglian looked like they wanted to beat the children, so he couldn't help but retreat quietly. He reached behind him, where he found the teleporter he had stolen from Batman. But this time, he touched something strange. Damien groped upwards in confusion, then suddenly turned around and jumped back in surprise. That's obviously a person. Everyone in the Hall of Justice was instantly ready for battle. Diana was covered in divine clothing and her eyes were blazing. Hawkgirl spreads her wings and holds a war stance in her hands. Martian Manhunter floats in the air, waiting. Superman leaned down slightly and locked onto the stranger. But only Dane not only did not move, but actually laughed. A rare visitor, what a rare visitor. I didn't expect the Sandman to come to my humble home in person, so I was very happy. When everyone heard this, they immediately restrained themselves. The person Dane knew should at least not be a bad person. Morpheus looked at Dane like he was paralyzed. You must have expected this scene, right? He only thought of it on the way here. Dane obviously knew more than him, otherwise he wouldn't be able to hit it at the right time every time. But Dane didn't answer, neither yes nor no. He invited Sandman to sit down and then introduced to the others. This is Sandman. Definitely, you can call him Dream God or Morpheus. He is the key to our solution to this problem. Morpheus ignored the looks of others, he stared at Dane and said slowly. My dream stone was snatched away by a black magician who calls himself Destiny. He should have come to this world at the moment. Black magician? Dane said in surprise, I thought it was John D. Morpheus couldn't tell whether he really didn't know or was deliberately pretending to be stupid, but he continued. The black magician had been living in John D's body, but, my power was taken away by the dream stone, and he ran away with the dream stone. Dane looked at him sideways, this guy was still showing off at this moment. What do you mean he ran away? Is it because you were lucky enough to save a small life? However, it does not rule out that Tianming knew the secrets of the Endless family, so he did not kill him. So? You came here to admit defeat? No, I'm here to help. I think you must not know what Tianming's real name is. Dane frowned. It was true that the original 2.7 animation did not reveal the real name of this black magician. The three goddesses only answer questions, but will not reveal the real mastermind. And once the other party's true name cannot be known, the tracking spell cannot find the other party. So Dane looked at it and Faith said, you mean you know? Morpheus shook his head, I don't know, but I have a way to locate the dream stone. The moment he touched the dream stone, although his power was taken away, he still took the opportunity to make a secret move. It's just that with his current ability, he can't retrieve the dream stone at all, so he can only seek Dane's cooperation. At least the competitor in front of him is quite upright. If it were an old fallen angel like Lucifer, he wouldn't give up until he had to defraud him of everything. When Dane heard this, he immediately understood what he was thinking. He secretly thought that it was a good thing that he had made it clear to him before, otherwise he would have been blinded at this time. However, he was still discussing business. What should I do after I get the dream stone? Who will it belong to? Morpheus has no hesitation, when the time comes, you and I will have a fair fight, and whoever wins will get it. Make a deal. Chapter 135. After Morpheus and Dane finalized the agreement, they took action immediately. To be honest, no one present except Diana could understand their transaction, and they all looked confused. But that didn't stop them from understanding that Dane had found a solution. Morpheus didn't waste any time and directly used his divine power. Gotham. This place is indeed a true feng shui treasure land. The first stop for Tianming to return to reality from the dream world is this sinful place. This is such a great place. Tianming was very satisfied, and he planned to set up a large magic circle here so that he could expand the power of the dream stone from point to area to the entire world. However, before he could take action, the ruby embedded in his chest suddenly glowed with red light. This phenomenon made him stunned on the spot. He doesn't have the power to activate the dream stone? However, he immediately realized that someone had tampered with the dream stone in advance, and that person could only be the Sandman. Before Destiny could take any remedial measures, the Justice League suddenly appeared. The first person to emerge from the teleport light was Dane, with lightning turning into a white light and shooting out of his hands. Tianming was inspired, and he instantly used the power of the Dream Stone and his own magic to construct an unbreakable shield. The Dream Stone has the power to turn dreams into reality, and Destiny has also modified the Dream Stone to make it more conducive to his use of black magic. Dane saw that the red shield was unscathed, and couldn't help but glance at Morpheus standing behind him. You said you didn't think about it when you made the Dream Stone and turned it into an artifact that can't be modified or can only be used by you. But Morpheus said confidently. First of all, I thought I didn't need it at all. Secondly, I set it as a gem that could be easily destroyed, just so that it wouldn't be used by others at critical moments. Seriously, you just have to crush it. FKU, old silver coin. Do you think I don't know that after the Dream Stone is broken, the power inside will return to you? He was too lazy to pay attention to him and turned to all the members of Zhenglian and said, Everyone, please remember not to attack the Dream Stone. As Zhenglian, whose members were all recruited by Dane, they definitely chose to follow Dane's instructions and focused their attacks on Destiny himself. Morpheus frowned and felt a little strange. How did this person know the secret of the Dream Stone? Logically speaking, no one should know about this kind of thing except himself. Tianming, who was surrounded by Zhenglian, knew that he was weak and tried to use the power of dream to disrupt the hero's cognition. But his attempt was seen through by Dane. The Dream Stone is the most powerful of the three artifacts, and neither the Dream Sand nor the helmet are enough to relieve its effect. But he can fight fire with fire. Destiny wanted to confuse the perceptions of all heroes, so he simply expanded the area of power. So he unfolded all the Dream Sand, wrapped everyone on the battlefield in it, and designed a dream big enough to accommodate everyone. Morpheus looked at him in surprise and couldn't help but sigh, you are indeed very capable. If you can really become the new dream god, maybe it won't be a bad thing. Dane said without looking back. Anyway, it can't be any worse than you. I have been imprisoned by a group of humans for 70 years. If I were you, I would have been so ashamed that I would hit my head with a brick to death. Morpheus's face darkened when he heard this, and he immediately changed his words, I was wrong, a guy like you really doesn't deserve the power of dream. Dane sneered, I need you to admit it. I just grabbed it, okay? Dream Sand and Dream Stone work at the same time. Although they are both constructing a dream, they are in two completely different directions. The forces from the same source conflict with each other, making the boundary between reality and dreams blurred. The color of the world suddenly changed, as if the realistic ink painting suddenly turned into an ink painting, and the colors were different. Gotham has changed, but it seems it hasn't. The Bat family, which was dealing with criminals such as Penguin and Two-Face, quickly noticed the changes in the city. Then Penguin and others also began to realize that something was wrong with the city. The whole city seemed to suddenly become quiet. This was not physical or realistic, but a strange feeling originating from the heart. Batman immediately thought of the hallucination incident a few days ago, and he guessed that other members of LA might be taking action. So he immediately pressed the communicator, but the machine failed to respond. Nightwing and Red Hood who were with him immediately took out their mobile phones. No signal. Nightwing said. Red Hood nodded, I am here too. After that, he took out the teleporter and wanted to use the power of magic to teleport near Zhenglian, but was stopped by Batman. We still don't know what's going on. What if the transmitter also fails? He didn't say it clearly, but the Red Hood knew what would happen if there was a teleportation failure. What to do if you split a person in half? At this time, they saw huge amounts of roaring coming from the distance, which was extremely conspicuous in the currently silent Gotham City. Batman made a quick decision, let's go over there. Neither Red Hood nor Nightwing objected. Compared to this matter, the gang in front of them was just a trivial matter. So they immediately left the Penguin and other villains behind, boarded the Batmobile and drove away. When Two-Face saw this, he felt as if he had been humiliated. How could they do this? Give up on us like this? Harvey's normal face laughed at him, that's because you are not important at all, Two-Face, you are just little punks. Shut up, Harvey! Two-Face roared, and then started arguing with himself. The Penguin has a serious face. He knows the city no less than Batman. In the dark ravines, he even knows more than Batman. So he knew that there must be some changes in Gotham that they didn't know about. Thinking of the recent events that happened in Gotham, he had a vague feeling about it. Let's go. Let's go take a look too. In other places in the city, unlike the quiet environment, some dark restlessness breeds in people's hearts. Especially now that Gotham has completely lost external signals, more people are beginning to feel uneasy. Someone tried to drive out of the city, but after crossing the bridge, Gotham was still on the other side. Someone tried to leave by plane, but the plane couldn't find any other route in the air than Gotham. Others tried to leave by ferry, but once out of the sea they never came back. Everyone began to panic and fear. But at the same time, they also found that their sense of time became a little blurry. Although the sun is still in the sky, some people clearly feel that many days have passed without feeling any hunger. Some people suspect that this is all a dream. And those who are not strong-willed begin to have dark thoughts under the subtle influence of dreams, and some things that were destroyed in the past are resurrected. For example, the Doomsday sect has begun to preach nonsense but very attractive things to the crowd. Brothers, sisters, this is the test God gives us. A guy dressed like a magician stood on the podium and spoke nonsense. The day of judgment has arrived, and this is the time for us to show our loyalty to the Lord. There is no need to be afraid, my friends, in this city of God, we are immortal. 533. And that's how the riots started. When those who launched the jihad discovered that they really would not die, their enthusiasm for this matter became incredibly high. But in this dream city, everyone is immortal, so some people soon began to resist. The city that was quiet a second ago suddenly became restless, and a wave swept through the whole city. In a corner of the city, the Birds of Prey team gathered together. There must be something wrong with the city. Barbara looked at the city in confusion. Her intuition told her that the city was not like this, but she could not remember what the city really looked like. However, Harley said something shocking, "This is a dream, sweetheart. Don't call me that." Oracle Man scolded him first, and then asked doubtfully, "Dreamland?" "Yes, this is someone's dream." Harley has a strong say in the matter of dreams. While Poison Ivy completely trusts her, Batgirl is dubious. She has even seen gods, so she won't completely deny Harley's words. "If what you said is true, it means that as long as we find the dreamer and wake him up, this matter can be solved, right?" the Huntress asked. "By the way, do you all believe her so much?" Black Canary doesn't trust Harley's statement because Harley always seems to be crazy. It doesn't hurt to give it a try. In short, this is a direction and it won't leave us without a clue. Barbara made the final decision. "Let's go, let's find out who caused this incident, defeat him, and then restore everything to its original state." After Barbara finished speaking, the Birds of Prey team took action. In the main battlefield area, Dane looked at the completely changed Gotham around him and suddenly realized, "City spirit, this is Gotham's dream." Chapter 136. All creatures in the world dream, and the souls of cities are no exception. The collision between Dane and Destiny's magic weapon seems to have dragged the spirit of Gotham into the dreamland. Is this considered an accidental injury? He turned to look at Morpheus and found that he also looked stunned. They nodded at the same time, which was actually a good thing. At least in Gotham's dream, all consequences could be reversed. Tianming is not as well informed as them. Even though he has lived for more than 500 years, 90% of that time was trapped in a human body. Moreover, the city spirit will try to avoid people like him, so Tianming has never seen such a magical life. Now he only thought that it was the conflict between the power of the dream stone and the opponent's artifact that created such a false dream. But he has no anger. In the dream, his power will increase exponentially. The destiny floated up, and the power of the dream stone appeared in his hand like a ruby. Superman rushed forward first, firing his heat vision towards Destiny's chest, but failed to break through his red shield. Tianming laughed arrogantly, "In the world of dreams, I am invincible." After saying that, he stretched out his hands, and two red beams hit Superman, pushing him far away. Clark had never felt such a feeling before. He was unable to resist the force. Under the influence of the red light, his steel body crashed through several floors. But the worst part is that these floors are occupied by people, and Clark is covered in the flesh and blood of the innocent people he smashed into pieces. When he crashed into the last building, the building even collapsed on him, and he was powerless to do anything. No. The heat vision beam from Clark's eyes directly split the sky. Batman, who was swirling around the city maze in the distance, saw the light and hurried towards it. When Batman finally arrived, Clark was covered in blood and kneeling in the ruins in despair, motionless. Batman immediately understood what he had gone through. Without saying anything, he came to Superman while swinging the nanosol. Clark turned around and saw Batman, with a sad expression on his face. "Bruce, I screwed up." Then he lowered his head and looked at his hands. "They all died in my hands. How can we clean these hands stained with blood?" Looking at Clark's apologetic and repentant eyes, Batman suddenly felt a strong resonance in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that Clark was also a human being, but he just happened to be a Kryptonian. "There is no time to feel sad about Clark, we still have unfinished business." As he spoke, Batman hesitated for a moment, and finally patted Superman on the shoulder to express comfort. Then he boarded the Batmobile again and drove towards the battlefield. Clark looked at the direction the Batmobile was leaving and calmed down. "Bruce is right, it's not over yet." After saying that, his expression became more determined, as if he was carrying something inside. He jumped up and flew towards the battlefield. Destiny repels Superman with one move and laughs even more crazily. "No one can stop me now." The Dream Stone now possesses most of Morpheus' power, which means that Destiny now holds most of the Sandman's power. In the world of dreams, he is indeed qualified to be arrogant. Morpheus was outside the battlefield. He was the god of dreams, but not a warrior. He had no intention of stepping forward to fight his opponent in hand-to-hand combat. And everyone in Zhenglian subconsciously ignored him and used their own methods to attack Tianming. Martian Manhunter tried to use the phase ability to penetrate the protective shield constructed by the Dreamstone, but he failed. The red shield sent out a spatial shock, knocking him out of his incorporeal state. Then Tianming waved his hand and threw him away again. Hawkgirl held the warhammer high with both hands, spread her wings like angel, and the warhammer flashing with white light fell down and hit the red shield. But it remained motionless. Destiny just wanted to use magic to deal with her, but Wonder Woman had been waiting behind her for a long time. When she saw Hawkgirl leaving, Destiny was in the front, knocking the shield to the ground, and slammed the magic bracelet down, hitting the edge of the shield. The divine impact flashed with a dazzling white light, almost making Tianming unable to open his eyes. He was also repelled by the shockwave along with the protective shield surrounding him. However, before he could stabilize his body, a fist flashing with lightning struck his eyes, and the red shield dented inward, startling him. But fortunately, it is still unbroken and still maintains intact function. Destiny was about to fight back when a batarang stuck to his shield. He sneered, "It's ridiculous, this kind of thing." Batman suddenly flashed, emitting blue flames, and his destiny and protective shield were knocked away again. He asked in shock, "Eternal Mark Metal?" He had a bit of a toothache. This thing was a valuable thing in the wizarding world and it cost a lot of money to buy it for 10 points. Now it is being squandered as a disposable consumable by a mortal who has no magic at all. He thought that when he was still a black magician, he could only use it a little cautiously. How could he dare to be so arrogant? But his distraction on the battlefield was actually a recipe for death. Behind him, Superman used Flight's huge kinetic energy to swing his fist. The red shield sunk inward again, almost touching Tianming's body. At the same time, Dane followed with great speed and hit Destiny's shield on the other side, just in time to flank Destiny with Clark on the left and right. The red shield is like a balloon being squeezed left and right, and its internal structure has reached a critical point. Dane gave full play to his speed and strength, and would not give up until he achieved his goal. His strong will triggered a response from the divine power, which once again added strength to him. Clark, on the other hand, charged forward with determination to win, and his power to move mountains and reclaim seas could even surpass magic at this moment. Finally, at a certain moment, the critical point of the protective shield was reached, and the protective shield of Dreamstone was broken. Morpheus stood on the ground watching this scene, couldn't help but sigh, "It's incredible." It is indeed incredible, because the power of dreams is invincible in dreams. It may even be compared to God. But Clark and Dane's speed still did not stop. The moment the shield broke, huge amounts of punches crushed him into pulp. Then at the moment, the power of the Dreamstone also activated. It's like going back in time, and the flesh and blood that Tianming shattered into pieces are reunited again. He holds the Dreamstone in his hand. As long as he uses it correctly, he will never die in the dream world. However, at the moment, he also had an expression of lingering fear. If it hadn't been for the fact that he had become a habit of being cautious, he would have been prepared in advance. At the moment he might really be dead, but he is still alive. Tianming decided to take a more proactive approach to attack. He used the power of the Dreamstone again, and his body suddenly expanded like an inflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, he had grown into a towering giant, and everyone in Gotham could see his huge amounts of body. Lord. The people of the Doomsday sect immediately knelt down and kowtowed to the giant, obviously worshipping him as some kind of god. The Birds of Prey team, which was investigating, also saw the huge amounts of figures. Harley swung the giant hammer and knocked down the last person. She said, "I bet my bra that is the reason we are looking for." Barbara pushed her away and said with disgust, "Who wants your bra, Lise? But maybe you are right, that guy is probably the one we are looking for. How about it, are you scared? Afraid? Are you kidding?" The huntress was very motivated. "I will let you see my true power." Black Canary raised his head proudly and said confidently. Poison Ivy said charmingly, "I haven't used my full strength for a long time. I hope that big man can last longer." Harley Quinn was like an atmosphere group, holding up a sledgehammer half a man's height and shouting loudly, "Kill him! Kill him!" Hearing this, the momentum built up in front of Oracle Man instantly collapsed. She glared at Harley angrily, but there was nothing she could do about it. She had already known that Harley was crazy. But this does not prevent her from becoming an important combat force in the Birds of Prey team. The 5-member Birds of Prey team quickly rushed towards the giant. Behind them, there were countless villains lying on the ground, including many famous criminals. For example, Penguin, Two-Face, and Black Mask are among the lying corpses. Penguin swore that if he still had a chance, he would kill these chicks. Chapter 137. Damn Justice League, please die. Tianming's head is in the sky, and the sound is as loud as thunder. With the blessing of the Dreamstone, his strength is even higher than before. He raised his feet and stepped on the ground. Those who could fly flew away, and those who couldn't flew used hooks and ropes to avoid them. Boom! The ground cracked instantly, and violent earthquakes spread to the entire Gotham City centered on Destiny's Bigfoot, like a bombardment of gunfire. The calls of the Doomsday sect became even more fanatical, and they kowtowed to the giant without caring about anything else. However, their gods didn't care much about them. The impact caused by Tianming's stamp extended outward along the ground, and soon a building collapsed. Those Doomsday sects who foolishly stayed in place and kowtowed to the giant bore the brunt and were crushed and buried by the collapsed building. All kinds of screams suddenly came one after another, and noisy voices sounded from various places. Now everyone woke up from a dream and fled desperately. However, the self-proclaimed prophet preacher is still blocking his followers. Stop! Don't run away! Comrades, this is God's test. As long as you survive it, the paradise of milk and honey and 72 pure girls are waiting for you. Many people actually hesitated after hearing his words. However, they were soon buried by the collapsed reinforced concrete and went to find their land of milk and honey, as well as the 72 girls. The prophet became excited and hurriedly rolled away. Who dares to stay here now will also follow the crowd and escape. However, the earthquake happened so suddenly and unexpectedly that many people were buried in the landfill without even a chance to react. Birds of prey, poison ivy threw a tree seed on the ground before the earthquake reached their location, and a huge amount of vine quickly grew into shape in a matter of seconds. It lifts the members of the birds of prey into the air, and the earthquake-proof structure constructed of layers of vines reduces the force of the earthquake very well. He made such a big noise. Harley exclaimed, looking at the giant from a distance like he was holding an awning with his hands. Bigness is strength, and she and Lei Lunu understand this very well. Dane doesn't know yet, but their best friends call him Mr. Big in private, which means obviously. Barbara frowned and looked in the direction of the giant. Destiny did not stop. His feet would stomp the ground from time to time, causing great trouble for them on their way. Ivy, can you let the tree take us there? Poison Ivy smiled, you actually want the plants to move? However, I am the only one who can really do it. After that, she sowed a few seeds on the ground again, and huge amounts of vines grew again, and she took the opportunity to jump on them. The other members of the Birds of Prey team saw the opportunity and quickly followed. The huge vines carried them forward, and it didn't take long for them to reach the solace of the giant's feet. Harley and Poison Ivy saw their Mr. Big at first sight. Harley shouted happily, "Honey! I'm coming!" Dane was about to fly upward when the sound stopped him. He turned around and saw that it was the Birds of Prey. He was surprised. This gave Tianming an opportunity, and he punched him. Dane reacted quickly, held his hands up, and took the punch forcefully. His body fell into the ground. Seeing this, other Zhenglian members quickly launched another attack on Tianming. For a time, bombs, shockwaves, and red lasers were flying everywhere, while Destiny was injured again and again, recovering again and again, not feeling tired. If this were changed to the real world, Tianming would have died countless times at the moment, but with the power of the Dream Stone, in the dream, he came back to life again and again. If he cannot completely kill Destiny's will, he will continue to be reborn until he completely digests the power of the Dream Stone and can completely defeat the Justice League. Dane tried to use the Parallax Monster to induce fear in the opponent's heart, but at the moment Tianming was at the most confident time in his life, fear could not affect him. Dane quickly rushed out of the ground and flew in front of the Birds of Prey team. Harley, Poison Ivy, Batgirl, and two other ladies, what are you doing here? Huntress and Black Canary looked at each other in surprise. It was Shazam. Alive. The thoughts in the hearts of the two young girls are very simple. Shazam, the #1 superhero among them all, is indeed very handsome. Barbara stood up as the captain. Shazam, we are here to help. I think so. Dane did not dampen their enthusiasm. He glanced at the giant Destiny and then turned to look at the birds of prey with sparkling eyes. Can you restrain that guy? Poison Ivy smiled and said, leave it to me. Dane nodded and continued, I need a chance, so it's best to make him freeze for a moment by surprise. It doesn't take long, just for a moment. Black Canary's heart moved and he took the initiative to stand up. Leave this to me. Okay. Dane nodded, then take action now. After saying that, he took off directly and joined the Zhenglian siege against Tianming. The birds of prey team took action, and Barbara immediately arranged tactics. Ivy uses plants to control the big guy's movements. Harley and I distract him. Huntress, cover Black Canary and go up. They all know Black Canary's ability, and they also know, Sif, the method she will use to make him temporarily lose consciousness. Decentralize your actions. Harley was like a crazy person. She carried the sledgehammer on her shoulders and struck directly at Destiny's toes. On the other side of the hammer, a thruster-like injection hole was suddenly formed, and blue flames were emitted from it, adding a thrust to the hammer. This is actually an alloy hammer made of eternal metal. Tianming felt pain in his toes. He looked down and saw a woman as small as an ant provoking him. He immediately raised his big foot and wanted to trample her to death. Harley dodged somersaults and nimbly dodged. At the moment, Poison Ivy was ready, she ducked back, and the vines instantly grew upwards in even larger amounts than before, just like Jack's magic beans. The vines kept going up, clinging to Tianming's body, until finally, the thick vines wrapped around his lower body. Tianming tried to break away, but due to Zhenglian's interference, he was unable to do so for a while. At the same time, Black Canary and Huntress have followed the ascension of last summer to the shoulders of Destiny. Tianming also quickly discovered them, and he stretched out his hand to try to catch them. Dane and Clark flew up and pushed his palm away. Lightning and heat vision prevented him from distracting himself. Paralysis and burning pain tortured him at the same time. The Huntress took out her crossbow and aimed it at one of Destiny's eyes. She nodded at Black Canary, who responded in kind. With a whistle sound, the crossbow arrow was launched, drawing an arc in the air and flying into Tianming's cornea. He received this blow, and although he felt no pain, he still blinked involuntarily. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Black Canary took a deep breath and loudly released sound waves into Tianming's ears. The intensity of her sound waves was so great that the Huntress standing on the other side couldn't help but cover her ears. This scream sound reached Tianming's ears, and his brain instantly went into overdrive. Dane did not miss this good opportunity. He flew forward and penetrated directly into Tianming's body. Although the body was constructed from a dream stone, its internal structure was exactly the same as that of a normal person. Soon, Dane penetrated deep into the heart of Destiny. The dream stone is like a power source connecting his heart and other organs. While Destiny was still in the frozen stage, Dane snatched the ruby embedded in his body during the period when he had no time to use the energy of the dream stone. Then he turned around and took out the kiss of death, which instantly stabbed him in the heart. By the time Tianming woke up from his trance, the power of Death God had been activated in his chest. He slowly raised his hand and covered his chest. It's just a small stab wound, just a stab wound. He was unwilling to do so, but his body still fell down involuntarily. His weight tore off the vines on his body, and he collapsed like a building. The Huntress and Black Canary standing on top of him were caught one by Dane, who burst out from his chest. With a bang, Tianming's body fell down, and his godless eyes seemed to be filled with unwillingness to fate. Morpheus, who admired the whole battle, walked to Destiny's big head. What a shame, you could have done greater things. As soon as he finished speaking, Dane fell from the sky with the two heroines in his arms. He let go of his hands, smiled at the two of them, and then walked to Morpheus. Stop being sentimental, you clearly know that he deserves to die. Because of his magic, there was even a mother in Gotham who thought her child was a demon and wanted to kill him. Although Batman saved the child in the end, his mother committed suicide by jumping off the building. So Dane has no sympathy for this kind of BD. He took out the dream stone, and Morpheus glanced sideways at him. The dream stone emitted a red light, which soon illuminated the entire sky, and a wave of energy spread out. The next moment, as if the camera clicked on a flash, the ink painting of Gotham suddenly returned to its proper style. Welcome back to the real world. Chapter 138. After the battle, Morpheus turned around and cast his eyes on Dane, his eyes meaning nothing. I don't quite understand the meaning of what you do, Morpheus said. Dane raised his eyebrows and said as if he didn't care, what are you referring to? Don't try to deceive me, demigod, you clearly have the ability to solve this problem on your own. With Dream Sand and Sandman's helmet, Dane himself actually has enough ability to try to kill Destiny by force. But he still brought the Justice League over, and even let a team like the Birds of Prey, whose overall combat effectiveness is not very high, participate. Morpheus didn't know the meaning of what he did, but what Dane said next made him understand and resonate. Dane asked back, then let me ask you, with Sandman's ability, do you need the help of 1062 vassals to govern the Dreamland? Morpheus suddenly realized, he smiled, and said, definitely not. Being a strong person is actually very lonely, so most of the time, they will deliberately limit their power so that they can get along with those who are not as powerful as themselves. Lucifer is like this, Morpheus is like this, Clark is like this, Dane is like this, too. No one knows that the arrogant Sandman Morpheus actually has a human friend. It was a mortal who was given eternal life by death. He and Morpheus would meet once every 100 years. On that day, no matter how busy Morpheus is, he will definitely set aside a day for that friend to gather. They listen, they communicate, they express their opinions and share their lives. Morpheus understood Dane and his view of him became much better. Dane then changed the subject, then the next thing is between you and me, how about it? Do you want a civil fight or a physical fight? Morpheus thought for a moment and realized that fighting by force was not an option. Even if the two set the battlefield in a dream, Dane, who has 3 artifacts, has the same ability as a dream god. Morpheus's power has not yet recovered, and he still needs some time. It's still a literary fight, but how do you plan to proceed? Dane smiled, but Faith thought this smile was sinister. He took out the dream stone, and the red gem gave off a dazzling light, bringing him and Morpheus into the dream world again. The Justice League and Birds of Prey looked at each other in shock when they saw this scene. Yai scratched his head, feeling like he couldn't get involved no matter what. Isn't this matter over yet? Clark looked at himself and found that the original bloodstains were gone. It's like they never happened. Batman didn't speak. His brain was analyzing this matter quickly, and his CPU was about to burn out. I think we still have work to do now. Wonder Woman looked around. After returning to reality, those people who were originally trapped in dreams woke up one after another. But it is obvious that they cannot adapt to the rapid transition between dreams and reality. In dreams, the perception of time is very confusing. Although you may only have slept for a few minutes in the real world, in the dream world, decades may have passed. The dream of city spirit further lengthens this sense of time, and many people who have just woken up have a feeling of being separated from another world. But the doomsday sects who originally died in their dreams gradually woke up and preached to the surroundings more excitedly. I told you a long time ago. This is the test the Lord has set for us. We are the Lord's warriors. We are immortal. And everything around you proves it. The man who called himself a prophet had a red face and was drooling as he spoke. And his speech soon inspired a group of not-so-smart guys to worship with surging hearts, and a group of people flocked towards him like they were meeting a saint. He can even do things like bring the dead back to life, which proves that what he said is true. These were the Lord's tests for them, and they had passed the test. Does that mean that the story of the 12 pure girls is also true? When they thought of this, these believers went crazy. They began to shout the name of the Lord loudly, thinking that their atrocities were doing something sacred, and they were convinced of this. However, just when they were about to act in the name of God, a real angel arrived. It's Gabriel. She now has a pair of golden wings made by Diane using N metal for her. Moreover, it was engraved with the runes of holy light and punishment flame, which made her whole body shine against the armor. Recently, she often performs miracles in the areas where churches are located, mainly to punish those churches that have a bad reputation among the people. At first, Gabriel was unwilling to use extreme methods, such as killing people. But Dane, this BD, tore apart the church's pretense and darkness right in front of her. He took Gabriel to a certain church welfare home and dug out the corpses of countless boys and girls buried in the ground. Gabriel was so shocked that he lost his voice. When she saw the evidence of the church's crimes so directly exposed in front of her eyes, she, who had become immortal, could not restrain her inner anger, and directly went on a killing spree against the church, burning them with flames. Dane believed that if people in heaven saw Gabriel like this, they would definitely think that she had fallen. And Dane might be the devil who tempted her to fall. At the moment, as luck would have it, it was Gabriel who had just arrived near Gotham to investigate a church that was said to contain demons. It could be said that these guys happened to bump into her. Hearing that this bunch of rubbish dared to cheat and do evil in the name of God, Gabriel's eyes suddenly turned cold. The leader of the magic stick was directly decapitated by her sword, and the holy flames burned all around. Anyone who was contaminated by it was instantly ignited and then burned to coke. Even Lucifer, who rushed here to watch the excitement, couldn't help feeling that compared to him, Gabriel at the moment looked more like the fallen angel. Wouldn't it take away her power and let her release her inner self? Lucifer had arrived here before the battle between the Justice League and Destiny began, and he just came to see the fun. Originally, he had no good intentions when telling Dane about Sandman. Now that the two are about to confront each other directly, he definitely wants to watch and join in the fun. Discovering Gabriel's transformation was an unexpected surprise. What method did you use to turn her into this? Lucifer muttered to himself. Generally speaking, angels have no gender, and their gender after birth is determined by the receptor. But generally, holy virgins are easier to find than holy virgins. According to his understanding of Gabriel, even if he became immortal without power, he should not have changed so much in such a short period of time. He could only understand that Dane had done something to her to make her more like a person, and a woman at that. But he quickly abandoned Gabriel because he felt the power of dreams, which meant that the duel between Morpheus and Dane was about to begin. But when he flew over excitedly, he found that the two of them had already disappeared into the real world and went to the dreamland. He was dumbfounded. It's not because he can't enter the dream, but because he doesn't know which dream the two of them went to. There are thousands of types of dreams, each of which has certain uniqueness and independence in its own field. Please give me flowers, 0. For example, the divine realm where the gods were born and the fourth dimension where they now live have the power of dreams involved. Without knowing the exact location, even Lucifer can't find anyone. At the moment, he felt that he had made a mistake. He never thought of leaving 1 or 2 dream artifacts for positioning. Now he couldn't watch the show. He felt a little unhappy now, and he was very sure that this must be the action of those two people working together to target him. Damn it! The land of dreams. Dane and Morpheus smiled at each other. Just kidding, as an old yinbai, how could Dane not know Lucifer's bad thoughts? Still want to watch a show? Shit! No one can disturb us here now. Tell me, how do you want to compare? Morpheus showed a very majestic demeanor. As one of the supreme beings, he did not hold grudges against Dane because of his targeting, but instead showed his magnanimity. Definitely this can be regarded as a hidden rule of the game. You decide the civil and military fights, but I have to decide the appearance. Dane was not polite to him and directly expressed his thoughts. Our competition is very simple. Name the 7 most powerful forces in the world and see who is stronger. I won't take advantage of you. You have to ask first. Morpheus frowned when he heard this, not understanding the meaning of Dane's game. If you know your own identity, you should naturally know the 7 members of the Endless family. Now that you are competing in this way, are you sure you are not trying to help him? But he suspected in his heart that there might be a trap in what the other party said. However, out of trust in the Endless family, he immediately nodded in agreement. And just as Dane expected, he fell into a trap. Morpheus said, "As you said, I will start first, crazy." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding dream shattered instantly, and the fragments of the dream were randomly mixed and reorganized in the space, making everything a mess. People don't know that the sky is heaven, the earth is earth, everything is chaotic, everything is crazy. This is indeed a powerful force. However, Dane said lightly, "Order." The chaos of the dream suddenly stopped, and the broken pieces were reorganized as if going back in time, bringing everything back to normal. Morpheus frowned even deeper, and he continued, "Despair." All the creatures in the dream suddenly felt a sense of hopelessness in their hearts, and an extremely negative force prevented them from thinking about anything. Everyone stopped, and the development of all things stopped. The dreamland feels the withering of life, and therefore becomes dim. Dane spoke softly again, "Hope." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light fell in the sky, illuminating the darkness in the hearts of all things in the world. Despair was dispelled, and all things regained strength. Morpheus stopped talking now. Instead, he stared directly at Dane. "What do you mean?" Every time he said a word, Dane said the opposite meaning of the word. And he also realized that the power of the Endless family had corresponding negative forces that could compete with them, but this was also something he didn't understand. Because in fact, he did not find that there was another Endless family in the world that could compete with the power represented by the 7 of them. But he couldn't deny Dane, because this game was not just about 2 people standing here bragging. Every concept they said would materialize under the power of dreams. Concepts without practical value cannot be realized in this game. That's why Morpheus dared to move the Endless family out, because they are real, even if the power they represent is abstract, they are entities. However, the antithesis Dane said could also achieve the same effect, which puzzled him. Chapter 139. Is it difficult to understand? But this is the essence of your power. Dane has begun his deception again. Destiny is actually to bring freedom to human beings, death is actually life, dreams bring reality, and the essence of destruction is actually creation. Desire can also lead to hatred. Behind despair is hope, and behind madness is the desire for order. The Endless family represents 2 sides of their respective concepts, and currently only destruction has seen the clues. During the period when he went on strike and ran away from home, he saw that the world had not stopped experiencing destruction because of his departure, and he knew that their assessment of him had been wrong. You have always had a wrong understanding of yourself, as if everything in the world cannot function without you, but this is actually wrong. Morpheus was furious because these words subverted his worldview. He has always been proud of his identity, and he is not shy about gods like God. When Morpheus used Dream of 1,000 Cats, he was so powerful that he could even reshape God. With such power, it would be difficult for ordinary people not to be distracted. In fact, before being imprisoned by humans, Morpheus had an extremely bad character, indifferent, autistic, arrogant, self-righteous, and arbitrary. He once fell in love with a woman from 953, who was also black, and in order to get her, he did not hesitate to violate the Endless family's commandments not to fall in love with mortals. However, the woman was very stubborn and unwilling to accept his love. In the end, the angry Morpheus was thrown into hell for nearly 10,000 years. Who can do such a ridiculous thing? He can talk to Dane calmly now, to put it bluntly, because most of his power is in the 3 artifacts. And the 3 artifacts are on Dane. Otherwise, just see if he can speak human language. Morpheus's anger was not painful at all to Dane. He just looked at Morpheus and asked, "Are we going to continue competing?" Playing this game with him also has hidden meanings. He just wants to tell the other party through this game that the Endless Family is not the master of all living things, and even in essence, it is the other way around. This is just like the relationship between a listed company and its shareholders. The Endless Family is similar to a corporate legal person and has the right to legally use shareholders' money for development, but they do not actually own the money. As long as the shareholders are still there and still trust the company will not collapse, and the legal person can be changed at will. And Dane proposed this game to remind Morpheus of this in a subtle way. It really drove him to panic, so he killed Morpheus here and then regarded this as a dream. But he didn't want to do it unless he had to. Because once he becomes a member of the Endless Family, he must be responsible to all shareholders like a corporate legal person, and he must also abide by the company's rules and regulations. From a free person to a restricted background pattern. Who wants to do this job? So his real idea is to let Morpheus continue to be this dream and bear the restrictions of the rule, but leave all his power to Dane to exercise. Does it feel familiar? This is the source of Shazam's power. It's exactly the same as the necromancer Shazam used to rob and deceive the power of various gods. You are truly worthy of being part of the Shazam family, even this shamelessness comes from the same line. Morpheus gritted his teeth. In the DC universe, gods are born in dreams, so Morpheus can be said to have witnessed the rise and decline of the Greek pantheon. Naturally, he will not forget the necromancer Shazam who dared to steal the power of the gods. And now, the face of necromancer Shazam highly overlaps with the man in front of him. The key is that Morpheus really has nothing to do with him, and he is in a terrible mood. He said angrily, "You have no intention of competing fairly with me, you deceived me." When Dane heard this, he simply stopped pretending and showed off his cards directly. He used the power of dreams to create a sofa chair, sat on it, and crossed his legs. Fair competition is based on the premise that both parties have equal strength. Now, Menjun, do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate fairness with me? Since knowing the nature of the Endless Family, Dane has never cared about their powerful power. Your family has the most powerful hydrogen bomb in the world, but you dare not detonate it. Then I'm afraid of an egg? Grab it. But Morpheus, as a conceptual master who has lived for countless years, will not be easily forced to give in with just a few words. Morpheus sneered and appeared on a sofa chair to sit down. You think that after you get the 3 artifacts, you can just use my power without paying any price? It's just a dream. He nodded meaningfully. Dane. I can feel the power of death in you. She gave it to you, right? Can you stop fulfilling the duties of Death God because of this? Dane said nothing and got to the point. Although he can use this method to avoid the restrictions of the Endless Family, he will also become a god under the Sandman. Gods have responsibilities. Before satisfying their own desires, they must fulfill all responsibilities, otherwise their power will be lost and eventually taken away by their superiors. So for Morpheus, he can wait until Dane fails in his duty to recover this power. It's the same, but it will take a little longer. But isn't that better? If someone helps him perform his duties, then he can take a good vacation. Do you think Morpheus has nothing to do? He also has to work in order to weave dreams for humans, okay? But does Dane have the time? No. In addition to managing the company and Jenglian's affairs, he also has to take care of several girlfriends. How can he have so much time to devote to Menglan's affairs? So from this aspect, he is short of manpower. This dream world is different from hell. Order in hell is optional. Dane just needs to prevent the demons inside from escaping. Even if the demon inside beats people's brains into dog brains, it can still be regarded as doing justice to the people by eliminating harm for the people. But dreams must fulfill their duties effectively. It is an important part of maintaining the real world and cannot be missed. So Dane said calmly, maybe I need to find a few people to help me manage these complicated affairs. Morpheus has not yet recovered his sinister intentions, and at some points, he is really incredibly slow. Just listen to him say very honestly. You definitely need manpower, but there are not many people who are familiar with dream affairs, and I remember that you have only become a god not long ago, so what can you bring in? But the next second, he saw Dane staring directly at him. He was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but cursed. UBD. You took away my power, and you actually want me to do things for you, and then you sit back and enjoy the results. I have never seen such a shameless person. Dane pulled him down and calmed his breath. Don't be angry, we are discussing, right? You decide the conditions. I just want to be lazy occasionally. I believe you can understand, right? Seeing that Morpheus wanted to rant again, he pointed at him and said, don't deny it. I know it. You won't forget about Nada, right? Nada was the woman who rejected Sandman and was imprisoned in hell by him. Morpheus definitely remembers her, how could he forget? Nada was the first human being to pursue him crazily, and he returned her with the same irrational love, but she rejected his love. This can be called a great humiliation in Morpheus's life. But how did this Shazam know? Don't worry about how I know. In short, you are usually so busy and you still have time to fall in love, so why can't I? Morpheus has never seen such a person before. He is thinking about how to fish before he officially takes up the job. Is it really okay to leave dreams to such a person? In fact, Dane wouldn't do this if he could afford it, but he is duplicating himself. He had to keep an eye on things on Earth, lest one day the Flash did a reboot because he missed his mother or something and he didn't even realize it. Speaking of which, the time for Barry Allen to obtain the Speed Force is coming soon, and he can't leave the Earth at this time. The Speed Force felt more mysterious than any other power, and he had to study it. So the two of them went through some back and forth and finally reached an agreement. Dane will return the Dream Sand and Helmet to Morpheus, allowing him to regain some strength, which is enough for him. As a Sandman, he can also regain his strength by devouring dreams, so he only needs these two artifacts to return to his peak. When he heard him say Dream Eater, Dane looked at the strange-looking helmet suspiciously. Could this thing be made in the shape of a dream taper? So ugly. In the end, the Dream Stone was retained by Dane as a trophy for his victory over the Sandman. But Morpheus reminded him, in the real world, it is just a gem containing infinite energy, and you can use it as a magic energy source. But only in the dream world can it exert its true power. And Morpheus also told Dane another very important thing, don't try to use the Dream Stone to kill people in dreams, it is useless. Even Morpheus, the master of the dream, cannot kill people wantonly, so how can his creation be an exception? When Tianming got the Dream Stone, he didn't want to kill people. He wanted to enslave the hearts of all humans and make them regard him as God. With the exception of the Endless Family, all gods in the DC universe rely on the faith of mortals to exist. According to Morpheus, it is the imagination of mortals that constructs the images of gods in dreams. This is why almost all gods look familiar to humans. Even if it is not a human-shaped god, it is still the stitched appearance of some animals known to humans. This is the power of faith. Therefore, once Tianming's plan succeeds, he will immediately be able to make people on the entire earth imagine himself as a god. This is indeed a shortcut to becoming a god, and the success rate is very high. Chapter 140. But for Dane, using the Dream Stone to become a god is meaningless. He is the god of death. Even if he is promoted again, he will not be as high as death. Does this mean that the Dream Stone is useless? Not at all. After understanding the function and usage limitations of the Dream Stone, Dane had new ideas. In reality, scientific research experiments often require very harsh experimental environments and conditions, such as absolute vacuum, such as absolute zero, such as controlled high temperatures of hundreds of millions of degrees. In reality, it is very difficult to achieve such conditions. Let's not say whether it can be achieved, the cost will be very high. But what if the experimental site could be moved to the dream world? Using the dream stone, he can create an experimental environment that fully meets the requirements, and then complete the research in the dream world. For another example, in the world of dreams, things can be created out of thin air. In other words, pre-technologies that cannot be manufactured on Earth due to insufficient industrial standards can be directly embodied in dreams by imagination. For example, if you don't have a qualified photolithography machine, you can't make something like a chip. But he can take the raw materials into the dream world, then use his imagination to create a photolithography machine and then make the chip. This way you will have a finished product after it comes out. Definitely this approach is a bit stupid. If you really want to do it, it would be great to produce 24 batches of photolithography machines directly in the dream. Although there are many restrictions on its use, the Dream Stone's ability is still the most powerful among Dane's many artifacts, and Scepter has to take a step back. As long as he can drag his opponent into a dream, Dane is God. He doesn't even have to do anything to make his opponent fall into a dream forever. Then he can return to reality and kill the opponent's physical body. One virtual and one real, perfect coordination. But even so, Dane always felt a sense of disobedience in his heart. He always said what he wanted to say, so he asked Morpheus directly. I feel a little strange. Is this dream stone, well, how should I put it? It's not as powerful as I thought. Morpheus nodded and said. You are right. In fact, the biggest role of the dream stone is as an energy source. Most of the time, its energy is inexhaustible. Because as long as there is a living being dreaming in the world, he is providing energy for the dream stone. But the dream stone's ability in dreams cannot surpass mine, and I think you should know why. Dane can understand that after all, it is a tool he created, and it is the ability of the same origin. If the ability of the creature exceeds the creator, will he be the king of dreams? Is it Morpheus or the dream stone? So obviously, the dream stone's ability limit cannot exceed Morpheus. The reason Sandman is powerless now is because he has lost all his power and needs a period of time to recover, and Dane just took advantage of it. Just like the humans who imprisoned Morpheus, they were picked up. Dane sighed. Although he didn't reach the sky in one fell swoop, he still gained a lot. People still have to be content. Morpheus spoke again at the moment. Now that the agreement has been reached, it is time for you to choose. Each Dream Lord needs to control a part of the dream. You can choose the dream you want to control. Okay? Dane asked, raising an eyebrow. As long as it's a concept in a dream, you can choose it. Morpheus gave him an affirmative answer. Dane made his choice without hesitation. I hope to master the dream of inspiration. The inspiration of all the smart people in the world will be generated in the dream I master. Morpheus thoughtfully said, there is indeed no one in charge of this concept. Dane smiled slightly. In this way, everyone in the world who gets inspiration in his dreams is working for him. You must know that inspiration covers a wide range, not only the creations of artists and the research results of scientists. All sudden ideas can be counted as part of inspiration, which also allows Dane to learn those abilities in disguise. You know, many magical abilities can be foreseen in dreams. This is a precognitive dream. Gods can also dream, so gods can also exist in inspired dreams. Dane waited in this world for a long time and found that the gods who wanted to rob hell as Lucifer said had never appeared. Then he can only find a way to take the initiative. Everything was in order, and under Morpheus's unhappy eyes, Dane patted his butt and returned to reality. And Morpheus will continue his journey. Although he has only recovered part of his power, he is enough to solve some problems, such as the problem of the dream vortex. When Dane returned to Gotham again, he was not greeted by his reliable teammates or lovely girlfriends, but by Lucifer, who was full of resentment. "Why are you here?" Dane asked in surprise. Lucifer almost wanted to go crazy. "Why don't you know I'm here?" But he was a man of grace and finally endured it. He saw that not a single part of Dane's body was missing, and left with a cold face without saying a word. Dane raised his head and glanced at the dark sky, feeling that the other person was too lazy to wait here for so long just to take a look at him. He came to a high place to observe the entire Gotham and found that people from the Justice League were arresting people everywhere. Catch those who take advantage of troubled waters, catch those who can't distinguish between reality and dreams, and commit suicide, and catch those who go crazy because they can't distinguish between true and false. Everything else is easy to talk about, but why did Hawkgirl have S*X with Gabriel? Dane suddenly realized that it couldn't be because of the N-metal, right? He guessed correctly and set the time to when he and Morpheus entered the Dreamland. When Gabriel slaughtered the mad believers in the Doomsday sect, these madmen were no longer afraid of death. They firmly believe that there is really a Lord above to protect them, so a group of fanatic believers shouted jihad and charged towards Gabriel. It's hard to say how much of this is due to evil thoughts because of her beauty. Anyway, it doesn't need to be said what kind of person is willing to risk his life for 72 pure girls. And facing these heretics with dirty eyes, Gabriel showed no mercy at all. Her heart was even colder than the sword in her hand. Sword by sword, every arrogant person who came up was killed. And this scene happened to be seen by Hawkgirl Shayera, who rushed here. Another one using N-metal. Hawkgirl felt distressed. This is also Dane's fault. He was so busy snatching Morpheus's artifact these days that he forgot to tell her that there was another one. Members within the Alliance will not use N-metal unless necessary. What's more, there are huge amounts of differences between the young Hen N-metal alloy and the pure N-metal armor she wears, and it's normal for her not to notice. So much so that Hawkgirl still doesn't know that Dane actually has a way to synthesize sub-N-metal by himself. So when he saw that Gabriel actually had N-metal full body armor and used it to kill powerless civilians everywhere, she immediately attacked Gabriel. 537 When Hawkgirl's warhammer was about to hit Gabriel's head, the battle suit on Gabriel automatically closed his helmet and opened it like the wings on Valkyrie's head. In fact, this suit of armor was designed by Dane with reference to the Nordic Valkyrie armor style, which just highlights Gabriel's superior body curves and makes it easier to move. Gabriel didn't check for a moment and was hit in the head by a warhammer. Fortunately, his helmet automatically protected him in time, otherwise his brain would have been exploded. She was knocked into the ground by the hammer, creating a deep pit. When she looked up, she found that Hawkgirl was actually chasing her down. It's endless, right? She was angry and immediately started the attack program of the armor. This was a set of armor that combined science and magic. Dane did not deal with her. On the surface of the N-metal armor, countless tiny nanoparticles suddenly floated up. They floated above Gabriel's helmet and formed a circular ring, just like Angel's halo. A blue light lit up on the edge of the ring, and the power of magic surged within it. Gabriel waved the sword in his hand, and lightning surrounded it, knocking back Hawkgirl. What is this? Shayera has never seen N-metal used in this way. But Gabriel has already rushed forward, as fast as the wind. Hawkgirl only had time to raise her hammer to block, but huge amounts of power crystals knocked her away again. What a strength! Shayera clearly felt that the opponent's strength and speed had been greatly improved. Moreover, the blows she just hit on the opponent's helmet did not hurt her at all. And that lightning, is it magic? Speed, strength, defense, and magic, are you the female version of Shazam? Chapter 141. Thinking that these powers were so similar to Shazam, Shayera began to suspect that she might have done something stupid. So she quickly said to Gabriel, "Wait. There may be some misunderstanding between us." But Gabriel didn't believe this nonsense at all. Seeing that he was already at a disadvantage, you told me that it was a misunderstanding. Can I trust you? Think of me as a fool. Thinking of this, Gabriel not only didn't stop, but instead swung his sword and hit harder. Seeing that he could not win the opponent's trust, Hawkgirl could only bite the bullet and continue to fight. Fortunately, her pure and metal armor has good defense and can completely block Gabriel's slashing attack. Please calm down, I said this might be a misunderstanding. Hawkgirl shouted at her. And Gabriel sneered, then tell me, who are you? You can't be from the Justice League, right? Hawkgirl was choked by her. Although she had the intention to join, in fact, Shazam had not nodded yet, so the public did not know her identity. After all, she has only been on Earth for a short time. Except for Shazam and some members of Zhenglian, no one knows that she is an alien. Seeing that the other party was speechless, Gabriel doubted her words even more. The sword in her hands flashed with light of thunder, and she knocked Hawkgirl away again. She is indeed unique in the use of energy. Let me see how long your armor can last. Gabriel continued her blacksmithing journey, but she carefully avoided places where ordinary people gathered, and tried not to let their battles affect civilians and buildings. So they fought higher and higher, almost out of the atmosphere. Fighting here was a test of their physical strength and endurance. At this time, Hawkgirl's physical advantage became apparent. She is a female warrior trained by Sina Gang. She has extremely strong combat power even without wearing a battlesuit. She does not rely solely on armor. And what about Gabriel? She has the qualities of a warrior, but this body is just an ordinary girl's body and cannot withstand her excessive use. So soon, with all the advantages, Bailey gradually began to fall into a disadvantage. Damn it! If I hadn't lost all my strength, how could I? Gabriel was extremely unwilling, but it was an indisputable fact that she lacked the experience of defeating the weak with the strong. Having only fought in crushing battles in the past, she now knows how to use combat wisdom, but will her opponent give her a chance to grow? Hawkgirl didn't know her situation at all, and seeing that words didn't make sense at all, she could only find a way to restrain the other party before speaking. Moreover, after hitting her to this level, she was a little bit over the top, so it was inevitable that her attack would be a little light or not heavy. So she took the opportunity to consume another wave of Gabriel's physical strength, and immediately raised the heavy hammer to charge up again, and a dazzling white light lit up on the round hammer. Gabriel knew the big one was coming. Then give it a try. She felt cruel, raised her sword and began to charge up her strength. White lightning condensed on the blade, which also lit up with a dazzling white light. She wants to go head to head with her opponent. Then, two metal weapons clashed. In terms of strength, Hawkgirl's warhammer is stronger, but in terms of energy output, Gabriel's sword is stronger. Therefore, after a huge amount of impact, both sides will suffer losses. Huge amounts of counter-shock force knocked them out temporarily, turning one left and right into two symmetrical parabolas. At this time, Dane happened to return and saw the two people falling from the sky. It's not easy to worry about. He sighed, and then flew up. He first caught the nearest Gabriel, and then used Mercury's speed to chase Hawkgirl in the distance. With the energy provided by the Dream Stone, his speed was faster than before, and the people below could only see his afterimage. In just a few seconds, he crossed the entire Gotham and hugged the fallen Hawkgirl. It stands to reason that no man would be unhappy in this scene, but the fact that both of them were wearing metal armor was just passers-by. So Dane quickly found a place to put them down. At this time, the two people who had passed the dizziness period woke up. Dane! Shazam! Hearing the sound next to them, they immediately took up their fighting posture again. Dane stood in the middle and acted as peacemaker. Stop! We are all our own people. Gabriel looked at the other side in surprise, and finally put down the weapon in her hand. She said dissatisfiedly, even so, she shouldn't interfere in my affairs. Shayera was also a little unhappy. I just saw a crazy woman killing people randomly on the street, so I just wanted to stop her. Who are you calling a crazy woman? So what if you say it? Want to fight? Come on, come on. With that said, the two people took up fighting postures again. Dane simply grabbed their wrists with one hand and dragged them away. They were unable to resist this powerful force, so they could only play a game of staring at each other, and no one was convinced by the other. By the time Dane returned to Gotham with his men, other members of the Justice League and the Birds of Prey had solved the riots in the city. They are waiting for Dane to come back from the dream at the place where they originally gathered. Yi's sharp eyes saw Dane flying from the distant horizon with two beauties on his left and right. He whistled and couldn't help but said, "That's awesome." Then he felt several death stares. He shuddered and looked back, only to find that it was Wonder Woman and some people from the Birds of Prey team. Nightwing couldn't help but have a series of questions slowly popping up in his mind. Isn't this what he imagined? Then Shazam is awesome. As soon as Dane landed, he saw Diana's unhappy eyes, and definitely a pair of best friends from Birds of Prey, but they were not as obvious and bold as Wonder Woman. He quietly let go of his hand and then walked to the Zhenglian team. I haven't officially introduced it to you yet. This is Hawk Girl, a Senagan alien. She is from an alien planet like Superman and Martian Manhunter. She is very powerful. She is willing to join the Justice League. The reason why he made the introduction was because there were people in Zhenglian who didn't know her yet, such as people from the Bat family. And the Birds of Prey guys. Harley's eyes flickered back and forth between the two newcomers and Dane. She had an intuition in her heart that these two people might be more than just new teammates. Then Dane introduced Gabriel. This is Gabriel, yes, you heard it right, the word unknown in the Bible. Sure enough, everyone looked at her with surprise and surprise. Everyone has heard of Angel, but this is the first time they have seen it with their own eyes. Although Shazam has already shown that gods exist, this is the first time that everyone has seen a truly ancient mythical figure. She was punished for something and was left in the world, but she will not join the Justice League. She has her own things to do. Dane said. Batman cast a suspicious look, not because he doubted Gabriel's identity, but he had seen some of the gods and ghosts in the magic world. What he suspected was what crime Gabriel had committed that would cause God to demote her to the human world. This seemed to be only one step away from becoming an angel. He had an intuition that the other party was definitely not a peaceful guy. Batman still doesn't know that Gabriel has been killing people in the city, otherwise he might treat this woman as a high-risk target immediately. When he didn't know, so he paid only a little attention to Gabriel, the focus was still on Dane. Where did you and that, Zhao Dezhao, guy go? As expected, he would not be at ease unless he asked clearly about this matter. We are fighting over the ownership of this. Dane said, taking out the dream stone. We had just solved the fate of destiny, and everyone present knew this thing, and everyone felt sad about it. If Tianming hadn't just mastered the dream stone and let him get more familiar with it, everyone present would probably be brainwashed by the power of the dream stone and become his loyal believers. Batman immediately said, this thing is too dangerous. But it is also very useful, but it needs to be kept more properly. Dane said his plan. I'm in Morpheus, that's the guy just now, he's the dream god, and I got a priesthood from him. Now that I have a small dream in my hands, I will keep the dream stone in the dream so that no one in reality can get it. This solution sounds feasible, but the problem is that it is in the hands of Dane alone. But considering that everything Dane has done in recent years was legitimate, Batman didn't say anything. After all, it sounds like the power of the dream stone is indeed very powerful. Rather than being placed in the hands of the unknown dream god, it would be like being in the hands of the Justice League. Chapter 142. After getting the dream stone, Dane almost immediately found its first target, Kanduk. But before that, Dane had to find a way to comfort Diana. She was very unhappy that night. There is only one way for her to vent her dissatisfaction. You have to defeat her in both outdoor and indoor battles. Fortunately, Dane performed well on both battlefields. After fighting fiercely for a long time, Diana finally calmed down. Although Dane was curious about what she was thinking, he wasn't stupid enough to poke through the window paper. Anyway, living in harmony is the most important thing. After he settled the matter on Diana's side, he set off for Kanduk. At the same time, Arthur Curry, who has returned to Cin Port, has been feeling uneasy recently. The strange dream that day had been disturbing him. He wanted to believe the content of the dream, but his reason told him that he should not act hastily because of a dream. What if he really followed Dane's advice in the dream and went to the Justice League, and they didn't recognize him at all? How embarrassing would that be? So the safest thing is to ask Vico first to find out what is going on with his mother. Are you really exiled like what you said in the dream? However, recently, Vico always has to go out for a long time to see each other, and I don't know what's going on. After waiting for a long time, it was almost sunset. Only then did Arthur wait until his mother's most loyal subordinate, Nudi's Vico. Vico is a middle-aged Atlantean. As an Atlantean noble, Vico can breathe freely in an environment away from sea water. So it has been him for 470 years who has been teaching Arthur how to live like an Atlantean and how to fight with a trident. This is a skill that all kings of Atlantis must know, which shows how much Vico expects from him. Arthur, I saw your message, do you have anything important to do? Because they could not meet each other often, and the communicators on the seabed and on the surface could not be used universally, there was a lack of convenient means of communication between the two. Therefore, they agreed that if there was something important, they would leave the address at the place where they often trained so that they could meet next time. The training place is in a very secret space underwater, and there will be no other intelligent life except marine life. As soon as Arthur saw Vico, he couldn't wait to start asking questions. Vico, where is my mother? Is she exiled? Vico's face changed drastically, and he blurted out subconsciously, how could you can't know. Hearing this, Arthur suddenly became excited, which means that this thing is true. It is true that his mother was exiled, so it is also true that his mother was not dead yet in the dream. This is exciting news. However, Vico's heart became heavy. Only the people in the Undersea Kingdom knew that Atlanta was exiled to the Trench tribe. Moreover, this matter is forbidden to be discussed. Which BD not only met Arthur but also told him about this matter. Sabite, Vico does not have the ability to predict the future, nor does he know the plot like Dane, so he always thought that Atlanta had died in the Trench country. You can't blame him for thinking this way. Anyone who has watched the movie knows that the Trench country is an ecological disaster. What kind of rich marine resources can support thousands of sea monsters like that? Do they rely on cannibalism to maintain their populations? The fact that Atlanta is not dead is because the screenwriter gave her a big blow. Vico grabbed Arthur's arm and asked him nervously, Arthur, tell me, who told you the news? He was afraid that someone was plotting against this stupid guy. Arthur smiled at Vico and patted his shoulder hard. Relax, Vico, this is a good thing. Vico almost thought he was crazy, but fortunately Arthur said the following content in time. Someone told me in a dream that my mother was exiled to the Trench country, but he also told me that my mother was not dead. When Vico heard this, he was not as happy as he thought, but instead frowned. A dream. He was about to say that dreams were nonsense, but then he thought about it, what kind of dream could fabricate some of Atlanta's facts so accurately? Vico was certain that he had never told him about the Trench clan. Considering that the royal family has the blood of Poseidon, Vico suspected that this was probably a precognitive dream, so he did not speak out his doubts. Arthur nodded excitedly, yes. And the man in the dream told me that he knew my mother's exact address and he could help me rescue her. Wait a minute. Vico pressed his words, who is this person in the dream you are talking about? Arthur scratched his head. I don't know if Vico has learned any information on land recently. He is Shazam of the Justice League. Justice League? Shazam. To be honest, Vico has never heard of it. Although he opposed ORM's war against surface humans, from his heart, Vico did not like surface humans, let alone pay attention to their affairs. His understanding of people on the surface is still in the last century, and he believes that the technology of people on the surface is far inferior to that of people under the sea. But he didn't know that since the last century, humans have had the ability to perish together with all creatures in the ecosystem. Well, Arthur didn't have much hope for an Atlantean. He used the most concise way to improve his persuasiveness. Shazam has the power of 6 gods and is the patron saint of magic. Now Vico's attitude became serious. If this sentence is true, then the authenticity of the other party's words is very high. But the premise is that the other party is really what Arthur said, so Vico simply said. Arthur, if I am mistaken, you want to go find him, right? Take me with you. Let him see clearly with these eyes whether the other party is real or fake. Kandug. After dark, Dane came to the top of the Asgardian stone statue. He took out the dream stone and held it high, and the power of the dream instantly radiated to the entire city. The citizens of Kanduk who were active at night were unaware of it, but the city had fallen into a dream. Dane's body moved and he was instantly transferred to the dream world. In his dream, an identical but empty city appeared in front of him. Come out, there is no need for you to hide here. As soon as he finished speaking, Kanduk started to move like a living creature, and Dane flew into the sky, overlooking the entire city. The modern city is gradually changing, just like time flowing backwards through it. In just a few minutes, Kanduk seemed to have traveled back to the most prosperous era thousands of years ago. The tall palace city and huge amounts of double stone statues are her most conspicuous symbols, and the beauty of art and order is fully reflected in her. Dane flew down and landed in the square of the palace. Every brick and tile here was as exquisite as carefully carved. The palace was magnificent, and gold utensils could be seen everywhere. Gold is everywhere here, but it doesn't look vulgar. There are also many agates, emeralds, and various gemstones and jade embellishments. Walking into the palace, you can see a huge dining table, which is full of various tropical fruits and various seafood delicacies. There are also delicious wines made from local grapes that are fragrant. Dane picked up a golden wine vessel and took a sip into his mouth. The sweet wine slid down his throat, stimulating more saliva secretion. This sweet dream is so beautiful that it becomes unreal. Are you satisfied? Dane turned around and saw an Egyptian-style beauty walking in. She looks very young, at least younger than Dane appears to be now. This is a girl with ancient Egyptian features, a high nose bridge, thin eyebrows, and skin so perfect that no pores can be seen. She has medium-long black hair, with many braids on the left and right sides, and gold hair accessories as thick as a little finger, which are arranged in an orderly manner. Her complexion is wheat-colored, and her figure is not petite, but rather tall and toned. Her clothes are very similar to those of ancient Egyptian aristocratic girls. They are thin and slim. She can vaguely see the scenery that makes people think of it, and she has a kind of beauty that is half covered and half covered. The most impressive thing is her eyes, which are as dark as the middle of the night, but seem to contain stars. She is Kanduk, the spirit of this city. Chapter 143. Kanduk, are you finally willing to see me? Dane nodded and smiled at her. But the spirit of Kanduk is still expressionless. She seems to be different from Angelus, not the type who is very close to humans. You trapped me in this dream, didn't you just want me to show up? Dane found a seat and sat down like a true king. Kanduk, you should be able to see the efforts I have been making for this city, and you should also know what I want. Eternal metal, she whispered. Dane nodded, that's just one aspect. I need a base where I can feel completely at ease. You have been in contact with the Necromancer Council before, so it should be easy to understand. But you already have the Rock of Eternity," she said calmly. "That place is not suitable for a large number of people to settle in, and it can easily cause some dangers. I need a city that exists in reality." The spirit of Kandak closed his eyes. "Does it have to be me? I am a magical creature, Kandak, and there is no city in the real world that is more suitable for me than you." Kandak was lost in thought. There was only helplessness in her heart. If she could, she really didn't want to give in. Kandak, like her people, is a place that pursues freedom. However, in reality, this country cannot be called free most of the time, and is always enslaved by various people. It used to be the devil-worshipping King Acton, but now it's the international gang. However, Kandak knew very well that the people who are now in charge of the international gang are the descendants of Acton, and they are still working for the unfinished business of their ancestors thousands of years ago. The fate of this 1,000 years finally came back to the Acton bloodline. In fact, it makes sense that Dane's support for the rebels in recent years has delayed the development of the international gang to a certain extent. This leaves no time for Ismail, the man behind the scenes, to find the lost crown of his ancestors. From this point of view, everyone in Kandak should be grateful to him, but the help he brought also brought war to Kandak. This is also an indisputable fact. This made Kandak a little dissatisfied. In fact, she hoped that Shazam would lead the Justice League to directly wipe out the international gang, so that Kandak's losses would be minimized. But Dane doesn't like this approach. "Doesn't it mean you want to have S**X for nothing? How can he suffer this disadvantage?" So Dane ignored the dissatisfaction of the spirit of Kandak and said frankly, "Now I have two plans, you can choose one. First, you sign a contract with me. From now on, Kandak belongs to me personally, and I will take over all power here, both practical and magical. In this way, we will be a family from now on, and your business will be my business, and I can do it with my help. Second, you will stay in this dreamland from now on. The appearance of this city is your nostalgia for Kandak's heyday, right? You can stay in this beautiful dream forever. Although the real world is a little more complicated, I can also get this city through other means. When the time comes, I will still help you get rid of the international gang. Now, it's up to you." Because what he wanted was a complete Kandak, Dane did not demand the souls of all Kandak people like the demons who invaded Los Angeles. Now he no longer needs this kind of thing, he has become the Death God. As the Death God, even without the cooperation of the spirit of Kandak, the souls in this land can still be his property when he wants. The reason why Kandak is still wanted is because in order for the Justice League to become a political entity, it is not enough to have an organizational form, but also to have a real land. In this way, it will be able to deter some ghosts and snake gods from peeking at the Superman class in an official manner. And the Justice League also needs a base of its own. After all, the original Justice Building is still within the borders of the United States and is not very safe. Dane has another plan. He wants to build several space stations in space to monitor threats from deep space, so he needs 10 launch bases that are completely controlled by Umbrella himself. NASA is a big sieve, with spies from all departments inside, and he doesn't trust them. Kandak is very suitable as a new launch base, and relying on the eternal metal veins, maybe we can find a way to combine science and magic. Moreover, Kandak is close to the sea, so it may be able to have some contact with the underwater kingdom. Their seawater ionization technology is still very good. It is cleaner than nuclear energy and has higher energy conversion efficiency. It can enable the Earth's technology to escape from the boiling water stage. Faced with Dane's two choices, Kandak fell into thought. This seemed to give her a choice, but in fact she had no choice at all. No matter how beautiful everything here is, a dream is just a dream, it is not reality. No matter how bad the reality is, it is still her city, and she loves it more than anything else. So there was only one choice she could make. Kandak didn't complain. The law of the jungle is the law of survival in the world. Even she is the spirit of the city and admits this. Besides, Kandak has been owned by people for thousands of years, and it is better to let Shazam take charge than those hyenas who only destructively mine this land. I choose the first one. There was no wave in her tone. Wise choice. Dane nodded with satisfaction, beckoned, grabbed a roll of parchment from the void, and handed it to Kandak. But she just glanced and stared into Dane's eyes. Can you promise me that you will treat Kandak and the people here well? Dane can still accept this request. He has taken the biggest benefits, so there is no need to worry about small things. So he solemnly said to Kandak, I promise that in my lifetime, Kandak will not be allowed to experience war again. Anyway, major events in the DC universe basically take place in the United States. If it were someone there, Dane would really not dare to make this guarantee. The spirit of Kandak said nothing more and printed his blood and part of his table on the scroll. Suddenly, Dane felt a spiritual connection between himself and Kandak, and he was a little surprised. This was the first time he had signed this type of contract, so he didn't know the effect would be like this. No wonder she looked unwilling before. It turns out that after signing the master-slave contract, the psychological activities of the slave can be known by the master. Moreover, the party that calls the shots can actively turn on and off this spiritual connection, including transmitting its own thoughts to the subordinate. Please give me flowers. Dane wanted to give it a try, so he randomly pulled something from his memory and passed it on. Kandak raised his head, I can receive it, so please be careful when you choose to send information, and don't send out some, very private things. She turned her head away indifferently, but Dane could clearly see that the roots of her ears were red. Can the information conveyed be so specific? Dane was surprised, and Kandak didn't seem to be as unkind as he thought. Once it has its own thoughts and personality, it is difficult for this living body not to have emotions and the like. Dane, who has done research on color light energy, can feel this. But now is not the time to study her. Now that Kandak has been in his hands as he wished, many plans can continue to advance. First, he must strangle the international gang to death. They were left alone in the past to let the Kandak people know how to fight against themselves, and now their purpose has been achieved. But not all struggles can achieve good results, and realistic factors cannot be ignored. Although the international gang is just an Al-Qaeda organization, it has money. If you have money, you can hire countless mercenaries to help fight in war areas. Human lives are not valuable here. But Kandak naturally lacks war potential. The economy and weapons can still be provided secretly by Umbrella Company, but the people who fight can't. With a population of several million, we can't really be like a certain six-pointed star country, where all the people are soldiers, right? Then the domestic economy can't be managed? So it's time for him to come out and clean up the situation. But you can't use Shazam's identity. This body is the leader of the Justice League, so there can't be any taint. He also wants to engage in politics. So after he took Kandak out of the dream, he whispered Shazam, and a bolt of lightning flew from the sky, knocking him back to his mortal body. Kandak looked at him in surprise, not knowing what he meant, but she soon understood. The power of Death God was activated, and the dark divine power dyed his sclera black, while his irises turned into gold, and divinity came out from the inside out. A black cloak emerged from the void and stretched over his body. Under the moonlight, his skin was so white that it looked inhuman. At this time, Dane was already 19 years old and looked very young. And it is estimated that his apparent age will be fixed here in the future. Not counting the body of Shazam, his body has also become a genuine death god. Supported by the power given by death, he does not need to rely on human faith to survive like other gods, and considering that there are still a large number of souls in the inventory, he has no shortage of consumables. It's just that this style of treating souls as consumables is more like a devil than death god. You are Shazam. Kandak next to him saw his sudden change and couldn't help but ask. Dane stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers in front of her eyes, lifting the confusion spell. Only then did Kandak finally see clearly. After all, the two of them actually look the same before and after the transformation, it's just that Shakai's form is more mature. He looked at Kandak with a smile. Now, you should call me Death God. Chapter 144. The base of the International Gang is easy to find. It is built next to the Eternal Metal Vein. Under the guidance of the spirit of Kandak, it didn't take long for him to arrive at Hadidia Mountain where the mineral vein was located. The entire mine is heavily guarded, with only one entrance and exit. It can be seen that the International Gang is very serious about building this place as a military base. There are all kinds of weapons and equipment, personnel configurations, towers and fortresses. But none of this can stop a death god who is about to seduce his soul. Under the cover of darkness, Dane arrived in front of the base fortress like a ghost. But before going in, he stopped. He discovered something interesting. There is a small group of troops hidden in the bushes outside the base. Judging from their clothing and American weapons and equipment, they should be rebel troops. They were planning a night attack. But to be honest, with this small number of personnel and this small amount of firepower, it is probably difficult to even rush through the door. Dane has already seen that the International Gang has managed this place so impregnably that unless it is a real regular army, it is possible to rely on airstrikes and large troops to crush this place. At this time, the generous Lord Death God must definitely help. He penetrated the alloy door like an illusory shadow. Under the black robe, a slender black thorn appeared on his hand, integrating with his index finger, as if it grew directly from that finger. The mercenary guarding the sentry felt his eyes flash, and suddenly his body lost all strength and fell straight to the ground. The sleepy companion next to him was startled and quickly pointed his eyes at the sight and looked around, but he did not find the enemy. Without knowing the truth, he did not choose to step forward to check on his companions. Instead, he picked up the walkie-talkie hanging on his waist and tried to alert someone. But as soon as he picked up the walkie-talkie, he felt a chill in his chest, and all the strength in his body flowed like a tide. The walkie-talkie fell from his hand and was held by a pale palm. What happened? Hyena. Dane mentioned the hyena soul, took a millisecond to look at his recent memory, and then used magic to imitate his voice. Everything's fine, sir, it's Tommy, he's almost asleep. Be serious. Listen to the insider, those damn moms will attack at night tonight, so don't give me any problems. Is there any unexpected gain? Dane raised his eyebrows and replied, copy that, boss. Then he put the radio down. He found a room and saw that there was a router, so he placed something like a small USB flash drive on it. Not long after, the backplate turned into nanoparticles and penetrated into it. He picked up the two souls in his hands, balled them up and stuffed them into his inventory. When he took his hand out, he saw a flash of green light in the corner of the warehouse, and suddenly thought of something. He took out the thing. It's a green light ring with a parallax monster sealed inside. Now it is staying in the green light furnace. It has been hungry for a long time. Dane had a sudden thought, Death God and fear, they feel like a perfect match, don't they? So he put this special green light ring on his hand and continued walking inside. At the same time, he relaxed his control on the parallax monster, allowing it to release a little bit of power. In the base, everyone suddenly felt that the temperature around them was a little low, and the lights flickered, just like the gloomy atmosphere in a horror movie. Hey! Can't anyone turn up the air conditioner temperature? Someone was not used to this strange change and tried to say something to change the atmosphere. But it was not successful. Dane's little trick couldn't be kept secret for long, and soon, a patrolman discovered the decedent ahead. Someone immediately wanted to sound the alarm, but he failed. Dane had asked Cortana to invade and control the network here in advance. Now, no signal can be transmitted, and we can only rely on shouting. And Ismail, who is located deep inside the base, is studying the family notebook he inherited from his father in his room at the moment. It contained a lot of information about Saba's crown, but unfortunately, the notes from thousands of years ago were written in cuneiform and he couldn't read them. Do we really need to ask a historian to interpret it? Ismail was a little reluctant, but there was no way. You just don't know some things, and there is no way to get the answer by guessing. But just when he was thinking about who to find to interpret this note, one of his men broke in. "Boss! It's not good." The murderous look in Ismail's eyes flashed away. He hated being disturbed when he was thinking. But thinking that someone still needed to do the next thing, he could only suppress his anger. What happened? The man looked close to his ear with a horrified expression. Ismail felt a little uncomfortable and wanted to hide away, but he was also a little curious about why his men were so nervous. "I only heard my subordinates whisper, 'Dirty things have entered the base, and many people on the front line have died.'" Ismail thought it was ridiculous, but when he saw that his men's pale faces didn't seem to be fake, he felt a chill running down his spine straight to the sky. He studies eternal metal, and he definitely knows that there is magic in this world, and that the ghost stories are true. Is it possible that something supernatural is eyeing eternal metal? Although his guess was not entirely correct, it was very close to the truth. While they were talking, Dane had already killed all the mercenaries near the main entrance of the base, many of whom were equipped with weapons made of eternal metal. But it's all useless. Dane wouldn't even give them a chance to shoot. Before his people showed up, he had already released the dream stone and used the power of dreams to put them into a deep sleep. Then he gives everyone a painless death with the kiss of death. So if anyone sees this later, they will find that all the decedents have peaceful expressions, as if they are not dead, but just asleep. This frightened many people and they did not dare to wait for a moment longer. Those who are brave can still run inside, thinking of telling some brothers to escape quickly. If you are timid, just open the door of the base and escape. Ismail, who was sitting in his office, also saw a decedent in the base through the monitoring room. He was even more certain that the murderer must be some kind of supernatural force. But he didn't understand why all the soldiers died before they could even fire their guns. As long as someone can fire a shot, the eternal metal bullet in the gun will also cause serious damage to that thing. When he saw his men packing their things and preparing to escape, he couldn't help but cursed, "Cowards!" Then he turned back to pack his things. He hasn't found Saba's crown yet and must not die here. However, the development of things did not depend on his will. Dane is only one person, and he doesn't kill people very wholeheartedly. Generally speaking, his target is only Ismail. But the fear aura of the parallax monster frightened all the mercenaries in the base, leaving them with the only thought of escape. After the gate of the base was opened from the inside by the escaping soldiers, the rebels ambushing outside discovered them. For a time, they thought that they and others had been exposed and were ready to die heroically. But I saw that the mercenaries were frightened by something and ran away desperately. Several leaders of the resistance looked at each other, and some couldn't help but ask, "There seems to be something wrong inside, can we get in?" You will know at first glance that there is something wrong inside this situation. The best thing to do is to stay outside and see the situation clearly before talking about it. But one of the team leaders had a strong feeling in his heart that they should go in. So he defied all opinions and led a group of people into the base carefully. But along the way, they were surprised and even frightened. Countless people with intact appearances died in strange ways. They would rather see the scene of being beaten to pieces with hot weapons than to see such a strange scene in front of them. Are we still going in?" someone asked, trembling. The team leader who had just proposed to come in gritted his teeth and mustered up the courage. "Come in. This may be our best chance. As long as we kill their leader, the international gang will disintegrate immediately, and Kandashu can get 4.4 and the freedom he dreams of." When freedom was mentioned, everyone had a sacred expression on their faces, as if it was a beacon or a horn, giving them the courage to move forward. So they stopped talking and continued to advance inward. In the process, they did not encounter soldiers who fled, but those people were frightened. They didn't have any intention of fighting back against the sudden intrusion of these people. They all hated their parents for losing 2 legs and ran out like flying. They didn't even look at the rebels. The young people in the resistance army felt uneasy, but they still braved the bullet and continued walking inside. Until the end, in a dark room, the faint light seemed to cast a shadow. It was an extremely tall shadow, and the rebels couldn't see its face clearly, but the aura of death that hit their faces almost stopped their breathing. The shadow stood up from a corpse and looked back at them. They also saw the eyes that were not human. In an instant, boundless fear and darkness completely swallowed up all the rebels, causing them to faint without any resistance. Chapter 145. On the other side, Dane, who didn't realize that his fearful aura had scared people unconscious, tilted his head and wondered, what's going on? But it didn't look like they had already sent it, so Dane simply sprinkled some dream power on them so that they could sleep more peacefully. When they wake up tomorrow morning, they will find that Kandak is free. Definitely, I am free under the wise leadership of Boss Dai. Then he picked up the notes dropped by Ismail. The villain boss who was torn in half by his hands when he appeared in Black Adam did not cause him the slightest trouble and was killed in an instant. In the final analysis, all he can rely on is the bloodline of King Acton and the business empire established by exploiting the citizens of Kandak. And he himself is just a very fragile human being, and there is no chance of turning around in Dane's hands. The book in Dane's hand records the beginning and end of the contract signed between King Acton and the devil thousands of years ago. As the death god, Dane does not have the ability to speak all human languages like Shazam, but he often learns Shazam's series of magical knowledge when he returns to human form. And achieved something small. So he used a simple ritual magic to easily summon the Solomon's spirit, which is the artificial intelligence of Solomon's wisdom that comes standard with Shazam. Said before, it's a favorite of Dane's. 24. Then let him translate the content of the book for him on the spot. It turned out that during the reign of King Acton, as a king, he felt the shortness of life and the impermanence of the world. Acton looked at the prosperous Kandak in his hands, and he came up with an idea. A person and any emperor have had the idea that he hopes to obtain eternal life. But God would not allow a tyrant like him to live forever, so Acton could not obtain the power of eternal life from the gods. But King Acton was a pragmatist. Since God could not fulfill his wishes, under the temptation of a black magician, he came into contact with demonic culture and became deeply fascinated by it. Acton has since often used the inverted pentagram as his symbol, which is also the symbol of the Lord of Hell. He was even so obsessed that he branded this symbol on his body, hoping to get closer to the devil and hell. Kandak also entered a period of dark rule from that time, and King Acton also began to build the eternal metal crown according to the instructions of the demon lords. 6 demons from hell promised him that as long as he could wear the crown, he would be able to gain their power and become the new lord of hell. But is the devil's favor so easy to obtain? King Acton must pay some price, and one of them is that as the new lord of hell, he must dedicate this world to them. This means that he will become the vanguard of hell and hand over all the souls collected from the slaughter to the 6 demons. You only pay a part of your strength, but what you gain is the soul of the entire world. This investment is actually very cost-effective. This is especially true when demons from hell cannot set foot in this world at all. This kind of contract is essentially plagiarizing Shazam power. But King Acton's research on mystery is not just that. In order to figure out what Saba and Shazam power are, he has done a lot of research. During his reign, there have been many magicians in Kandak. Acton learned a lot of knowledge from those magicians and recorded it in this notebook. Through this notebook, Dane was able to learn more about the secrets of gods and demons. It is generally believed in the modern magic world that gods and demons cannot come to the human world in their true form because of their special forms of existence. Therefore, we can only find ways to create demigods or demons and retain their power in this world in this way. But in the distant ancient times, humans, gods and demons could mix together. This kind of thing involves some essential issues about gods and demons. The composition of demons is complex, including fallen angels, Mephistos from other dimensions, and some monsters that are grown by sinful human souls eating other souls in hell. These living beings are collectively called demons in hell, but you have to look into the origins of why they are just guests. Moreover, after countless years of blood fusion, the bloodline of demons in hell at the moment has become even more complicated, with all kinds of messy things in their DNA. This also causes most demons to look messy, and those that look like humans have relatively pure blood. Demons feed on souls. Theoretically speaking, the souls of any creature can be used. But most demons still prefer the taste of human souls, which is said to be irresistible. As for the gods, Dane learned from Morpheus that the origin of the gods was actually the embodiment of human imagination in dreams. In the earliest days of life, the power of magic gave the gods in dreams the ability to come to the world. At that time, Dane questioned, if man came first and then God, how can creationism be explained? And Morpheus analyzed the reasons to him. Human beings' imagination of time also embodies a god of time, but this god does not appear in the present moment when humans imagine him, but existed in the past when everything began. Dane immediately understood the cause and effect. What is time? Many people think that time is an exact thing, but it is not. It is just a physical quantity created by humans to conveniently record material movement processes or changes in things. Objectively, time does not exist. It is just a standard set by people and a man-made concept. However, in life, human beings cannot leave the guidance of this concept in production and life, so the imagination of the god of time will produce arrogant psychokinesis. However, after the concept of time was created, it has three forms: past, present, and future. No matter which time point is used as the original coordinate point, the past and future time are always interspersed with it, so time must not only exist in the present, it should start from a longer time ago. And this time goes back to the beginning of creation. Therefore, at some point in the future, humans imagined the existence of the god of time, and at the beginning of creation, the god of time was born. After he was born, he understood his mission, and he also understood that he was born as a human being in the future. Then, in order to ensure that his birth can become a closed loop and an established fact, he will try his best to ensure the birth of human beings. The god of time exists in the past and future, so he knows very well which god will create humans in the future, and he will ensure that this god is born first. Morpheus once thought that the endless family was the supreme master of all things because they did not need human worship, but he understood after Dane enlightened him. There has never been any god or supreme being. We are all human beings, dolls and servants. We serve the survival of human beings. Dane had seen similar words in comics, but he didn't quite understand them at the time. However, when he actually grasped the power of the gods, he began to understand the meaning. The human beings here cannot be narrowly understood as the 400 people on Earth, but should be extended to all non-god creatures in countless multi-universes. This is the fundamental reason why gods are bound by rules. They were born from human dreams, so they naturally have to serve humans. Back then, Loki triggered Ragnarok and caused chaos in all the pantheon. In essence, he wanted to find a way to escape from human control. But they failed. If they don't want to be bound by the rules, then they can't stay in the world. With the awakening of human self-awareness and the deepening of understanding of the world, more and more people are beginning to question the nature of gods. This dealt a heavy blow to the divinity of the gods and made them weaker and weaker. Even the power of magic has begun to weaken. You must know that at the beginning of the world, magic had the same quality as divine power, or even better. But it was gradually weakened, and in the end the helpless gods had no choice but to open up a new world and transfer the divine domain to that world. That was the origin of the fourth dimension. Dane closed the note. This note provided a strong supplement to his understanding of the mysterious side and was a rare resource for researching common words. But those things that are too grand have nothing to do with Dane now. He still has to be based on the present. First of all, can you use the Fiend's Covenant to do something with the remaining demons in the Rock of the End? If he wants to inherit hell in the future, he must have a justifiable identity. Shazam and the Death God are both too orthodox and inappropriate, but it's different with the demon's body. Dane held his chin and thought carefully. He didn't know if he could defeat the 5 demons working together. But it might be more appropriate to play it safe and kill them one by one. So the most important question now is, how to trick those demon lords into killing them alone. This is a problem.